Good morning. Good morning. How's the audio, Railroaded? Did I blow your speakers this morning? Hey, Railroaded. How about that? Is that volume going to work? Should we whisper the entire day? Should I get a mask? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let me double check and make sure we're good. Yeah, we're good. There's YouTube. There's my mug. You're not sick of that yet? I'm getting kind of sick of it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Rumble's good. Good morning, everybody. Everybody was here so early today. Good morning, Stunt Bud. Having some fun in the chat this morning, aren't we? Yeah, Stunt. That is my website for my running. I'm running for office, you know this, and that is my website for that. And let me just pull it up for those that haven't seen it, because maybe you just thought it was like an election website or something. But no, it's my site. And let me pull it on the screen. I got a bio on there. I've got some media stuff, some feeds. There we go. There's that guy. Yeah, so you can find my feeds here. So if you're not on Twitter, there's a Twitter link and feed down here. SoundCloud, I'm starting to put more things up there. Instagram, I don't really use it properly. I know that. I guess I'm too old for it or something. I just don't know how to use it properly. But everything's here, Stunt, and the bio is where I kind of put it all out there. And if you want to know more about my run and why I'm doing it, I do have a press release around that. So you can check that out. It lays out basically where I'm coming from, government overreach, yada, 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 all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Stunt, you'll find it here. And thanks a lot for the compliment that you like it. It's a GoDaddy special. So GoDaddy has website creation tools, and I just use that. Yes, I can write HTML. I've been writing HTML since the beginning. I can write JavaScript. I can write CC, cascading style sheets. I can do all that. But why? There's a click and drag and drop and a nice little WYSIWYG interface. So I put it there. And I know that, Serge, you're kind of pushing me to go ahead, or Stunt, to go ahead and put the commissioner stuff up there. But I'm debating, because there's so many private pieces of information that's required for that. So what Terry's done, Terry in the chat all the time, he's emailed me and started that process. He asked if he can nominate me because he needs my consent, and my answer to anybody that wants to do it is the consent is already granted. So if you want to go through that form and fill it out, go ahead. My birthday's Valentine's Day, 1977. If you're a trooper, you can actually do the nomination today if you wanted to. But Terry has emailed me, and then he's going to fill it out and kind of let me know what is the effort for someone to nominate, and then we'll share that with anybody else that wants to do it. So if you want to go ahead and get that started, you can email me at jason@yellowhead.vote and let me know you want to do that, and I'll send you some of the details that you may need. But I was debating, Stunt, on whether or not to put a page up, because it's going to be having some of my private information. That's the only reason why I haven't had the page up. It's not a technical thing. It's not even a time thing. I was just concerned that my birth date and other things are going to be just too easily available. But if you want to nominate me as a commissioner, you can do it. February 14th, 1977 is really the one thing you need. Fill in my experience from my LinkedIn, if that's what you want to do. And if you don't, that's fine too. There's going to be lots of people submitted. I really believe in trusting Canada for stepping forward on that one. So I have no concerns that, included or not, there's going to be a very good commissioner board there. But I am flattered that Terry has reached out and wants to do it. And if any of you want to do it, and you want some guidance, go ahead and email me, and we'll see where that goes. Okay. But Stunt, thanks very much for clicking the link at the pin message and checking out that it was actually my website. And yeah, there's a lot of info there. Good morning, Clay. Good morning. Good morning. Lots of love in our chat here. Lots of love, and really awesome to see you both here so bright and early. And Azario, you showed up bright and early too. It was awesome to see you, bud. And Stunt, good morning. I'm excited for another day of sneaky whispers, not whispered low enough. Yeah, there's going to be a several minute clip of all of her whispers, and I think we're amplifying it. We're working on it. I think even Adam, he's offered some of his time to help out. That's really cool. But let's go ahead and put that together, because either we're going to see her psychology. Maybe she was just talking out loud and that's how she works. Or we're going to hear her corroborating and trying to coach, much like Councillor McKinney did. Speak in French, respond in French, that stuff. Hot mic is fun. And by the way, I misread the witness list yesterday. So they did tell us it was going to be a panel with Brenda Lucky and Mike Denham. John, who's next from the Canadian Border Services, he's single. But after that is Michael Keenan and Kristen Day panel. And then after that, there's a 3-person panel. Michael Sabin, Reyes Mendez, and Isabel Jacques. A 3-person panel. So how's that going to look? We're going to have 3 people. Gonna have 3 stooges. So we'll see what that feels like and how that works. But it looks like tomorrow we're starting with a 3-person panel. Today we're ending with a 2-person panel, and we have a single person today. So it looks like it's going to be another busy day. And love you all. Thanks for letting me sneak out. 23 days of doing the stream, and the family's been wonderful. Very few interruptions completely. But there's a lot going on here. There's planning to go to Ontario. There's a whole whack of stuff going on here, and I was needed. All right. So thank you very much for your indulgence on that. Sorry there was no commentary closure yesterday. But I'll double up the effort today. And today I'm feeling great. I have no pauses today. I have no 15 minutes of cloud. I'm feeling great today. So I'll make it up to you. I promise you. Azario, welcome to the one and only EV and non-EV lovers chat. We welcome all freedom fighters, honk honk. And the trolling has started. They're stunned. It's because I love you. I'm pulling your ponytails because I like you. Good morning, freedom friends. Good morning, Prairie. Love the flower. Big smile on my face each time I see that. Welcome, Prairie. And stunned, keeping up in a coal-powered air horn. Whatever it takes to get it. Come on, bud. Coal-powered anything. Give me a coal-powered generator. I think you're a lot of fun. Let's do something. I can do like solar-powered, coal-powered. Let's figure something out. Steam. Oh, yeah. 2 things. Condolences to, Jay Leno. He hurt himself. Got hurt. Sorry, dude. Get back. Bounce back. And 2024, there was an announcement last night. We all saw it coming. So is it going to be Trump, DeSantis? Is that going to be the next 3 terms? Just straight up as an Albertan, we're very excited about that. Anytime they go Republican, anytime they work for business, anytime they get the oil flowing is a good thing for Alberta. So we're excited to have Smith and maybe a 3rd term. He's going to win the election for a 3rd time. We'll see what happens. 2024 is going to be exciting, right? Curious if DeSantis will run with him, though, and then go on. But something tells me DeSantis is really, really dedicated to Florida, so he may not want to walk away from Florida. But we'll see. That'll be kind of neat, right? We knew the announcement was coming. I guess they waited till the midterm, but here we go. And it also looks like the Republicans won the House. So it looks like the projections are giving it to the Republicans. So it may still be a Democrat House or a Senate, with the deciding vote being the VP, and then Republican House. So this might be an interesting couple of years. They might get back to business, might pull back on some of the unproductive stuff, and maybe fix some of the things. We'll see. But from an Alberta and a Canada standpoint, to me, I think a change in government is a great idea down there. So we'll see what happens. Honk honk. Rolling coal is good. Honk honk. And you know what, Stunt? That's a thing to Teslas. I don't get it in the Volt, because I look too much like the Cruise, I guess, and people don't realize that it is an electric vehicle. But it's not an all-electric vehicle, so maybe I get that pass because they see a gas can on one side and they see a tailpipe. I do have a tailpipe. So I get I get excluded from the coals. But yeah, they get the Teslas good, don't they? I want an air horn that shoots flames too. That would be awesome. What about a rocket-powered one? If you're not going to join Elon on the Teslas, how about on the rockets? Are you a SpaceX fan? Do you like the idea that we're headed to Mars? I kind of like that idea. I think it's pretty neat. And who will be the first one to step on Mars, a Republican or a Democrat? Who's going to be the first? Um, Gotta say that I love my TDI, so turbo diesel injection or something like that, for the distance. Yeah. But when they pull off an EV that can do the same, I'm in. Yeah, it's going to be back. Going to be efficiency. There's going to be a few things you're going to have to trade. How you drive. Are you one that steps on it? Well, you use a lot. Um, you can do a lot of what do they call it? Hypermiling. Hypermiling is a thing where they try and go as far as they can with the vehicle. But yes, yes, yes. And I think and this is why I think there's kind of a bit of a battle. Um, I think we're not going to be replacing ICE completely, the internal combustion engine ICE, because there's just simply places where electric isn't feasible. It doesn't make sense. And the reverse is also going to be true. There will be situations where ICE doesn't make sense. For example, for the longest time, they had engines inside mines. Okay, the exhaust, that's a problem. It needs oxygen, that's a problem. They converted to electric very, very early, like way before it was even cool in California. Because in just some places, you need to move heavy machinery and you just can't be burning stuff. But anyways, I think we've established that this chat is open and understands that there's a diversity in the energy market. And yeah, Rosario, I'm not surprised to hear that. You build servers, you work in technology, you're around electrons all the time. So we kind of have partiality to these little electrons, don't we? But yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, stunt, coal-powered anything. EVs are a sin in Alberta. It's a great way to get pit maneuvered by big bad diesel. You're not too wrong, okay? Like when I ask where a charging station is, yeah, there's very few around, and yeah, but that's just part of standing up for what you believe in, right? I do believe I'm doing the right thing for me. I'm not a green global person. Trust me, these are economic reasons, there are convenience reasons, and there are multiple propulsion available reasons. But like I said, Stunt, if we are, you know, trying to gauge who's burning more gasoline and stuff like that, look at the private pilots. They burn a lot. Good morning, Freedom Team. Yes, that's my best Robin Williams voice. God, I miss that guy. He was awesome. Love that movie too. Good morning, Prairie. Welcome. Honk honk. Hey, Stunt. Oh yeah, you were telling me about this guy. Craziest character at the convoy, and my chat named him Steam Guy. Hey, are you still connected? Hook him up. Bring him over. If he wants to chat, we'll get onto a chat. Remember the Friday chat. So we're going to be doing that Brady Bunch thing again. And I'll do another stream for it. So we're not time constrained. So on Friday, there will be the live stream for the inquiry. And then I'll also post a Brady Bunch inquiry or Brady Bunch stream for later in the day. So we're not time constrained. But we may be constrained on when we start it because we'll have to finish the inquiry first and then get into it. Anyways, it should be a lot of fun, Stunt. So if he's around, maybe invite him. Because I'd love to speak to anybody that understands BlackRock, knows what it is, WEF, all of that. Okay, there's more than I don't know everything, and it's kind of built that way that like one person can't get it all. But bring them around. Let's chat. I'm not afraid of people that have ideas and opinions. Some of the best convoy moments were made by Steam Guy. That happens, and Stunt, you're making this way better too. Just being around, doing your toot toots, and having a good time. Inspired by traveling. Cool. And yeah, you needed that toot toot toot. And railroaded. Yeah, you know who Steam Guy is too. Yeah, let's try and reach out, bring them back, dust off all the people from the convoy, bring them back. They shouldn't have gone away, shouldn't have hibernated. Let's bring them all back. Yeah, so I'm asking if you can get a hold of them. I do talk to him once in a while. Great. I hope to meet up with him again. Great. One thing for sure, if there was an event in Ottawa, he would be there. Great. And so far, Stunt, it looks like I'm going to have to go to Ontario. There's only a couple days left for me to get that magic email that says problem solved. Don't know if it's coming. So we are making the arrangements. It looks like I'm going to fly into maybe Hamilton, Toronto, do the Burlington thing. Hopefully I can just leave after one day. Okay. But I am scheduled for Monday and Wednesday. and then immediately, no matter which way this goes, when I'm done Wednesday, I'll drive up to Ottawa. So I'll be there most likely Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maybe Sunday, depending on what the flights are and stuff like that. I will leave appropriately. But it looks like we are wrapping up next week, so I don't expect it to run long. So that's the current plan stunt to get me out there. But then again, if I get that magic email that says, thank you very much for that information, and we are now dealing with it, you don't have to come out here, then, economic reasons, a whole bunch of reasons, I would be staying. But looks like I am coming. Right now, it's Wednesday. They got 2 more days to give me that email, and I may have to be there. Should I get a mask? For coal? They're coal-powered, or not coal-powered, but masks that will protect from coal exhaust. Whisper all day, Lucky. Yeah, cool. Hey, good morning, Eleanor. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, Eleanor. Railroad loves you out too. Yeah, all over. And by the way, if you're not in our Discord, come in there. It's a lot of love in there and a lot of hard work in there. Research, collecting links, articles. It's amazing what's going on in there. This is what a virtual newsroom looks like now, right? This is what a modern newsroom looks like. Discord. You're in there sharing, providing, commenting. And for those that are not on Discord, look, I just recently got on it too, but it is a very functional and a great tool. It gives us our own private space. You have to be invited to come in, and we're working on stuff together. It's very different than Twitter or Facebook or anything like that. So it's a very, very functional and useful tool. So if you want to get there, just keep an eye on the chat. You're going to definitely see the link. It's going to pop up, and that's the invite to come and join. Good morning, Connie. Good to see you. Thank you for being so early too. Wow, that's a GoDaddy website builder. Yeah. And here's the thing about technology stunt. It's only as good as the person who's using it. If you want to get into languages like PHP and C# and all that kind of stuff, and there's debates there, just like in Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, there's debates in the tech world too. And Azario knows this. There's like religion around Microsoft, non-Microsoft, that kind of stuff. But the truth is, stunt, just like any other technology and any other skill set, it's only as good as the person who uses it. So yeah, you can produce really, really good stuff out of GoDaddy's simple click and drag website builder, because my site is 100% it. There's no custom anything in there. I just, it's how you lay it out, it's how you put it together, it's how you use the tools. So I really appreciate the fact that you're surprised that this is a WYSIWYG website, because that's kind of what you want when you're using those kind of tools. And Stunt, I also know you're quite technically inclined and you do web stuff. So that is a big compliment from you. Thank you very much, bud. And good morning, Connie. Lots of love. Oh, here's a new name, I think. Raven. Hello, people. Did RO get kicked off the air? Who's RO? Who's RO? I don't know who RO is. I will help you in any way I can. You're an awesome dude. You're an awesome dude. I'll be renting a car and I won't be electric. I'm pretty sure of that. So when we hook up, I'll be burning some oil with you there, bud. Checking. Yeah. So, okay. Railroad, you know who it is. Okay. There he is. He is on. Okay. So somebody, I don't know who RO is, but cool. Raven, nope. He is there. Yeah. Maybe let me know who RO is so I know who that is. Okay, cool. AJ, are you flying your own plane to Ottawa? No, Railroad. I sold it. Sold it. Charlie Golf November Victor Oscar was my plane. It was a Cessna 182J Juliet, a 1966 airplane. Flew straight as an arrow. Put autopilot in there. The new Garmin stuff. Sad to see it go. But it now lives in Montana. Okay, a gentleman bought it in Montana. A whole kerfuffle about getting it all the way there. Talk about that story one day because it required court and someone passed away in an airplane accident. The guy who's brokering my stuff, not my airplane and completely unrelated. It was just an unfortunate incident that happened. But yeah, sorry, Railroad is gone. I'm gonna have to rent if I want to fly again, which is fine. They're economically reasonable when you're dealing with the small Cessnas. You don't owe us anything, brother. We'll get it. But I just, Stunt, from my heart to you, I just want to say thank you for understanding. And yeah, I get that there's no obligation here, but I still want to let you know I appreciate that flexibility, and my family thanks you too. Got shut off yesterday. Got shut off suddenly at the end of the show last night. For me, yeah, sorry. So if you're sticking around, wanted the commentary, we had an interruption, but that's okay. We're here today. We're good to go. Everything's flying forward. He's rolling in the morning. Okay, cool. Hi all. Hey Dave, welcome Dave. Great. Looking forward to a lot of your chats. A lot of your chats are awesome. And Stunt, yes, that announcement was epic. Oh, Trump. We saw that coming. Yeah. Have we got the whispers? I don't know, Dave. But there is a panel, it looks like in the second half of today. So they might. I'm surprised nobody's telling them that the mic's picking you up. I'm surprised. Cool. Good morning. Welcome, Dave. Raven, cool. Hey, John. Good morning, John. Welcome, bud. Hey, thanks, Jace, for your dedication in reporting this travesty of an inquiry. You're a powerful and attractive Canadian. Oh, I'm married, John. I'm married, but thank you so much, John. Welcome. And John, you're the only person that calls me Jace and gets away with it. So love you, bud. There's a special connection there. And I know that you're calling me Jace because that's an endearment on your side. So somebody in your life named Jason that you liked was also called Jace. Good morning, John. Yeah, very nice to see you. And good morning, homie. John, you're awesome. And John, remember Friday, we're doing it again. You guys live streaming the hearing as well. We are, Raven. Yeah, we are. We don't talk over the live stream, but we do chat. There's a lot of chat. And I've even stopped putting the chat on the screen so that when people replay, they can pay attention to the inquiry itself. But in between the inquiry, on both breaks, the morning break, afternoon break, and any sudden breaks, the lunch break, and then at the beginning for 30 minutes, and at the end for sometimes an hour and a half, 2 hours, we go all over the comments, we review what we saw, and we talk about it. So Raven, if that's of interest to you, hang out. Now, the one caveat is I am off-grid, I am in the bush, and I am using Starlink, so weather can interrupt us a little bit, and once in a while I'll have a little power issue, but within 2 minutes, my black screen will go back live, and we'll be back. So if you're willing to put up with a couple interruptions like that, but you want the commentary, then you came to the right place, Raven. So really enjoy having you here. So thank you for joining us. All day. Yep. No, I hate SpaceX, and we are absolutely not headed to Mars. Starlink is blasting 42,000 satellites into low orbit every 5 years. Good luck leaving Earth. Some of that is not wrong. Space junk, space catastrophe, satellites start to break up, and yeah, we have an artificial cloud surrounding us. There's a lot of progress is dirty sometimes, Stunt. Progress is dirty. But Stunt, if you zoom out, big picture, just like I prefer to have EV and gas, I think we should have 2 rocks to be sitting on at some point. Okay, not saying it may happen in our lifetime, but I think at some point for the species to continue, a second rock is not a bad idea. That's all I'm saying there. But you're not wrong. Look, like there's a lot of stuff going up there. There could be stuff that some state wants to ruin it all up. And by the way, good job on my chat, and all our suspicions were correct. It looks like that Poland thing was not what it was first reported as, and the US is the one saying that. So just like the other incident that happened with their gas line, it looks like people are starting to wake up and understand what side they're backing, and maybe understand a little bit more that they may have quickly jumped on the wrong side. Maybe you should stay out of the sides and understand that there's a reason why this is happening that's beyond me. So Stunt, I like your appreciation for the globe, and keep on that. I think the future is going to be somewhere in between the two, because I like being an explorer. Wow, just read about Jay Leno. Sorry. Yeah. He was working on his 1907 steam-powered vehicle. Fuel line was blocked. Guess he worked on it. He could have been underneath it at the time. Left side of his face, his hands full of gasoline. Some spark happened, And he's all right. He didn't lose any sight or anything like that, or his ears. But be careful out there. Be careful out there. Accidents happen. I'm impressed that he's doing his own stuff and he loves working on it. That's amazing to me. Get under there, work that stuff. A monkey wrench. Get greasy. That's amazing. He does that. So sorry they got hurt though. Good morning, Alweechi. Welcome back, Weechi. Welcome back, Weechi. Hey, John. Pelosi is done and gone. That should put a smile on everyone's face. Did she lose? Is that it? Is that what you're saying, John? Like, did she lose? Did Pelosi lose? That would be really cool. Did Pelosi lose? Pelosi lose? Oh, I'm a horrible speller. I'll have to look into that. But judging by your comment, yeah, she's gone. She's gone. So Henshaw in Alberta's gone. Pelosi's gone down there. Is this starting to, are we starting to clean a little bit of house? Good job if that happened. Good job, voters. They didn't like some of the stuff she was doing. Hey, Eleanor. Hey, Stunt. Oh, Steam Guy really understands BlackRock. Yeah, no, let's look into that. BlackRock, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know it all. But I don't think they're very good on creating names. Eleanor, Steam is currently building an electric bicycle with batteries taped to it everywhere. Cool. Stay ahead of the water. And Stunt, don't hate me, but I have a Polaris 4x where the engine crapped out. It just was done. It was an older one, whatever. It wasn't maintained and kept well by the previous owner, whatever. I've got all the parts to convert it to EV. Okay, so I'm going to convert my little 4x Polaris to EV. Once again, I can charge it off my own panels and run around our property with it. It's more of a practical reason. And the other one, the 6x, full gas. It's still burning mixed gas. So if that makes you feel better, I'll have one Polaris EV 4x and then one gas Polaris 6x. So when you come and visit, we can scoot around and have some fun. Should check out how much a ship puts out crazy, but it's your car. You're talking about the rockets? For sure. Okay, cool. And Prairie, I hope you don't think any differently, but again, I think practical. And I think you sometimes, lesser of two evils sometimes. More than 5 microns, don't know stunt. Hey, good morning, Donald. Welcome back, bud. Hey, good to see you, Donald. How much of Canada's Ukraine war donations were kicked back through FTX to Canadian politicians or their family members? How many consulting contracts were issued by FTX to Canadians? If you don't know what it is, FTX, I believe, was the WF's digital currency attempt. And I also believe they scrubbed their website of it recently for some reason. So I guess I don't know, maybe they decided to distance from that or something, Donald. But hey, bud, if you're around, maybe we'll do another chat soon. I'm revisiting this whole lunch hour chat thing because it puts us behind a lot on the comments. So we might be doing these chats during breaks. So Donald, if you're available for 15 minutes or so, let me know. Maybe we'll get you into the morning or evening break. Discord server. Thank you, Railroad. I've been on Discord for 5 years now. It's a great website. It's a website service. Yeah. I would say it's more than a website. It's an actual network and service. There's protocols and stuff involved, but there's a website interface into it, most definitely. And then there's apps. But yeah, Stunt, thank you so much for being so active on it. I'm inspired by your server. You definitely have a lot going on there, and that's amazing. After seeing yours, I'm like, yeah, we got to do that. Let me also get the stream up because we're only a couple minutes away and it's available. Good. There we go. Good. Yeah, and even my computer was sluggish yesterday. So everything about the universe was sluggish yesterday. But today we're firing on all cylinders, right? All cylinders, Stunt. And just to make you laugh, Stunt, the volt calls the accelerator the gas pedal. So in the menu and stuff like that, or when it's giving you a warning, it calls it a gas pedal. Even though when you push it, it's only electrons moving. I thought you would like that. I host GoDaddy, but makes everything. Yeah, Stunt, and that's a great way to do it too. If you're using WordPress or just from scratch, Notepad was my preferred IDE, integrated development environment, for web building for the longest time, because I'm a, you know, behind the scenes type of guy. I can write HTML and all that kind of stuff. But in my later years, for time, for convenience, it's just easier to use tools now. I've never guessed your site was made with building. I know, isn't that amazing? They're getting better at it. And again, tools in the right hand. Oh, we got some audio. Maybe they're just testing, so I'll put it up here. Hey, John. Keep your receipts, Jace, from your trip. There will be some tax incentives involved next year. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we will, for sure. But this is a private matter. The fact that I'm out in that way is the only reason why I'll be jumping up to Ottawa. But yeah. I think some of the expenses can be put under my my efforts here. Oh, okay, Roe from More campaign. Okay, and then sorry that he was down for a bit there. Okay, there's a stream. Got a couple more people in the audience today. I'm sure it will fill up next week when we got ministers there. But yeah, there we go. There's a commissioner. Okay, folks.
Order à l'ordre.
Enjoy your meeting. I'm going to hit mute.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
The next witness is Mr. John Ossowski.
Morning.
Mr. Ossowski, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Affirm, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
John Ossowski, John Ossowski.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ossowski. Nice to see you again. My name is Alexandra Hine. I'm Commission Counsel, and I'll be doing your examination today. And at the end, my colleague Gord Cameron will have a few questions for you. So we're just going to start by pulling up your witness statement, which Mr. Clerk is WTS 6046. Thank you. So you recall that you participated in an interview with Commission Counsel in anticipation of your appearance here today on August 24th.
I do.
And three of your colleagues, Christine Desrochers, Scott Harris, and Ted Gallivan, who are not here today, were also interviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so I would ask you to confirm that you've reviewed the summary of that interview, and if you have no changes to make, confirm that insofar as it contains your information, it is accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief, and you adopt it. And insofar as it contains information from your colleagues, you believe that information to have been reviewed and accepted as accurate by your colleagues.
I confirm that.
Thank you. So Mr. Clerk, if we could also pull up DOJIR 706. So Mr. Ossowski, your department prepared and filed with the commission this institutional report. Have you reviewed this document?
I have.
And is it accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Can you confirm that CBSA has filed this institutional report as part of its evidence before the commission?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. So at the time of the Freedom Convoy events, you were the president of the CBSA, is that right?
That's correct.
And the CBSA is the Canada Border Services Agency.
Yes.
So you left that role in June of 2022, I understand?
That's correct. I retired.
Okay, you're retired now. And CBSA manages 117 land border crossings, 22 of which are commercial ports of entry. Is that right?
That's correct.
And amongst other things, CBSA is responsible for administering and enforcing legislation that governs the admissibility of people and goods in and out of Canada.
Amongst 90 pieces of legislation and regulation, yes.
Right. It also identifies detaining and removing people who are inadmissible to Canada.
Yes.
And ensures compliance with Canadian laws in the border-related context.
That's correct.
And it also protects food safety, plant and animal health, and Canada's resource base. Is that right?
That's correct.
And border services officers, which are sometimes called BSOs, carry out some of those responsibilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
And BSOs have regulatory authorities under the Quarantine Act, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, and the Customs Act. Is that right?
They have, if there was something happened with respect to the Quarantine Act, if there was something that officers suspected was offside, they would refer that to a public health official for how they would decide to enforce that particular provision.
Right. And I understand that BSOs don't have authorities beyond sort of the confines of ports of entry or CBSA property. Is that right?
That's correct. They're not peace officers. They have very limited criminal code powers under the Customs Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act.
Right. So they wouldn't have the power or authority to conduct an arrest, for example, outside of the port of entry.
No. Well, in the case of an immigration enforcement inland, they might,
Right.
yes.
But
not-
otherwise.
Otherwise, no.
Right. And so accordingly, the CBSA doesn't typically intervene in activities that occurs outside of its port of entry and its property. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in the case of the convoy, the CBSA did not intervene directly in the protests and blockades because they happened near the ports of entry and not on the ports of entry's property. Is that right?
That's correct.
So on that note, I'll take you through the convoy. And the way I'm going to structure this is I'm going to start by asking you questions about CBSA's response to the convoy and specific blockades. And then I'm going to ask you more specifically later in the examination about your roles and responsibilities during the convoy. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. So we'll start with CBSA's response to the convoy. I understand that on January 15th, there were certain order in council provisions that had previously allowed foreign national truckers to enter Canada unvaccinated that expired. Is that right?
That's correct.
And on the same day, Canadian unvaccinated commercial truckers entering Canada became subject to testing and quarantine requirements for which they had previously been exempt.
That's correct.
So this caused the sporadic protest activities and ultimately the movement that we know as the Freedom Convoy. Is that right?
I assume so.
And CBSA had intelligence, mostly open source intelligence, that there were going to be some blockades near ports of entry sometime in late January. Is that right?
Well, we certainly saw the first slow roll activity on January 17th in Emerson.
Right. And that slow roll did not become a blockade. Is that right?
Not yet, no.
Right. That came later.
Yeah.
And in response to sort of this intelligence, CBSA put into place a contingency plan. Did you have any involvement in that?
That would have been put together by the operational folks in the field with supervision of the leadership in Ottawa, yes.
Right, but you knew about it?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was on January 28th, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Amongst other things, I don't think we need to pull it up. I'll just note for the record that that's PBNSC CAN 9523. But it identified the safety and security of CBSA employees as its top priority. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And it also provided regions and headquarters with high-level contingency awareness and guidance on CBSA's operational posture.
That's correct.
And it also set out a process whereby BOC, which is the Border Operations Center, would provide situational reports twice a day. Is that right?
That's correct.
And my colleague Gord Cameron is going to touch on that, so he'll pick it up later. But I understand that CBSA, in addition to the contingency plan, also implemented different port hardening measures.
That's correct.
Can you describe what those measures were?
It varied by port of entry, but certainly one of the things that we started to do was, and very unusually, apply cameras back into Canada so that we could be aware of what was coming from behind. Obviously, the officers are facing the United States. We have lots of cameras facing vehicles and passengers coming into the country, but this was done so they had situational awareness of what might be coming at them from the Canadian side.
Anything else?
That was probably the most significant piece that we started to do.
Right, and cameras, you mean CCTV, like surveillance footage, okay. And I understand that BSOs were also instructed, and that's again, border services officers, BSOs were instructed to refer foreign nationals entering Canada for the purpose of participating in protests to secondary for confirmation of their eligibility to enter Canada. Is that right?
Yes, it was called the Enhanced Vigilance Exam.
Enhanced vigilance exam. And can you explain what sending somebody to secondary means?
It means that either they declared something at the primary inspection during the initial interaction with an officer, or the officer suspected they weren't being truthful and they went to secondary for a complete exam to make sure that they were eligible to enter the country.
Okay, so if a BSO suspected that somebody wanted to come into Canada to participate in the protests, they would send them to secondary.
Yes,
And BSOs were also instructed to closely examine those travelers to ensure, and travelers generally, to ensure the requirements issued by the Public Health Agency of Canada under the Quarantine Act were met by the individuals entering Canada. Is that also right?
that's correct.
Right, so that would involve questions about sort of, their vaccination status, testing for COVID, things
Yeah.
like that.
Proof of vaccination.
Right. So I'll take you to January 29th, which is when the Coutts blockade started. So that was sort of the first major blockade, is that right?
Yes,
And understanding that there was sporadic protest activities, so specifically slow roll convoys at other ports of entry in late January, early February, I understand that the next major blockade happened at the Blue Water Bridge, which is in Sarnia, Ontario, on February 6th. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And that blockade dispersed on February 8th.
Yes,
And then the next major blockade happened in Windsor on February 7th. Is that right?
that's right.
And that's when CBSA issued its first border alert,
Correct.
which advised people that the Ambassador Bridge port of entry was experiencing delays. Is that right?
Correct.
And specifically experiencing service disruptions.
That's correct.
So could you explain first what's a border alert, and what is a service disruption as opposed to a service suspension and a closure of a port of entry?
Sure. So a border alert is just something that we would send out to either the traveling public or to the commercial side, so that they're aware that they might need to choose another port of entry to come into the country. Okay. Service disruption just means that for some reason the port of entry isn't accessible, and/or it could be an IT outage, for example, that there's a disruption, or it could be that there's an excessive backlog of traffic. We try to maintain a 60-minute service standard, no longer than 60-minute border wait time. And if that's not the case, then we'd send out an alert for traveling public and commercial entities to know.
Right. And a port of entry closure, I understand, doesn't happen very often. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in what circumstances would that happen?
Like maybe very rare, I don't remember, but we actually closed a port of entry, except for a very short period of time, for example, around flooding in Manitoba.
Right.
But we actually have the ability to suspend service at a port of entry, which is what actually happened in Coutts at the request of the RCMP.
Right. And we'll get to that. But a service suspension, what does that look like on the ground?
So the officers are still there, but they're not processing vehicles or people anymore, except in exceptional circumstances. So you might have a situation where you're not providing the service, but if somebody came and there was a need for an emergency vehicle to get across, then they would facilitate that.
Right. But it's sort of a skeleton crew that's sort of at the port of entry, just.
Correct.
Okay. And maybe let's pull up the institutional report, and that's DOJ IR 706. And Mr. Clerk, if we could go to page 32, please. All right, so this is a chart that sets out the service disruptions and suspensions that occurred sort of at the major ports of entry during the convoy. Is that right?
Correct.
And we see that There was a service disruption, as I mentioned earlier, issued on February 7th for Ambassador Bridge.
Mhm.
And the next service disruption was issued on service suspension was issued on February 12th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there was also a service disruption at Coots on February 10th as well. Sorry,
Emerson.
Emerson, thank you. And on February 12th, if we just scroll down a bit, there was also a service disruption issued for the Pacific Highway Port of Entry, which is in BC. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, so there's a total of 3 disruptions and 1 suspension at those ports of entry.
Yes.
Were any other service disruptions or suspensions issued for any other ports of entry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can you walk us through generally in terms of border wait times and the like, what were the impacts on these main blockades, the impacts of the blockades on these main ports of entry?
Certainly. So as you mentioned in your opening remarks, there's 117 land ports of entry. 22 of them are designated commercial ones, and they are specifically set up to receive and process commercial traffic, including livestock and or time-sensitive goods that need to sort of pass expeditiously. Often they'll have the presence of a CFAA food inspector. And importantly, it's set up with our friends to the south in terms of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. They would have the similar processing capability to mirror the Canadians at those ports of entry. So for example, Coots is the only designated port of entry that does commercial processing in the province of Alberta. And the next available one would have been either in Saskatchewan or in British Columbia. There were other ports of entry, but they weren't designed or set up to process commercial traffic, which is what made it so impactful.
Right, and so let's go to Coots in terms of specifics. So as you mentioned, there are some commercial ports of entry neighboring Coots in Saskatchewan and BC, but I understand that those are around 8 hours away from Coots. Is that right?
Quite a drive, yeah.
Right.
Not feasible in the winter, especially with livestock.
Right, and those are North Portal in Saskatchewan or Ridgeway and Rooseville in BC or Kingsgate. Is that right?
I believe Kingsgate, but I don't have the list in front of me.
Okay. I think you can just take my word for it.
Sure.
And so the CBSA, I understand, in response to the convoy, and because those alternative commercial ports of entry were so far away, they identified Del Bonita and Carway, which are 2 ports of entry that are closer to Coots, much closer. Del Bonita is about 50 minutes away, and Carway is about an hour and a half away as potential alternative ports of entry. But as you noted, they were not outfitted to necessarily process commercial traffic. Is that right?
Absolutely. So we would have redistributed officers to help with any traffic that chose to go those routes, but they're not set up. For example, if we had to do an enforcement action, there's no facility there to offload the vehicle and inspect it completely. So they just weren't set up to deal with that type of full commercial operation.
Right. And they don't have infrastructure either, like Canada Food Inspection Agency set up there.
Correct.
And no USDA veterinary services for livestock.
Exactly.
Right. And so we understand that in response to these obstacles, Brad Wozni, who is your colleague, and he's the regional director of the Prairie region, which captures both Manitoba and Alberta. Is that right?
The regional director general, yes.
Regional director general, thank you. And so he worked with the RCMP, which was the local police of jurisdiction in Coots, the U.S. Customs Border Protection Services, and CFIA, so that's the Canada Food Inspection Agency, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture to facilitate the movement of commercial traffic through those alternative ports of entry. Is
That's
that right?
correct. Yeah.
So that's specifically Del Bonita and Carway. And as he explained in his witness summary, which for the record is WTS 7044, they arranged for traffic moving southbound. So that's going from Canada into the US to effectively move across to Sweetgrass, Montana, which is located south of Coutts, and access a USDA inspection services there. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And so then they would be able to sort of divert the traffic in that manner. And then the northbound vehicles, so those going from the US into Canada, would drive up to Sweetgrass, and they were inspected by CFIA, and their loads were sealed, and then they would move across to Del Bonita and enter Canada in that way.
That's correct.
And so I understand that there were impacts to the Coutts port of entry all the way until around February 13th, where there was some enforcement action by the RCMP. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you explain sort of what that enforcement action entailed?
The RCMP arrested 4 individuals and laid criminal charges.
And there were guns and ammunitions that were seized?
I believe so, yes.
And the rest of the protesters that were remaining agreed to leave sometime midday or in the afternoon of February 14th. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And if we can pull up, Mr. Clerk, PB Can 1385. So, Mr. Ossowski, this is an email that you sent to Minister Mendicino, who's the Minister of Public Safety, on February 15th. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you advised him that protesters were leaving Coutts as of 3 p.m. on February 14th.
That's correct.
And that around 8:30 p.m., the CBSA was advised that the RCMP had removed the conveyances blocking the lanes and had been able to secure the area. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also advised Minister Mendicino that the CBSA was in a position to open the Coutts POE on the next day.
Yes.
Sorry, on that day, on
Yes.
February 15th. Okay, so we'll move on to Ambassador Bridge. So Ambassador Bridge, the blockade started on February 7th, and a service disruption was issued on that day. And then if we can pull up the institutional report again, Mr. Clerk, so DOJ IR 706. And if we could go to page 38, please. So this is a chart that is provided to us by the CBSA that shows the commercial conveyances volume from January 15th to February 25th at the Ambassador Bridge. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Can you walk us through the chart sort of from February 8th to February 13th and just explain to us what those numbers mean?
Well, as you can see from the preceding days, and there's a very sort of predictable weekly pattern here in terms of the movement of goods, obviously less on the weekends and more as you build towards the end of the week. So for example, February 1st on Tuesday, we had 4,982 commercial conveyances. So that's the truck and trailer across the border. And on February 8th, as a result of the disruption, 5 passages were recorded.
Right. And then if we go to February 13th, for example, we see that there are 0 commercial conveyances that passed on
Yes.
that day.
Yes.
And so, Mr. Clerk, if we could just scroll down. So traffic, yes, keep going. Thank you. So traffic from the Ambassador Bridge was diverted to Blue Water Bridge, is that right?
Yes,
Which is approximately 2 hours away from the Ambassador Bridge.
I believe so, yes.
And also traffic was diverted to Queenston,
Yes.
which is further, I believe it's 4 hours away, is that
Yeah,
right?
it's about 400 kilometers away.
Right. And it was also diverted to the Peace Bridge, which is about 4 hours and 30 minutes away. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so if we look at this chart again, we see that from February 7th to February 13th, which were the days that the blockade was impacting on the Ambassador Bridge, we see that Blue Water Bridge has sort of absorbed the traffic that would have normally gone through Ambassador Bridge. Is that fair?
I would disagree with that. So the difference is, if you look at, again, the Tuesday before, the Blue Water Bridge processed 2,800 vehicles. and there was 2,000 more vehicles on February 8th. So that's only part of what would have normally gone through at the Ambassador Bridge.
Right, and the other part would have presumably gone through Peace Bridge, which if we scroll down, we see that Peace Bridge also has an elevated amount of commercial conveyances on those days.
Well, again, if you look at the numbers, the difference is only about 250. So it's not the 5,000 or so that would have normally come through on that day.
Right, and there was also some traffic that was absorbed by Queenston.
Yes, again, but if you do the math, it wasn't fully absorbed in terms of what would normally have passed at the Ambassador Bridge. And I think the important part to remember here is even though they might have gotten across, it depends on the nature of what they were bringing across. If it was for the auto sector, driving 4 hours away and then coming back another 4 hours would have had impact, and it obviously did. And certainly for livestock, it would have been not feasible to do something like that either. So it really depended on the load. But if you do the math, there was not a complete replacement, despite the fact that these other ports of entry were potentially available for them to use.
Right, so is CBSA tracking what happened to those commercial vehicles?
No,
They weren't, no, okay,
no, we just simply track the passages through our systems.
right. So it's possible that those vehicles went home. It's also possible that they entered in a different manner.
I couldn't speculate on that.
Okay, thank you. So is it fair to say that most of the commercial vehicle traffic was successfully diverted to neighboring ports of entry, but not all of it?
I guess it depends on how you define most.
Right,
So if you go day by day and look at the numbers, I would say a portion of them, but I wouldn't say most.
and what about at other ports of entry?
I think if when I looked at the data for the Prairie region, so Coots and what would have gone through some of the other ports of entry, I think there was a higher level of substitution there, if you will, in terms of finding another way to get across.
Right,
But
So-
less so in Southern Ontario.
okay, so it's fair to say that Southern Ontario, the commercial traffic was diverted slightly less successfully than some of the other ports of entry.
That's my understanding, yeah.
But the other ports of entries were able to successfully divert commercial traffic
Yes,
largely.
yes.
Thank you. And so in Emerson, I understand that there were 5 days where traffic was largely not getting through, and that was from February 12th to the 15th. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, I guess that's 4 days. Yes. And traffic was redirected to 2 neighboring ports of entry, which were Tolstoy and Gretna. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your colleague, Brad Wozni, Emerson Falls also within his region, explained that although those 2 ports of entry, so Tolstoy and Gretna, were not equipped to process large volumes of commercial traffic, his knowledge was that all vehicles carrying commercial goods were diverted, made it across the border. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That's correct. And in fact, neither Tolstoy or Gretna are designated commercial ports of entry. And if we actually included pictures of them in the institutional report, you can
Right.
see that they're actually very small operations without the appropriate facilities to conduct normal
Right.
commercial operations.
Right. But Brad Wozni, Regional General Director Wozni, was able to work with the US authorities and some of the Canadian authorities to outfit those neighboring ports of entry so they would be able to process some of those commercial vehicles.
That's correct. And making sure that they had the staff there that were trained to do that type of function.
Right. So a resource diversion,
Yes.
basically. Right. And lastly, the other main port of entry where blockade happened was Pacific Highway. We touched on that briefly, but I understand, and this is from your colleague Nina Patel, who's the Regional General Director of the Pacific Division, or the Pacific Region.
Yeah.
And in her interview summary, which we don't need to pull up, but for the record, it's WTS 6045, traffic was rerouted from Pacific Highway on February 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And they were redirected to the neighboring ports of entry of Aldergrove, which is about 20 kilometers away from Pacific Highway,
That's correct.
and Huntington, which is about 40 kilometers away.
That's correct.
And I understand that Aldergrove and Huntington are commercial ports of entry.
I don't believe Aldergrove is, but I could be wrong.
I think your colleague Nita Patel said that they just didn't have the same commercial vehicle capacity as
Okay.
Pacific Highway.
Yeah, they might not have had the same number of lanes available for
Exactly.
processing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So in the email that we showed you earlier, which we don't need to pull up again, but is the email where you advise Minister Mendocino in regards to the Coutts Port of Entry. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you also advised him that at 11:05 p.m. local time on February 14th, the RCMP had successfully cleared and opened the north and southbound roads at the Pacific Highway for the resumption of traffic. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so the traffic flow resumed, and there were very few protesters remaining on site, which is what you advised him of.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. And so you've mentioned that when traffic is diverted, there's an increase in border wait times. Truckers have to drive longer to get to their destinations. In the case of Ambassador Bridge, thank you. In the case of Ambassador Bridge, there were some impacts on supply chains.
Absolutely. So I think it's closer to 200 kilometers away from Ambassador Bridge to the Blue Water Bridge. The Blue Water Bridge has 7 commercial lanes compared to the Ambassador's 15. You know, given the fact that processing time takes the same, you're trying to squeeze more volume through a smaller sort of sieve, if you will. And at one point, I heard reports that the traffic lineup was 10 kilometers long at the Blue Water Bridge. So it had a significant impact.
And there was a significant or specific impact on the automobile industry, is that right?
Absolutely, just because of the just-in-time manufacturing sector in Southern Ontario, where the whole process is set up to not have inventory on hand, but have it delivered as it's required. So it's very finely tuned.
Right. And the Ambassador Bridge blockade was cleared up on February 13th as a result of enforcement action. Is that right?
I think it was February 14th, we reopened.
Right. You reopened on February 14th, but because the protesters had cleared on February 13th.
That's correct.
Right. Overall, would you say that the CBSA responded well to these blockades?
I was very proud of the way the organization responded to it. I mean, I think that I can't emphasize enough how unpredictable and escalating this was for us. And it was more than just the ports of entry that you're referring to. And certainly when you look through our institutional report, this was literally from coast to coast. And obviously some suffered more severe disruptions than others, but it really kept us on our toes in terms of trying to anticipate and work with our American colleagues in the local police jurisdiction to make sure that we could continue to manage the border effectively.
Right. And CBSA took active steps to mitigate the impacts.
Absolutely.
And it staffed alternative ports of entry as well.
That, and as well worked with all police of jurisdiction. If they were going to set up a command center, we would embed ourselves in there. So we had good situational awareness to the point, you know, the port hardening that we talked about earlier in terms of installing cameras to make sure that officers were safe in their operating environment, working with their US colleagues so they could understand what they might need to do in terms of reallocating their resources. So it was a very busy time.
Right. And as we talked about earlier, CBSA was able to successfully divert much of the commercial traffic, not all of it, especially at Ambassador Bridge, but a lot of it due to the steps that it took.
Yes.
I'm going to now turn to your role specifically during the convoy. So as president of the CBSA, you were first in command, is that right?
That's true.
And you reported to cabinet?
I reported to the Minister of Public Safety.
And that's because CBSA falls within the general umbrella of public safety, is that right?
All of the deputy heads report directly to the minister.
To the minister, you mean Minister Mendocino?
Yes.
And deputy heads, you mean of the agencies that fall within public safety's mandate?
Yes. So CSIS, RCMP,
Right.
CBSA,
Parole board.
Correctional Service.
Right. How did you report to him? So was it oral briefings, written briefings?
Emails, text messages, oral briefings, written briefings. Yes.
And how often?
Very frequently.
A few times a day?
Yes.
And your second in command was your executive vice president, who at the time was Ted Gallivan.
Correct.
So I understand that you attended meetings throughout with officials and at the political level.
That's correct.
You attended Deputy Minister Committee on Operational Coordination meetings, and
Yep.
we refer to the
DMOC.
DMOCs,
Yep.
right? And sometimes I understand you sent Mr. Gallivan as your delegate to those meetings, or,
That's correct.
okay, so you didn't attend all of those?
Correct.
And you also attended meetings of the Cabinet Committee on Safety, Security, and Emergencies, is that right?
Yes.
And we refer to that as the SSE.
Yep.
And so there were 3 meetings, the 3rd, the 6th, and the 8th. Did you attend all of those meetings?
I don't recall exactly which ones, but
I think you attended the 3rd and the 6th, and Mr. Gallivan attended the 8th. Does that refresh your memory?
that sounds right.
Okay. And you also attended meetings of the Incident Response Group,
I did.
and those occurred on the 10th, 12th, and 13th, and then every day from the 15th to the 23rd, I understand?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall whether you attended all of those meetings or only some?
I think most of them, but I don't think I was all of them.
Okay. And if you weren't at one of those meetings, you would have sent your delegate, I assume?
Yeah, Ted would have.
Right. And you also attended some of the FPT CPPC meetings, which is the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Crime Prevention and Policing Committee. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I'm actually going to take you to a readout of that committee's, one of the meetings of that committee, which happened on February 7th. So that's SAS 8012. Mr. Clerk, please. And if we go down to page 2. So we see that you gave an update here, major commercial vehicle traffic in Alberta, 1 lane open, still protesters there, but allowing through, presumably allowing some traffic through. And normally double, other areas, Ambassador Bridge, blocking in Windsor, Detroit area, major port of entry blocked. Is a police of jurisdiction issue, working with POJ to share intel, but comes down to enforcement. Ready to work with PT partners to share what we know. We'll continue to work with them. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Is this the type of update that you would have typically provided at these meetings?
Yeah, just to sort of give everyone situational awareness of what we were seeing and hearing and what potentially might happen.
Right. And if we go down to page 3. Keep going, keep going. Might be a bit lower. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. Sorry, page 4. So you say issue is large trucks, tow trucks, and cannot compel drivers. Emergencies acts could be used to compel. So we've heard a lot of evidence throughout this inquiry that there was an issue procuring tow trucks, and that one of the powers that the Emergencies Act provided was for people or the police to be able to compel those tow truck drivers to assist. So this is on February 7th. Does this mean that you were contemplating the use of the Emergencies Act as early as February 7th?
No, and in fact, when I saw this readout, I looked at that and I was looking at the plural of that. And I think in the context of the call with the FPT meeting that we were having, we were talking about provincial emergency powers that could be brought to bear to compel tow trucks.
And your understanding was that provincial emergency powers could be used to compel tow trucks?
I wasn't sure who had them. I understood afterwards that Alberta actually had that power, but I wasn't sure who else might have that power.
And when you say Alberta might have had that power, what do you mean by that?
Under their Emergency Act.
Is that the Critical Infrastructure Defense?
No, I
Act?
think it's another act that they have
Okay.
the ability.
Their
to do so.
provincial emergency,
Yeah.
okay. And your understanding was that other provinces may or may not have had?
And that, I think that's what we were trying to discuss here was how
Okay.
could we get these tow trucks into action?
Was there ever any follow-up on that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
To be clear, we had no authority to procure tow trucks at the CBSA ourselves. I mean,
Right.
We had a very limited role that we'll probably discuss later with respect to helping tow trucks come in from the United States
Right.
because of an agreement that we have with US CBP for emergency vehicles.
Right, well, we can discuss it now. So I understand that effectively CBSA's role could have been not the procurement of tow trucks, but facilitating immigration for those tow trucks to come assist. Is that right?
Yeah, so normally there would be, to bring a vehicle like that into work in Canada, you need a work permit. And so what we would do is say we would waive that requirement in the sense of the emergency agreement that we have and allow them in and make sure still that they weren't, unable to enter, so that they didn't have any serious criminality issues and weren't bringing guns with them or anything like that.
Right. And did you provide that assistance for any of the ports of entries?
We did in Windsor, yes.
And how, do you recall if tow trucks actually came over the bridge?
They
to
did,
assist?
yes.
Okay. Any other ports of entry?
No.
All right. So Mr. Clerk, if we could pull up SSM NSC CAN 50214. So while it's, Mr. Clerk is pulling that up, Mr. Ossowski, this is the meeting minutes from the February 12th IRG meeting, which you attended.
Mhm.
And Mr. Clerk, it's on page 6, please. And keep going down. Sorry, page 7. Right. So we see here at the bottom that it says the Prime Minister asked for an update on other POEs and what is being done to prevent further disruptions. The Minister of Public Safety and President of CBSA, that was you, confirmed that there is real-time reporting in all critical POEs and ongoing engagement with local law enforcement. If an authority or asset gap is identified, departments remain ready to respond. Currently, it remains only 3 blocked POEs. There was an attempt to block the Pacific Highway, but police successfully thwarted this attempt. So I have a couple questions about this. What was meant by if an authority or asset gap is identified, departments remain ready to respond?
Well, just whatever we had within our authority to sort of deal with the situation and collectively with respect to all of the partner departments. I was just, I don't recall seeing this language before, but I would say that I was referring to the fact that we were looking collectively as deputy ministers at the time in terms of any authorities or asset gaps to resolve the situation.
Right. And when you say currently, it remains only the 3 blocked POEs. This is on February 12th. So which ports of entry are you referring to here?
Let's turn to my report here. So I think it would have been the Ambassador Bridge, Emerson.
And presumably Coots.
Yes, Coots.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so Emerson, Ambassador Bridge, Coots.
It's on page 54 of our institutional report, all of the disruptions on February 12th.
Great, thank you. And then if we can go to SSM CAN 6095. While that's being brought up, Mr. Ossowski, this is the February 13th IRG meeting minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, we'll just go down to page 5. So the Prime Minister asked the Minister of Public Safety to outline additional actions that could be taken by federal authorities to deal with and prevent further blockades. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And the Minister of Public Safety explained that great progress had been made in clearing and securing the Ambassador Bridge, but that there was no definitive timeline for reopening.
Correct.
But as we established earlier, the Ambassador Bridge was reopened the next day.
Yes.
And he also noted that enforcement actions were occurring in Coots and Emerson. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And lastly, and we'll skip the part about Ottawa, at the Blue Water Bridge crossing, the CBSA had also doubled its capacity for commercial vehicles, allowing carriers additional corridors for cross-border trade. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was in response to the Ambassador Bridge blockade.
Yes.
So that was the update that Minister Mendocino provided. Did you also contribute anything to this meeting?
Generally, at these meetings, I would have provided any situational updates in terms of what was happening at ports of entry and/or what we might have gathered in terms of potential disruptions that would be happening in the near future.
And when Minister Mendocino gives an update like this, is the information that he's conveying information that you have briefed him up on
Yes.
in the context of your daily touching base?
Yeah, we would have, and/or reports that we would have shared with the minister's office and public safety as well as other departments.
And what kind of reports were those?
We provided a number of different reports, situational update reports, called the bluff reports, bottom line upfront reports that were very real time in nature.
Right, and the Border Operations Center situational reports that we talked about earlier, those as well?
Yes,
So those were sent to both Minister Mendocino's office and public safety?
yes.
Okay, now I'd like to now ask you questions about the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and sorry, the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. So earlier, we talked about how you and some of the other deputy ministers discussed alternative authorities that could be used. Is that right?
Yes.
And in one of your deputy minister briefing talking point packages, which I understand are binders prepared for you either for DMOCs or IRGs, is that right?
Correct.
We don't need to pull it up, but the reference for the record is SSM NSC CAN 321. And so that briefing package says that the CBSA considered various avenues as deterrents. So the nexus trusted trader status of a commercial driver, cancellation of fast applications, and other options. This is not the first time that those options had been raised, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
It was not the first time? Or it was?
I don't think it was the first time, no.
Right, because this was February 13th. And if we go to February 10th, which actually, we will pull this one up, SSM CAN 402301. So this is an email from Mike Jones, who is Minister Mendocino's Chief of Staff, is that right?
Correct.
To Mike Macca from Transport, Samantha Khalil from PMO, and Zita, who is Bill Blair's Chief of Staff, is that right?
Correct.
And he says, I've received these enforcement options from CBSA, which I've asked for more context around. I understand that it is part of a broader effort to provide options to the clerk. I'm tracking down from my side, and Z is going to check in with the NSIA. So the clerk here would be the clerk of the Privy Council, is that right?
I would assume so.
And then he goes on to list some of the options that we just talked about. So the Trusted Trader Program, Trusted Traveler Program, Nexus, and others. Do you know whatever happened to those deterrent options that you put on the table?
Well, I think we ended up dismissing the trusted trader programs because these are administered bilaterally with the United States. And so we just weren't sure that we could do something very expeditiously here in terms of what's referenced above as the good character clause for these participants in the program, and try and leverage that so that we would, they would be aware that there was consequences for their participation in the protests. And then as well, the designated international corridors. There, I think I would just point out that ports of entry up until the invocation of the EMA and the regulations was not a critical infrastructure. And certainly the trade corridors, the highways, were not federal. They also are provincial responsibilities. And so the designation of the routes to and from the ports of entry were an important aspect.
Right. Right, so the EMRs designated the ports of entry and the trade corridors as critical infrastructure.
Yes.
And we won't pull it up, pursuant to Section 6, made those exclusion zones, is that right?
Yes.
So ultimately, none of these options ever went anywhere.
Well, except for the trade corridor piece.
Right,
Yes.
right. Because of the Emergencies Act. I mean, prior to the Emergencies Act.
No.
And did you play a role in the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act?
I simply provided advice from the CBSA perspective in terms of managing the border.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, the one thing that we identified a gap in the sense that as we were starting to get to the point of declaring the protest a prohibited protest, that there was no ability for us to stop people from coming in, foreign nationals from coming in and participate in that protest if they were otherwise able to enter. So they met all the other program requirements, Quarantine Act requirements, whatever else may be involved. So we identified that as a gap.
And when you say we identified, you mean you reported it to cabinet?
Well, first obviously through the deputy minister colleagues, and then ultimately to cabinet, yes.
Right. But you were not asked for your advice on invoking the Emergencies Act or
No.
directly for your input?
No.
So you never advised any of the cabinet members whether they should or should not invoke the Emergencies Act?
No.
And so you just identified this legislative gap to cabinet. And you've explained that the gap was that there was no authority to turn somebody away in relation to wanting to participate in a lawful protest. Is that right?
Correct. I was surprised to know at that time that we couldn't do that a foreign national could enter the country for the purpose of participating in a protest.
Right. And the CBSA was concerned with this legislative gap in allowing foreign nationals to come into the country to participate in a peaceful protest?
Well, I think collectively, when you look at the tools that we were discussing at that point in time, we were trying to de-energize the situation and obviously allowing people to continue to come into the country for the purpose of participating in a protest was inconsistent with that.
And was it your understanding that many US or foreign nationals were coming into the country to participate in the protest?
Well, certainly as part of the enhanced vigilance exam process that we invoked before the Emergencies Act, we turned away people that intended to come and participate in a protest or we suspected were going to participate in a protest, but it was only because they weren't vaccinated or didn't meet up with some other program legislation requirement.
Right, so they would go to secondary and be turned away because they didn't meet the requirements of the Quarantine Act, for example. Okay. Did the CBSA consider whether they had the authority to turn away foreign nationals on the basis that they wanted to participate in an unlawful protest?
I don't quite understand the question because it's not a prohibition on entry under the Immigration Refugee Protection Act to come in and participate in a protest. So what the EMR added to was to our abilities under both the Customs Act and the Immigration Refugee Protection Act for a new prohibition on entry.
Right, but the Immigration Refugee and Protection Act it does set out admissibility and inadmissibility criteria, right?
Yes.
And if somebody went to the border and there was reasonable grounds or they were suspected to want to be admitted to Canada to engage in unlawful activity, would that be sufficient basis to turn them away?
Certainly, if the officer felt that they weren't here for a lawful purpose, you could turn them away. But if someone showed up at the border today and said, I want to come to Ottawa to protest something, that's not a reason to prohibit their entry if they're otherwise admissible.
Right, so the legislative gap was specific to turning foreign nationals away who wanted to participate in a lawful, peaceful protest.
In an unlawful protest. What was defined in the act as a prohibited protest, I believe is the language.
Right. And so I guess what I'm getting at is it seems like the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act would have already given the CBSA that power at the point in which the protests were deemed to have been unlawful.
Not specifically, because it wasn't a specific prohibition on entry into the country.
What do you mean by that?
It wasn't part of the IRPA tools that were available to officers to exercise. So we don't know where you're going to go once you've come in.
Right, but if there were reasonable grounds or there was a suspicion that that was there and destination, then that would be a sufficient basis to turn them away.
I believe so, but you're assuming that they're going to tell us the truth about where they're going.
Right. And I mean, border services officers are trained to assess whether somebody is telling the truth or not.
Yes.
Right. So you talked briefly about how a lot of foreign nationals were turned away because they didn't meet the requirements under the Quarantine Act, like they weren't vaccinated, for example. And my co-counsel will get into this further. So I'll leave that to him. But I guess my question is whether that was sufficient to attenuate the CBSA's concerns that foreign nationals were entering to participate in the protests. The idea that they would most likely be turned away pursuant to the Quarantine Act requirements.
Well, as I said, yeah, I think we were fortunate in that we had these other prohibitions on entry at play to prevent people from coming in and participating. But there were people that came in that met all of the requirements and could have gone to the protest.
Right. Okay, thank you. So I only have about 5 minutes left before I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cameron. So I just want to pull up one last document, and that's Mr. Clerk COM 50670. So this is the government's Section 58 explanation. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Did you have any role in drafting it?
I think we might have given some factual inputs that were used later on in the document with respect to sort of the situation at the border.
Okay, so inputs, but you didn't hold the pen.
No, absolutely not.
Right. So if we go to page 7. Yeah, right there. So just a little bit up, just where it says in addition. So it says, it describes 2 events where that occurred, one at the Pacific Highway Port of Entry and one in Fort Erie. And it says that at those 2 locations, protesters had breached the confines of the CBSA plaza, resulting in CBSA officers. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Locking down the office to prevent additional protesters from gaining entry. So the event at Fort Erie happened on the 12th, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And according to a situational report, it was 120 vehicles that converged in the area of the Peace Bridge, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And protesters accessed the CBSA plaza, which I understand to mean sort of the parking lot.
Yeah, the buildings, yeah.
Right. On foot. And then it says that police and the CBSA were able to direct the protesters to leave after 20 minutes. Is that right?
Well, the officers in the case of Fort Erie locked down the building because they were trying to get access to the building. And I think the building was locked down for 12 hours. And I would just actually make a correction here that at Pacific Highway, there was a vehicle that you may recall, there was pictures of in the media that had sort of military camouflage paint that breached a barrier, but I don't believe that they actually locked down the building in the Pacific Highway region.
Right, and we have evidence from Dwayne McDonald, who's the commander for the E Division of the RCMP, and he describes the event basically as exactly as you've just put it, so that there was sort of a painted vehicle that crossed a threshold, but it wasn't a breach per se.
Yes.
And he also observed that the media reports on that specific event were not accurate. Would you agree with that?
I couldn't speculate without reading them, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt his evidence?
No.
And just for the record, I'll note that that's WTS 6069 at page 20, which is the RCMP panel witness summary. And Dwayne McDonald's evidence is in there. So My last question for you before I turn it over to my colleague is that the Section 58 explanation also talks broadly about the economic impacts of the border blockades. And I understand that CBSA itself did not conduct any analysis on the economic impacts. Is that right?
That's correct. We just simply track the number of conveyances that cross the border. And as well, we do something else called value for duty, but that's wouldn't be used for any kind of real economic value impact analysis.
Okay. Did you say value for duty?
Yeah.
Okay. And who did you provide that data to?
All of that data is provided as a matter of course to other government departments, Department of Finance, Statistics Canada, other entities that sort of track these types of things.
And so they would have then undertaken the economic analysis based
so.
on your data. You assume so. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ossowski. Those are all my questions. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Cameron now.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Gordon Cameron. I have just a few questions to finish off your examination by Commission Counsel this morning. Let me begin just so that I don't get it wrong for the whole examination that I do. Do you prefer Ossowski or Ossowski?
Ossowski.
Ossowski. Thank you. And I'll apologize if I speak in the present tense because I acknowledge you've since retired. So if I talk to you as if you're still in charge of CBSA, just
I still feel like I am.
Yeah, just make the time change on my behalf. But certainly when you were at CBSA, CBSA had and you would have had overall responsibility as its president or deputy minister, the intelligence and enforcement branch.
That's correct.
And am I correct? I'm just going by website information. So if I get it wrong, please correct me. That Ted Gallivan as executive vice president would have had that under his purview as well.
No, at the time it would have been Vice President Scott Harris that was in charge of the intelligence and enforcement branch.
Thank you. Tell me briefly why CBSA has an intelligence and enforcement branch.
So what that branch is responsible for is giving the front line the situational awareness in terms of targeting, for example. So we have a targeting center and where we do and try to add value to officers on the front line in terms of things that they need to be aware of. So for example, if law enforcement partners want lookouts on the system, they're the ones that would sort of manage that type of thing. If somebody's of interest coming into the country or leaving the country, they would be the relationship lead with all of the other national security partners on intelligence that would be important in terms of the day-to-day functioning of the border. They're also responsible for the removals of people that are found to be inadmissible to Canada after they've gone through their due process. So it's a complicated job.
And it's a fairly substantial department within CBSA?
The branch?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And they produce in what we've learned to call intelligence products for use by CBSA personnel, management and personnel.
Well, I would say that in terms of the national security apparatus, we're largely a consumer of intelligence. So they would, as I said, be liaising with other partners domestically and abroad to create products that would be useful to the front line in terms of how they're managing the border on a day-to-day basis.
Fair enough. So they would take in information and distill from it the information that's most likely to be relevant to
Correct.
CBSA's mandate and then distribute it within the organization.
Correct.
Thank you. And it seems just by instinct that the two concerns here will be using that intelligence and those assessments to protect the security of Canada in terms of people who might be coming into the country, and to protect your personnel who have to deal with these situations on the front line.
Absolutely.
That's it. Thank you. Now, you produced for the commission helpfully a series of these situational reports and intelligence assessments, if I can use that term. And I'd like to call up the first of these, if I could, Mr. Clerk, SSM NSC CAN 7068. I say the first, it isn't the first sequentially, it's just the first I'm going to refer to. And we can see that this is a situational report for February 14th at 10:30 in the morning. Is this type of report that you're familiar with, Mr. Ossowski?
That's correct.
And if the clerk can just scroll down the page so that people looking at the screen can see that just the type of content in this sort of report. We see a description of each of several ports of entry, and keep going, Mr. Clerk. I'm going to ask you to ultimately to get through to page 8, but just scrolling through, people can see the type of statistical and observational analysis that this type of report would give to your personnel for the objectives we just described. And when we get through to page 8, there's a table and then a heading, intelligence and law enforcement. Sorry, intelligence and enforcement. And then underneath that, a heading, intelligence landscape. And I'm going to make the point of observing the parenthetical comment, updates in red, close brackets. And then the first heading there is BLUF. Can you tell us what that acronym is for? Do you remember?
Bottom line up front.
Okay. Bottom line up front. So it's a compact presentation at the top of the assessment that gives the high level view.
Yeah, I mean, this was an evergreen document. And so it was just so you don't have to scroll through the entire thing every day. You can get to
the bottom line
very quickly.
Right. And the words there, as of February 14th, 2022 at 08:30 Eastern Time, the overall threat to CBS officers and infrastructure is low. And this is February 14th, so the convoy and the protests have been going on for more than a couple of weeks. I just wonder if you can confirm for me, so because it's certainly the impression that Commission Council got, that had been the bluff in these reports throughout February. That is exactly as it appears there. Is that your recollection too?
Yeah, I don't think it ever changed from low. And I would say overall, we're looking at the entire national picture here, right? As opposed to little things that might be happening at individual ports of entry, but overall the threat was low for the entire period.
Thank you. Now,
and if I just may add, what I'm really referring to here is, and it says officers and infrastructure, but that is our domain, right? So there's obviously a duty of care responsibility to the officers to make sure that they're trained and operating in a safe environment, and as well that the infrastructure itself is properly protected.
And thank you. That's actually a very helpful addition for the point I'd like to see if we can learn from the next document. And so, Mr. Clerk, if you could pull up same prefix, but 1519, SSM NSC CAN 40s1519. And so here we have the situational report, and you'll recall that the last one was for 10:30 in the morning. We are now at 4 p.m. in the afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
And was it typical for these situational reports, at least during, you'll note that it's a situational report specific to the COVID-19 mandate protest. Was it typical, and it's our impression from your documents, that these would be produced twice a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon?
That's my recollection.
And again, Mr. Clerk, if it can just scroll through and take us down to page 8. Again, the same type of situational analysis of the various crossings with tables and statistics and maps and whatnot. Then we get, again, our bluff bottom line up front. And we have the same statement as we saw in the last one, and that, as you confirmed, had been in all of the bluff bottom line encapsulations of intelligence and enforcement at this time, February 14th, 2022, though now later in the day, the overall threat to CBS officers and infrastructure is low. But there's now an addition.
Mm-hmm.
And the addition to this bluff is there has been a significant operational impact that may result in a threat to Canada's economic security and prosperity. Now, you know why you're here today, and we've all been watching the progress of events in the first couple of months of February, so you'll appreciate the significance of the date February 14th, right?
Yes.
As the date that the government invoked the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize that language, there has been a significant operational impact that may result in a threat to Canada's economic security and prosperity, as language that is lifted from the Section 58 justification that Canada used for the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I'm not aware that it's exactly the same language, but if you say so.
No, I'm not going to say it's the same language, so let me put it this way. It's the concept that you will have been familiar with as having been part of the Section 58
That's correct.
explanation, correct? Thank you. And so I'm going to circle around to this later, but can you tell me, do you have any knowledge as to why your bluff report, which throughout all of the protests had been describing the risk to your frontline personnel and the guidance for your management, why it changed from a description of the threat being low to your officers and infrastructure to the addition of this point about operational impact may result in a threat to Canada's economic security and prosperity?
So I can tell you at the time that I didn't even pay attention to that new language in the report. And after the fact that this was brought to my attention, we looked into it. And what I understand is that the acting director general of the Border Operations Center at that point in time decided of their own volition, given all of the events that had happened up to that point in time, to put this in. And I want to be very clear that I'm satisfied that they did that, in no way trying to provide any tacit or implied support for the Emergencies Act. I believe they just did this on their own volition. And that's what I understand to be true.
Fair enough, and thank you for that. Let's look at another sequence of similar threat assessment or situational reports. Mr. Clerk, could you call up SSM NSC CAN 7064? Now, just have a look at that, Mr. Ossowski, and perhaps as the clerk scrolls down, you'll be able to just tell us, roughly speaking, what this is. A very similar looking report, although different in some respects. Can you describe what type of report this is?
So this would have just been something that was set to a very long email list that shows what has transpired and whatever the current situational status is of the various ports of entry.
Okay. And again, scrolling down just so Mr. Ossowski can see the report as it progresses through, but stopping there, please, Mr. Clerk. Again, we have a bluff, a bottom line up front description under the same type of heading, intelligence landscape. And again, for this report, it says that at 8:30 in the morning on February 14th, and I'll quote, the overall threat to CBSA officers and infrastructure remains low. And do you see that, Mr. Ossowski?
I do.
And can you agree with me again, so that we don't have to go through them all, and perhaps subject to check if you do want to, that had been the report given in all of these reports throughout February?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Clerk, if you could next call up SSM CAN 406200. And I think we'll see that as you described it earlier, a wide distribution email with similar situational information. And if you could just scroll through it, Mr. Clerk, we're looking for page 4, bottom of page 4. Again, tables and statistics about activity at the various border points, and then we get the intelligence landscape bluff. And I'm sorry, you know what I forgot to do was to get the date and time of this. Mr. Clerk, could you go up to the top, please? Thanks. So we are now the next day. So this is February 15th. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I just wanted to make sure we understood this. So this is the next day's report of the same type. And when we look at the intelligence landscape bottom line up front, we see the same word about, same words about the threat being low, but there's some more words. But caution should be exercised in light of recent reporting surrounding IMVE groups. And do you know why that appeared on February 15th, the day after the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
Not specifically, no, but I can say in general, when events like this happen, one of the things that as a national security, part of the national security apparatus is that you're always concerned that that might tilt somebody from just being an online sort of person thinking about this type of thing that actually moves to action and does something. And that actually happened later on after this on February 17th. I can describe an event where something like that potentially happened.
And you see that below the sentence we were just talking about, IMVE groups, we have a repeat of the observation that the protests at POEs have caused significant operational impact that may result in a threat to Canada's economic security and prosperity. The one we saw last time in the other report, correct?
I see that, yes.
Now your explanation, as I understood it earlier, for the appearance at the end of the day on February 14th in one type of report, and then in the next day on February 15th in the other type of report, for the appearance of these references in the intelligence landscape description of the threat to CBSA officers and infrastructure, this sudden appearance of references to a threat to Canada's economic security and prosperity as being not motivated, in your view, by an effort on the part of the drafters of these reports to repeat the government explanation for invoking the Emergencies Act. You're confident of that?
I believe that to be true.
And I think you'll agree that a threat assessment is meant to be a guide to action and policy, not to serve as a vehicle to rationalize it, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, if your personnel get the idea that the content of these threat assessments that they are getting are driven by an attempt to repeat government talking points, it's going to dilute the utility of those assessments to your personnel and to their ability to protect Canadians.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay. So it's important that the explanation you gave, that is that it was more or less a coincidence that this language appeared immediately after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, that it was just a coincidence and not an attempt to repeat the government's talking points for the invocation of the act.
I believe that to be true, yes.
Thank you. Another point that chronologically, because we're at the end of the process here, chronologically at the invocation of the act, you mentioned that the only impact, you mentioned in answer to questions by my colleague, Ms. Hine, that the only input that CBSA gave to Cabinet when it was considering how provisions in the Emergencies Act could assist CBSA's mandate was to observe that you didn't currently have the authority to prohibit entry on the grounds that people were heading to one of these protests, and that would be useful to you in terms of the objectives that Cabinet appeared to be trying to achieve. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes.
And if we can call up Mr. Clerk, SSM NSC CAN 50405. This is IRG minutes for February 20th. Do you recall participating in IRG meetings, Mr. Ossowski?
I did, yes.
And Mr. Clerk, if we scroll down to page 6 at the bottom of the page, you can so just slow down a little bit, Mr. Clerk, so we can get the context here. Can you go up just a bit? So this is the IRG reporting on progress and with respect to actions that have taken place consequential on the invocation of the Emergencies Act. And then we have some input from CBSA at the very bottom. And Mr. Ossowski, did you provide that input to the IRG?
I believe so, yes.
And did you participate in person or virtually in this meeting?
It was all virtual.
And for your virtual participation, was this you speaking or had you submitted a report to this effect?
It was probably me reporting this.
And you would have been briefed in advance, I suppose, even for the president of CBSA, an appearance at the IRG is a significant event. You'd have had your staff brief you on this input.
Yes. So February 19th, there was an event in Prescott where 2 people were turned back using the emergency management regulations.
Sorry, can you just slow down a little bit and repeat that?
So on February 19th in Prescott, at the Prescott Port of Entry, 2 individuals, 2 foreign nationals attempting to come into the country for the purpose of participating in the protest, who are otherwise not prohibited from entry, were turned back using the EMR powers. And that's what that refers to.
Right. And had you made any other reports to the IRG about similar instances in which the Emergencies Act powers had been used by CBSA?
That was the first time I reported on that, I believe.
And I think it was the last time also?
Yes.
Okay. And so as far as CBSA is aware, the authority in the Emergencies Act that empowered CBSA to deny entry to people was with respect to a couple who were turned away on February 19th.
That's correct.
And that's the totality of it.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Those are my only questions.
Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to first call on the convoy organizers to
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
For the record, Brendan Miller. We've corresponded before on other files, as you might recall. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the representatives of the protesters that were in Ottawa in January and February. Nothing to do with the borders, sir. So I just wanted to get out some of the information with respect to the information that you gather internationally and that is given to the CBSA, if you don't mind. So if you can turn your mind to that. So Canada, of course, is a part of what they call the Five Eyes. Can you sort of give an explanation of that for the folks at home?
The Five Eyes is Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. And it's a term that's been used to the Allied relationship since World War II.
Right. And in the Five Eyes group and everything, a lot of the information that is gathered by the Five Eyes is provided to the CBSA for security purposes. Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And so, and of course, the Five Eyes, the United States, you get information from the agencies in the United States about any sort of threats that may exist both for Canada, but also for the United States. And that's essentially put into the CBSA's information bank, and so that you have it with respect to people coming across the border. Is that fair?
If the information is relevant to the border, yes.
Right. And it's fair to say that throughout the protest, and at least based on the disclosure, the agencies in the United States, such as the FBI, et cetera, they did not provide the CBSA or the Five Eyes any form of information with respect to any threat to Canada. Is that fair?
I wouldn't be aware of that exactly. I think you'd probably better talk to those like Communication Security Establishment and or CSIS to
Right.
find that out.
Right. But nothing was brought to your attention as the president of the CBSA with respect to any sort of threat to Canada coming from the United States during the protest. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Right. And so, of course, you never relayed such information to cabinet or to any of the political executive because you weren't given any.
I believe that to be true, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, and I think my friend has made this clear, at no time did you advise cabinet or provide information to cabinet that there existed a Section 2 CSIS Act threat under the CSIS Act. Is that fair?
It wouldn't have been my purview to refer to a CSIS Act threat.
Right. And so is it within, and we keep hearing that, we haven't had CSIS testify yet, all of the law enforcement agencies that have testified to date have said that that purview was solely up to CSIS. Is that your understanding of how it works?
That's correct.
Right. So, and if CSIS is the only agency providing that information, and CSIS says there's no Section 2 Security Act threat, is it fair to say that cabinet would have been never advised of any Section 2 CSIS Act threat?
You'd have to talk to the director of CSIS about that.
When you were present, when you were dealing with the IRG, is it fair to say that no law enforcement agency, no intelligence agency within Canada advised the government that there was a Section 2 CSIS Act threat?
Again, you'd have to talk to the director of CSIS about that.
Right. And during your dealings with the political executive, essentially they have been stating in public that law enforcement agencies advised them that the threshold for invoking the act was met. All right. What law enforcement agency advised them of that to your knowledge?
I'm not aware of who may have provided that advice.
Right. Neither are we. Thank you.
Okay, next I'd like to call on the City of Windsor.
Good morning, Ms. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes.
My name is Jennifer King. I'm legal counsel to the City of Windsor. The Ambassador Bridge proper and these structures housing the CBSA around the bridge are privately owned by the Canadian subsidiary of the Detroit International Bridge Company, correct?
That's correct.
And the Canadian subsidiary is the Canadian Transit Company, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Does the Canadian Transit Company own the land around the bridge infrastructure and the structures housing the CBSA?
I believe so, and it's provided to us under Section 6 of the Customs Act for us to use that
Okay.
facility.
Are there any other international border crossings managed by the CBSA that are owned and operated by a private corporation?
Several, yes, there's several what we call Section 6 operators that provide us the facilities in order for them to provide that availability for travelers and commercial vehicles to cross. So the Peace Bridge, for example, is another example of that.
Okay. I take it, Mr. Ossowski, that you are familiar with Windsor and the location of the Ambassador Bridge.
I am.
The Ambassador Bridge sits at one end of a municipal roadway, Huron Road, correct?
That's correct.
And that road is about 3 kilometers or so from the provincial highway?
That's correct.
So truck drivers have to contend with, Mayor Dilkins testified, 6 or 7 local intersections with traffic lights as they move along here on Church Road to and from the bridge. Is this unique, in particular with respect to points of entry geared towards commercial conveyances?
I wouldn't say it's unique, but I'd say that there's every port of entry is different in terms of the infrastructure leading to and from them, but that is a different situation for sure.
Okay. And the road is surrounded by residential areas on both sides, educational institutions and businesses?
Yes.
The University of Windsor is right beside the bridge and the CBSA facilities, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you'll agree that Huron Church bisects the city, so serving as an access point between the east and west sides of Windsor?
Yes.
And are you aware that the route under the bridge along Huron Church is an important route connecting West Windsor to downtown?
I'm not familiar with that particular road.
Okay. So the thousands of trucks that cross the border every day share Huron Church Road with local Windsor residents?
Yes.
Mayor Dilkins of Windsor testified last week in response to a question from Commission Council who asked whether or not there was any discussion about trying to prevent the blockade. And Mayor Dilkins testified that because of the distance between the Ambassador Bridge and the highway and the number of businesses, homes, hotels, and schools that require direct access to Huron Church Road, he said that it would be, for all intents and purposes, practically impossible to guarantee with any certainty that you could provide a route for trucks without having huge disruption to the community. Would you agree with Mayor Dilkins?
I agree. And in fact, there was a fair bit of activity after the bridge reopened to put Jersey barriers up there to make sure that other protests didn't manifest along those intersections.
Okay, well, if I can just ask, I wanted to ask you a few questions about that. If Mr. Clerk could please pull up SSM NSC CAN 50340_REL.301. Mr. Ossowski, I'm not sure if we've discussed this document yet today. I'm not sure if I missed that. Have you been asked any questions about this document yet this morning?
I don't believe so.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
So this is briefing material that would have been prepared for me to participate in a meeting. I'm not sure which one.
Okay, so these are the February 16th date. It would have been around February 16th and certainly after the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could just go to the last bullet on the first page, please. And you'll see here that the last bullet discusses or states that since the reopening of the bridge, we have not seen any service disruptions or border wait times, which is good news. Law enforcement partners are maintaining a strong presence in the area with police erecting concrete barriers along the length of Huron Church between the Ambassador Bridge and EC Row. And so that was what you were referring to?
Yes.
All right, if you could please scroll to page 3, Mr. Clerk, and the heading Temporary POE and Trade Corridor Hardening. This second bullet, you'll see that the CBSA identified 22 high-risk POEs that, if impeded, would continue to exacerbate the fragile international trade chain. And the Ambassador Bridge was one of those 22 high-risk POEs?
Yes, for sure.
And the CBSA collaborated with police agencies of jurisdiction and provincial and municipal officials to ensure the integrity of these essential transportation routes, correct?
Absolutely. Although our responsibilities are just the port of entry.
Just the port of entry.
Yeah.
So in Windsor, the police of jurisdiction would be Windsor Police,
That's correct.
and the municipal official obviously would be the City of Windsor.
Yes.
Are you aware that this temporary hardening had a significant impact on the community around the bridge and Huron Church Road?
I'm sure it did.
Okay. I have a few questions about, just to clarify the impact of border blockades, other border crossings. Mr. Clerk, you can take down that document. So the CBSA Ambassador Bridge operations is also responsible for the Windsor truck ferry, right?
The ferry?
Yes.
I'm not aware of a ferry.
Okay. Well, then perhaps I won't ask you any questions about it. I'll note that the CBSA produced an Ambassador Bridge profile. I won't bring it up if you're not familiar with it, but the profile for the record is at PB NSC CAN 409539_REL. And that profile, Mr. Ossowski, states that the CBSA Ambassador Bridge Operations is responsible for the Windsor truck ferry. And I wanted to ask you whether or not there was any impact on the truck ferry operations.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't aware that there was a ferry aspect to the Windsor Detroit Bridge.
Okay. You spoke this morning about the impact of the Ambassador Bridge blockade on the Blue Water Bridge and some of the other bridges. Did the slow rolls and blockades of other border crossings like Blue Water impact traffic at the Ambassador Bridge?
Absolutely. So I mean, I think I can't overstate sort of how tied together all these events are, and that when one slows down, we would send out a border alert, or people would go to our app to see where the border wait times are the shortest, and they would reroute themselves. And so if there was a disruption or a planned disruption, then we would try and reallocate officers and or provide situational awareness to our American counterparts to make sure that we could manage whatever flows might materialize. So it was a very dynamic time for us.
I understand this morning you stated that the Blue Water Bridge, the blockade of the Blue Water Bridge started around, was it the 6th of February?
I believe so. I'd have to go check my notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
At that time, were there slow rolls also at the Ambassador Bridge?
Again, I'd have to go back and look at the reports, but yes.
Okay. But certainly slow rolls and blockades of any of the bridges in Southern Ontario will impact the use of the neighboring bridges.
Absolutely.
Okay. I have a few questions just to clarify the CBSA's authorities at and near ports of entry.
Sure.
This morning, you testified that the CBSA has limited authority to arrest within the port of entry. Your institutional report confirms that the CBSA does have arrest authorities when conducting their duties at a port of authority.
Yeah, so we have our authorities are limited generally. The arrest authorities under the criminal code for what happens to under the Customs Act, and the Immigration Refugee Protection Act. An example might be if we would detain somebody that is suspected of drinking and driving or drinking under the influence, then we would call local law enforcement, and then they would proceed with whatever criminal charges that. So we're circumscribed to the Customs Act and the Immigration Refugee Protection Act.
Well, are CBSA officers, do they have the authority to arrest under the criminal code?
Only with I'd have to defer to the lawyers, but I believe that it's only with respect to the Customs Act and the Immigration Refugee Protection Act.
Okay, so they don't have the authority to enforce, for example, a breach of a court order under the criminal code?
Not that I'm aware of, unless they were under, they were listed as, an open warrant for their arrest, for example.
So if we could look at SSM NSC CAN 50/340_REL.301. This is back to your briefing material. And if you could go to page 5, please. This seems to be an attachment to your your speaking notes, Mr. Ossowski, entitled Emergencies Act, CBSA Actions. Do you recognize this document?
No, but looks like it was one of ours, yes.
Okay, if you can just go to page 6 and the second last bullet, please, Mr. Clerk. And you'll see here it states CBSA officers are not designated to enforce the criminal arrest provisions of the Emergencies Act and cannot directly engage in enforcement operations at prohibited public assemblies. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's your understanding?
Yes, because CBSA officers are not peace officers, so they wouldn't be able to enforce those provisions under the Act.
Okay, and then the last sentence states that CBSA officers are advised to immediately contact their regional intelligence officer, who may share information with their appropriate law enforcement agency in accordance with disclosure requirements. And I missed the first part of that sentence, but it's in circumstances where an officer encounters an offense under the EA regulations.
That's correct.
Okay. So if a prohibited public assembly happened even within the port of entry, you would still rely on the police of jurisdiction to enforce?
We always work with the police of jurisdiction for matters that we don't have the authorities to deal with ourselves.
Okay. And certainly outside of the Port of Authority in Windsor, you relied on Windsor Police Services to address the blockade because that blockade happened at a municipal intersection, correct?
Yes.
You embedded CBSA's district director in charge of Windsor, Mr. Joe McMahon, in command at the command center that WPS set up near the Ambassador Bridge, right?
That's correct.
Were you aware that the command center was located in the city's emergency operations center?
I wasn't aware of the exact location, no.
Okay. Was it your understanding that there was some disagreement between the province of Ontario and the federal government over which level of government had the jurisdiction and authority to respond to the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge?
Not in any great detail. I was aware of the extent of our authorities, which are, limited to the port of entry itself.
Okay, if we can bring up ssm.can 50374_rel.301. This is an email that Natalie Drouin sent to you on February the 10th. Who's Natalie Drouin?
She's the deputy clerk of the Privy Council.
Okay, if you can scroll all the way to the end of the email chain, Mr. Clerk. And you'll see here the email from Natalie Drouin to yourself and some others.
Yes.
Okay. And so she's asking whether or not we can declare the region of the Ambassador Bridge a trade corridor and then get jurisdiction. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
If you can scroll up, Mr. Clerk, we'll see that, Mr. Ossowski, you sent this question to Michael Keenan of Transport Canada.
That's correct.
And if you continue to scroll up, we'll see his answer. Do you recognize this email?
Yes.
Yes, and I won't go through the entire response, but this email references that the Ontario Minister of Transportation was continuing to suggest that the federal had full authority to manage international crossings. And Mr. Keenan responds that this purposefully confuses authorities between governments. Do you recall that?
I'm reading it as you're telling me this, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Keenan refers to the federal authorities under the Customs Act and the International Bridges and Tunnels Act, but concludes that these acts don't directly bring any authorities to bear on the blockade, right?
That's what it appears to be, yeah.
Okay, and do you agree with Michael Keenan's email?
I do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Ossowski, you understand that Windsor and other municipalities were challenged in terms of their capacity to respond to these protests, in terms of the availability of local policing and other resources, such as, in Windsor's case, Jersey barriers?
I do.
Would you agree that bolstering local capacity and resources is necessary to mitigate the risk of major impacts on the operation of the federal border crossings in the future?
I think that would apply to many ports of entry that saw disruptions like this based on their unique geography and or access routes to and from the ports of entry. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that the blockades revealed a mismatch between jurisdictional authorities and responsibilities?
I think we saw that across the entire country. And I think that, you know, from my perspective of trying to run the border in a nationally consistent manner and seeing the variations in response across the country, either how law enforcement chose to respond to it or what the particular infrastructure was problematic for us.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, I know I'm at the end of my time. I just have a couple more questions.
Yeah, you're actually over your time, but please wrap up as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Ossowski, Mayor Dilkens of Windsor, we've heard that he wrote to the Ontario and federal governments in March earlier this year, and he stated that following the blockades, the need for broader collaboration and support, and I think in this case he meant of local authorities, from provincial and federal governments to bolster the safety and security of our borders appears obvious. Do you agree with Mayor Dilkens?
I agree.
Okay, and given the particular jurisdictional issues surrounding international bridges like those in Windsor and the evidence that you've already given, would you agree that a specific plan should be developed by all three levels of government for international border crossings?
If I were to be so bold as to offer a potential recommendation of the commission is that I think that that is something that should be done, and as well in terms of how police and jurisdiction choose to respond to something like this should be exercised regularly so that this type of thing doesn't, you know, take root and be so hard to disentangle as was the case in January and February.
Okay, and my final question, Mr. Ossowski, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for this indulgence. Would you agree then that coordination across all three levels of government, including the coordination of responsibilities and responsibility for costs, should be part of that plan?
Well, I can't speak to costs, but I can certainly speak to coordination of responsibilities would make it a lot easier, I think, for all parties to manage these situations in the future.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. And next, I'd like to call on the government of Alberta.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Stephanie Bose. I'm counsel for the government of Alberta. I'll ask the clerk to please pull up the institutional report, doj.ir, and I believe it's 706. And when that report is up, I'll ask to scroll down to page 35. I just want to ask some questions about the accommodations made during the Coutts border closure at different ports of entry in Alberta. And I'm not going to run through this chart other than to note that there are days during the course of the blockade where commercial traffic was traveling through the Coutts port of entry, but there were also days when there were no traffic, in particular January 31st to February 2nd. Do you understand that that was at a time that Highway 4 was completely blockaded?
I believe so, yes.
And then we see that again on February 9th for reasons of a blockade.
That's correct.
And then on February 13th and 14th, that was due to the RCMP request for the closure of the Coutts port of entry, correct?
The suspension, yes.
The suspension, thank you. And then if we go to page 36 in the institutional report, we can see the charts for the Del Bonita and Caraway ports of entry. And those charts will track some of the changes in traffic through those ports. And there were accommodations made to try to accommodate some of that commercial traffic that would normally travel through Coutts to these two ports of entry, correct?
Yes.
For example, Del Bonita, which was normally closed on Saturdays and Sundays, was opened on February 12th and 13th.
That's correct.
And hours were extended at both Del Bonita and Caraway.
Carway, yes.
Caraway, thank you. I also understand that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Services permitted boxed meat to go through other ports of entry and then reroute to Sweetgrass, Montana for USDA inspection. Is that correct?
I believe that to be true, yes.
And Sweetgrass, Montana is basically on the Montana side of the Coots Port of Entry. Is that right?
Yes.
And the USCBP also agreed to facilitate the clearance of livestock at any port into the United States, with the carrier then diverting to a location that had USDA and veterinary services.
Yes.
And the CBSA allowed livestock shipments coming into Canada to be inspected at Sweetgrass and then divert to another port of entry while services were suspended at Coots. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, did the Coots Port of Entry experience any other protest or blockade disruptions after February 15th?
I think there was some reference in my materials that, if I may, I would just refer to the end of my institutional report that shows the day-to-day. So I think on February 21st, I reported in the institutional report on page 58, the RCMP was monitoring assembly of protesters at Milk River. So I would call these more sort of skirmishes that were happening after the arrests were made, when essentially the blockade came down, but there was still activity happening.
Activity, but did it affect services at the Coots Port of Entry?
No.
Okay. And you were asked a question by Commission Counsel about a reference attributed to you, wherein you referred to the Emergencies Act. And I believe your response was that you think you were referring to provincial powers under emergency legislation to compel somebody to render services, for example, towing services. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the report from the FPT meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you were specifically thinking about Alberta and powers that it may have under its legislation?
I think I was just making a general reference to what provincial powers could be used to compel tow trucks. And I found out after the fact that Alberta, I think, has that power under its emergency powers.
Right. And I just want to clarify one thing, because the Commission Counsel put to you that it was under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act. You said no, you believed it was under emergency legislation, correct?
That's what I believe to be true, yes.
And if I told you that the legislation you're referring to is the Emergency Management Act, would that accord with your memory of what you were likely referring to?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, calling on the Ontario Provincial Police.
Good morning, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Unfortunately, it appears my video is not working. I do have it on. My apologies. If you'll allow it, I'd like to proceed. I only have a few brief questions for Mr. Ossowski.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Ossowski, good morning. My name is Janine Cabersi, and I'm counsel for the Ontario Provincial Police. And I have just a few brief questions for you on the topic of intelligence and information sharing among agencies. So I understand from the witness summary, you were also interviewed with your colleague, Mr. Harris, who was the Vice President of Intelligence and Enforcement at the CBSA during the convoy. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Scott Harris, I should say,
Yeah.
his full name. And so I expect that you rely on Mr. Harris to report up to you with respect to intelligence Is that fair to say?
Anything relevant, yes.
Right. And so, of course, I appreciate that you may not be aware of the details with respect to processes and sources of information within the intelligence and enforcement branch of the CBSA. But I'd like to ask, were you aware that the OPP Intelligence Bureau was in fact actively sharing Freedom Convoy related intelligence throughout the period of the convoy in January and February of 2022?
I would say I generally remember that happening, yes.
Okay. So given that you generally remember that happening, if we could just, clerk, perhaps pull up the witness summary. It's WTS 46. We were referring to it earlier in your evidence today. Now, if we go to page 3, I'd just like to look at that second paragraph. And if we go a little bit into the second paragraph, it says, to Mr. Harris's knowledge, the CBSA did not provide or receive unique intelligence disclosures from or to law enforcement partners prior to the arrival of the convoy in Ottawa. Mr. Ossowski, from what you just said, it seems to me that you did have a general awareness that the OPP was providing some intelligence information to the CBSA, or you have become aware of that at some point.
Well, I think that, as Mr. Harris states in the notes here, like maybe we wouldn't have received. I was aware that OPP was producing intelligence from other tables that I was sitting at, but generally, in a situation like this, what we would be getting from law enforcement partners was situational awareness so that we could actually figure out how we were going to make any adjustments at the border in terms of the management of the border. So I wasn't aware, and if Mr. Harris said that we didn't receive any direct intelligence from the OPP, then I believe that to be true.
Okay, and you know, it's not that I'm questioning Mr. Harris's knowledge as set out in this witness summary, but just from the perspective of the OPP, just want to ensure that the record is accurate with respect to information sharing in the intelligence realm. And so for that reason, I'd like us to please pull up, clerk, OPP 4577, if you could. And Mr. Ossowski, this is a distribution list from the OPP's Intelligence Bureau that we'll take a look at here. And also for the record, this distribution list is referred to at the OPP's institutional report at page 23. But Mr. Ossowski, we can see here that if we just scroll up to the top, this says original partner agencies. It's dated 22nd of February 2020. And if we just scroll down to page 3, and I appreciate Mr. Ossowski, I expect you have not laid eyes on this document before.
No.
Is that correct? Yes. Okay. But if we take a look at page 3 and scroll down, this is a bit of a challenge, but there, we can see at the bottom there, there's Melanie Rose at CBSA. Can you confirm that you see that entry with a CBSA email address? Do you know who Melanie Rose is?
No, I don't.
No. And if we scroll down a little further to page 5, we'll go about halfway down. Again, just seeing, again, we see a CBSA address. Clerk, I think if you continue on that page, we will see some additional CBSA addresses. Joshua Newby, for example. Mr. Ossowski, so you confirm that you can see that this distribution list includes some CBSA staff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Joshua Newby, just to assist us in understanding his role within the organization?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
You're now out of time, so you're going to have to wrap up.
Okay, one last quick point. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Clerk, if you could pull up PB Can 401535, please. I'd like to take a look at that document. Okay, if you could perhaps reduce it. I believe towards the middle of the document, there should be an indication of the role of Josh Newby in this mandate protest incident command structure. Mr. Ossowski, do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, and so according to this chart, it appears that Josh Newby was executive director in dealing with the mandate protests. Is that what we see here?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Commissioner, for that additional time. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, next is Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Good morning. I'm Hatem Kir, Counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. The first topic I wanted to ask you about is the power for border agents to turn people away if they were coming to participate in a protest under the Emergencies Act. So you testified that that was one of the powers that was granted to border agents by the emergency regulations.
Yes.
And you were also asked about the ability of border agents to turn away people who are coming for a known unlawful purpose, and they could do that if they knew about that, correct?
Before or after?
Sorry, before the emergency measures were.
Well, it wasn't an unlawful protest at that point in time, before the Emergencies Act, right?
Right, but you were asked if you knew someone was coming, if your agents, knew that an individual was coming to enter the country in order to engage in unlawful activity, your agents could turn that person away, correct?
If it was not for a lawful purpose, yes, they can turn somebody around.
Right. And you indicated that one of the problems with that is that your agents would actually have to know that a person is coming for that purpose, which could be difficult, right?
Yes.
Okay. And under the emergency regulations, your agents could turn someone away if they were known to be coming to engage in a certain kind of prohibited public gathering that might breach the peace through listed.
Known or suspected.
Right. So, but your agents would then face the same problem in terms of having to identify a person's intentions, correct?
Well, a standard question for a foreign national is, what's the purpose of your visit to the country, right? And so that would just lead you down a line of questioning that the officer then would decide whether or not the person was prohibited from entry or not.
Right, and the same thing would happen if a person's purpose for coming was an unlawful reason, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the other topic I wanted to ask you, so you described how the CBSA was able to help facilitate obtaining tow trucks by waiving the requirement for a work permit to enter the country, correct?
A little bit broader than that, but essentially, yeah. So basically, with the agreement with the United States for emergency vehicles, where we got many communities that share access to these vehicles to help each other out, is we would facilitate the entry of those vehicles to participate in whatever the event was, notwithstanding the fact that they didn't have a work permit.
Okay, so under the normal circumstances, there's some sort of a regulation, I assume, that requires them to have a work permit?
Well, under the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, you have to have one of the requirements for entry would be a valid work permit.
Right. So, and just trying to understand how that actual process worked, would it fall under the discretion that border agents have when they're enforcing these laws to simply?
I believe it's just a memorandum of understanding that we have with our American counterparts to facilitate emergency vehicles for the purpose of participating in resolving whatever the issue is.
Right, but would I be correct in thinking that that would operate as an exercise of the border agent's discretion to simply not apply what would normally be a requirement for entry into the country?
I don't know that the individual officer would do that. I think that would probably take, it would go a little bit further up the command chain in terms of saying, yes, this is where we're going to invoke this memorandum, for lack of better words, to facilitate the entry of the emergency vehicles.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at is the operation of law that's happening here. It's a decision not to apply a law that normally exists,
Yes,
right?
so yes, officers have discretion.
Right, okay. Now, we heard yesterday from Deputy Commissioner Curtis Zablocki that one of the things that RCMP tried to do in Coots was to obtain tow trucks from the United States, but some of them couldn't actually come and help because they were unvaccinated. Did the CBSA waive any of the vaccine requirements for tow truck drivers to come and help?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you for answering them.
Thank you. I don't know if we should take the break now and because there's not much time left for this witness, but I'm in your hands.
Mr. Commissioner, if it's all the same to you, I would probably benefit from the break to just tighten up my examination a little bit, but I could also go if that's your preference.
Okay, well, if you're okay, we'll take the break now and
That's fine.
come back in 15 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
15 minutes. The government of Canada is going to be ready. Tighten it up, she says. Now we know who's coming up next. Right. All right, folks. So we learned how the border works. We learned how the president of the Canadian Border Security or Services Agency works. Why are they still pushing for central control? One blocked intersection in a municipal area, the lawyer for the city of Windsor says is enough to now have a lot more police on standby, Jersey barriers, all this kind of stuff. And they keep forgetting to mention peaceful protest. Except this witness gave us a clip moment. This witness said in their testimony, it was not unlawful until the Emergencies Act, right? Something along those lines. We're going to clip that one because that's a great Freudian slip. It never was illegal. And I guess in his mind, it wasn't illegal until the EA, I don't even know if it declared it illegal. It just said it has the power to move protests or create red zones. So, you know, from the president of the border, he's saying, from our perspective, if someone was coming in and they said they were going to be part of the protest in Ottawa, until the EA was dropped, it wasn't an illegal activity and we weren't stopping people for that. And then some of the questions came out was, well, if they're coming for illegal activity, can you stop them? What a silly question. Of course it is. Of course it is. If you've ever crossed a border, what is your purpose is always the question when you're going down to the States. And the same when you come up here and you're not Canadian. Because of course, if you say, I'm here to break all your laws and cause a kerfuffle, thanks. We'll be polite and say, you know, turn around. The EA didn't give him any special powers. But what he said was the EA made the protest illegal. So I think that's very important because there's no way that the border people were talking to the cabinet saying, help, we need the EA. This is all going crazy for us. They didn't even see a problem in Ottawa. Not enough to stop people and turn them around until the EA was dropped. I think that's very important for us to understand his thinking at that time, because we've heard so many times in the announcement, border crossings were the biggest problem. Economic, tragedy, collapse, Canada, yada, yada. And this guy is basically saying, no, we didn't even consider the protests illegal until the EA was dropped. So I think all that was very, very interesting testimony. So I'm very glad we got to hear it. A lot of stuff I don't like, though. And Avril Lavigne, our first lawyer there, I think Dave quickly understood what I meant when I said she's the one counsel who, in my eyes, is leaning towards pushing the narrative as opposed to just driving down the middle. And when you see her talk a little bit later, And I think Dave recognized it. The rest don't do that. Okay. So Dave, when I'm saying that the committee council is pretty good, except for one, this is the one that I'm talking about so far. Okay. If we bought a banner and rented a plane, could we fly it? Could you fly it like that? Or does it take special permits and stuff? Very special. Commercial, you have to have commercial, you got to be flying for commercial purposes because you're being paid to do it. You can't just throw a banner onto the back of a plane. You definitely need permission for that. It's not so much a permit as it is just permission from, I believe it would be Transport Canada. Transport Canada and NAV Canada, they're both involved with general aviation. So sometimes I get confused on who we have to contact. But it might be Transport Canada that gives you a waiver for that, to do that. And if you have a special license commercially for that purpose, then, well, that's just your license to keep doing it. What we could do, a stunt, is hire somebody, but I wouldn't be legally, and nor would I want to, go and fly that plane. I've never done flying like that, and the plane is specially equipped, and it would require some hours before I would even be allowed to type rate it and then fly it. But I like where you're headed with that. Okay. But no, I can't help you, but I can certainly find somebody and get that going. I can help with that. Hey, Donald. Oh, you had a plane too, bud. I didn't know that. 1975 Champions, 7 Foxtrot Charlie, serial 33. Traded in for the wife, kids, and mortgage. Yeah, I get it, Donald. We're mortgage. Yeah, we're not doing that thing, but yeah, for sure. The rest, we had to put up a house. Roe is a live streamer on YouTube. So sorry. I feel so silly that I don't know war campaign as much as I should. But no, I do understand his content is different than mine, which is great. Variety is great. You can replay, you can rewind, you can double speed. Find your cup of tea. I'm kind of my own cup of tea. This is kind of what I'm looking for, is something a little bit more calmer. But yeah, for sure. Enjoy everybody that comes out. And I would, Les, if you're his fans and you're in his tweet or chat and all that kind of stuff, go ahead and just let him know Jason would like to do some sort of streamer after the inquiry type of thing. Maybe everybody else would be up for that. War would definitely be one to talk to. No, what I mean is that we got whispers from yesterday. Okay, Dave. Yeah, so I think I misunderstood your thing about coming up with whispers, but yeah, I think on my Discord they're working on putting that video together. You can join, Dave. So look for the Discord link and come help out. My problem. Oh, I love you, Stunt. I love talking to you. My problem isn't with colonizing Mars. Cool. So you like the idea of a second rock where the people are. My problem is the guy who's planning to do it is also the guy making it impossible. Well, the impossible part is subjective. We can debate that one all day long. But if a guy ever does it, your argument's gone. And then the guy who's doing it or planning to do it. Look, there's who else? You want Bezos? Who else? Government. Do you want government to do it? They take 10 times more of your tax dollars to get it done. I don't know. Is he our Dr. Evil someday? Like his company name is X. Like he's whatever. Like if you were looking at Back to the Future or some other sci-fi about crazy billionaires in the world, taking over everything, he fits all the picture, right? But how else are we going to get there? What else are we going to do? Even the first people to jump on ships to come across the ocean, Christopher Columbus and stuff, did it for trading purposes. They were looking for new markets. They were looking for a quicker way to India. They weren't doing it because they wanted to propagate people. They were doing it for economic reasons. So that's usually the driver between a whole bunch of things done. I certainly won't be able to get us there, but you want to wait for government? I think we just utilize all we can, keep an eye on Elon and others. I'm not happy with how Twitter's working out so far, and it seems to be really slow the last couple of days. So it looks like internally in Twitter, they're kind of revolting by making things difficult on the users of Twitter. We don't live in a perfect world, but people like you and I will keep them honest. Okay, bud? Hey, John. I'm married also, Jace. Cool. I'm not surprised. You're a good guy. To a wonderful ball-breaking woman. They're the best. They certainly are the best type of women to have in your life. I love critiques. I love honesty. My comments on being powerful and attractive was a nod to your well-grounded, self-spoken manner. Thanks, dude. Your brand is attractive to Canadians. And to me, like, this is kind of what I was looking for too. I can only take so much being yelled at by people, regardless of content. And I can only take so much adult content, not because I'm sensitive to it. It's because I got kids, and I actually do, walk around with this stuff, and my wife does. And we're really just kind of providing the type of show that I would watch if it was available. So I'm glad you find that attractive, John, and I'm glad that you're speaking on behalf of some Canadians, and you guys all like it. I'm not for everybody, okay? And I've also, as I'm reading or going through some of my stuff, I mess up. Like, I don't know if I'm dyslexic or something, because I mess up on some details every once in a while. So I'll be working on that. But thanks for sticking with me, John. I appreciate it, and love you too, bud. Hi, folks. For those of you that are joining, oh, great, Railroaded, live stream of the Emergencies Act. Feel free to like, subscribe, and join us on chat. Yeah, thank you, Railroad. Thanks for pushing that. Yesterday's video did very well compared to the few before that. Likes are up, views are up. All of that helps everybody. It just helps get the message out more through the YouTube algorithm. So really appreciate that. And all of you on Rumble, you're doing a great job. Thank you. There's a lot of regulars that are showing up on Rumble as well, and I appreciate that. So give me a Rumble, share it, do all that kind of stuff. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. And thanks, Railroad, for bringing that up again. Good morning, Phyllis. Phyllis, you are my Facebook friend. You are there all the time. Really nice to meet you. So good morning, Phyllis. Thanks for coming back. And good morning, Bright. Thank you for coming back too. Honk honk. Hope you had a good drive home. Everything was great. We didn't hear any news, so that sounds great. So here's Dave. Here's where you were waking up to her, because I said, here's the one lawyer. Reminds me of Avril Lavigne. She's the one that pushes the narrative. And I think shortly after you wrote that, oh, I see now. Yeah, she's really pushing the whole government narrative where this was an occupation. It was unlawful. It was bad. And she's not doing it as well as the others by bringing it out in questions. She's really leading those ones. And I think she's the only one that does that. So when she comes up, we don't have to grin and bear it, because she definitely nudges in one way, unlike the others. Yeah, and here we go. Just kind of highlighting that for you, Dave. This is the only one. And maybe I'm missing the other guys, but this is the only one I feel that way on. Good morning, Denise. Welcome back. Bonjour, mes amis. Why do these commission councils ask the same question, but it always seems to me that they are trying to make it look like they needed EA? You're going to hear both sides. And we actually heard other questions that really didn't help. Okay, because it was the commission council that got out of him. There was other options or other tools, especially the second question asker. Much better at doing that, Dave. So I think this was before they came up. Good morning, Azario. Yeah, total. And we even heard about a ferry. There's a truck ferry. Railroad had found that's for dangerous goods, but under any circumstances, if it's designated as dangerous goods, it means it can transport anything across. So they wouldn't keep it stationary if they have to get cattle or meat or something across, something emergency. They would also use a ferry. They also had a tunnel. And as Azario's pointing out here, 1.5 hours to Blue Water, 6 hours to Peace Bridge, 6.5 to Queenston from Ambassador. And also remember, it's not like the trucks have to go to Windsor and then decide where they're going to go. People knew way ahead of time. So if they're coming from the west, they're going to be hitting, some of the ports coming from the west. Why not just come up before Windsor? And if you're coming from the east, same story. Come up the Peace Bridge or something. They would just adjust. And I guarantee you, we're not talking millions or close to $1 billion a day and it lost anything. So good job, Azario. Yep, you're sleuthing this. There's a whole bunch of options. Plus the tunnel. There's a tunnel there. And it was open. I was watching a live stream for some border crossings. It looked like a lot of trucks to me. Like, it's always that way. It's always that way. Now, granted, you're looking at the border crossing where that camera is, and it's maybe showing up to 1 kilometer or so. And yes, during these issues, that backup went a lot further down the road. But in either case, people who cross that border know it take some time. And if you're in a rush and you can do an alternate, Sarnia or other, you do it. Even I do it as a consumer or just a resident. Sometimes I pick a different border because Windsor is busy. It's always busy. Hey, Dave, the Chucks can't get through. They just haven't got staff to check commercial. Could be too. You know, vax mandates, a whole bunch of other things going on around that time. Short staffed all over the place, slowing everything down. Damn, blame protesters for that. Hey, Ward, welcome, buddy. How much did increased pandemic restrictions affect border traffic? There you go. Exactly. Like vax mandates, vax requirements on the staff, on people coming through, checking it, verifying it, looking at their documents, going into secondary if they're worried. Like all of that's going to increase the workload on the border. And I think later, one of the question askers got more into that did the vax mandates themselves impede some of your services? And the answer would be yes, of course it did. Hey, John, strange how there was no such urgency to remove the illegal rail blockades near Toronto. Look, John, they may be changing how all that works too. Okay, I got some noise in my ear, so I don't know if it's a hot mic, but they may be changing some of that in the future too. So this is probably why, not just for representation, but we're seeing the BC Indian chiefs being represented, because as we know, protests are done by all Canadians, and restrictions and stuff like that is going to be something we're all watching. So I'm not surprised, bud. And yeah, I wonder what they're going to start doing with that. If there's another blockade there for other reasons, how are they going to deal with that? The buck always stops. Yeah, I think Marco's in trouble, Dave. I think you're picking it up. The blood might be in the water for him. They may be putting him out. Hey, John, or Denise, in fact, they threatened to arrest civilians for trying to remove that blockade. Oh, right. So the railroad blockade, Denise. So I guess there's some vigilante justice. They threatened to arrest civilians for trying to remove that. But I bet you this is all going to be kind of different and weird now. I am curious what the next protest will look like. If we have time, let me just put it on the screen now. And I got to keep an eye. They got the open mic. It's very distracting. Let me bring up this tweet that you found, railroaded. Because it looks like Trudeau is not respected. But I knew this. He was falling out of favor for a while. He did not accomplish the goal of making Canada a template for more tyranny. I believe that's true. But here's a video that the railroad found. Enjoy. It's only...
Everything we discuss is leaked to the paper. That's not appropriate. And that's not all the way the conversation was conducted. If there is sincerity on your part,
free and open and frank dialogue, and that is what we will continue to have. We will continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on, and we will have to.
Let's create the conditions first.
Yeah, that's our strong leader right there. It does kind of look like he got a bit of a dressing down, doesn't it? It does kind of look like he got in trouble for leaking information. Everything we spoke about was released to the papers, and we don't tolerate that or something like that. First, we don't want media to know what we talk about. That's one message he was just saying right there, wasn't it? We don't want media to know. Really? That's a great thing for our prime minister to be talking to somebody about and getting in trouble for. What was that was leaked? I'm sure if we looked hard enough, we can find out. But yeah, it looked like he got in trouble. His boss or colleague or somebody with a lot more alpha in him stressed him down. People, that's our leader. And as we watched him walk away, that he didn't look like a man with strength or conviction or anything. He looked like somebody who just got in trouble. Running away now. By the way, no masks. But all good, right? Thank you, Railroad, for that one. Yeah, as soon as you brought that up, I popped it up, and there you go. Teamwork makes the steam work. Hey, Tammy. Good morning, Tammy. Thank you for coming back. I really appreciate that. And Denise, yeah, you're not wasting any words. Some of those questions were, especially the city of Windsor. The city of Windsor is such a whiny, complaining group right now. We had Jersey barriers. It cost us almost $1 million. Well, you guys didn't even have to do that. We've already heard all the testimony that protesters at any point when the police wanted them cleared were cleared. So your overreaction is costing you a bunch. Suck it up. That's your bed. You made it. Enjoy it. Wow, spin that speculation wheel. And where does it stop? Nobody knows. Should we get one of those? Like if I thought ahead of time, where does it stop? Speculation. Oh, dying long today. Spin it again. Oh, we got lone wolf. Oh no, all borders are blocked forever. Yeah. Weechi, you're having some fun with this. I like that. The media wasn't accurate. What? Eleanor, is that not true? That can't be true. Media's bang on all the time. No mistakes, no narrative. Get your nightly news. Eleanor, you guys are great. I love your sense of humor.
Order allowed.
Here we go. Enjoy. We're going to talk a lot on the lunch, okay? Enjoy.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, I'm Andrea Gonzalez, counsel for the Government of Canada. Mr. Ossowski, you mentioned in your testimony that the impacts of the blockades and the protest activity were coast to coast, and the situation was escalating and unpredictable. Recall that evidence?
I do.
And you testified that there were official service disruptions at 3 ports of entry, Emerson, Ambassador Bridge, and Pacific Highway?
Correct, where we actually put out a border alert. I
Right.
think was that context of that.
And at the Pacific Highway, it was in fact 2 times there were border alerts issued, right?
That's correct.
And the second one was after the Government of Canada had invoked the Emergencies Act on February 19th, right?
Correct.
And there was then the service suspension at the Coots port of entry. But is it accurate to say that the impacts were experienced beyond just these service disruptions and the service suspension and at other ports of entry?
Absolutely. And in fact, if you look at the institutional report, I believe 22 different ports of entry had varying degrees of disruption throughout the protests.
You mentioned in your evidence in response to Commission Council's questions, the delays, the added travel distances and times of having to divert to other ports of entry, that this created problems in particular for just-in-time supply chain manufacturers, as well as for perishables or livestock. We have heard some evidence that at some ports of entry there were alternate roads, in some cases gravel roads. Were those a viable option for commercial traffic looking to cross the border?
Not always, because there were load limits. So an example that pops to mind is at Coots, there was a side road that the BSOs were able to use to drive to and from the port of entry while it was functioning, but that would not have been appropriate for a large commercial vehicle to go on.
Let's go to ssm.nsc.can 6050. This is the CBSA SITREP as of February 12th. So that's the Saturday of the 3rd weekend, 3 p.m. Eastern time. And if we just scroll down, we see reports of activity at Cornwall. Mr. Ossowski, I understand that the port of entry at Cornwall is particularly complex jurisdictionally. Is that correct?
It is. Its placement is not at the first point of landing in Canada, which makes it very inconvenient for the members of the Mohawk-Akwesasne band that live on the island.
And so the members of that First Nation live on an island that is between the Canadian side where the port of entry is located and the US side. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so the actual international boundary is to the south of the island, but the port of the entry is on the mainland to the north of the island.
And for members of that First Nation, then, if they want to access any services on the mainland on the Canadian side, they have to pass through the port of entry.
That's correct.
And so a disruption to that port of entry would be particularly problematic for that community.
Very much so.
Okay, and then also on February 12th, there are incidents being reported at Lansdowne, which I understand is in the Thousand Islands area.
Yes.
Ambassador Bridge, Peace Bridge, let's scroll down, Sarnia, Blue Water, Emerson, Coots, Pacific Highway. And then there's a table there of upcoming protest events that are ongoing, confirmed, and unconfirmed.
Yes.
Mr. Ossowski, does that help illustrate the coast-to-coast dynamic that you testified about earlier?
I believe so.
And did the protests and slow rolls and blockades near ports of entry stop on or before February 14th, or did they continue after?
Several disruptive activities continued well after the invocation of the act.
And we can look to the details of that in the chronology in the CBSA institutional report.
Yes.
You mentioned port hardening measures that were imposed at the time. Are those still in effect?
I believe the cameras stayed up, yes, that I referred to earlier, the CCTV cameras.
Now, in response to some questions earlier, I understood you agreed with the statement that prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act and the EMRs, CBSA could use the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to stop a foreign national from entering Canada to join an unlawful protest. Do you recall those exchanges?
I do.
And I just want to be clear, my understanding is that under the IRPA, there must be an assessment made that an individual poses a danger to Canada or will engage in violent crime when they cross over into Canada. Am I correct on that?
I believe so, yes.
And where that assessment is made, it's not the situation that the CBSA would prohibit entry, but rather it would look to detain the individual.
Likely.
And then there are two options from there, either to transfer the individual to the police of jurisdiction to handle concerns about future crime. That's one option.
Yes.
Or CBSA could prepare an inadmissibility report on security grounds under IRPA, and then that would trigger the inadmissibility process before the immigration board. That would be the other option.
I agree, yeah.
And both of those entail delay and an expenditure of resources that is significant.
Yes.
So it's not a situation of being analogous to the EMR provisions that create a direct back power where the individual could simply be denied entry.
Correct.
Okay. You testified that CBSA collected information from open sources, including social media, in relation to the convoy protests.
That's correct.
And based on the information that was available to you, did you understand that there were connections between the Ottawa protests and the border blockades?
I think events like this, they feed off each other's energy and their successes and defeats. So I think even might not have been direct, but certainly through social media channels, I would say that there was an implicit link between what was happening all across the country with all of the different activities.
So let's go to pb.can.401317. And this is an email from Lynn LaMarche, who's with the CBSA.
Yes.
And if we scroll down, she discusses reports this morning from information received by BIS operations. What's BIS?
Border Information Service.
Okay. And pasted there is information received from the public by email. And we see where it's shaded in the first bullet. In Alberta, those who cannot go to Ottawa are being encouraged to block the Coutts border and not move until the demands in Ottawa are met. And so is that the sort of information that you were discussing when you said about energies feeding each other?
Yes.
And let's go to pb.can.401523. This is a CBSA Prairie Region Intelligence Alert. And if we scroll down, they're reporting on some information about a group that intends to stay at the Coutts border. If we look to the right there, they're talking about, there's the poster and it says, trucks and vehicles all over Alberta are planning to head for Coutts, Alberta, starting Jan 29 and are staying there until all mandates and restrictions are lifted. And did you have any understanding about whether well, in fact, on the left, it says sources indicate that the group intends to stay at the border as long as the larger convoy stays in Ottawa. And did you have any understanding of whether those objectives were similar to the objectives of at least some of the Ottawa protesters?
Yes, and they're obviously inspiring each other in that same vein.
Your institutional report speaks to threats to safety and security, both to CBSA officers as well as information received by CBSA. I just want to highlight a couple of those, including examples that are referenced. If we go to pb.can.401541. This comes from the CBSA Border Operations Center on Sunday, February the 13th, although I think we're in a situation there where we subtract the 5 hours, so it's the evening of February 12th. This email, Mr. Ossowski, indicates that the BOC was notified that 2 emails from the same client containing threats to the CBSA as well as to the Prime Minister of Canada were received through the CBSA Contact Us web form. My understanding, that's an online form where individuals can submit.
That's correct.
Okay. The first email, which was on February 7th, says, we would like to come to Ottawa to support the protest, and if you want a war on your people, we are prepared to die to stop you. No border of yours will hold us back. Liberty or death, you choose. I take it this is being reported by the BOC because that's a matter of concern for CBSA?
Yes.
And the second one, which is sent on February 12th, says, in the event there is no solution and the Canadian government continues its destructive path, we are prepping to come to Canada to support the people's fight against Canadian government tyranny. We will donate a gallows to the people of Canada to assemble for Justin's hanging. Again, that was a matter of concern for the CBSA.
Yes, it was.
Let's go to ssm.nsc.can50351. And this is a CBSA sitrep February 17th, 1600 hours. So this is a few days post invocation. And let's go down to page 4, please. Under that chart, pausing there, February 16th, Border Information Services is reporting increased activity related to the COVID mandate protest, email containing conspiracies, threats against the CBSA and law enforcement agencies from the same phone number, and an increase in calls relating to the importation of items such as body armor, ammunition, firearms, and gas masks. And was that report a matter of concern for the CBSA?
Absolutely, and we refer to that in the institutional report as well, where people were asking for information, particularly on armor-piercing Teflon-coated bullets and what it would take to import those into Canada.
That's not something you see very often at the CBSA, I assume.
No.
And let's go to OPP 50938. Mr. Ossowski, what is a controlled delivery?
Controlled delivery is when we pick up something at the border, usually in courier or postal mode, that is prohibited, and we'll work with the local police of jurisdiction to deliver the goods in order to ascertain the extent of if it's an organized crime ring or whatever, to sort of, instead of just holding back the good, to actually see if there's any further criminal activity that needs to be investigated.
Okay, so if we go down to page 3, this is an OPP document. It advises that at 4 a.m. on the 17th of February, CBSA and OPP executed a weapons importation warrant in the York region. Upon entry to the residence, it was discovered the suspect was not present, but firearms and ammunition were observed, located improperly stored in the residence. A 3D printer was located. The POI, I understand that to be person of interest, had ordered parts to complete a Glock-style handgun, item seized by CBSA. Believed they may have manufactured frames using the 3D printer. Machetes were located at entry doors. An anti-government police notice was observed taped to the front storm door. The POI is prohibited firearms. Neighbors indicate he is currently in Ottawa. Is that information that you knew at the time?
At the time it was reported to me, yes.
Okay, and if we scroll up, please, to the top of page 2. So I understand that the OPP put out a BOLO, a be on the lookout for this individual.
Yes.
And it says here the phone was just pinged and the location has him within 8 meters of the War Memorial, and that's in Ottawa at the time of the protests.
Yes, it is.
And then if we go to pb.nsc.404460. This is an email on Okanagan Nation Alliance letterhead sent to the Prime Minister, Premier of BC, Minister Miller, and Minister Mendicino, and this was also copied to you by CC.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we just
Yes.
needed, yeah. And I understand this is a letter regarding an assault of a Saulks Nation member by protesters at the Soyuz border crossing. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I believe, Commissioner, I still have a few minutes. I just wanted to go to a couple of videos. Let's go to pb.can.401800. And we're going to begin at the 2-minute 49-second mark. This is, there's no sound on the video, so I'll just speak. What we're seeing is time accelerated footage of the backup at the Blue Water Bridge as of February 8th, which is the second day of the blockade in Windsor.
Yes.
You mentioned before, you said at one point this backup was approximately 10 kilometers long.
That's correct.
We'll let it continue to play while I ask my questions. When we look at a backup of this nature, would this meet the 1-hour service standard for processing that the CBSA sets?
Absolutely not.
And this is, as I said, only one day after the Windsor blockade. You mentioned the difference in the lanes for commercial vehicle processing between Ambassador and Blue Water Bridge. You recall that evidence?
Yes.
And so when we look at that footage, we can stop it there.
Terrorists or anything like that.
Would you say that Blue Water on its own was a viable solution to the Windsor blockade?
As I testified earlier, it was not able to accommodate all of the volume that would normally have gone through the Ambassador Bridge.
And if the Blue Water Bridge was blockaded at the same time as the blockade in Windsor, what would the impact of that have been?
Well, it would have made it very unfeasible for traffic that was hoping to cross in that part of Southern Ontario to do their particular trade, because the next available ports of entry were 400 kilometers away at Queenston, Lewiston, or the Peace Bridge.
And are you able to comment on how long it would take to work through a backlog of that nature, even once the blockades are cleared?
I don't have the volume of the actual number of vehicles involved there, but you know, essentially the process takes, say on average, a minute per vehicle to do that, and you only have 7 lanes available to you at the Blue Water Bridge. And so I think that, you know, the math could be done in terms of how long, but it was certainly well beyond an hour.
Okay, and my last video and last set of questions, pb.can.401802. And we'll begin at the 7-minute 26-second mark. And you testified earlier, Mr. Ossowski, about the activity at the Pacific Highway Port of Entry.
A so-called Freedom Convoy drew hundreds of anti-mandate protesters today and blocked traffic near one of the Lower Mainland's border crossings for hours. We're now learning several people could face charges under the Motor Vehicle Act after breaking down an RCMP barricade. CTV's Penny Daflos reports. That military-style vehicle is one of several heavy-duty trucks Mounties say broke their barricade, helping get protesters to the Pacific Highway border crossing itself. Hundreds of convoy supporters parked alongside the roads, some walking well over a kilometer to join the demonstration. Freedom is coming. Initially, they'd kept to the edges so traffic could keep moving. The authority is going against you. But by early afternoon, the last page of this story has been written. We win. The crowd ballooned in size with COVID denial messages and anti-vaccine talking points everywhere. Traffic backups impacted much of South Surrey, and Mounties rushed to use their own cruisers to block access to the border. Anti-mandate protesters have been near the crossing since Monday.
I have never worn a mask. I will say I'm not vaccinated because I'm a pure blood. I don't believe in this. It's not right.
In solidarity with the so-called Freedom Convoy started by truckers with anti-vaccine and anti-government messaging as they express pride in standing up for their beliefs, no matter how controversial they may be.
We're peaceful. We're Canadians. And let me tell you, the world's giving us a bear hug right now, a big bear hug, because they know how we know how to protest.
We can stop that there. Mr. Ossowski, did we see in the video what you were describing of the protests being essentially on the doorstep of the plaza at the POE?
That's correct.
And the vehicle that you described, military style, being painted in camouflage?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any reply?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just briefly, I'd like to take the witness back, and Mr. Clerk, could you call up for me, please, SSM NSC CAN 401519. And go to page 8 of that document. Mr. Ossowski, this is the February 14th in the afternoon, the one that is dated February 14th, 2022, 1600 Eastern Time. And this is the one we looked at before where the sentence is added to the bluff bottom line up front heading of the intelligence landscape. And on the next page, the line was added, there has been a significant operational impact that may result in a threat to Canada's economic security and prosperity. And when I asked you questions about this before, I might not have gotten as complete an answer as I should have about why you believe that sentence appeared on that document. Do you know where it came from? That is where the person who added that sentence got the information and why they decided to put it there?
I don't know why they decided to put it there, but when we were made aware of this additional sentence, the colleagues at CBSA went and made some inquiries, and my understanding is what they found out is the acting director general at the Border Operations Center decided to add that line in.
So if I can just put a little flesh on what you were saying, what you're saying is when this point was put to you in your interview by Commission Counsel, you then followed up on this point?
Yes, we did.
And can you repeat that again? It sounds like you consulted with the person who added this sentence, and the answer was they decided to add the sentence.
I don't understand or have any understanding of what their motivation was to add this in, but I think that what was reported to me was that with all of the activities that had escalated to that point in time, they decided to put that particular language in. I also believe they said that this was not an attempt to provide any tacit or implied support for the Emergencies Act. So that's all I know about it.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. That's the only matter I wanted to follow up on.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for coming and testifying. You're free to go back to your retirement. And it's much appreciated that you came to give evidence today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so next we have, I believe, a panel. It may be preferable that we take a short break to organize the panel. Is that, so I'll just take 5 minutes to do that if that's agreeable. So we'll just take a 5-minute break and come back.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes.
We get 5 minutes together first. Cool. Somebody's blowing up my phone. So just give me a second because it should only be my wife. Okay. Okay, great. Bring. So I can go and bring home lunch. Oh, cool. Okay. Everybody's hitting me all at the same time. Hey, welcome back, guys. So we're done with this witness. We're going to the panel. The panel, is that the 3-person panel? No. Michael Kean and Kristen D. And I believe we've already marked them as part of, I want to say transportation, but let's go double check. I looked up their backgrounds. Yeah, Twitter is really slow. I don't know if you know about the kerfuffle around verified, but it looks like Twitter staff really blew up the verified button or badge, and now they got to go fix it. Bit of a revolt against Elon there inside the company. Okay, so what are these people? Transport Canada. Yeah, so this panel is going to be Transport Canada. Both of these are from Transport Canada. And more talk about blocked bridges, blocked roads, backed up trucks, and all this kind of stuff. I even thought it was cute that their backed up truck video that they showed, even though it was sped up, the trucks actually weren't stopped. You can see them rolling. They weren't going fast, but they were still rolling. And a 10-kilometer backup, is that the end of the world? Is that the end of the world? I don't think so. So let's just jump to these comments because we're going to do our best to get through all of them today. Weechi, hi buddy. Access to information is blocking Rebel News from obtaining information about the commission inquiry. Don't want them comparing notes for evidence until after. Okay, so freedom of information requests have to be done reasonably, right? You have to have reasonable expectations, and you have to have what is it you're looking for specifically? One of the toughest things to do is respond to an FOI that says broad. Okay, broad. Let's have some patience here. Rebel News. Okay, I'm not a fan of them, so I'll just put that on the table. I'm not a fan of them. I'm not. Yeah. Anyways, I wouldn't want to go into the detail, but I'm not a fan of them. Very alarmist. Okay, and then also complaining about this. What's most likely going on here, Weechie, is it's not a very good request, too broad, and it's going to be difficult to give them because the request might have been like, give me everything that the committee has or commission has. And then the response is not even over yet. How can we give you everything when it's also coming in? Anyways, Rebel likes to get you alarmed, likes to do clickbait. They like to ask you for donations. So take that with a grain of salt, okay? It's likely more about not a very good request, and maybe the request was for all the information. It's still ongoing. Hey, Don. How you doing, bud? Oh, my goodness. The coincidences are almost beyond belief. It's almost is considered to be something that smacks you in the face so hard it knocks you cold. Boy, yeah, we got sensitive on all this stuff, didn't we, Don? You can hear my complaining through this one a lot. I am not a fan of fantasy fear. I'm getting fear of the unknown. Make it all up. They should be making movies. We just had Halloween, so horror movies next year. Good stuff here, John. Don, you did notice this, though. Commission Counsel doing a great job with this witness. That was the second Commission Counsel when you made this comment, because, yeah, the second one was much better. Getting out some good information. Well, if there was a threat, he would know. So at this point in the questioning, it was, hey, CSIS Section 2, this was, I believe this is Brendan. CSIS Section 2 says, super emergency, super serious threat. Were you aware if anything was triggered? No. Would you be aware? Yeah, probably. I'm the border guy. And did you report anything to the cabinet? No. So there was no CSIS Section 2 issue, even at the border. And he turned out to be a decent witness at the end because he kind of let it slip that, from his opinion, it wasn't an illegal occupation. They weren't blocking people based on that. He's in my ear, so I'm assuming it's a hot mic for a moment here until I see a picture. Yeah, Brendan was doing a good job harping on Section 2 of the CSIS Act. He can keep doing that. Every witness that says, no, this wasn't a substantial security threat. If you're not even activating CSIS, why are you activating EA? I think at this point, even the commissioner is well past the whole, should it have been done? He's now just soliciting recommendations. He's almost asking everyone to give him a recommendation. So he's already thinking his final report now. You get some information 5 minutes from Brendan and 2 hours. Yeah, you like that, Denise? Basically, the whole thing could just be Brendan's clips all the way through, and that would give you a good summary of where we stand at the end of this. It might be a 3-hour-long video of just Brendan asking, or Freedom Convoy, because Bathsheba is also doing some good stuff when she goes up there. But the Freedom Convoy, yeah. And Rob Kittredge and Alan Honer. There's actually so many of them doing a great job, Denise. Okay, they're back.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Morning, Commissioner. We have now the panel for Transport Canada. Could I ask that the witnesses be sworn?
Just to confirm, it's Mr. Keenan and Mr. Gray. Mr. Keenan, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Religious document.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available?
The Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Michael James Keenan. Last name is K-E-E-N-A-N.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Day, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
The Bible will be fine.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Yes, my name is Christian Day, D-E-A.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. And my name's Gordon Cameron, and I have some questions for you on behalf of Commission Council. First, I would ask you to cast your minds back to August 30th of this year when you were interviewed by my colleagues in company with some of your colleagues. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is confirm to some extent what you can confirm and to some extent what you can confirm on behalf of your colleagues. And in particular, have you reviewed the summary of that interview that was prepared by Commission Council?
Yes, I have.
And you, Mr. D?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And to the extent that that summary captures information that you two provided to Commission Council, can you confirm that it's accurate and that you adopted as your evidence before the Commission?
Yes and yes.
Yes, as well.
Thank you. And to the extent the information is that of your colleagues at the interview, can you confirm that it was reviewed by them for accuracy and believed to be accurate?
Yes and yes.
Thank you. And also, Transport Canada filed an institutional report with the Commission. Can you confirm that that document is accurate and that it forms part of the evidence that Transport Canada has submitted to the Commission?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, let me ask you each gentleman to introduce yourselves and describe the role you have in Transport Canada.
My name is Michael Keenan. I'm the Deputy Minister of Transport Canada. So I'm responsible for overseeing all aspects of the operations of Transport Canada. And I'm the head of the transport portfolio, which includes 8 Crown corporations, 4 agencies, and 50 shared governance organizations. And I am responsible for providing advice to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you. And Mr. Diak, can you give us an outline of your position and what you do there?
Yes. My name is Christian Day. I'm the Chief Economist and the DG, the Director General of the Transportation Economic Analysis Unit at Transport Canada. My role and the role of my group at Transport Canada is to monitor the performance of the transportation system and to conduct economic assessment on any disruption affecting the transportation system. And in doing so, I'm providing the advice and the result of the analysis to the senior management, including the deputy and the minister.
Thank you. And if I can go back to you, Mr. Keenan, and ask you to describe, it would probably take you all day if you were comprehensive, but just describe what Transport Canada does, what is jurisdiction, what is the federal jurisdiction that Transport Canada administers?
So Transport Canada is responsible for all aspects of the Canadian transportation system that is within federal jurisdiction. And we have 3 key priorities that we pursue across the organization of 6,400 people. The first is to ensure the safety and security of the part of the national transportation system, and that's in federal jurisdiction, ensure the environmental safety, environmental and green performance, and to ensure the system is efficient, both for moving people and goods, and so that there's a strong trade and transportation network. In terms of jurisdiction, it varies by mode. So in aviation, it's essentially exclusively federal jurisdiction. So Transport Canada is responsible for all aspects of aviation, working with international partners like the International Civil Aviation Organization. It is responsible for the vast majority of marine transportation, although there is some provincial involvement. The majority of rail transportation, road transportation is very much a shared jurisdiction. Transport Canada is responsible for some aspects, but provincial governments are responsible for significant aspects as well. And we have significant federal, provincial, territorial governance to coordinate our efforts in that respect.
And I'm going to ask you to expand on exactly that last point that you mentioned, that road transportation, which of course is for a trucker's convoy, the more relevant aspect of your department's jurisdiction. For road transportation, you have this divided jurisdiction where there are federal responsibilities, but there are also provincial responsibilities. If you could just describe to some extent what that division is, and then I'll ask you to expand on how that prompts you to have interfaces with the provincial and territorial authorities.
So in the area of road transportation, Transport Canada has responsibilities principally under two pieces of legislation. There's some others. We administer 74 acts and 400 sets of regulations, but the two principal acts involved here, the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, where we certify the importation and the use of motor vehicles as to their safety, and the Motor Vehicle Transport Act, where we have responsibilities and authorities with respect to international and interprovincial road transportation. Intra-provincial road transportation, i.e. within a province, is essentially the exclusive domain of the province, except for the aspects that touch the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, which is certifying that the equipment is safe. In practice, while we have, for example, an international interprovincial trucking, things like there's safe practices like hours of service limits for truckers. In practice, that is federal. The interprovincial rules are federal jurisdiction. But for trucks that don't travel interprovincially, they're provincial jurisdiction. We work together very closely at the two levels of government, and there's a lot of coordination of all of the rules and the regulations and the policies with respect to commercial transport through the CCMTA, the Canadian Council for Motor Transport Administrators, and the Council of Deputy Ministers of Transport and the Council of Ministers of Transport. Some of the federal rules we delegate to provincial authorities to enforce, for example, the hours of service with respect to interprovincial trucking. And we work as much as possible to get an alignment between the provincial and the federal rules. So there's as much as possible a consistent set of rules across Canada. Canada being a decentralized federation, there is some diversity in the rules across the country with respect to motor vehicle transport. The licensing of the operators and the conduct and the operation of the vehicles on the roads is typically in provincial jurisdiction, and most provinces have something like a Highways Act where they set out all of the rules and governs the regulations by which they oversee the transportation on the roads and highways of each province.
Thank you for that. And now if you could help us with the second half of what you were describing, which is as a result of that interplay between the federal jurisdiction over some aspects of transportation by motor vehicle and the jurisdiction of the provinces over and territories over other aspects, you have quite a bit of intergovernmental connection at your level and probably at the level of the people who work with you. But can you expand on that for us?
I think that's exactly it. We, for the reasons you stated, the effective transportation policy in Canada requires extensive intergovernmental coordination. And so it starts at the top of it is a Council of Ministers of Transport and Road Safety. And then there's a Council of Deputy Ministers of Transport and Road Safety that I co-chair with a rotating provincial partner. There is the Canadian Council of Motor Transport Administrators. There's a group of assistant deputy ministers, people that report to deputy ministers, the PPSC, the Policy Planning and Support Committee, and there are, I would guess, at any moment in time under PPSC and CCMTA, and I apologize for the acronyms, there are probably a dozen working groups of various experts working on some aspect of coordinating federal and provincial transportation policy.
Now, with that background in mind, both the complexity of the overlapping jurisdictions and the extent of your network, the network that your department is responsible and presumably also you personally have between the federal government and the provincial government, I want to take you to the beginning of the convoy and the days as it is just sort of starting to appear on the horizon. What did Transport Canada see when, and what was your reaction?
The Transport Canada, we began to, we saw, and sort of in the lead up to that weekend of the 22nd, 23rd, which was a full week before the trucks arrived in Ottawa, we began to see the reports of trucker convoys. That was just beginning to show up on the screen. I think some folks in the department noticed something as far back as January 19th. I think that's in our institutional report. It came to my attention around, I would say, the 22nd. And we were initially watching it because it was truckers. And so there was for two reasons. One is we have relationships with the commercial trucking industry. The second is that when you have convoys and the prospect of slow rolls, that has the potential to have an impact on the transportation and trade corridor system, a potentially negative one. So we began watching it about a bit more than a week before the trucks got to Ottawa. And then shortly after that, it began the interdepartmental monitoring and deliberations began through the deputy, for example, the Deputy Minister's Operations Committee, DMOC, of which I'm a standing member.
I'm just going to stop you. We've heard about that, but I'd just like you to rewind just a little bit. Describe the committee again and what your role is in it.
Sure. The Deputy Minister's Operating Committee is a standing committee of about 8 deputy ministers who have responsibilities that directly related to maintaining the safety and security of Canadians and protecting the national security of Canada. It's chaired by the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, the Prime Minister, and it has the security agencies are on RCMP, CSEC, et cetera, as well as a number of departments that have responsibilities that connect directly to the safety and security of Canadians. Transport Canada is one of them. Our responsibilities in that respect are geared towards the transportation system, but we have significant responsibilities with respect to both safety and security. For example, a threat, there have been, unfortunately, in the past, terrorists and ideologically motivated extremists have targeted the transportation system, and so we have a mandate to ensure the system is safe from such attacks.
And so I had interrupted you there when you were describing the invocation of the ADM and SOPS meeting that you attended when the convoy is coming onto the horizon.
It's a small correction, if you'll permit me. I'm a member of DMOC, the Deputy Minister's Operating Committee, but my assistant Deputy Minister for Safety and Security is a member of the ADM and SOPS.
Thank you. So you were describing the DMOC. Please go ahead with that.
So transport, because of it started out with, I would say, the brand of a trucking of a truck convoy and a trucker protest. Transport was involved because we were monitoring early because of our relationships with the industry. that started a few days before the DMOC. I think the first DMOC meetings on this were early, around the 24th or 25th, around there. The one thing that came to our attention fairly early on is that the brand of a trucker convoy wasn't really accurate. And in fact, when we talked to the professional trucking industry, the Canadian Trucking Alliance, the private motor carriers transport, PMTC, I can't remember, too many acronyms, and we're so focused on acronyms. They made it clear that this wasn't them and this didn't represent the professional trucking industry, and pretty quickly started making public statements, initially distancing themselves from this activity, and then making it clear that they didn't support it, and then finally articulating how it's harming professional truckers.
And can you describe the steps then that your department started to take to respond to the emerging convoy?
The first step was trying to understand what was happening and what was brewing, because as I think you may have heard from other witnesses, it was quite hard to get a fix on, because it was rapidly changing, it was dynamic and quite unpredictable. So it would have been some initial discussion with industry partners to get a sense of what was going on, and finding that point I raised, that it really wasn't the industry per se. Second was working with the in the structure of DMOC and ADM and SOPS, working with our partners in public safety to understand what the collective assessment was of what's going on. So that was a key aspect of the, I would say, the early activities leading up to the arrival of the movement in Ottawa. As things progressed, our roles evolved into sort of probably about 4 different types of activities.
Why don't you list those now and we'll go from there.
Sure. So the first I just covered. The second is that as we started to see blockades and occupations, we started analyzing what the potential impact was on the trade and transportation system. And then that accumulated in I would say, peak impact once the Ambassador Bridge was closed for several days. The third is that when in the event of major events, protests, incidents, whatever that requires a large and complex police response and crowds, Transport Canada will provide certain sort of technical expertise and authorities in support of local law enforcement. And in this way, in this crisis, we did that in 2 ways. The first is that we, because of our responsibility for aviation, we will close airspace at the request of local police as they try to manage large events, riots, whatever the activity. Over the course of this crisis, I think we issued airspace restrictions. They're called NOTAMs, Notice to Airmen, and we issued them in about a dozen cities across Canada. And we do that as a matter of course when the police of jurisdiction are seeking that in order to help them manage some major event or crisis. The other aspect of operational support is that we essentially make our authorities and our expertise available in support of police of local jurisdiction as required. And that will vary. In this incident, one very relevant authority and expertise we have is the transportation of dangerous goods. We have a significant directorate, and we have significant responsibilities to ensure the safe transportation of dangerous goods in Canada. And I think around the 9th of February, the Ottawa Police Service, they were growing quite alarmed at the extent of propane being stored in unorthodox manners and the extent of the transportation of diesel and gasoline. And they sought some expert advice and support from Transport Canada. We had the same assessment just watching from a distance. There was a lot of dangerous conduct with respect to explosive and flammable material like propane and diesel. We provided 2 inspectors who did ride-alongs with the Ottawa Police Service to give them technical advice as they were seeking to monitor and ensure the safety of the occupation in Ottawa. They were on scene with the OPS, I think, for about 3 days, and supported the OPS in writing up probably about 20 sort of administered monetary penalties for violations of the safe handling of essentially a lot of propane and diesel. So that was the third. I think the fourth, it would be the after coming out of a meeting organized by my colleague, Deputy Minister Stewart of Public Safety, with the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Service, we were absolutely struck by the overwhelming challenges the Ottawa Police Service was facing on several areas, and that generated that led to some thinking of how we could be of assistance to frontline police jurisdiction. And from that, some thinking about that, we ended up developing 2 strategies that we worked with a lot of partners on through the course of this national crisis. They became known. The first became known as the Strategic Enforcement Strategy, and the second became known as the tow truck strategy. And that would be, in sum, the 4 areas of work by Transport Canada with respect to the crisis.
Maybe I could ask the clerk to call up for us PB Can 50860. Now, to assist you, Mr. Keenan, I'll draw your attention to the upper right-hand corner of this page where it says working draft February 13, 2022, but we haven't found a later draft, and I think that you've confirmed for us already that this is effectively the final version of this strategy. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And describe, if you can, what you were trying to accomplish with the strategic enforcement strategy.
Sure. So the genesis of the strategic enforcement strategy came out of the February 3rd call between a few deputy ministers of Canada with the City of Ottawa, the chief, and a few senior officers of the Ottawa Police Service. And it was an update on the situation in the NCR was the purpose of it. When the Ottawa Police Service described the challenge they were facing, I think we were all struck. I know I was personally struck by 3 things. The first is that the sheer scale of the and intensity of the unlawful activity was eclipsing their ability to manage clearly. The second is that when they applied fines, they were issuing fines to the people blocking the streets. And they were quite struck by, they just ignored the fines, they threw them out, they laughed, whatever. So the deterrence effect from the fines that they were levying seemed to be very low. The third is that when they did try to when an officer tried to take an enforcement action, they would often be swarmed, and then they would have to back down in what they described as in the interest of officer safety and public safety. And the fourth was that that they were trying to build an operational plan to bring the occupation to an end, but one of the impediments was they were unable to secure the heavy tow trucks they needed to move the commercial vehicles. And so we found that was a very sobering discussion. In coming back from that and reflecting on that, we had discussions inside Transport Canada, briefed Minister Alghabra, and he was obviously keen for us to do whatever we could do to help resolve the situation. And that because we're a large organization with extensive regulatory responsibilities, we have a large oversight operation, compliance operation, enforcement operation. We have some expertise in compliance promotion and encouraging and strategies to encourage parties to comply with, well, usually transport regulations, short of actual enforcement. And so we started developing two sets of things. One was a strategic enforcement strategy, and that's the document you have here. The other is a tow truck strategy. The idea here was to try and marshal every legal resource available and all of the best practices and strategies to try and convince people that, first of all, what they're doing is illegal, because there was some sense that a number of the people involved in the occupation did not have a clear understanding of how much illegal activity they were undertaking. Second, the consequences of it and how that could be quite significant adverse consequences for them. Third, to encourage that, thereby encouraging them, at least the ones that were open to any persuasion, to cease participating in the occupation, and thereby the so-called shrink the footprint. And so given the fact that the initial attempt to levy fines, according to the Ottawa Police Service, had no effect, the thinking here was, what if we looked at all available legal tools and had a comprehensive approach to deploying everything, municipal bylaws, Highway Traffic Act, Criminal Code, et cetera, both in terms of as a communications exercise to encourage people to cease and desist the illegal activity, and then as necessary, using multi-pronged sort of options for enforcement. This product you see here, the February 13th final draft, was the ultimate product of that initial thinking on the part of Transport Canada, but it was refined through extensive discussions and consultations with our federal partners and with our provincial partners. It went to probably, I would say, call it 10 different federal provincial discussions, both with our provincial transport colleagues and with public safety's provincial solicitor general public safety colleagues.
Okay, we're going to come back to the aspect of interprovincial cooperation in developing this strategy while we're, though, describing the items you mentioned earlier in your list of points that Transport Canada mobilized to react to the situation. Can you tell us about the tow truck policy or the approach that Transport Canada developed to the point you were describing about the need for heavy lift tow capacity?
And so that was the second stream of thinking and strategizing that came out of the stark realization from the February 3rd meeting with Ottawa. And we began exploring and through a series of discussions, both through the meetings convened by Deputy Minister Stewart with Ottawa and with our police and procurement colleagues at the federal level and with provincial colleagues, we began exploring options for solving the tow truck problem. What could be done in order to to address the fact that the tow truck industry was declining to provide service to police in Ottawa, in Coutts, in multiple locations, in Windsor, everywhere. And so we ended up developing a 6-part tow truck strategy. The initial focus was to work around, if you will, the inability to secure tow trucks by having a strategy of using the strategic enforcement strategy to try and convince the commercial drivers that it's in their best interest to stop, cease and desist, and leave the occupation or the blockade, because if they voluntarily drive their truck home, you don't have to tow it. The second is that if in the event that you can't secure the tow trucks, the services of the industry, but the police are ready for operations to bring the occupations and blockades to an end, to have strategies like as they enforce, to get the keys, and if they detain the driver because they're breaking the law, have somebody who knows how to drive a truck, drive it away to some secure location. A lot of the trucks were purposely disabled, and so then you'd have to have the next stage was to have mechanics get the truck in working order so it could be driven away. And then a key part of the strategy is that having maximized what you can do without tow truck services, because they were blanket refusal, looking at a whole range of strategies to try and overcome the reluctance of this part of the tow truck industry. And I should emphasize that that because of the commercial vehicles involved in some locations, you needed not just your average everyday CAA small tow truck that shows up for a Honda Civic. You needed a large wrecker that had the mechanical capacity with an operator with the skill to safely move like a semi truck. And so we worked through a series of ideas that we kicked around with different partners to try and overcome the reluctance of that specialized heavy wrecker or heavy tow industry to provide service. Through the course of that, it became clear how deep when we started this out around the 5th or 6th, we were optimistic we could find a solution. As we worked it and worked it and worked it, we got to the 13th, a solution was still elusive. And what we came to realize over this period was essentially how deeply rooted the reluctance is from the industry. And they, quite frankly, and it was quite clear what the picture that emerged to us was quite clear that they felt quite threatened, and that if they showed up and in support of a police operation on a convoy, they were putting their future business at risk, their property at risk, and to a significant extent, their safety at risk. And so while we thought we could figure out a financial instrument that would get them to show up, we weren't able to figure out a financial instrument strong enough to overcome those threats.
And whatever happened then with the tow truck strategy, did it get implemented in any measure?
It was the product of a lot of discussions, and it was implemented in some marginal ways in some places. Its ultimate manifestation, I would say, was the fact that having sort of worked through all of this, that the ultimate manifestation was that, and I should make a point that, interestingly enough, on the 12th and 13th, I think between myself and the Assistant Deputy Minister of Safety and Security, I think we had about 4 meetings and discussions to try and find the solution to try and find a way where the tow truck strategy would actually work. And there was some interesting back and forth with different provinces, police and procurement officials on that point. Ultimately, I would say the tow truck strategy found its was ultimately manifest in the Emergency Act orders, where there was a specific provision to request essential services, specifically tow trucks.
If I can capture what you've just said, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about this. The purpose of developing the tow truck strategy was to come up with a solution to all of the parked trucks. That is sort of obvious on its face. And you describe an effort in which you and your colleagues thought of everything you could to deal with the fact that you needed to move these big rigs, and different ways of either getting them to go on their own or to move them with tow trucks. And ultimately, by the 13th, you'd basically decided there was not a viable solution with the authorities you had at your disposal. Is that right?
I would say that we had, and by the time we got to the 13th, we had failed to find a viable solution.
Right. Now, on that point, what I'd like to hear is your response, if you're familiar enough with the facts I'm going to suggest to you. The Commission has heard evidence from different representatives of the Ottawa Police Service and the Ontario Provincial Police that they had some success in securing voluntary compliance from heavy lift tow truck operators without, this is before the Emergencies Act gave them authority to compel that. So I'm not going to ask you to offer a view on the truthfulness of that, because I don't think you were directly connected to it. But did you have information about that effort by the OPS and the OPP at the time you were developing this tow truck strategy?
No. And I should say that we'd had a lot of discussions with a lot of partners on the strategy, and no partner had shared any information with us to that effect.
And did your partners include representatives of the OPS, the OPP, and the Ontario government?
Yes, they did.
Is this a good time for the lunch break, or?
It's a perfect time.
Okay, so we'll take the lunch break and come back at 2 o'clock.
The Commission is in recess until 2 o'clock. La Commission est levée jusqu'à 14 heures.
Hey guys, give me 1 second. I was typing a sentence just sent here. People that okay, folks, not bad, not bad. We're going through these witnesses fast. Are we going to actually get another set, or are they plan on using these guys for the rest of the day? Commission questions, we just started, so could be the case. It could be just these two for the rest of the day, because we only have 4 witness groupings listed for the rest of the week. So tomorrow we might be seeing a 3-person panel, and then a single person, and then on Friday a single person, and then a 2-person panel. Maybe. But they're going through this one pretty quick, which is kind of cool. All right, folks, we're on lunch, and I think we're coming back at 2, so we may have a short lunch. To the regulars here, you were going to be expecting Chris to show up today. I actually coordinated with him. We're going to be doing it tomorrow. He's digging deep on the Alberta Health Services, the new guy who's the interim director, or whatever the position is called. And he's digging deep, and he's got some good information coming for us. So make sure you book it in your calendar tomorrow. Chris will be basically the entire lunch hour talking about Alberta Health Services' new Director of Health, Minister of Health, or whatever the role is, and giving us some insight into them. He wasn't completely pleased, and so let's look forward to that. So today you got me, just me. I hope that works for you. And we're going to catch up on all the chat and the messages here. So kick back, relax, grab yourself some food if that's your time zone and you need one. Here we go. There was a truck ferry too. I didn't know that. Yeah, so we talked about that. The truck ferry was for dangerous goods, but you can put anything on it. If it's good enough for dangerous goods, it's good enough for non-dangerous goods. So if there was cattle or anything like that, and we heard this, they got through. Okay, we heard that narrative that things like cattle were being left on the other side of the border and feed. Never happened. It's all fake. Law enforcement have, yeah, okay. So Prairie, I think you're kind of heard this for the first time. So yeah, sorry folks, I can just, that wing's bugging me. The border itself doesn't have a lot of arrestability powers. They can't really arrest you. They can detain you, bring you to a secondary room, talk to you, and there's a few charges that they can lay, but they're not really equipped to be law enforcement. They're more of an agency, right? Canadian Border Services Agency, kind of like the Department of Transportation or Ministry of Transportation. When you go get your driver's license and stuff, they can't arrest you on the spot. And if there's something that comes up that requires the police or criminal code, they call the police. And as we saw with Bridget's video, they threatened her with WPS, Windsor Police Services. Now, it's also possible that maybe the OPP would be called, depending on I guess, what the issue is. But most likely, it's going to be the Windsor Police Services for the criminal code offenses, or at least allegations of. And Bridget was threatened with them. So yeah, Prairie, at the border officers themselves don't have a lot of arresting power, but they certainly have investigation power. They can go ask you questions. You have to answer certain ones. But typically, if there's a criminal issue, it goes to the police. And also, by the way, that's something to note, because the commissioner himself asked a couple weeks ago about overlap of jurisdiction. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as an overlap. Jurisdiction is the area assigned to an authority. There is no overlap. So hopefully the questions and stuff came out today helped him understand that at the border, there's a distinct line where the border services are responsible for it. And then municipality, which would be the WPS police services. So hopefully that's all cleared up for the commissioner as well. Yeah, and here we go. I'm saying that Bridget's video she was threatened with WPS. Oh yeah, I'm going to keep harping on this one. I don't know if it's annoying you all or not, but I still say at the time that the mayor of Windsor did his testimony about the emergency planning unpreparedness that existed there, I called that perjury. And when he said that, because there's no way that the city of Windsor had no emergency plans, and all of that was baloney. His testimony was, in the future, it would be very helpful to have emergency plans in place. So you're implying there are no emergency plans in place, but that's not the truth at all. Not the truth at all. Not only have we heard that there are emergency plans in place, there's even a board of emergency planning for major cities and cities in Canada, which they're part of. There's also OPP and other police forces that work together on emergency planning that they're part of. And now we hear today from the city of Windsor itself that the city has an emergency operations center. Hello, Mayor. Like, you have a center for emergency operations. There's no way your testimony was accurate when you implied and said that next time it would be nice to have emergency plans in place. You had plenty. Beaucoup. So that was perjury. And that's why I keep harping on it. Because we are here to find crimes. Perjury is a crime. You know, the more that we highlight this and put it together later, the better it is. Okay. And she is calling for, and he's agreeing. Yeah, Windsor Police again. Or not Windsor Police, City of Windsor again, pushing this little narrative that they need more police, which will mean more taxes, which means more boots on the ground, regardless of the grievance. Do you see how they're kind of establishing, no matter what the reason, for all intents and purposes, we're going to keep commerce flowing. Commerce is trumping civilians. Commerce for who? Because when civilians are mad at you, It's not for us. We're not the consumer at that point. So yeah, you're on the side of business and you're willing to boot us to keep business flowing. Shame on you. Shame on you. Let's get in there, guys. Let's clean some of this out. And also, I do not agree at all, because she asked this question that said, well, obviously there was a problem here, right? And he said, yes. Well, I don't agree at all. There's nothing obvious. There's no problem. Just because somebody's protesting or even blocking an intersection, that's not an obvious problem. No, it's peaceful protesters. And they keep forgetting that. And I think that's on purpose, because they want to keep victimizing the government and the residents and the businesses of Ottawa and Windsor, but they want to downplay the grievances and status as peaceful protesters of the protesters. That's all they're doing here, and it's getting really annoying. I know that Stunt was getting annoyed with the whole blowing up diesel stuff. This is the one that's annoying me. They keep talking about authoritative actions against law-abiding peaceful protesters. And it really annoys me when they play a video, and the entire video is all about how we're not doing anything wrong. And then one guy in camo, they want to talk about him. Like he represents anybody. And even then, good luck. Good luck. We can find people working in the government right now who's a little wacky doodle and may have said a few things odd. You know, I'm kind of looking at JT for that one. Prime example, lots of pictures, lots of things, open source stuff that doesn't look good for him, including meeting with China. That little embarrassing video we took a look at during the break. Come on, people. Let's act like adults. Where are the adults? Where are the adults? There's no adults in this room. How am I redirected the other ports and extra services made available? You're going to get this out of that witness. He's talking about the alternatives at Coots and how it wasn't really a big deal. They just added more services. They had an agreement with the U.S. The U.S. kept their side open too, expedited things. If there was, he even talked about how if there was livestock and meat and stuff like that, like perishables, they were getting priority and making their way through. Never was stopped. The border was never stopped. There was certainly a gathering. And as we also saw in that video, it said the police cruisers blocked the border. And in Ottawa, they blocked them in, couldn't let them leave. So a lot of trucks wanted to leave. They wouldn't let them leave. Manufacturing, creating the problem. All right. There goes the mayors of Coots narrative that animals and goods were blocked. Nope, not at all. So we heard testimony from the border protection themselves saying, no, livestock was getting through. Central control again. Drink, Dave. Drink, Dave. There's totally the theme still. And yeah, Dave, I'm thinking about updating the title for these to be Central Command and Control Planning Committee, because that's what it's sounding like. This is kind of like a committee that's talking about how to plan that out. We're just taking a long time getting through that meeting. But that is the theme. You're not wrong, Dave. Oh, yeah, and then clip that. And then thank you very much, Railroaded, and we got it out in like record time. We'll keep doing that, Railroaded. That's teamwork. So thank you for that. And yeah, that little trick of where I type it, look at the timestamp, and then you'll get there quicker. And I'm actually doing that on purpose so that when we go back later, we're looking for all the wows and oh my and OMGs, and we'll look through the chat, see the time, go back to the video, because there's going to be a lot of good clips where we can do things like JT saying, hey, the borders are blocked on this day, then pause his videos, he's saying that, and then play a whole bunch of witnesses saying free flowing, animals crossing, alternative paths, tunnel was open, all that kind of stuff. And then go to this next lie and then show a whole bunch of contradiction from officials, right? It will wake up some people for sure, because a lot of people still believe they weren't lied to. Good question at the end. Non-vax emerged blocked. So the question was, hey, you had some exceptions and you were letting tow truck and emergency vehicles through. And he's like, yeah. The U.S., we have an MOU where we will have exceptions for emergency vehicles, and they can call tow trucks emergency vehicles. And then the last question was, cool, but were you blocking any non-vax emergency vehicle drivers? And the question was, I don't know, actually. Because the question was, did you give them an exemption too? And you can answer that question. So such an emergency, Canada was on a collapse, economic failure all over the place, and they would have blocked possibly people from helping because of their vax status. Not the most intelligent group. Hey, Dave. You think so? They were watching the chat because you asked a question ages ago, and I actually honestly wouldn't say no to that because they really should be. You should be watching, what we're saying, what we're chatting about, things we're highlighting, clips we're making. I even think the lawyers should be watching us. They should have people back in their office, keeping an eye on War and me and others who are chatting away. Because we are picking up nuggets that will help them. And I kind of think they are, Dave, because after I critiqued hard on Brendan not asking questions when he was there, he suddenly started to. Okay. Again, I would be very arrogant or egotistical to think he is watching and taking notes from us. But it wouldn't get past me that someone heard that, got the idea, eventually made his way to him and saying, look, while you're here, represent freedom, not just Freedom Corp. Because he has been since then. He hasn't missed a question since then. So related to us or not, I'm glad that message got to him, and he's going to continue to ask all the right questions. Morning, James Butt. Thank you so much for joining us. And you too, Light Fire Me. Really nice to see both of you guys come back too. As an aside, there was a freedom banner being towed by a Cessna at the convoy, as well as a hilarious F. Trudeau emblazoned helicopter. I'd love to see that picture of the helicopter too. I think people knew about the airplane, but the helicopter would be cool to see. Hey, Stunt, the Chinese embassy in Ottawa was tweeting about Trudeau being a dictator during the convoy. Trolling for sure, and I think you later give me that tweet, so we might look into that. But of course, and also there's a whole bunch of governments all over the world pointing to Canada and Trudeau saying, what are you doing? I believe there's a long video of people going up chastising him, possibly in the UN. But there's definitely a video with international leaders chastising Trudeau for his actions around the convoy. And then, of course, he sends out a tweet about Iran and what they're doing there. Hypocrite. And I don't even think he cares. Like, it's not something that crosses his radar that he's being a hypocrite. I got to give credit to Eleanor. Oh, great. Thank you, Railroad. Thank you very much. Yes. So, Eleanor, you just keep popping those links and keep doing that research. I credited Railroad with the research, but like a good teammate, Railroad let me know came from Eleanor. So thank you to the entire team. Discord is where we're keeping this all going. So if you're not on there and you want to be on there, keep an eye out for a link in the chat. Probably 4 seconds after I say this, there will be a link in the chat. So go ahead and keep an eye out for that. Thanks, Railroaded. And then Prairie, we could do a bingo card with lingo we hear about. Yeah, so tow trucks and unprecedented and diagonal on. We'll put diagonal on a diagonal, right? It's always on the diagonal. And then the center square will be freedom. We've always had freedom, so we always get that as a free one. Freedom is in the center, and then, yeah, everything else could be, it'd be a fun game. Prairie, I like the way you think. You like to have a good time, even in times where we're dealing with big issues. Hey, Ellen, you sent your Alberta snow and to wreak havoc on my internet, Jason. Take it back. Sorry, Ellen. Predominant winds are west-east. The weather will travel to you, and maybe I'll leave a couple little special treats for you. I'll put some cinnamon or roses, and then we'll eventually get to you. But Ellen, yeah, it does seem like we have your weather just ahead of time, and you're getting a few days of sun and a little bit of overcast coming. So, but no snow. We haven't seen snow in a little while now. Okay, I don't like when they talk about this like this. There was an implicit link. Implicit? Implied? Loose? Unconfirmed? Not credible. That's not a credible link. So at this point, he was saying, hey, we're looking at open source and all this jumble and all this. There was an implicit link to a coordination. No, there isn't. There's no such thing as implicit link. CSIS section 2 doesn't say implicit or otherwise. Real, credible, actionable. And they know that. They're all just doing this, not just for butt covering, because this guy doesn't have much butt covering to do. it's just they're playing that narrative of we are highly sensitive and we are super ready for anything, when frankly, I think that this is actually a detriment to our safety. If you were an enemy of our state, you can trigger a lot of our stuff with a small little distraction and then sneak in somewhere else because we're all just super hyper acting like little fools around it. The truth is our system is not set up this way. Our safety and security, national security, is far stronger than they're relaying here. They're watering it down and beating it up. Like maybe the biggest scapegoat here is what we call national security, because they're watering it down and beating it up so much that we won't recognize it later. Okay. Yeah, maybe our national security definition is the biggest one abused in here, in addition to our freedom. Helen, yeah, well, I like how much love there is in my chat. Is she that narrative maker? The Government of Canada lawyer, I believe you said here, Dave. And yes. Government of Canada is 100% spoon feeding, shoveling, creating, even on the fly, the narrative. It's going to be really hard to digest Government of Canada again if I have to listen to all of this. These EA cops were terrified of free food and honks. Imagine if there was a real threat. Stunt, we keep coming back to this. Imagine if there was a real threat. I don't know where it would come from because, Russia's not a threat. I don't think. I don't know where it would come from, but imagine if there was one. Some ideologically incentivized group that wants to take a stab, but if there really was one, this is why I keep telling you, Stunt, this is all baloney. This is all baloney. We would absolutely handle it just fine. Canadian Armed Forces would wear their uniforms and show up and do the job. I'm not worried really at all. But if you were only listening to the narrative here, you should be worried. But we know more than that, Stunt. We know that this is just a false, watered-down narrative meant to make you very afraid, so that you do think it's important that they have all these extra laws to beat us down. Do you remember when the Chinese embassy in Ottawa was trolling Trudeau? It was awesome. Yeah, and here you go. Here, you put the tweet up here. So over the past few days, the Canadian police used pepper spray, stun grenades, as well as batons to violently disperse Freedom Convoy demonstrators that had dominated downtown Ottawa. The Canadian government called the demonstrators a threat to democracy. Signed, Chinese Embassy in Ottawa. What I want to say on that, though, is, look, China's making their comments, and we are all programmed to be anti-China because of rhetoric and propaganda. So I'm not going to be, simply because of mainstream media, the government, and all the propaganda. I'm just choosing not to believe it. China certainly has problems, like everywhere else. The Uyghurs is the one that first comes to mind. Providing no information around COVID, that's another one that comes to mind. And certainly being a lot more authoritative and a dictatorship. With all that set aside, we're no better in a lot of ways. And, I'm really not a fan of evilizing anybody because it's our media who got us to feel that way. Like the Cold War with Russia, et cetera, but they've never done anything to us. Never. I don't actually know of an actual real thing where I was worried about CCP or Russia or Soviet Union or at any point. But you've watched enough TV and you listen to the mainstream media, you should be scared all the time. Thanks, Stunt. I'll keep an eye out for that. I'm trying to jump between some emails. There's some juicy emails in my box today. Somebody's panicking over in the Burlington area. I love it. You submitted a Freedom of Information last week and they were all refused. Stunt, most likely, if it's refused, it's because it's too broad and not specific enough. I would like to see the response to you. Remember, the response itself is also information, so we can see what and why. And if it's strictly because they're hiding, this we can follow through with more. But I would actually say, what is it you asked for? Can you submit it, but be more specific, like giving dates or names, or what was it you were looking for? Freedom of Information, just so everybody knows, is, I would say, quasi oversight, quasi effective. I've used it for personal reasons. When my mom passed away, It was sudden. There was a whole bunch of things I had to deal with. And then getting access to her medical and history and all that kind of stuff required me to use the FOIA to get it. So it's helpful there, and I certainly got a lot. But when you're going after government and departments and you have to make the request to them, et cetera, I'm going to say it's quasi, which means it's supposed to have more meat, but not quite there. Maybe under the Canadian Citizen Inquiry Act, there could be some more tightening around the FOIA in order to make it have some more teeth, or at least more consequences if they're not fully realized and responded to properly. But we got a little bit of work ahead of us, don't we, Stunt? And you're not a fan of them? No, but if they work, they work. Okay? It's like any tool. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then you're not going to be happy with it. Oh, wow, learned something new today about them. It feels like it's getting harder and harder to get the truth from anyone. Doesn't it, Tammy? Doesn't it? And it also could be because more and more people don't even know what the truth is anymore. You know, they've been lied to so much, it's hard to get truth out of them because they believe it's the truth, but it's not. There's a lot of that going around too there, Tammy. But they still do not need the EA to clear this. Dave, Captain Obvious, that's what you are now. Captain Obvious, for sure. There is nothing here that says EA. Nothing. Every department, every organization, every witness we've heard so far, all implemented or had available to them other tools available at some point. Some of them they're even finding out about them on the stand. But in either case, we have not actually had a genuine witness at any point say, we were done until we had it. And that will likely be next week. Okay? Because the super sensitive people are all coming next week. The super sensitive with a narrative to protect are all coming next week. So we're definitely going to get some of that then there, Dave. Here comes the whispers. Get ready. Yeah, the panels when it's 2 people. And then tomorrow we may have 3 people panel. Maybe they'll have a lot of chattering. Didn't represent the professional trucking industry. Yeah, you didn't like this at all, Stunt. That the professional trucking industry came out with comments like that. It's like a quasi-union, right? Representing a bunch of members. Okay. Here's the thing on this one, so Stunt. You know, way back in my younger days, I dated this girl, and she ended up becoming a trucker, and she bought her own truck, and she does all that kind of stuff. And I asked her about her opinion on the trucker convoy stuff, and her response was she didn't like it. They didn't represent her, and she actually found it frustrating, and it hurt her opinion of the industry. So, Stunt, there actually were people who did drive trucks for a living who didn't support it. It wasn't a large vocal group, but you definitely are going to have people who are counter to anything. So hearing the leadership of a professional trucking industry jump on government side, not a big shock to me. I would love to, put a couple beers on them and actually see what they really think. Because again, when we reverse it to them about their rights being pulled away, I don't think they're going to want that. So when people really give a thought, genuine thought into it, it's very difficult for you to be on the government side on this one. But I can see why for image, optics, political, whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes we don't understand or know, corruption and not, all play as a factor into this. So I really love the fact that you are expressing how you feel about that one, Stunt, because you're not alone. But there were some people who were in the industry who didn't support it. But I will tell you, I only have one personal friend, just one personal friend who takes that position. Everyone else is Hong Kong. Okay. But, I respect her and I take her opinion, and I was a little surprised to hear it, but not everybody's going to support it. Dave agreed on Rebel News. So a little bit of chat in about Rebel News, and because I kind of mentioned them in the last break. I still think they're way better than every single mainstream media option out there. And I would certainly read a Rebel News article and watch their video with a lot less concern that I'm being lied to. However, like if Ezra, there's just Maybe I have to meet him one day. Maybe I have to kind of interact with him to see his real personality. Maybe there has to be some sort of personal touch where I get to understand him better. But the character that I see on TV, the person I see in interviews, the choice in words, the way he talks, the way he does things, he's on my I'm not sending him Christmas cards list. Not yet. But to be honest, I've also felt that way about others and turned 180 degrees after I kind of got to know them better. So I'll keep an open mind, but that would be my only sore thumb. I like the rest of the reporters, the work they're doing. They're out there, they're brave, they're being assaulted by people and the police, and they're still standing there doing a good job. So as an entire organization, they got my support. But if they keep asking me for donations and clickbaiting me and hiding half the story behind paywalls and doing things like that, I'm not a fan of that, man. I strongly believe if you put out good content and good stuff, the market follows you. But that's where I'm at with that. Maybe I have to shake his hand one day, have a beer with him, get to know him better. And maybe the public persona is just that, a public persona. But that's all I got to work with. I'm not a fan. I stopped with Rebel when Ezra claimed chemtrails aren't real. Yeah, I need someone to put that one there. You know, being in the airplane industry, doing a lot of flying myself. I didn't do jets. Okay. I don't know what's in jet fuel. Technically speaking, I don't even know what's in 100 low lead fuel either. Okay. But I can tell you as a pilot, I certainly wasn't debriefed in any way, shape, or form. And there is no, unless you do an IFR and you instrument flight rules and you're following the airways, I can go anywhere I want. But then again, I'm not a jet. So, you know, I think one day we're going to get some more information out of this. And there will definitely be a group that's really surprised about what Denise is talking about here. And you can't stand Ezra. It's just him. It's really just him. And I'm sure, you know, he might be an awesome dude behind the scenes or something like that. I'm just basing it on what I know of him from the public persona. I do want to have a beer with him and kind of get to know him a bit better, maybe. But at this point, this is why I'm turned off a bit on Rebel. Oh yeah, Azaria, you love this one. So NOTAM used to mean notice to airmen. Now it means notice to air mission because of the whole men, not joking. And Azario, you know this on the tech side. We used to have master and slave servers and stuff like that. Blacklist, whitelist, we used to have stuff like that. It's PC all the way now, man. Like, yeah, there's a whole bunch. There's a whole list. I'm not sure who sent it out, but of words we can't use in tech anymore because people have decided that we can't anymore. It's insane. It's insane. But let's give it a little caveat. There are some times where certain words can be retired. Okay. I'm not saying forced retirement. I'm not saying you should be in trouble for using them. I'm not saying if you dust them off and use them again in the future, that's the end of you. But sure, there are certainly certain words which we could do without. And I got into not a debate, but with my wife yesterday. If you ask me what a trans woman is, I don't know. Okay. The term trans woman to me, I have to sit and think. Does that mean born male going to woman or born woman going to man? Like to me, I don't sit down. My brain doesn't retain things I'm not interested in. So that particular term is something that I always have to sit and think about. What does that even mean? So I've asked my wife to stop using it. And at first she was a little surprised, but then she realized, well, wait a minute. She's propagating a label that was created by a group that she doesn't agree with. She also doesn't agree with what it is that we're talking about. And she has a very difficult problem with calling someone a woman when they're not. So just because you put a little preface to the term. So from this day on, I am making no effort to try and learn the terms that they want me to say. And I won't be using them. So if I see a man dressing up as a woman, that's what I'll refer to it as. If I see a man slicing himself up to become more like a woman, that's what I'll refer to it as, because I just simply can't keep track of all of these new terms. And if that's my downfall, I don't think it will be. Okay, I think we need to start taking certain stands, put certain lines in the sand, and say, "You look, I'm not using your terms. I don't even agree with what it means, so I'm not going to start using your term." And if we all start fighting against stuff, even as micro as that, as minimal as that, they stop making those micro minimal gains. So look, I'm not using their terms. Simple as that. You want to come up with the ZZM, all that kind of stuff? Good for you. In your little group, you want to call yourselves that? Go ahead. But sorry, I'm going to be the squeaky wheel on that one. I'll join Jordan Peterson on that one. There's no way I'm going to reprogram my brain to understand new terms that I don't even agree with. So sorry if some of you jump away for that one, but I'm at my limit on that one because I had to stop and think, what is my wife talking about? Because she was telling me about an incident on a parade or something like that. And I didn't know what she was talking about until, I had to question her, like, is that supposed to be a going to woman or coming from, like, so at the end of the day, I'm off that bandwagon. And if that gets me in trouble in the future, I'll fight it. Oh gosh, everything needs to be PC now. Yeah, and Zario, look into the tech terms. You probably already know that. During my smoking days, I tossed a lit cigarette into a bucket of diesel, freaking out a friend. Fumes need a spark. Okay, you need fumes, you need oxygen, and you need spark. Again, if your internal combustion engine, it's not the gasoline that catches fire, it's the vapor that catches fire under compression with enough oxygen and a spark. Like, you need good conditions to actually go boom. But thanks to like Family Guy and movies, walking away from a crash scene at a gas station and there's a trickle of gas and they flick the cigarette to it and boom. No, that's not how it works at all. And this all came up because of the over-exaggeration of the fear of explosion of diesel from transport, like the Ministry of Transport. You guys know exactly how much diesel's moving around the whole entire province and not one of it blows up. But I'm glad they're saying that. We'll take names. We'll sit down, interview these people at some point in the future and see if psychologically they're not prepared for the job. I think there should be a psychological test. I think that came out of my chat yesterday, that there should be some sort of psychological test. We got to make sure that you are there, you're okay, everything's functioning. You think so, Denise? Some people do that. Yeah, some people do that. They stutter when they're lying. They blink a lot, so watch for the blinking because they're trying to fly away. But Denise, you're very observant. Thank you for sharing that. All right, that's the end of my stars, and we got 20 minutes, and I'm going to go back to my chat. You guys are great. Scroll. There we go. Okay, so there was a lot of dislike of Mythbusters. Okay, look. I think, Stunt, you and I are going to have a lot of issues that we are on the opposite side of, but I love the fact that we can talk and work through them. Not pointing to Mythbusters as a scientific source, although it's probably more credible than NIH or anybody that Dr. Tam's using. But no, I get it. And they've even had follow-up, we made a mistake type of myth-busting too. There's a big one around moon landing. Okay. Van Allen radiation belt is a interesting thing that gets in the way of that. Anyway, Stunt, hopefully I'll be seeing you soon and we can cover quite a few topics. JFK, 9/11, Building 7, World Trade Center 7, a whole bunch of things. No video of Pentagon, a whole bunch of things, Stunt. We could talk forever, I'm sure of it. They do have a lot of ministers. Yeah, I'm surprised there's no minister of ministers. Yeah, they do have ministers for a lot of things, and deputy ministers and associate deputy ministers. And then they have deputy minister committees, and they have minister committees, and spouses of ministers committees, I'm sure. The girlfriends and stuff like that, wives and girlfriends and stuff. Ministers for everything. That's why we need smaller government. We need to do more of this stuff local. Never give an inch, Stunt. That could be a adult video, huh? Prestige Worldwide. That was coming out of the government questioning, I think, maybe, John. Remind my memory on that one. But if they're talking about our image, it would probably be government questions and talk about how it was being hurt. Freeland is going to be talking a lot about that. Freeland's entire purpose, I think, and that's why they're closing with her, is to paint an image of how Canada itself was in so much trouble internationally that was going to be the end of Canada. I wonder if anybody's going to ask her about her work at the WEF while she's there. To be a good journalist and to be complete, I'll make sure her ticker has all her positions listed in it, so we all understand what her current roles are. Not sure what that meant. Railroaded. Geez, if I had to be in a conversation with any of these guys, I would have walked away now. Oh, no kidding. And I would hate to be interrogated by the government of Canada when they have this kind of mindset. I have a diesel tank here. I have propane tanks, multiple of them. I have gas cans for the diesel. Am I, stockpiling explosives here? Is that what they're going to call that? Unfortunately, the Mythbusters are. Yeah, no, you're right, Stunt. Yeah, everybody makes mistakes, and you pointed to some things about the moon and the landing, and look, none of this is wrong, and nor does it really change the narrative much. What we can say on this one, Stunt, is there was a country that heavily benefited from winning that race. That's enough ammo right there. Okay. But I'm not going to jump on that bandwagon and talk about this much more here. Maybe we'll save that for Friday. But I'm a skeptic of a lot of things, dude. But I'm also a skeptic, right? If you just hate everything, then maybe you're also missing some stuff too. But I like to try to be as realistic. I like data. I like looking into it. The Van Allen radiation belt was an interesting problem that Russia couldn't figure out. Anyways, yada, yada, yada. Dave's loving that topic. And Dave, yeah, and most of what we found out after the fact is they didn't even like each other. Both of those guys didn't even like each other. So all that chemistry and collaboration and buddy we see on the screen is all acting. So they're acting about the relationship they don't have. They can certainly act about myths and other things. No problem. The enforcement wasn't taking to highways. There's a few things around where they could have done more. They had the tools and they chose not to. And there's also a bunch of stuff that he said that wasn't true about what the highway enforcement could do. We're going to rewind that and go through some of that and actually double check what actions they can take, what enforcement can they take, and which ones didn't they take. Oh yeah, and that was my comment to overall. Overall, it was more entertaining to me, Stunt, because I kind of like the idea that people were poking narratives, right? So they were all about myths and try and bust them. That's kind of like a watchdog group almost, right? Investigative reporting-ish. So I'm for that. Anyone doing that. And this was one of the first shows that kind of did that. Other than like how it's made, that was just straight up about how things are made. This one was going against common narratives and testing them. So that was kind of neat. We need something like that again, because there's a lot out there, especially around COVID and stuff. Like, what if Mythbusters was out today? Would they even touch that subject? That'd be interesting. I was their biggest fan, I understand, and got most to follow the footsteps of Discovery. Yeah, they were good, but of course, and there's other issues we haven't talked about here, Stunt, that I disagree with, and some things they said busted that weren't busted, and confirmed that weren't confirmed. But overall, I just like the whole idea of testing it, see what you can figure out, looking for the truth. It's just a little bit heartbreaking that even they could be caught dishing out misinformation that helps the government. Well, what if that is their opinion, though? What if they do believe that? What if they've seen enough that they are convinced that it did happen? Okay. I don't think they sat down and said, here's a government narrative, but here's the thing about misinformation and conspiracy and all that kind of stuff, even from the government. It can take hold in people. Okay, so maybe they had enough that they believed on and they weren't coots with the government. That's possible too, bud. What I do know is they didn't like each other and they pretended very well that they did. Hey, from Windsor. Welcome, Gabriel. Are your roads working again? Were you blocked? Can you get across the border when you want to? Have you used the tunnel? Did you know that there was a truck ferry for dangerous goods that they could use as well? And you're fully aware that all the train crossings and other things were also fine. So, Gabrielle, welcome. Really happy to have you. But as a resident of Windsor, I'm very curious how you feel about the narrative that your city is weak, unprepared. They said they had no emergency plans, and it was all caught off guard. And they want to raise your taxes in order to have more Jersey barriers and police around. So go ahead and let us know how you think about that. For, against, moving to Alberta? Let us know what you're thinking, Gabriel. He's awesome. Can't wait. Not sure who that is. Sorry if I missed a couple chats there. But if Stunt likes them, I like them. We are a pro-freedom, pro-truth team. You got it, Railroaded. And I'm glad we didn't spook you on your speakers. Oh, and by the way, there was some talk about the emergency. They're going to be doing the phone emergency test today. And then there was a talk about how it could spook people. Well, Railroaded, yesterday, I accidentally had my phone on and my microphone on just after the break. So we were getting lucky on my phone, and then the audio was going into the microphone, and then it was kind of giving you like a lucky in the background on the audio. And I could see how that would spook anybody. Like, oh no, Lucky's stuck in my head now all of a sudden. But look, we are hypersensitive right now. We're on edge a little bit. We hear all this stuff about our own government coming after us. Here we are online chatting away, probably violating the C11 every single which way it was written right now. So, you know, and they do knock on your door and say hi. And we were very critical of the RCMP yesterday. So, and there are our police force of the jurisdiction. I sit and live right now in RCMP jurisdiction. Okay, it's a funny life we've chosen for ourselves, Railroaded, as we navigate and critique the government that we have. But it's our duty, it's our job. So I'm not afraid of it. But yeah, boom, boom, boom on your door, even if it's just food you delivered or something. We're all going to be a little bit on edge. I'm even a little bit of on edge about having to fly. It's my first time flying commercial in a long time, doing that private stuff for a bit, and certainly the first time getting on a plane since this whole COVID stuff kicked off. I'm not worried about COVID. I'm just worried about what do I have to do, and what are they going to ask, and what are they going to look in, and what are they going to do? Are they going to give me a headache? Anyways, I'm not looking forward to that part of my my future because it looks like I am heading out there. Liberty, honk, 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 honk. Right on. Hey, welcome, Charlie. Thank you for coming back. Love you. Great job on the service. Thank you. We love you, Charlie. Fuel, faith, and fun. Stunt, let's get that thing going. Peace, love, and air horns for sure. And yeah, Charlie C loves you, truckers, for sure. Charlie, welcome, Hong Kong. Good to see you again. Hope you show up for Fridays again. We'd like to get your voice on that panel. I never heard anything about the helicopter with banner. Would love to see it too. I'm sure pretty sure the plane banner was paid for by a bunch of TikTokers. Sure. And we can do the same thing. Can we get a banner and rent a plane if you can fly the sucker without a message? Woot. Can we get a banner and rent a plane if you can fly the sucker without our message? I think I covered that already. I can't. What I'd have to do to rent a plane is if it's not a 182, because that's my type rating I got a 172, a 152, and 150. If it's not one of those planes, I'd have to be type rated, which means going up, taking some course, prove that I can fly it. It takes a few hours. Don't think I'll have time to do that. We'll see what we do though, Stunt. I would love to get some more hours under my belt. But I also have lots of friends with planes and in the Ontario, Ottawa, Quebec region. So maybe we'll go up with one of them. Hong Kong, Eleanor, welcome. Lots of green hearts. Thank you, Stunt. Does anybody know where the inquiry is, by the way, like physically? Like where is it being held? I'm looking to find a room near it. So if you got that, throw it in the chat. I can pass it on to the wife. We don't know where it physically is. We need peaceful, lawful, civic action. The veteran who testified for freedom after being hit with an IED. Oh. Are you talking about Chris? Had some good testimony from him. Broke my heart when he told me, or he said it was the worst pain he felt since he was blown up. A human shouldn't be uttering those words on so many levels. Broke my heart there. It's snowing hard here. Sorry, Charlie. We sent that to you. Hey, Charlie. Love you too. Hey, love you too, Eleanor. Thank you very much for coming back. A national emergency alert. So here, railroad. For those joining late, there will be a national emergency alert this afternoon test. Keep your phones nearby. Hopefully mine's muted at the time, but we'll all be going through that together. Charlie had it already. It rolls. They do rolling. So I haven't got mine yet. What's weird though, sometimes I get Toronto ones because my phone number is Toronto. But sometimes it's regional too. So they may have two different ways of sending out messages by device location and by device registration. They may send out differently. It'll be interesting to see how many of those phones go off at inquiry. Yeah. LOL, for sure, Charlie. That would be funny. They all go off like the same time. Not everyone likes to make it sound like China is doing all the polluting, but we've hired them to do that. You're right. Yeah, you're not wrong. And we manufacture our own plastic junk. We would be the polluters. Sure. I think we're going to get better at all that. More stuff should be made here just for costs and for logistic reasons. We now know countries can shut down, lock down, shut the borders. So something we got to work on. If you're not worried about China, you need to pay attention to their own media. It's not that I'm not worried about them, James. I just want to be skeptical about the media we're being fed and China's media, because the truth is going to be in between that. I do think that they have ambitions. They're very big global ambitions, and I do believe that they're propagating their people everywhere. And I also believe that opening up police stations in Canada is exactly what we should be keeping an eye on. That shouldn't be happening. And they did the same thing in the States. So FBI is looking at them, and I believe CSIS is looking at them, RCMP is looking at them. Look, but I also don't think that we should forget that there's a lot of enemies, and some of them are here. Okay? Now, be careful, be cautious, keep an eye out, but I'm not worried about China crossing my border. I'm more worried about my own government coming on knocking on my gate. I'll be 30 minutes if same as was there. Cool. Cool and great. Come on and join us. There'll be a separate stream for that, and I'll get you the link to come on to the panel. We are an enemy in their eyes simply because of our alliances. Sure, James. And yeah, and there's geopolitical, global, there's a lot going on there. But again, I'm not worried about them hitting my gate. Okay. I really believe it will be my own government that shows up before any other government shows up. PM, I think I seen. Okay. The comments is offensive because the truckers of the convoy were also professionals. 100%. Anyone who holds a commercial driver's license is a professional. And by the way, this whole talk about canceling commercial, I hope that comes back later and burns these guys, because why would you go after the commercial activities of someone who's parked and protesting? That's just straight up, you're penalizing them. This is not what our laws are for. Our laws aren't for smacking people on the hand with a stick when you want to. I really hope that comes back and burns these guys bad, that they were trying to do it, talking about it, and you're even trying to coordinate it with like other provinces to take away licenses and stop people from making a living. We have lots of employment laws. Did you know that if somebody gives you a bad reference, you can sue them for employment? Yeah, you're not allowed to give a negative reference. You're allowed to give as honest as you can without being negative, because the negative is your opinion, and if that affects somebody's employment, that's not what we don't tolerate that in Canada. Another thing we don't tolerate in Canada is any employer trying to stop someone else from doing their profession. So let's say you are a plumber and you work for plumbing company A, world's largest plumbing company, and they sign a contract with you that says, hey, after you leave for 1 year, you can't do plumbing. You can go ahead and sign that contract and go ahead and collect on the money, but that's not enforceable. They can't enforce that. Our courts have routinely, time and time again, said you cannot interfere with a person's ability to make a living. That's a fundamental right. That's part of living. So even them going after the commercial licenses like that, this is why I'm raising this as this is going to be a problem later, because our courts have already settled that. You cannot affect someone for penal reasons. Employment. You simply can't. If the organization itself or the commercial operation itself was collecting penalties and doing things bad and doing things wrong, yeah, that's what that whole system's for. But you can't pull that out as a stick. Just like canceling bank accounts or locking bank accounts. There's going to be consequences in the future to any of those attempts. You don't need to be a fleet driver to be a professional. Sure. Most owner-operators are more professional because they have more experience after working their way from a fleet driver. Sure, owner-operator. Yeah, you got it, Stunt. And from the legal side, it's a human right. You can't stop somebody from doing their profession. We've got lots of case law around that. Okay, they're in my ear, and yeah, it's about time they're going to be popping up soon. There's no difference between truckers who were pro-convoy or anti-convoy. They're all professional drivers in the government and trucking. Yeah, and that's what my friend said. She said that too. Like, she didn't support it, and because she was vaxxed and she was fine with that. But she was also still professional. She did say things like, I don't think they should be penalized. They're allowed to express their opinion. I just don't agree with it. But she wasn't on for penalization of her colleagues because she's got the same mindset. They work hard. They work hard. So no, she wasn't for hurting them, but she just wasn't supporting it. Those convoy truckers were not hacks. They were heroes. Agreed. I don't like when they talk like that. Perry agrees. Lightfire, I agree. The woke lexicon is designed to confound reality. I refuse to use it. Oh, okay. So this is around the terms. Yeah, I don't like using. I'm just going to stop using them. And if that gets me in trouble, then fine. But you want to be a man that cuts your body up? That's what I'll refer you to. You want to be a woman that chops off your breasts? That's what you're going to be referred to as. I'm going to use traditional terms here. And I think we all should. You're right. Sometimes terms need to be refreshed, but only if they help elude it. Yeah. There's some words that we can drop. There's certainly some words that we can drop. But as a whole, it should be kind of, we're just done with those words, so we just stop using them, not a government requirement or anything like that. We don't follow schizophrenics around telling them the voices in their head are real, and we shouldn't be following men around pretending their delusions are real. Yes, Stunt. I think we are doing a disservice by enabling mental illness. I think this world, or at least our country, needs to get back to therapeutics, helping people, really helping them, not enabling them and giving them the continuing with their delusion. But Stunt, we do agree that gender dysphoria is real, and some people do suffer. But I also think majority of them are not actual clinical gender dysphoric. So there's that. There's the whole trend and bandwagoning that's definitely happening. We went from 5% to 20% in 10 years for people with a gender dysphoria. So that's impossible. That can't be medically correct. That has to be societal. I love that indeed the names people tested. Love the idea. Need these people tested. Yeah, no, government, right? There should be some psychological, like, just walk up behind them and go and see if they jump. Okay, right there, you're done. But if you're calm and collected, more like Couric, Commissioner Couric, if you're, you can handle and you can explain how you're not scared of the boogeyman. These are the leaders we want. But I also want them to be able to be aware and skeptical, and they like data and they like to look at real information. I think we should do something like that. It's offensive as to treat women like there's nothing more to them. My wife is so mad, like Stunt. My wife is so mad. Women can bleed, men can bleed. I mean, like, she gets so mad because she's being erased as a woman. She feels like she's being erased, being replaced by men in sport and other stuff and beauty pageants now. And she can't even use the term woman. And she is mad, and I don't blame her. There's a dilution going on. We see it. I would just say, just stop helping them. I don't use those terms anymore. They force us to accept who they are because they couldn't accept who they were before. No thanks. Yeah, it's an identity crisis. Happens into teenagers, and now we're making it an issue, and now we're actually enabling them to make it worse. And I feel bad. Like even people that do the mask stuff religiously, they're actually not helping their health psychologically or physically. So at some point, we're going to recommend to them stop using dirty masks. Maybe a while before they wake up. I actually just watched for a few weeks ago. I finally found it. It looks like a missile. Yes, we are going to have a great conversation with me. You got it, dude. It's the most protective building in the world, has no video, and yeah, it bounces off the ground and blah, the holes on the other side. Like, blah, come on. That was World Trade Center 7. It fell. Mic drop. Okay, there's nothing else to talk
Order
about.
allowed.
All right, here we go. Let's enjoy the rest of this. The first half of the afternoon.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Love you guys. We'll talk soon.
Good afternoon again, gentlemen. If I can pick up roughly where we left off, we had run through the life cycle of the tow truck strategy. And I wanted to ask you some questions, and this will to some extent bring back in your enforcement strategy and your tow truck strategy, but just talk to you about the point we began with, which was your federal, provincial, territorial coordination as you were trying to come to solutions. And in particular, I'll call up a document, though I don't know if we'll need reference to it, but we'll get it on the screen just in case we do. It's SSM CAN 50363. And while that's coming up, Mr. Keenan, you'll recollect perhaps that on February 7th, Transport Canada, Public Safety, and CBS convened a feds, provinces, territories discussion.
Yes.
And now you can see on the screen an email, my notes from the FTP call. And if to recollect your memory in response to any of my questions, you want to have the clerk scroll down and help you through your answers, please feel free to do so. But perhaps just generally, who convened the meeting?
The meeting was convened by Deputy Minister Stewart of Public Safety, and but in part upon the suggestion of myself.
And what was the purpose of the meeting?
There was a number of purposes, but it was to bring together there was one overall purpose, which was to bring together at the federal and provincial level the deputy ministers of public safety and transport to take stock of developments and to talk about ways of working together to deal with this sort of rapidly evolving national crisis.
And then you have the notes there that, well, actually, I suppose I should back up a second. It was federal, provincial, and territorial meeting. Without listing all the names, can you just describe the categories of people who were participating in this?
There's probably three. At the federal level, it would have been the Deputy Rod Stewart and some of his senior people from public safety, myself and senior folks from Transport Canada. And I see here on the list, on the notes, that we also had CBSA, which would have, I'm sure it was John Ossowski. And then from the provincial side, essentially my counterparts, the deputy ministers of transport or transport and road safety from all of the provinces and the territories. And then on the public safety side, the public safety departments or solicitor general, whatever they're called in each of those jurisdictions. So it would have been a fairly significant number of people in total.
Significant in number, and it sounds like the senior or close to the most senior officials in their portfolios for each province and territory.
Yes, and sometimes when you have these calls, like sometimes when I'm called to a meeting, I'll be called to 2 or 3 meetings at the same time. I will delegate the less important ones. This was the most important discussion any of us were having. So if my memory serves correctly, I think it was almost all of jurisdictions showed up with what you call the deputy head, the deputy minister, deputy solicitor general, et cetera.
And under the 4th bullet there is Transport Canada proposal, and the first bullet, I'll help you through. I believe maximum enforcement strategy is one of the early monikers for what became the strategic enforcement strategy. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so there's your strategy and some bullet points for it. Did you present this strategy, you or one of your officials?
I presented this strategy. At that point, we didn't have a written document, so I verbally outlined the concept and the idea of the strategic enforcement strategy, which at that time we were referring to as the maximum enforcement strategy.
And then, Clerk, if you could just scroll down a little bit, and then Mr. Keenan, I'll ask you, what was the reception to the strategy? As these notes that Aaron, Assistant Deputy Minister of Transport, took were captured the mixed, so you could see. In general, when we were having this discussion, there was a cool, reserved response by provincial colleagues, good colleagues in collaboration, but there was a lot of anxiety about the rapidly escalating scale of unlawful behavior. So everybody was nervous and being careful. That said, there was different complexions in the response. Alberta had mixed feedback as per these notes, and they made the point that we were seeking both ideas and participation and engagement on the strategy, and they were making it clear they were prepared to be engaged. The appropriate and usual cautions about letting police make operational decisions. I think as you go down, I think my recollection is BC was more positive. Quebec was positive. In fact, I think they were saying you can't. That's the point I was remembering, that not only were they supportive, they said that the strategy that we were advocating aligned well to the strategy that they had executed the last weekend to, in their view, some success. With respect to the protest in Quebec City?
Yes.
Yeah. And then how did Ontario receive the strategy?
I think they were on the slightly cooler side. The government should issue a statement of support for police. They were one voice, and there were, to be fair to Ontario, there were other voices that was uncomfortable with the word maximum. And so we, in the spirit of building a consensus, we were happy to change the word maximum to strategic, at the expense of making the title a little bit redundant.
Now, we're going to go to the next day after this FPT meeting, February the 8th, and we're going to talk about a letter you received, and that I think you know well by now, from the Ontario Deputy Minister of Transportation, your counterpart in Ontario. Before we get there, I'd like to put up, if you could please, Mr. Clerk, PB Can 50820. And this is an email chain that starts with the transmission of the letter, but If you could go back to the top, please, clerk, just for a second. So not sure where this ends up taking us through, but if you scroll down, you'll come to a paragraph. We have had several discussions. There we go. So this is your contribution, having received the letter. I'll just read this out so that it's in the transcript. We have had several discussions with Ontario about enforcement options. Ontario has always been cautious and reserved about making full use of its authorities under the Highway Traffic Act, but was engaged. This letter, and I'm going to try to ellipse your typos here, but this letter represents a pullback from those discussions. It is consistent with the pattern we saw in the last 48 hours where Minister Mulroney is unavailable to talk to Minister Alghabra. And then it's got your name at the end. Have I been fair to the typos there? And
yes, I think you've done them more than justice, and I apologize for the typos that came from typing fast.
We've all been there. Now, we're going to go to the letter in a second, and you'd already mentioned that in the FPT meeting, you sensed some coolness to Ontario and some of the other provinces about the enforcement strategy. But the reason I wanted to begin with this email is I'll foreshadow by saying the letter was a less than embracing acceptance of the enforcement strategy by Ontario, and you're saying that that is consistent with the pattern in the last 48 hours. Can you explain what you mean by that about Minister Mulroney, which would be an Ontario minister, being unwilling to talk to Minister Alghabra or unavailable?
Certainly. So in the follow-up from on the call with the Ontario Police on the 3rd, so we started thinking about this on the 4th, and over the weekend of the 5th and 6th had reached out to Ontario. I reached out to the Deputy Minister LeBlanc by phone. My Assistant Deputy Minister of Safety and Security reached out to his counterpart, and so we had started the conversation, and we were getting good colleagues returning our calls, constructive discussion, but cool and reserved, and so that was notable. At the same time, at the ministerial level, Minister Alghabra, because I'm obviously briefing him sort of day by day, reached out, saw the importance of this issue, and reached out to Minister Mulroney. And the normal course of events in the good relationships amongst the Minister of Transport, when one minister is keen to talk to another, they connect quite quickly. They can be busy, but they'll find time. And it was several days, I guess here, it was at this point, it was at least 48 hours where Minister Mulroney was unavailable to talk to Minister Alghabra. And that then this letter arrived on February 8th in that context, this letter arrived in February 8th from Deputy Minister LeBlanc. And I believe that at Minister Mulroney then got back to Minister Alghabra and said that we're providing a response. My deputy minister is providing a response to your deputy minister, and that response was this letter. Not a slightly unorthodox way of having those communications, but it did close the loop.
Okay, and just so we have the cast of characters accurate for those who haven't been following this too closely, Minister Alghabra was the Federal Minister of Transport and Minister Mulroney was Ontario's Provincial Minister of Transport?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, if we can go to the letter, Clerk, it would be PB Can 50821. Now, You by now, I'm sure, are quite familiar with this letter, and as a matter of fact, it's had some airtime at the hearing already in front of other witnesses, so we don't need to spend too much time on it, but perhaps you could explain to me the substance of this response and your reaction to it.
The substance of the response was, I guess, first and foremost, the tone of the response was collaborative and collegial. The substance of the response was negative in the following sense. And as you go through down, if you could scroll down just maybe a little further, again, stop there. Scroll up just slightly, please. Thank you. There was an explanation for this is based on us inquiring about the possibility of finding a way to leverage the potential sanction of a commercial truck driver losing their commercial operating certificate because of significant and repeated violations of the Highway Traffic Act as a result of blocking a highway with the truck, honking the horn, all of these violations of the Highway Traffic Act. And we were sort of exploring that and sort of asking a question to our provincial colleagues in charge of that, like what could be done here? And this is a very sort of detailed description of the various reasons why in what I concluded was a polite, detailed, substantive description of why and how nothing could be done in this respect. And there are very good points of procedure, et cetera, procedural fairness, et cetera. But I interpreted this that because it ended saying, we don't think we can do anything here, and we would ask that you redirect discussions to my colleague, the Solicitor General, this was a very polite but firm, no, we're not going to get involved here.
Okay. Thank you. And with that response, I'll ask my colleague to pick up a new line of questions. Mr. Commissioner Stephen Armstrong, Commission Counsel, will pick up for a section of questions, and then I'll come back to finish.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keenan and Mr. Day. My name is Stephen Armstrong. I'm Commission Counsel. I'm going to be asking some questions about the economic impact analysis from the border blockades. And my questions are primarily for Mr. Day, but Mr. Keenan, if you have anything to add, please do. So Mr. Day, I understand that your directorate has previous experience analyzing trade shocks. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Can you tell the commissioner about some of that experience?
Yes, well, basically, my group is responsible to monitor and track any disruption on the transportation system. And of course, you know, with what happened in the previous years in terms of the rail blockade, for example, but also other events, you know, we develop expertise and knowledge about, you know, how to assess this different disruption on the Canadian transportation system, but also on the Canadian economy.
And just in terms of understanding the impact on border blockades, the Commission understands from the institutional report that the nature of trade between Canada and the United States, I guess some of the features of the economy are an important background. Can you describe or provide some context on that?
Yes. For any economic impact assessment, we follow a very rigorous framework to make sure that we're using the best data, but also that we validate that with the industry. So we always started, you know, our analysis by having a good assessment of the context and what is happening. And in order to do that, we use the best data available. For example, in the context of the issue on the cross-border, we're using Statistic Canada data to get a good sense in terms of the nature of the trade that are affected in the different border points. in terms of the magnitude, but also the type of the merchandise that were affected by the reduction or the blockade of the bridge. We are also using other sources of information, for example, information from CBSA about daily movement at the border, just to get a sense in terms of the fluidity and the capacity of the movement at the different border. We were also using direct information and data from the industry to get a sense from them in terms of how they have been impacted and the impact for the operation overall. So based on this data, we're getting a bit of a portrait of the what is really happening. And following that, we always validate this information directly with the industry. So I was having, or my colleague or my group were having daily call with the different sector affected by the blockade on the borders, in order to validate again the data that we have, but also get a better insight from them about how they have been affected and what might be the implication for them in terms of production, in terms of issues for investment, for example, which was also a real threat for the auto sector, for example. And it's based.
If I could jump in, sorry. Could I just ask, I guess, more specifically of the ports of entry that experienced blockades in February 2022, which were the most concerning from an economic perspective and why?
Well, when you look at the Ambassador Bridge, for example, this is a very significant, I would say, corridor to exchange basically merchandise between us and the United States. The magnitude is important. It represents just by itself about 26% of the value of the export that Canada is moving to the United States, and 33% of the import that Canada is making the US is going through the Ambassador Bridge. So in terms of the strategic importance of this bridge, it was very, very clear. It's clearly also very strategic in terms of the sector affected. In the south of Ontario, the auto sector, the manufacturing sector was clearly affected directly and quickly, because they are all now in a just-in-time, kind of a production schedule. So any delay or a reduction or not accessing the equipment that they need in order to produce had almost a direct impact instantly in terms of their activities. But there are other commodities that have been affected as well that are important for the Canadian communities, like the basically medical equipment, pharmaceutical equipment, as well furniture, food. So there's a lot of movement of merchandise through the bridge that clearly had a direct and instantaneous impact in terms of not only the manufacturing sector, but also the Canadian communities about accessing some of the goods that are important for them.
Thanks. And I just wanted to pick up on a point I think that you were just getting into there, is that some of these goods that you were looking at are critical goods, correct? Or something that could be deemed critical goods. Can you explain to the Commissioner what are critical goods? What is the significance of that?
Well, there's no official definition of the critical goods right now, but we can probably extract and get an agreement that's saying that when it's touched the health and the food security of community, for example, these are very critical to the day-to-day needs of the community in Canadian. And they are also another element of the critical aspect when it's also affecting the economic activities. And again, coming back to the manufacturing sector, not having access to the different equipment that was needed in order to produce had a direct impact on them in terms of their capacity to basically conduct their activities. So we have seen reduction and stoppage of the production in the auto sector and other sector following, the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge, for example.
Right, but I just want to tie back to the critical goods for a second. I think you linked that to sort of the well-being of the goods that are essential for well-being and health. Is it fair to say that if we're looking at critical goods, that imports are more important than exports, or are they equally important?
When you look at the composition of the import and the export, they are both very important. They are important for our calling in the US as well, because we do export some of these critical goods as well. And not only for the community, but also to ensure that they can, on their side, also produce what they need to produce in terms of sustaining the economic activities in the auto sector, for example. And the auto sector is a bit particular in a sense that the two economies are very integrated overall in terms of the economic activity, but the auto sector is probably one of the most integrated. And the way they manage all the supply chain, that it's really integrated. It's not a US supply chain, it's not a Canadian supply chain, it's an integrated North American supply chain. So any disruption in terms of the movement of what it's needed on the supply chain is affecting both sides of the country very, very quickly on that front.
So, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to call up the institutional report. It's at doj.ir. Several zeros, number 5. And if we could turn to page 22, please. And I guess I'm going to ask about paragraph 89 here. You have some figures. So this is focusing on the Ambassador Bridge. And am I correct in understanding that, for example, where it says agri-food in the bullet, it's 10.7% of all exports. Is that a percent of agri-food exports nationwide that are going through the Ambassador Bridge?
If I remember correctly, let me see. Yeah, I think it's correct.
And that would apply to pharmaceuticals and critical minerals.
Exactly.
And so in paragraph 90, you address Western Canada, and in the second sentence there, sorry, I shouldn't say you. It's the institutional report, but it refers to Western Canada as 1 to 2% of critical exports and imports. Is it fair to say that when we're talking about critical goods, is the main concern the Ambassador Bridge?
Well, given the magnitude and the importance of the value and the importance of these community, yes.
Okay, and then on paragraph 91, the report addresses the impact on automobile manufacturers. Can you tell the commissioner how did you come to learn? How did Transport Canada come to learn about the impact on automobile manufacturers? And can you just expand on that a bit?
Yes, again, it's based on, first of all, getting good data and statistic from Statistics Canada and other sources about the situation there. But again, data is not always reflecting what is really happening right now. So that's why we had different, engagement with the industry in order to get a sense in terms of how they have been affected by the different reduction of the movement at the border. And we have been in contact with, here you have a short list of the key, auto producer, but we have had a comprehensive engagement with also other sector as well that were affected, just to get a sense in terms of all the different sector were affected by the blockade of the at the border.
And did you consider in your analysis whether these auto manufacturers could make up production after the blockades ended?
Yeah, we implicitly take that into consideration because I was saying at the beginning, the first element is to get an assessment about how the movement at the border is affected. So we had a good understanding based on Statistics Canada about the magnitude of the export and the import and the value of that. And at the bridge, it was about 93 million per day that are affected by the blockade there. And after that, we're trying to translate that in terms of how much of these movement at the border will lead to a real issue in terms of economic costs and loss of economic activities. And in order to do that, we're using, well, what we think state-of-the-art economic model in order to look at the impact of a reduction of the movement of the merchandise at the border, and get a sense in terms of for what are the sector that will be the most affected and how they will be affected. And these models allow us to get a good picture, a good portrait of what happened on that side. And it's with this model, again, validated with the industry, that we were developing a kind of a net economic assessment of the impact of the blockade.
I'd like to turn to paragraph 92. It's on the screen already. Here you address the food and beverage industry, and it says here that it appeared likely at the time that some manufacturers would have to shut down if the blockade persisted, which in turn could lead to less availability of food and beverage products and higher prices. Do you know, how did you come to the opinion that that appeared likely? What was the source of that?
Well, there's three elements to consider here. First of all, it was during the winter. It's always more a challenge to move perishable, products during the winter. So you have to work in a window that it's already really more narrow. And after that, we had a good information that in terms of how much these industries on both sides of the border were affected. And of course, for them, it's real time. If you're not taking the fruits, vegetable, the flowers, the other, perishable good, and even if there's a delay of 1 day or two, it means that they are losing basically some of the business or their business on that side. So they were very, very concerned about, not having predictability on their side about when they can move their products and where. And again, even a delay in terms of the transportation on their side were not only adding costs, it was sometimes, causing a problem of not being in a situation of delivering their products to their client.
How did you come to understand that that occurred?
Well, it's true, conversation we have had with the different, shippers on that front in order to get an appreciation of the challenges that they were facing.
Mr. Clerk, can we please go to page 23 of the report, the next page? There's a chart in the middle of the page. We can scroll up or down if you want the context, but Mr. Day, could you walk us through this chart briefly?
Yes, this is basically a table summarizing what I just mentioned. So we were, of course, monitoring the situation at the different border crossing in terms of what is happening there. And using, Statistics Canada trade data, we had basically statistic about the value of the import and the import that was affected for a specific days. And this table is just trying to provide, again, contextualize in terms of the value of the export and the import that were affected by the different blockade in the different border crossing. So
and
we were
trade, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sorry.
So just to get clarity on some of the terms, I guess, and I think they're explained in the paragraphs above, but trade per day, that includes imports and exports.
Exactly.
Correct? And what is trade impact? What is that figure ultimately showing us?
Well, the trade impact is basically looking at the trade per day that are affected times the number of days of the blockade. So this is giving you a bit of an estimate of the value of the export and import that are affected or have been affected by the blockade in the different border crossing.
Right, but it doesn't purport to be the cost to the Canadian economy, correct?
No, no. This is again, we're starting to get a sense in terms of what is affected first, and in order to derive the net economic cost, we're going through this validation process, and through economic modeling, we can generate basically the loss of economic activities that were associated with the blockade at the different border crossing.
Okay, yeah, and then at paragraph 97 here, we have a figure that says that the total number of trucks entering or returning to Canada from the United States was down 5% in February 2022 relative to the same period in 2021. Are you able to say what the cause of that 5% reduction was? What was the cause?
Well, the numbers here refer for the full month, but given the data that we're getting on a daily basis from CBSA, we were in a position to look at the impact of the blockade at the different border crossing point. And I think my colleague on CBSA this morning presents some of these tables where we are showing a significant reduction, if not a total closure of the traffic in the different border crossing. So we were in a position with this information and the validation with industry to get a good sense in terms of what was really stopped or reduced at the border crossing in terms of traffic.
Are there any other factors that would impact, if you just looked year over year from 2021 to 2022, that would impact the flows?
Of course, we were at that time, we were in an environment that was under stress, I would say, economically and for the transportation sector with the COVID situation. There were some challenges in terms of the global supply chain and the domestic supply chain. And but looking at historical average was giving us a bit of a benchmark. And usually when you're doing this kind of analysis, you're using different benchmark just to ensure that your assessment is robust enough. And here in the paragraph, we're referring to the previous year, but we use different time period just to make sure that our benchmark was robust enough to get a sense about the impact of the blockade of the bridge at the moment.
And do you know how much of the 5%, do you know how much that represents critical goods flowing across? Was that impacted?
I don't have this information with me, but you can assume that, depending of the composition of the movement of the trucking, that probably most of the commodity that I've highlighted at the beginning were affected. How much? We don't have this information right now.
And at paragraph 98, the report notes that a reduction in traffic was observed in Western Canada, and the number of trucks entering or returning to Canada decreased by 48% at Coutts and 29% at Emerson. Do you have the information for whether there were corresponding increases at the other nearby ports of entry in Alberta and Manitoba?
Well, in our analysis and using again daily information from our colleague on CBSA about the movement on the different crossing border, we were in a position to see if the traffic were redirect at least partly to other border crossing.
And was it?
And in some part, yeah, the traffic has been redirected to other border crossing point, but it was never a perfect rerouting of the traffic from one bridge or one areas to the others. There were always, a net cost or a net loss of traffic. And there were also, even though if the traffic was rerouted, there were some cost issue in terms of adding time, adding cost, adding capacity in the other area, and causing problem in terms of the just-in-time kind of a production in the different sector that were affected. And depending on the region, I focus a lot on the manufacturing sector, giving the south of the Ontario challenges. But on the western side, their focus was more on, live animal products, agri-food products, for example, or mining. And again, there were some specific problematic there as well in terms of, not being in a position to timely deliver these products to the different markets.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to go to the next page, please. So it sort of ends the economic impact section here of the report, saying it's clear that there has been an impact. However, it's difficult to attribute the shifts noted above solely to the impact of the blockades. Can you tell the commissioner, I guess, some of the challenges in making that assessment and why it's not possible?
Well, what was possible to do first is to giving the shock, and we had good information about the value of the export and import that were affected by the different blockade. It was relatively straightforward to translate that through modeling and validation in terms of net economic costs for the different region. We have done the analysis for the Ambassador Bridge, for example, and we come with an estimate of the net economic cost. In terms of the attribution of the overall other factor that is happening, that's where it was getting difficult for us to assess the role of vaccination, COVID, global supply chain challenges, and or challenges in terms of shortages of workers due to COVID or other issues. It's really difficult to make an assessment about the exact contribution of each of these factors when you're doing a global and a macroeconomic impact assessment.
And if that's the case, then how can it be clear that the blockades had an impact?
Well, because, for the reason that I just mentioned, we were in a position in the context of the blockade to know exactly what was affected in terms of the traffic of the merchandise on the exportation and the importation. So that was, it was clear about, the sector affected. So we can use basically, and we have used this information through our modeling to see how the Canadian economy and the regional economy and the sectoral economy were affected by the reduction, for example, of the traffic on the Ambassador Bridge. And that was a clear, assessment of the impact of the reduction of the importation and the exportation at the Ambassador Bridge. So for this one, it's pretty clear. It's when you're trying after that to look and get, I would say, a kind of an overall perspective about how the Canadian economic growth was affected for the different other shock, and how can you attribute, the reduction of economic growth, for example, in a specific areas. Then it's getting more difficult to make sure that you can, do the causality or the attribution for the global shock versus domestic shock, health-related shock, or any other shock. But in the context of the Ambassador Bridge and the blockade on the crossing border, because we add information about the nature and the magnitude of the export and import affected, we were in a position to derive a net economic cost estimate.
Yeah, and I'd like to talk about that now, actually. So, Mr. Clerk, if you could pull up PB Can 00000840. So, Mr. Day, I think you've been alluding to this document. This is a document that I understand your directorate prepared. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we have a key messages box here that summarizes the analysis. Could you walk the commissioner through some of the key messages?
Yes. Again, the first key messages was basically to highlight the trade that was affected at the Ambassador Bridge. Again, using Statistics Canada data that was available there. And we were in a position to highlight that about 390 million of trade daily were affected, which again represent 26% of the export of the country to the US and 33% of the merchandise imported from the US by road. So we were looking at that, and now, and the next bullet, the next point was to say, okay, how this translate into economic loss in Canada. In order to do so, we have used a modeling that we have right now in our group, and this model are state-of-the-art model. They are giving you a snapshot based on Statistics Canada of the full economic structure in Canada, giving you the detail by sector, so which allow us to look at, not only at the macro level, but at the very sectoral level and regional level, the nature of the impact of the reduction of the import and export of the border. And when we use that, we got an estimate of about 45 million of economic loss per day. But we were using, giving, that they are modeling tools, giving some uncertainty about how the different sector might have been affected at the beginning of the reduction of the activities, in order to bring a bit more certainty about the magnitude of the impact. One of the strategies to derive scenario. And the second bullet there present 3 different scenarios of how the reduction of the trade at the border impact the economy. The first one is assuming that the main sectors affected will be transportation sector and the manufacturing sector, and more precisely the auto sector. And again, this was informed partly by also the conversation we were having with the industry. And when you will look at this impact, the modeling is giving you an estimate of about 45 million of net economic loss, which means that the industry are producing less or stopping their production. It means that we're losing income and salaries, and this is less expenditure in the economy, less economic activities, and the 45 million there is capturing the direct impact of the reduction of the trade on the transportation and the auto sector. The other element, or more to explore, assuming that other sector might have been also affected by the reduction of the trade activities at the border. The 86 million refer to a scenario where it was not only the transportation and the auto sector, it was the full manufacturing sector in the south of Ontario that was affected. And then the estimate then rise from 45 million to 86 million a day. And the last one, which is more kind of an extreme case for us, is to look at, okay, what is happening if all the sector are instantaneously affected by the reduction of the export and import of the border, and then you're getting this estimate of 161 million.
And can I ask, what kind of assumptions went into the $45 million a day scenario?
The 45 million scenario is assuming that, again, looking at what is the traffic at the border that is affected. So we're shocking basically the economy, saying if we're seeing these export and import are affected, what will be the impact for the transportation and the auto sector first? And that's where you're getting the 45 million estimate.
And there's a reference when you're describing in the key messages, the $45 million a day scenario, it says $45 million a day over the first week based on current mitigation efforts put in place by shippers and available alternative options. What assumptions were you making about mitigation efforts for that scenario?
Well, we're assuming, given that we're assuming that only the transportation, the auto sector were affected, we're assuming that all the other sector of the economy, the food sector, the resource sector, the furniture sector, for example, they find a ways to get access to the material that they need to maintain their economic activities. And by redirecting some of their traffic or their import and export from trucking to rail or other mode, for example, or they were in a position to have and sustain economic activities because they had some inventories to allow them to do so. So that's why the 45 million for us was a kind of a conservative estimate of the impact, because we're assuming that more or less all the other economic sector find ways to continue to produce, to continue to operate with minimal disturbance.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to go to another document. It's ssm.can.00003798. And if you could go to the bottom, it's an email chain. Okay, so Mr. Day, I don't have any questions about this first email, but if just would pause on it to let you refresh your memory. Okay, and can we scroll up to the next email? So here, Mr. Day, you've responded to Ms. Turcotte on February 10th on economic impacts of the blockades at border crossings. Mr. Clerk, could you scroll down? And so in these three scenarios you outline here, trade track 1, 2, and 3, do these correspond to the scenarios that we were just talking about?
Yes.
So this is about the Ambassador Bridge.
Exactly.
And Mr. Clerk, could we scroll up again? And so Ms. Turcotte responds to your email, and she has some questions for you. Well, first she says, at first glance, impacts seem large to us, especially scenarios 2 to 3, implying limited diversion options and high sensitivity to any delays. Do you have any response to that comment?
Yes, we do. First of all, we have to acknowledge that when we're doing this kind of analysis, there's a lot of exchange with other departments as well, just to, again, validate if they have any information that we don't have access to, but also making sure that we collectively play this challenge function together in order to make sure that we're getting with the best advice to our respective minister. And there have been exchange throughout this process with the Department of Finance at different level, at my level and at the working group level as well, in order to make sure that their assessment, the way they are conducting their assessment, to get a sense in terms of if they can share any of their insight to us, and we're sharing a bit of their insight. On their side, they're using more, it is my understanding that they're using more macroeconomic modeling tool to derive impact. And on our side, we're using other set of tools that is giving us a lot more sectoral details about the nature of the shock and how the different sectors are affected. So we always, in that regards, trying to collaborate and collaborate effectively to make sure that what were coming in terms of economic assessment were consistent in the way to move forward. And if there were some question about some of the results from the different tools that we're using, we're trying to get a good assessment together about how can we explain the difference between the two. But in the context of the work with the Department of Finance, they have used our assumption about the trade impact or the shock in their model, and they were shocking the economy using their macroeconomic tool, and they got some result. And on our side, we're doing the same. And this email is in that context to exchange information about, the preliminary estimate of the impact from their side and our side. So we had agreement, or we're very consistent in terms of the way to get to the first element of the impact, which is referring to the scenario 1 at 45 million per day. But they were questioning in terms of how far and solid were the other scenario that we were doing. And the email was just to exchange and provide them with more information about what we're trying to capture on scenario 2 and scenario 3 in terms of the sector affected, but also the dynamic aspect of the shock on the trade in the Ontario economy.
And so she had a number of questions for you. I think mostly just looking to highlight the first one. She asked, what do you assume in terms of percent of impact shipments that are able to divert to other crossings, e.g. Sarnia, Niagara, land crossings, rail, and air? And Mr. Clerk, if we could go up to the next email, I believe Mr. Day, you responded. If we could go up to the next page as well. This is the beginning of your email. Well, let's find yep, so this is Mr. Day's response on February 11th. If we could scroll down a bit. Here we see some of the information from the backgrounder that we just looked at. If we could scroll back down to the other page. So my understanding, Mr. Day, if you recall this email, is that the questions are in the bullet points and your response is below in a different sort of color. Is that right?
Yes.
And so your response to the question about your assumption on diversion, it looks like you said our scenarios do not consider any diversions to other crossings. Is that correct?
The shock are assuming that this is a pure shock for the sector, but that's why we're also looking, and I'm coming to that in the different response later, in terms of how can we, capture the dynamic element associated with the rerouting as well. And that's why we're using every day, the information that we're coming from CBSA about, the movement of the traffic or the perceived movement of the traffic to other bridge to get an appreciation about, if, our shock was still reflecting what was happening on that side.
And so does your comment about the scenarios not considering diversion, does that apply to scenario 1 as well, the $45 million a day?
The scenario 1 does not consider any redirection of the traffic at the day of the shock, and on that front, yeah.
Sorry, I'd like you to clarify on that. So does that mean there's no diversion on just day 1 of the 1 week closure, or any of the 7 days of the week?
Well, implicitly, the short answer to your question is that the model is already capturing the potential substitution of the rerouting to a certain level, and this was already embedded in the modeling that we have had, because we can see in terms of how our commodity needs to be moved, and it was moved in the past, and all the past behavior was captured there in terms of the way to get access to these elements. And they have been shocked in the past as well. That was affected also some of the manufacturing sector that was giving us some benchmark about the dynamic element of the rerouting. What the model was not capturing, though, is the day-to-day change that we were seeing, with some redirection of the traffic from Ambassador Bridge to the other bridge. And the model was not allowing us to capture also the cost associated with this rerouting, because rerouting doesn't mean that, it's basically reducing the overall cost, the net economic impact. There might be a bit of a reduction associated to that, but there's also cost associated with rerouting, about time, additional cost, loss of economic opportunities. And we mentioned previously the perishable good, the food sector, where basically, delay means for them that they are losing economic production and activities. So in order to fully capture that, we had to basically play a little bit more with the model, or qualify a bit more the result of the model to see how we can take that into consideration.
And if I could add in, Christian, I think, tell me if this is right, that there's a number of real world kind of challenges that some sectors had in diverting to other bridges that the model, for all its sophistication, couldn't fully capture. One of them is in the auto sector. It's a just-in-time system where sometimes a truck is really geared to make 2 round trips in a day. And then with this diversion, they can only make 1 round trip or half a round trip. And so that, because it's so time sensitive and so synchronized, and that's one of many crossings, it's hard to have that in the model. The second is that one of the, we came to this issue at transport, which is the hours of service limit, because for safety reasons, truckers are limited on how many duty hours they can have before they have to stop and rest. And that the trips under normal conditions are synchronized around the duty hour requirements. When they have like a 4-hour diversion and a 10-hour wait, they time out, and then they have to pull over for the safety rules. There was some discussion of a temporary waiver of those, which we do at occasion. So those kind of costs are material, and I don't know, I assume the model in its sophistication can't fully capture all of that. Yeah.
So, Mr. Clerk, could we go up to the first part of Mr. Day's response? Yeah, you can pause right here. So at the bottom of the screen, there's this, looks like you got some data here on diversion. And so I'm going to ask you some questions about that. Where did you get this information from?
That's the daily data that we're getting from CBSA.
And so were you able to factor that into your scenario 1, or is that not factored in?
This was not a fully factored in the scenario. But the reason why we use the scenario 1 was precisely for that reason. We haven't shocked all the sector of the economy. And implicitly by doing that, we're trying to take into consideration that there will be some rerouting, and it's not all the sectors that won't have access to all the equipment that they were looking for. So that's why we're quite prudent with the scenario 1, but saying the sector that have been affected, it's mainly transportation sector and the auto sector. All the others, we're continuing basically to produce business as usual almost. And this is the attempt to try to capture that, to say that, all the others will find ways to get access to their input, their equipment, to continue the production. So we did explicitly use this number, but the fact of restricting the shock to the transportation sector and the auto sector was more or less to capture these elements that a lot of the other sector will be in a position to access, maybe not on a timely basis, but access what they need to continue to produce.
Mr. Clerk, can we scroll up to the next email in the chain? So, Mr. Day, I think you're not on the chain anymore, but I wanted to get your response, because finance officials continue to comment on the scenarios. And in the first bubble, they say, based on description scenarios 2 and 3, I'm not sure we should include these, especially given that the ambassador is open again. And then in bullet 2, they say scenario 1 seems like a reasonable upper bound for the daily cost. They could easily get there. And they say they see it as an upper bound Do you have any comment on that point or anything to add?
Well, you have to refer that at the date of this email as well. We're talking about
Sure.
February 14. So we weren't, we have started to do these estimate at the beginning of the blockade. So in early February, when we're starting to see some issues in terms of the blockade, we're starting this estimate, not knowing exactly what kind of rerouting would happen and how it will happen. And I think this email was on the February 14.
Mr. Clerk, can we scroll up and see the date?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
February 14.
and it was exchanged within the Department of Finance between the analysts there. We had a lot more information at that time about what happened over the past few days in terms of rerouting, and that's where they were focusing a bit their elements, saying maybe now the scenario 2 and 3, given what we know right now, we're probably a bit more on the high side in the way to look at the economic impact of the situation, and they were more in line with us with the scenario 1 as a prudent and a conservative estimate of to assess the net economic impact on that regards.
And at the end of the second bullet, I just want to get your comment on the remark that the costs are also probably mostly transient, with catch-up production expected in the coming weeks. Do you have any response to that?
Well, again, we're all trying to infer maybe some behavior in terms of the economy there. I think on the February 14, we had a bit more, a better understanding about the nature, the magnitude of the shock, and the return to that. And I think this exchange there was more or less to capture now or better reflect this information. But again, it was more to say that given what we know right now and given the current situation on February 14, maybe a scenario 2 and 3 were more on the upper bound of the net economic impact.
Can I, if it's helpful, could I add a point here? Because first of all, in what you're seeing is an exchange between two finance and the Department on Economic Analysis, which is very typical. I've been involved in that in 3 or 4 different departments. But on this issue, I think there's an important point around this issue of transient that I think is important context. And this is a good discussion to put this impact in context. In one sense, there's a transient. Once the bridge opens, the shock wears off and the economy adjusts and gets back going. So there's 2 aspects that are not transient. One is that that there was some period, and because the thing was closed for 6 days, it wasn't that long, but there were a number of days and shifts where billion-dollar plants were idled, and you don't actually ever regain that. If you shut down a billion-dollar plant for a day, that's a loss of production that you don't actually ever truly get back. But if you looked on in paragraph 91 on the institutional report, you don't have to show it, but it listed the impacts on the auto manufacturing plants in Ontario, and it went through like Honda, GM, and Oshawa, and these different places in Ontario. What it didn't say, because it wasn't a Canadian economic impact, is the same thing was happening in the US, and there were auto plants as far south as Kentucky that were disrupted because they couldn't get the parts across the Ambassador Bridge they needed for their production. And that created an economic impact that could have been quite devastating and permanent. And that is the loss of confidence that Canada is a reliable trade partner. And that a loss of confidence that a production in US boardrooms and US state and national capitals, that a production system that went across the border reliable, and you should consolidate in the US. And so there was an immediate, extremely high level of anxiety out of the boardrooms of the automakers, out of the Michigan, the governor of Michigan. The calls were coming in from Washington. I was getting calls from my counterpart immediately. What's up? Can we help? And because there had been a significant disruption 2 years ago with rail blockades, we were seeing a growing sense of that a question as to whether Canada was a reliable trade partner and whether it's these trade corridors would stay open. That's really important because that's investment. There was a high level of concern at transport, at finance, and at GAC that this was having an adverse effect on investment decisions in boardrooms of US companies, and in particular at the worst possible time because there were a number of major decisions pending on production mandates and investments in auto plants in Ontario, and they typically weigh competing locations. And this bridge outage, particularly if it's extended, could actually tip the balance in Canada's disfavor. And so billion-dollar investments that would have otherwise happened in Ontario were going to happen in Ohio or Kentucky or Michigan. That was, I would say, an extremely high level of concern. And that if this had gone on longer, if it had restarted, the risk of that happening was quite high. In the end, I think the consensus was it was a near miss. While it was a problem and there was a lot of anxiety, Canada was still able to land a number of billion-dollar investment decisions by automakers like Stellantis, Honda, GM in the following months, all made billion-dollar investment decisions in Ontario. If this had gone on longer, if it had been repeated, then any one of those could have been easily unwound because a big decision like that is not final until it's final, and boardrooms are always assessing those kind of risks. So that is a major, I would say, strategic economic risk that and represents economic harm to the country that comes in the future that is quite material to the national interest, but as sophisticated as these models are, either the transport one or the finance one, there's no way to include them in the model. So my assessment would be the economic cost is, say, different versions of around $50 million a day, and potentially much higher if this disruption undermines and reverses some future investment decisions in Canada.
And if I could just follow up on that with one question. The concerns you outlined, Mr. Keenan, about the automotive industry and about Canada's reputation and attracting investment, was that more top of mind than the importation of critical goods? What was most important in your mind at that time?
I think both were really important. The importation of critical goods is a here and now problem that puts the health and safety of Canadians at risk. And the investment confidence is a future economic prospects issue that puts future really good high-paying jobs at risk. And both of them are important.
Thank you. Those are my questions. My colleague, Mr. Cameron, has some more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been told I've got 30 minutes left, and I think I can probably eliminate some material and get this done in that time. And for those of you who've been following the last hour or so, I can point out that tomorrow the finance panel comes on and we'll have another perspective on this similar analysis of that. So in the spirit of if you liked this, you might like. Gentlemen, if I can take you back to the narrative of the development of the federal government's response to the convoy. We were just talking about the letter from Ontario saying that they weren't enthusiastic about the enforcement strategy for the reasons articulated in that letter. I'd like to pick up now where things went from there, beginning with a question to you, Mr. Keenan. Did you brief that letter up to Minister Galbraith?
Yes, I think you could see from the email chain, I briefed that letter to key federal colleagues almost immediately, and I briefed that letter up to Minister Galbraith probably even before then.
And did you have discussions with him or give him feedback on what you thought the implications of that letter were for the development of your enforcement strategy?
Yes.
And can you give us a few minutes on that?
I think I characterized the letter as a disappointing. Ontario's pulling back, and this narrows the tools available for the strategic enforcement strategy. But we will continue working with them and others to try and flesh it out.
Now, leading up from the time of the letter towards invocation on the 14th, what was Transport Canada's role in developing the government's thinking on the potential use of the Emergencies Act?
Our first role was working up the strategic enforcement strategy and the tow truck strategy, which we've discussed. Second key one was assessing the scope of the adverse economic impact that was unfolding starting February 7th because of the accumulation of the border blockades. And then, so over that course of sort of 7th through to the 10th and into the weekend of the 12th and 13th, we were continuing to advance those strategies as essentially as the index track one approach. Somewhere around the 10th to and through into the 12th and 13th, we put our minds to options for increasing authorities under a Track 2 Emergencies Act approach, and had produced a couple of background pieces where the experts in safety and security with the different and aviation, road, marine, et cetera, rail, were explaining, well, what could we do with our existing authorities, and where could there potentially be a new authority that might be helpful? And those were assembled into some tables of background analysis.
And tell me, as you're doing this thinking, on February 11th, Ontario adopted its emergency measures, and how did that have an impact on your thinking about, first of all, how you viewed the Ontario measures, how they might have counterparts in other provinces or federally?
First and foremost, we got the news on the 10th that Ontario was contemplating or was about to issue an emergency declaration. And then I think on the 11th, we saw the orders that, and we understood that on the 11th that it would include things like an ability to suspend the CVOR, the commercial operating certificate, of a truck that's involved in an illegal activity. And so through that evening of the 10th and the 11th, we took that as a very welcome development. It was clear that Ontario had executed a major pivot, and that the February 8th letter to me saying there's nothing we can do had been replaced with a decision to do something material and significant. And so that was a welcome development that contributed to, in a material way, to the strategic enforcement strategy.
And did that prompt you to either think about or perhaps even encourage other provinces to consider similar measures that they might be able to take in their jurisdictions?
Yes, in fact, there was almost an evergreen draft of the strategic enforcement strategy that would evolve through discussions with provincial colleagues, and it would evolve through developments. And we began explicitly citing the Ontario Emergencies and Civil Protection Act measures, and in particular some of the elements of that were relevant to the transportation enforcement strategy, like the ability to suspend CVORs. And I remember making the comment that Ontario is stepping up and taking some action, and the extent to which other provinces can take similar action will strengthen this strategy.
Now, the next point I'd like to bring to your attention as we're following this chronology, there was an email thread on about February 10th, and Mr. Clerk, if you could call up SSM CAN 50374. This is the email thread started by the Deputy Clerk, Ms. Drouin. And again, this is a document that's received some attention already in the hearing. We don't need to go into it line by line, but you might remember this as the inquiry by Maître Drouin as to whether or not there is an opportunity for this concept of a trade corridor that might assist in giving federal jurisdiction that could prevent obstructions at border crossings. Do you remember that?
I do.
And if we could just scroll down in the email a bit. And if we could start by going to the bottom just so we can see the actual proposal. There we are. I'll read it out. As you know, we are looking at different options to get jurisdiction. One of the questions I received is, can we declare the region of the Ambassador Bridge a trade corridor and then get jurisdiction? And then if you received that and considered it, and we'll now look at your response, Mr. Keenan. So Clerk, if you could scroll up again. Further, please, to Mr. Keenan's thoughts. Okay. Now you have a number of points that you mention in here. It's a four-part answer, and because we've only got a little bit of time, perhaps you could just give it to us in bullet points, and then I'm going to ask you to talk in some detail about this. But if you can just give us the quick overview of your thoughts about the trade corridor idea.
And the context of this was both the question from the Deputy Clerk, as well as I think a public comment that the Ontario Minister of Transport had made, I think the day before, after the letter came, that the problem with the Ambassador Bridge was a border crossing. It's federal jurisdiction, so we're looking to for the federal government to solve it. And it was a combination of those two things that I think led to the Deputy Clerk's question. And so the key points I raised, because we had looked at this, and the first is that there is no, in statute and law as of today, there's no trade corridor or federal authority. So that it's that simple. There is, second of all, I think the second point is that there is legislation that governs and protects the point of the crossing, and the two of them are the Customs Act, the CBSA authorities under the Customs Act, and Transport administers the International Bridges and Tunnels Act. And so there were suggestions we should go use this act to solve that problem. And we looked at that, but the act gives the Minister of Transport some very significant authorities. But the geographic scope of those authorities is the actual federal infrastructure itself. So if the protesters had set up in the middle of the bridge, and we're blockading from the middle of the bridge, then that act would be of some potential use. But because they were on the third point is because they're on the city streets of Windsor, these federal acts have no scope covering the city streets of Windsor. And that the remainder of it was making the point that Ontario's sort of backed away, either on the basis that they think this can be left to the federal government and its jurisdiction, but we need to make it clear that that doesn't work. and that if the only feasible way that they have to do something, and because the streets of Windsor are under the jurisdiction of the municipal authorities of Windsor and the provincial government. And if they really truly want us to solve this, the only way to do that is to declare an emergency and ask us to intervene through our Emergencies Act. That would be a very provocative approach, and it may succeed in having Ontario come back to the table and start kind of working using their authorities to solve the problem.
Okay, if we could, Mr. Clerk, just scroll back up to the point, first of all, down, please. So your first point is there's no such thing as a trade corridor. I think we get that. The second point, you've described to us as being there are authorities, but they don't work in this context because they only cover the ones you're thinking of only cover the actual facility itself. The third one intrigues the reader because you say the Ontario Ministry of Transportation continues to suggest the feds have full authority to manage international crossing, but this purposefully confuses authorities between governments. And I think this was your point here that when Ontario says they are your bridges so you can control the blockades, you think Ontario, this is my expression, not yours, Ontario is being cute because everybody knows the problem isn't in the center of the bridge, it's on provincial territory with provincial jurisdiction or municipal authority. Is that right?
I think that was part of it. It was, I would say in the main, that was right.
Yes. Now, did Ms. Tourin's proposal go any further than your critique of it?
I think she was asking a question, and I think in the follow-up discussions, both in email and in person, I think colleagues found this four-part analysis helpful and clarifying. And then actually, it's interesting because as I was typing this was the 10th of February. And that day, perhaps at the same moment, unbeknownst to me, the Ontario cabinet was deliberating on declaring an emergency and getting active and fully exercising its jurisdiction on the streets of Windsor. That became known to us later that evening, and it became a reality the next day. So I would say that to a certain extent, on this particular issue, it was overtaken by events, the event being a pretty hard pivot on the part of Ontario.
Right. A welcome pivot, as you described.
A welcome pivot.
Yes. Moving ahead to February 13th, so we're now just coming right up to the cusp of the invocation of the Act. You participated in a DMOC meeting where the potential use of the Act was contemplated. Yeah, do you recall that meeting?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall, we're not going to ask for a roll call or perfect memory, but who was at that meeting to the best of your recollection?
Excuse me, it was and it's interesting because on that weekend, I think there were up to 12 deputy minister and cabinet meetings. So it was a bit of it was jammed in, but on that one, it was the core group of deputies working on this issue. So the National Security Intelligence Advisor, Deputy Minister of Public Safety, the President of CBSA, myself, RCMP, CSIS, and some of the normal members of DMOC who aren't actively involved may not have been there, like the Public Health Agency. But the core people working on the crisis were there.
Right. Mr. Clerk, perhaps it would help Mr. Keenan, if we called up his notes of that meeting, it's SSM CAN 50399. And what you can see here right at the beginning of the notes. First of all, are these your notes? I assumed that, but I should get you to confirm it.
Yes, because it's in the for Rob and I, and the I here is me.
Right. And your first point, I think, is self-evident. The next one, Rob and I argued that Emergencies Act can backfire in building more energy. We heard some evidence from Mr. Stewart on that point. Can you give us your perspective on that point?
Sure. We're in an environment, we're in the third weekend. The going across the country, the level of unlawful behavior, energy is really high in a lot of places. And there was an assessment that there's enough energy that things are really very close to some significant violence. And so managing the energy and trying to bring it down and downscale is obviously a key objective. We are on the 13th, we are well into the discussion of the Emergencies Act and use the options and sort of how and whether to use it. And there was a discussion about the implications of what we would gain in terms of necessary tools to resolve the blockades and occupations, and whether invoking the act itself would add energy to the blockades and the options. And both Rob and I, in different ways, but we both made the point we had to be very mindful of the Emergency Act causing a bigger blockade that it's trying to solve. It's late at night, it's an intense weekend, but this reflects us working through and grappling to understand as quickly and as best we can all the intended and unintended consequences of something as serious as invoking the Emergencies Act in order to provide the most rigorous analysis we can. If we, I'd add one more point, if we hadn't been looking at this kind of issue of unintended consequences, it would have almost been irresponsible given how serious the decision to invoke the act is.
That's a helpful point. And if I can key off that and ask you, having weighed that point into the balance, that is the potential adverse effects of invoking the Emergencies Act, did you express a view at the meeting about whether you thought the invocation of the act was appropriate at this time?
I certainly expressed view on implications, and I expressed a clear, I brought into it a clear analysis of the impact of the I brought into it a clear analysis and on what the Emergency Act could do to solve the tow truck problem. I didn't provide an overall comprehensive view on the Emergencies Act for the following reason. There was a number of potential powers that were being considered and authorities that were being considered, and I didn't feel I had the expertise to assess the total sum of it. But on the tow truck issue, it was very clearly would solve the problem.
Thank you. That's a very helpful answer, and I'll use that to just ask the last question, which is, having been in the position you were, which appears to have been very senior in the federal government and very intricately connected with your counterparts at the provincial and territorial governments on the transportation portfolio, which turns out to have been quite involved in the government's reaction to these events. Are there things you wish the commissioner should take into consideration in contemplating recommendations for how you would have been better able to handle a problem like this if they'd been in place, or looking into the future, what structures, regimes, or tools you would hope to be in place if you encounter a situation like this again?
I've had the fortune or misfortune of encountering this kind of this situation was unprecedented crisis in the country. But there were 2 years before, there was also a series of fairly significant blockades of transportation infrastructure, the rail blockades of the winter of 2020. I would say that looking at those blockades and the much graver crisis the country faced in the winter of 22, there is an issue related to the emails. That the email was up on the screen about trade corridors, and that confusion, I imputed it was purposeful, but there's a, I would say my assessment is that there's a gap in the laws of the land with respect to the tools available to government to secure strategic trade corridors. And because once you step 1 meter off of a bridge, you go from a broad federal tool set to municipal bylaws, and that bears attention. I think there's a solution to that, and if I would submit any suggestion to the commission, it would be thoughts in terms of that problem and what governments in total should do about it.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Those are the questions of Commission Council for this panel.
Okay. So with that, we can turn to the questioning by the convoy organizers.
Mr. Commissioner, before we begin the cross-examinations, during the examination by Commission Counsel, my friend Mr. Miller for the convoy organizers emailed some documents that he proposes to put to the panel. We weren't given notice of those in accordance with the rules. In a couple cases, they're not even in the database yet. And before cross-examination begins, at the very least, I would like an opportunity to review those documents with the witnesses so that they can be properly prepared. Given the breach of the rules, I think that that is appropriate.
Well, one of them wasn't uploaded to the database till today. I just found it. The other two, that's fine. I don't have an issue. These are, I think, important. So we just found them. Big database, sir. I don't have an issue with my friend talking to the witness.
Okay, so maybe we can start with the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. And what we'll do is you can speak to the witnesses at the break when we take the break. Is that agreeable?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much.
And we'll simply go to the convoy organizers after the break. Okay, so.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you see me, hopefully? Great. Good afternoon. My name is Kara Zwiebel. I am counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. A lot of the questions I'd intended to ask you have been covered, so I just have a few things I want to take you through, and they are relevant to some of the issues that Mr. Cameron was just talking to you about. That trade corridor email, and if you want, we can pull it back up, but you might be able to answer this question without it. But there was, I think you described it just now as a provocative suggestion in there about letting Ontario know that if they wanted the federal government to take some sort of action, Ontario would have to declare an emergency. And I take it it was your view that the federal government would not really be in a position to declare an emergency if Ontario, where probably the most significant of the blockades were taking place, had not yet taken that step. Is that accurate?
I apologize. Could you just clarify the question?
Sure. So I'm just, there was the suggestion in this email, I think you talked about sort of this poison pill where Ontario needs to be made aware that if they expect the federal government to step in, that they will have to declare an emergency. So leaving aside, I guess, that sort of characterization of it, was it your view at the time that the federal government could not or would not be in a position to make use of the Emergencies Act? unless or until Ontario had declared an emergency.
I think I got it. Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry.
Thank you. That's very helpful. The core point or the core logic of that particular point in the email was a bit different. It was the purposeful and the earlier point relates to the fact that if you look at the letter that came from Deputy Minister LeBlanc on the 8th, the public comments of Minister Murray on the 9th, Ontario was really backing away, sort of washing its hands and saying, this is a federal problem, the federal government has to solve it. And so the provocative point was to go back to Ontario and say, no, it's in your jurisdiction. You have to use your authorities to solve this or it can't get solved. If you're not going to use your authorities, we don't have any unless you hand it over to us. And the only way to do that is the Emergencies Act. So it was more of an attempt to be provocative and get Ontario back in the game of actually exercising its jurisdiction on the streets of Windsor.
Okay, and I know you said that, while this was happening, unbeknownst to you, things were already in the works in Ontario to declare an emergency. So I take it that notion was never communicated to Ontario by you at least, or are you aware whether anyone articulated that to Ontario, that the federal government's emergency power is unlikely to be used unless Ontario has declared an emergency?
I don't think that point was in my email, and I don't know if I did not communicate that, and I don't know if anybody else communicated that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just eliminating things that have been covered. There's a few emails right around when Ontario declared the emergency where you seem pretty happy that that's happened, right? That's a significant turning point potentially. And especially I think when you see the orders and understand the potential to use those to incentivize drivers to leave, those seem to be useful powers to you. Now, there was a document, if we can turn up ssm.can.50409. And just while it's coming up, I think this is an email from, so I think this is a different, I think there's a Doug Jones, oh no, sorry, there's a Mike Jones that we've heard about. This is a Doug Jones, who I think is in Ontario at the Ministry of Transportation. And we can scroll down to the bottom just so Mr. Keenan can see where this starts. So this is on the 15th of February. And Mr. Jones from the MTO has written to you, further to our discussion this morning, I was in contact with Deputy Minister DiTomaso. He advised that he had a similar conversation with the OPP leadership earlier today. I suspect that we will see more field action related to vehicle registrations in the very near future. And then just scrolling up, you note that on the federal side, you appreciate the update. It's a positive development. On the federal side, the regulatory orders under the Emergency Act are just now signed, and you've briefed infrastructure operators. I think there will be some early actions on freezing financial accounts used to fund illegal blockades. The combination of Ontario and federal measures should, I assume, to really help restore law and order on the streets in Ottawa and make it easier to keep the bridges to the US open. And he writes back, great news, I'll be watching for that. So first of all, can you tell us, do you recall that discussion that's referenced further to our discussion this morning, where Mr. Jones says Mr. DiTomaso had a similar conversation with the OPP leadership? Do you have any recollection of what that's about?
Well, I think if you scroll down, I'm not sure what the similar refers to, but my guess is it's covered further down in the document.
I
Oh, it's not.
think
Okay.
this is the end, yeah.
Well, it's clearly.
Okay. I know it's a long time ago, so if you can't remember, that's fair enough. I just thought I'd.
Well,
see if
there's
there was
clearly a cutoff in the email chain because similar is referring to something that follows. I think that in general, I should clear that Doug Jones is the Deputy Minister of MTO, the Transportation Ministry in Ontario. Laurie LeBlanc was long scheduled to retire, and she delayed it and delayed it, but she ultimately retired and transitioned to Doug. So Doug is my new colleague. And without seeing the email that came before, I'm not 100% certain what similar is referring to, but in general, this is an exchange between me and my new Ontario colleague updating each other on developments. And this is the 15th. So this is, I think, the day that the federal regulations were issued under the Emergencies Act.
Okay, and so I think what the similar is referring to is it's further to our discussion this morning that it starts. So I don't know if that means you had maybe a phone call or something, and this is an email follow-up. But do you know?
I think I did have a call with Doug around there.
Okay, and do you know, I mean, so we're at the 15th now. The provincial state of emergency was declared 4 days ago. Do you know sort of why we're just talking now about seeing more field action related to vehicle registrations, why there haven't been any related to vehicle registrations prior to that?
Well, there's two things. The regulations, as I remember, the regulations under the Ontario Emergency Declaration came out on Saturday, the 12th. Okay. And so this is the 15th. This is 3 days later. And so it's not that long since they started doing this. And with a lot of these things, you have to figure out how you're going to operate the new authority. And the other thing that's interesting in the email, and it reveals our thinking at the time, I think this is the 15th, I think on the 14th, traffic was restored to the Ambassador Bridge, but the briefing from the police is they were not 100% certain they could keep it open. And so there is a continued vigilance looking and a concern about what it would take to keep that bridge open. And hence the point that the combination of the two authorities would make it easier to keep it open. If the bridge had closed again, our estimation, because of the previous comment I made about investor confidence and reliable trade partner, a second closure right away would have been probably worse than the first closure.
Okay. Do you so like you said, I mean, this takes a bit of time, right? These emergency orders, it's not like when legislation is passed by Parliament and there's a fair bit of lead up and preparation time. When we have emergency orders, they're sort of operative the moment they're printed, and people are figuring out how to operationalize them. So at the federal level, when the emergency measures, the regulations, the orders were put in place on the 15th, it was still a few days. It took a few days for law enforcement, for example, to start integrating some of those messages into their communications with protesters and things like that. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm just wondering if that's, I mean, you know that there's a little bit of lag time, right? It takes a little bit of time for these new powers to sort of make their way to the street.
It depends on the nature of the power. Interestingly enough, in this context, I would say because there was an acute national crisis with significant risk to safety and the economic security of the country, there was a real urgency. And I'll give you, I'll talk about the federal orders because I'm a bit more familiar with their implementation than the Ontario orders. So on the 15th, the proclamation of the emergency by the Government of Canada was the 14th. The regulations were issued on the 15th. On the same day the regulations are issued, Transport Canada assembled all of the key transportation operators in the country, and with our partners at Public Safety, briefed them in detail on these authorities, because we remain significantly concerned about slow rolls at airports, blockades of railways. And on the 16th, there was Transport Canada joined Public Safety senior officials in a detailed briefing of all provincial transportation, all provincial transport officials, all provincial SolGens, all provincial police forces and the major city police forces, police services, excuse me, running them through in detail all of these orders. And so within 24 hours, there was an extensive promulgation to all operating partners on the orders, and some of them were being used as early as the 16th, 17th. So it was, I would characterize that, I've done a lot of implementation of regulations. This is the fastest I've ever seen anything implemented.
Right, which makes sense, right? The idea obviously behind using these emergency orders is that they need to be implemented quickly. So I think, and I know your colleague, Mr. Stewart, did tell us about the briefings. It sounds like there's quite a lot of them to various stakeholders and to including media and things like that. Were you aware that Ontario may have been a little bit slower in terms of carrying out some of the powers that it had under its emergency order? When Mr. Freeman from the Ministry of Transportation testified before the commission, I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to review his testimony, did you?
I have not.
Okay, so Mr. Freeman, he was taken to a document where it's the suspension warnings that the Ministry of Transportation in Ontario is sending out to operators, saying that they might be, their licenses may be suspended if they don't stop engaging in unlawful behavior under the emergency orders. So those are not sent out until the 17th of February. Is that timeline, is that something that you were aware of at the time? Did you know that there was this? I suppose what I'm getting at, maybe I'll just come out and ask you. One of the questions for me is whether Ontario's orders might have been enough had they been given some time to work. Now, there's a question, I think, whether they weren't prepared to sort of engage in more serious enforcement until the federal government's emergency had been declared. That's a question only Ontario can answer, and we can't ask them. But do you think Ontario's powers, had they been exercised and given a bit of time to work, might have addressed the main problems being Windsor and Ottawa?
Couple of things. So sort of a hypothetical, but just had to be careful not to be speculative. But I didn't have the sense you're describing that Ontario was like slow walking the orders. I didn't have that sense.
Okay.
In fact, I thought that the Ontario Declaration and the regulations were used almost instantly in communicating to the blockaders in Windsor. And so in that sense, they were put to use instantly. And if you go back to our strategic enforcement strategy, that was textbook sort of how to do that. And in fact, we had incorporated that in real time. And the second is that, so I didn't have a sense they were slow walking them. I think in terms of all of the problems that tools were deployed for under the Emergencies Act, I'll focus myself to tow trucks because that's the one where sort of had developed over 3 weeks some instantaneous expertise. And on that one, I didn't see how the Ontario orders were going to solve that problem, even if given lots of time.
Okay.
Okay, now you're well out of time. I don't know if you can wrap up.
I'm sorry. The one last question I could ask. Did the federal government ever consider purchasing tow trucks, or has it purchased tow trucks since this incident happened? Is that something on the table, or something you might suggest would be something to consider?
I could tell you, we looked at a whole range of options, including purchasing tow trucks, but we didn't. And the reason we didn't is because of the problem Alberta ran into. They bought a couple of tow trucks, and then but then they were stuck with a couple of big pieces of equipment that they didn't have trained operators for.
Right.
So so we looked at it, but we didn't think it would solve the problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keenan. Merci. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, well, maybe this is a good time for the morning break or the afternoon break. I'm back into that bad habit. So the afternoon break will take 15 minutes, and during that time, perhaps you won't get a break because you'll be reviewing documents. If you need more time, please indicate it to commission staff, commission council, and we can accommodate small additional time if needed.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
All right. This guy doesn't mess around, this commissioner. Small extra time. Tom Curry got back to me because I reached out to a few of them to find out if it was a public, like if public's allowed in there. It's empty, as we can see here all the time. He said, yes, it's actually open. There's a public entrance, and to swing by and say hi to him. So I'll do that. So I booked my flight. I didn't get that magic email, and at this point, I'm headed there now. I booked the flight stunt. The itinerary, I believe, is I'm flying on Sunday to Hamilton. Gonna land in Hamilton, and hopefully I can deal with court and finish up on Monday. And then I'll be taking the VIA train from Burlington to Ottawa. It's actually quite economical to take the train. But I'll be arriving quite late, like midnight. And then I'll be doing the stream, and we'll hook up Tuesday. If things go bad at court, which I really don't think they are, I've got some nice emails today, then I'll actually have to be there Wednesday as well. Then the same thing will be Ottawa, will be Wednesday night, and I'll be there Thursday, Friday, and I think I fly out Sunday. I'll be flying out of Ottawa to head back to Edmonton. So stunt, at least Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm around. Saturday all day, I got no stream. And we might be doing Trudeau and Freeland and stuff from, maybe I'm in the inquiry and coming out at the break. Whatever. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm there. And it could be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So flight's been booked there, stunt. So I'm coming out there for that. And maybe I'll get a magic email, and then I'll land in Hamilton, and I don't even have to be at court. And then I'll just, jump on a train and come see you early. But there you go. I am coming. It's booked. It's happening. I was running around doing all that today, last night. And there's a new airline that I haven't tried yet called Scoop. So I'll let you know how that works. And I might even do some streaming for it and during, and have some fun with that, because there's a layover in Winnipeg on my way back. So Prairie, I don't know if you want to go to the Winnipeg International Airport. I think I got an hour or so of stopover. I would say hi, have a coffee. But in either case, that's a bit of the announcement there. Railroaded and stunt, and then maybe stunt. You and I can be in that room when Trudeau is sitting there. They can see the back of our heads at times. I don't know. But look, I want to be there. So that's the plans. It's booked. I got the confirmation email while we were just doing this lot batch here. So we're good to go. So dry, like so dry, but I am getting a bunch of things done. I know some of you are multitasking and paying close attention to what's going on here. So I appreciate that. But this is so dry. This guy's a liar. The guy on the right, he's a liar. So I'm going to call perjury on him too. There's a couple of times where he absolutely lied. Purposefully, he did it on purpose. And it was to, shift a date here and there to help their narrative a bit. But he's lying. He's lying. And these documents from, oh wait, hold on. Stunt says, so the 34th, I don't know about that one. But yes, 24th, 25th, 26th for sure. It could be 22nd and on. My court dates are 21 and 23. So I should be done on 21 though. The emails I got today, the justice system might work. Anyway, Stunt. But yes. The 34th will be a special day for us. We're 10 days in advance, right? I'm in Western out by Brandon. Yeah, I'm not worth the trip. Okay, Brandon, Manitoba, that's a couple hours away. I actually flown out of the airport. That's a good, nice little airport there. But yeah, I know, Prairie, don't blame you. I don't even want to meet me. And it will be, I'm not even sure what the time of the day is, but it's probably going to be later in the night. Anyways. Thumbs up for Hamilton. Yeah, flying into Hamilton. It's way cheaper. If you got to do something in the GTA, Hamilton's a cheaper place to fly into. And it's also less congested. It's a good option. And Scoop, I've never flown them yet. All right, Stunt, back to the grind here. Yeah, so Stunt provided me some pictures of this garage explosion that they took place, they were talking about. And he showed how it was a massive, garage burnt to the ground. It was right by millions of gallons of, or liters of diesel, and not a problem. And yet we hear Paul Chump talking about fireworks and propane tanks and super worried about leveling the entire city. But they've got millions of gallons of fuel sitting in a depot, safe and secure, totally fine, not a problem there. And they even had a massive fire with explosion not far from it. Nobody lost their mind on that. No EA. Emergencies happen and things can happen. But I guess what Stunt's trying to show here is, yeah, they can deal with big things, and diesel is not a big scare. It was really bothering Stunt that they kept trying to make diesel into nitroglycerin. I don't blame you, man. Just turning it into something it's not. The massive garage exploded and didn't cause Ottawa tanks to explode. Barbecues beside diesel tanks weren't going to do anything either. Yeah, and of course, you can add heat to diesel and won't blow up. It will vaporize or boil, but you need a spark. High enough temperature, a spark. Not news to anybody, really. We did pass our chemistry classes, right? The inquiry is at the public library about 1 block west of Parliament. Yeah, as soon as I said that on the stream, I had lots of places sending me that information. So love you all. Thank you very much. I was passing that info to the wife because she was trying to find accommodations nearby. We do the Airbnb thing as much as we can. So I'm definitely Airbnb in Burlington. We're trying to find some accommodations in Ottawa near the location here. So thank you guys for sending me that address. I sent it straight to her, and she's taking care of me. What's up, 10th? Thanks, buddy, for showing up. I love seeing you in the chat. I love reading your stuff. So thanks for showing up, bud. Yeah, honk honk. All right. I've been put on notice there, honk. Out of friendship and respect for you, I'll call you whatever you want. But if it's under penalty of threat or force, you're a he. Journalists, if you look at the Discord server, oh yeah, so thank you, Stunt. You sent me the messages. I took a look at those pictures. Let's save them for anybody that's on Discord. They can come visit them. Good research should be part of the video, right? When Chump is talking about how explosive and everything's dangerous, you can actually show those and say, well, here's real situation, and no, we can deal with it. Nothing's blowing up. Okay, Railroaded, I commented this one. I started this one because I kind of want to put this to rest now. 100%. I think people jumped the gun on picking a side. If the Yahtzee flags was an offensive thing to you in any way, shape, or form, then you most certainly shouldn't have been jumping on this bandwagon so quick, because those Yahtzee people are alive and well and in government in Ukraine. So anywho, I think it's really weird that they can say, hey, now we know it was we'll just call them the good guys are causing false flags, but we still support the good guys. Okay. I'm not a fan of this. I am absolutely 100% behind the people of both of these countries, and I'm not behind the leadership of any of our countries when they act this way. My heart goes out to the people. They're just pawns. They're being abused and used. And I hope that at some point this is something that we can smarten up. Jesus. Sock boy is very large. Yeah, see. Well, Denise, think about this. Even that has a purpose in life. You can grow food out of that. So maybe you're giving him too much credit, because even that has a purpose in life. All right. Loves that comment from Denise. Yeah, I love Denise. Denise has the proper filter, which is none. Go ahead and tell us what you think. We outnumber them, and that scares them. 100% Denise, and this is also why independents scare them, because they know the true power of an independent. And this is why they've been pounding in everybody's head forever. Must vote party. Don't throw away your vote. You're splitting the vote. It's a wasted vote. There's 338. You must be part of a team. They're going to be ineffective. All of that propaganda that we've had for 150 years has led to red and blue swapping from day one. Okay. So, and you're 100% right, Denise. And not only are we scary to them, when you put this hat on, we're very scary to them because we get the same powers that they are abusing. So find a bunch of eyes around Canada and let's send them in there. Probably. Sometimes I star these because I remember what the context is and I want to get into it. But these guys dried my brain out a bit. I don't remember the context. Oh, maybe it's for Denise, though, because that would be 100% true. She's awesome. This dude's giving me a headache. There we go, Denise. There we go, Denise. Yeah. Yep. I would be a much better interrogator to him, though. I would be able to break him a bit more because I was interrupt him quite a bit. I would interrupt him quite a bit. I may proclaim that I have, I'm on the spectrum and this is something I do, and I would do it because all that's true. So I would be able to interrupt him and I'd get under his skin so hard. Stunt, you renewed our faith in Canadians when the trucker from Ottawa, you spoke. Eleanor, thank you. And let's keep remembering everybody who went there, even if you're just there for the day or the entire 3 weeks or even still there. Absolutely, Eleanor, these are our modern heroes. We will have monuments to them at some point in the future. Absolutely. We got to revigorate Canada's pride and remember we have heroes and honor them, all of them. Trudeau won't be one of them. Or sock boy, whatever you want to call him, prints a lot of money and pays people to stay home. And this small blockade will cause inflation. Yeah, they love that inflation word now. They blame it on everything. They blame it on Ukraine, Russia. They blame it on everything except for the true reason for it. And that is when you print money, you are devaluing the dollar. When you devalue the dollar, it has less purchase power. When it has less purchase power, that's called inflation. So it's silly. It's silly, but you get it. But inflation is a scary thing. This is the thing that I woke my wife up at the middle of the night and said, look, we now have to plan differently. And this was March of 2020 when stimulus was being talked about. And that's when I knew the way to collapse the entire global economy is to take down the states. And you take them down through that, that would work. So anyways, that's when we, stepped up our self-sufficient homesteading. We had 1 acre, a small garden. That decision was made. We got to go much bigger. We need more. We need to be able to take care of the family and some of our neighbors. Thank you. I'm only getting started. We're going to visit all kinds of places in search of the truth soon. Thank you, Stud. Thank you so much, man. And maybe we'll do stuff when I'm out there. The Saturday, I'm going to leave it to you, Stunt. If you want to take up that Saturday, put an itinerary together. I'm very flexible, very easy. I'm not renting a car. It just didn't make sense. I'll Uber where I need to get around. So you can pick me up in the Monster truck. We'll burn some diesel together. We'll roll some coal on some Teslas, and we'll take up some parking spots together. Let's do it. But you got my Saturday, bud. So let's do something. Eleanor, we were warm while you suffered, so thank you. Yeah, Eleanor, this is back to, we watched a lot of streaming. There were some great people out there, Zot, Travel 69, Ottawalks. There's quite a few of them. Did great stuff for us. And it was nice to see that they were also getting support. So they had PayPal links and things like that. We threw some bucks at them. Again, we were worried about the whole bank account thing, but we didn't do anything wrong. So and nothing happened to us. But Pierrette, you're my new favorite friend. Hello, Facebook. Stellantis equals WEF. Did you do the same search as we did? That's in our stream. Yep. We looked into that. Yep. They're part of a lot of initiatives around the WEF and vehicles, right? So you know it. And you definitely understand. I think it was 2 days ago, I broke this down. I think it was Monday. I broke this down. So if you search my stream and you go around the commentary parts and just watch those, you'll find I talk about this a lot because I think you're right. I think you're right. And I think that they are doing this in order to harden the borders, not really for the business. It's just to be able to have that in place so they can do basically whatever they want at any time. But yeah, I saw this and I'm like, okay, yeah, we're going to talk about this because I believe this is very true. Very true. And it started back in 2020 when he first wanted to use the EA. So we can talk or look into the past commentary on that one. I think you'll enjoy it. They're in my ear, so if I get distracted, I apologize. Oh, now they just turned it off. I guess they heard me. I guess you're right, Dave. Maybe they're listening. Things will probably begin on Valentine's Day in Ottawa. Looking at the flight prices now, I'm surprised how inexpensive it is to fly nowadays. So yeah, maybe we'll plan something out there. I just need a buddy here to take care of if it snows. And then I can bring the wife and the boys too. Maybe we'll pop in. We got family to see too. So stunt, we're going to try and figure that out. Can't be for weeks though. It'll probably be just for a weekend. Henry Oscar November Kilo. Hotel Oscar November Kilo. But honk. Hotel Oscar November Kilo. Honk honk. Sorry. And hello, Fran. Nice to meet you. You stopped saying gender, I say sex, unless I'm speaking about grammar. Yeah. And I think that should just be one of our movements. We refuse to have language police, and we refuse to acknowledge fantasy labeling. That's just where I'm at on that one. The only just in time is motor trade. Nothing else is just in time. No, there's a bunch of manufacturing that's just in time. You hear it a lot in automotive manufacturing because they kind of pioneered it. I think it was Toyota who did a lot of the pioneering around that. Ford pioneered the assembly line, way back at the beginning of the days. And then Toyota pioneered and really blew up just in time. So it's definitely, they're rooted and used a lot in automotive. But it's really in all manufacturing now. Because if there's good logistics and shipping going on, it is a more efficient way than storing a bunch of parts and stuff. But automotive does it a lot because there's so many different partners that do different pieces. Like the armrest guy has to go work with a seat guy who then sends it to the entire, installation factory and stuff like that. But Rockwell Automotive did a lot of it back then too, and they used it everywhere, not just on the automotive side. So Rockwell itself was involved in some of that too. And you'll find it everywhere. Like even ice cream manufacturing, you'll find it. The milk arrives just in time, so they don't have to store it in big vats. You'll find it everywhere, Dave. So the give a figure and went with it. Yeah. Probably just an email, and they probably doubled it and tripled it, and someone added a zero along the way because we even heard that the testimony at one point. This guy said 50 million a day, but somehow that turned into 700 million. Typical government, inflating numbers and playing with them. They're in my ear again, so I'm keeping an eye on that. But it could be they still want a little bit more time to look at docs or something. And look, Brendan's working hard. So he just found some documents, and then the government of Canada doesn't like them. I love it when that happens because I want to see them even more. If the government of Canada says, hey, I'm not happy with these, then I want to see them even more. Show them, Brendan. He is really annoying me at this point. What is his point? He went on his long spiel about investment, global, blah, blah, blah. But what's his point? The charter doesn't say you can use notwithstanding, and global investment money does trump everybody else. It's ridiculous. It's disgusting that they keep doing this whole business class trumps citizen class. For that reason alone, we need to get some of these people out because they're backwards. They're backwards. They're actually thinking about it backwards. Citizens enable business. Full stop. If we didn't have an environment that had an ecosystem that enabled business to grow, it wouldn't. Okay, so citizens enable business, not business enable citizen. And at no point did the corporation go from an entity that had rights to own property to becoming an entity that has civil rights that trump citizens. So this narrative needs to stop. Anybody who subscribes to it needs to go. Maybe they need to stay in the private sector and get out of the public sector, because this isn't the way you're supposed to be thinking in the public sector. It's why it's called public sector, not public-private cooperation, which is the WEF mandate, right? Oh, we got
Order
video.
allowed.
Here we go. I said the magic 3 letters, and now I've got to get off the stream, right?
Okay.
The commission is reconvened.
Joy.
La commission plan.
Go ahead.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Brendan Miller, and I'm counsel to Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. So I just want to begin first by bringing up an email, and it's government document ssm.can.00004353_rel.0001. And if we could scroll down to the last page, it's in reverse order, okay? And up, I apologize, up to the beginning where the email starts. Okay, so this is an email from Ron Renas. Are you familiar that he's the GM of the Peace Bridge? He's the general manager of the Peace Bridge.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other individual who the email is sent to is Vance Badway, and I take it you understand that Vance Badway is the Member of Parliament for Niagara Centre?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Tim Clutterbuck? He, I understand, is the recently retired president of ASW Steel. Are you familiar with him?
I don't think I know this person.
Okay, so I want to go through this email with you briefly. And in it is some information about not blockades, but as of January 27th, the GM of the Peace Bridge advises the yesterday border delays were 70 to 75 minutes entering Canada, and trucks were queued across the Peace Bridge and miles up the I-190 in Buffalo. Truck processing times at Canada Customs have increased from 2 minutes to 3 minutes per truck, while some truckers are leaving the industry because of the nation requirements. What is not being talked about is drivers quitting because of border delays that impinge on their hours of service requirements, onerous ArriveCAN, and PHAC requirements in tech. If they are not quitting the industry, they are getting out of long-haul cross-border business and switching to only domestic routes. And the U.S. Bureau of Labor reports just released states that the long-haul trucking transportation in the U.S. have increased 25%. Do you agree with that statement as of January 22nd, 2022?
Which statement?
The one I just read to you.
Sorry, there's 6 statements here. Which one are you referring to?
Well, we can go through each one if you want. Which one, actually, I'll do it this way. Which of these each statements don't you agree with?
I have a hard time agreeing or disagreeing simply because there's a few stats on a very specific moment and a very specific crossing on a very specific day. So I don't track that in my head, so I couldn't agree or disagree with it.
Okay, but you have no reason to say that this email is not correct.
When you say the email, this is an email I've never seen, and I've only read a quarter of it, so I have a hard time coming up with a proper judgment of this email.
Okay, so you haven't seen this email before? Today?
No.
Okay.
But it's to a number of people like I'm not on the chain, right?
Okay. And it states there under the link, if we can scroll down, it says steps need to be taken immediately to reduce the processing time to pre-pandemic levels, rethinking the necessity of asking multiple health-related questions as they are not being answered honestly anyways, and adding a field of a driver's fast card to indicate vaccination status are a couple of suggestions. Was that addition to a fast card, was it ever implemented?
So this would be a question that you would need to put to CBSA because it has to do with the details of the operations of a border point, which is their responsibility.
Okay. And if we can scroll down where it discusses ArriveCan, and we'll just hop right to the points there beginning as traffic returns. So there, the GM in the Peace Bridge says, as traffic returns to normal, the longer processing times associated with ArriveCan and travelers not filing or are not filling or improperly filling will result in border gridlock. Did that happen?
The characterization of border gridlock at this time is not consistent with my memory or our analysis of the transportation trends.
Okay. And it says there too, ArriveCan is not a binational program like Nexus and FAST and is unknown to the US, meaning many American visitors will arrive at the border unprepared. Is that true?
I think it is certainly true that ArriveCan is not a binational program. It's a national program. It's a tool of CBSA, so it's a national program. And in fact, actually, ArriveCan is not a program. ArriveCan is a border facilitation tool.
What about the statement there that they state that these mandates essentially will adversely impact travelers, particularly the elderly who do not have smartphones? Would you agree with that?
Sorry,
Sorry, I might have skipped
Can you
one.
just point out, because I'm
Oh yeah, so
you
will
have
adversely.
to give me a break because this is a document I've never seen before.
Right, okay.
So which point?
So where it says will adversely impact travelers, particularly the elderly who do not have smartphones.
And that point relates to what?
The essentially vaccine mandates and as I understand it from reading it, the essentially administrative process now put in place by the federal government in trying to cross the border.
My general impression of vaccine mandates is vaccinations protect the elderly.
Right, but would you agree that it adversely impacted travelers, particularly the elderly who do not have smartphones? Can you agree with that statement?
I can't agree or disagree because I don't really get the context in which it's sort of asserted.
Okay. Would you agree that the experience with the border from the general manager, as he states, is that requirements that impose additional steps, more documentation, providing more information, create border delays, and as a result, border avoidance, so avoiding going across the border. Can you agree with that?
Well, I would agree they're his statements, but there's some generalities here that I have a hard time sort of agreeing with or disagreeing with because of the context is unclear to me.
Okay, and so if we can scroll up then to page number, the one directly before the email, because he's in reverse. Okay, and so in this email, I take it you know who these folks are. It's Mr. Badaway forwards the email to the following people, and that's to Minister Mendocino, the Minister of Public Safety. You know who he is?
Yes, I do.
And he also forwards it to Minister Algara, the Minister of Transport.
I know Minister Algara well.
Right, and he's the minister that you report to.
Yes.
Right, and he didn't pass this on to you?
To my memory and knowledge, he did not pass this on to me.
Right, but you know, as the Deputy Minister of Transport, as the highest essentially civil servant within that ministry, isn't this sort of information something important that you should know?
I think you have to understand the context. Transport Canada, the Minister of Transport gets a massive amount of correspondence. I get a massive amount of correspondence on something like this, on an exchange between an MP and the minister, I may or may not see it depending upon the nature and the context. So it's neither surprising nor it wouldn't be surprising for me to get it, and it wouldn't be surprising for me not to get it. And this one, this I do not recall this being forwarded to me.
Okay. Can you agree that having this forwarded to you would have been of assistance in carrying out your duties as the Minister of Transport?
No.
All right. So in your evidence earlier today, you talked about the economic impact of the protests at the border. Is that right?
Not of the protests at the border, of the blockage of the transportation of commercial goods.
Right. And all of that evidence, can you agree with me that most of it was hypothetical and that you haven't done an ex post facto analysis?
It wasn't hypothetical because the blockade was an actual thing.
Well, I understand that. But
and the concerns, the impact was an actual impact, and the stress and the adverse sort of impact on assessing Canada as a place to invest in sort of auto production was an actual impact. So they were actual impacts, not hypothetical ones.
Right, but you can agree that those things I just showed you from the GM of the Peace Bridge, those would also impact the issue with respect to being able to get across the border in a timely manner. People were quitting trucking because of delays. So that's an adverse impact, is it not?
The issues that list of issues you raised were ones that we were monitoring closely with our colleagues at CBSA and other departments. And in fact, we were tracking over the course of, we were tracking over the course of January, the trends in truck traffic across the border.
Okay.
Things like sort of congestion and gridlock. I don't think we
right
until the border blockades caused by the Freedom Convoy, I don't think we were observing gridlock. What we did see was actually that the trucks were flowing at about the rate you would expect given this time of year.
Okay.
So we analyzed it.
I understand.
And our conclusion was different.
I thank you for your answer. But you're familiar with the government agency Statistics Canada or StatsCan, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And StatsCan is the National Statistical Office. It's the agency that ensures Canadians have key information with respect to the economy. You understand that?
Yes.
And StatsCan comes under the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Industry. You're aware?
Yes.
And it's accountable to Parliament through that minister, who's currently Minister Champagne. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I could please bring up POE.HRF 0000009. So this document is a report done by StatsCan on Canadian international trade, merchandise trade, February 2020. And the key point that I want to take you to is, I've highlighted it. If we could roll down, please, to, I think it's page 4. Oh, my apologies. I will just get the right page for you. It is on PDF page 8. My apologies. Okay, and so there they did a summary of their findings, and it says blockades at border crossings, and I'll just read that to you and then I'll put the question to you. So in late January and February 2022, some border crossings between Canada and the United States blocked by protesters, preventing the normal flow of goods between the two countries. According to Statistics Canada data, when combined, Canada's highway border crossings at the Ambassador Bridge, Coutts, Emerson, and the Pacific Highway represent more than 1/3 of Canada's trade activity by road. Road transport accounts for more than half of Canada's trade with the United States. In customs basis figures for February, trade activity by road transport at these border crossings fell 8.8% compared with February 2021, with the Ambassador Bridge and Coutts crossing postings the largest decline. However, increased trade activity was observed at other crossings near the ones that were blocked partly offsetting the decline in traffic. Overall, the block border crossings appear to have little impact on the aggregated values of Canadian imports and exports in February. Do you agree with that statement?
I think to provide the best possible answer, if you permit me, I'll defer to the Chief Economist of Transport Canada, who is familiar with Statistics Canada's reporting more so than I am.
Could you repeat your question, please?
The statement I just gave from Statistics Canada, do you agree with it?
Well, I think this is based on monthly data that they're providing, yes.
Yes, okay. So you agree with it?
We agree with the statement where they were saying that there were a decline in terms of their data on the train. And at the same time that they have seen some realignment of the traffic.
Right. And so have you seen this document before today?
I have seen the document before.
All right. And when did you see it?
I don't remember exactly the date. Well, it's clearly probably the day of they produced the document or the following day.
Okay, so I just got this document today and we uploaded it to the system. Why wasn't this document provided when you produced your production in this matter? I'm just curious.
Well, there's always a lag in terms of I don't know the date. If you can look at the date of the publication of this document.
April of 2022.
Well, that's the point. So, our estimate was done in early February with the information that we had at that time.
Okay.
And as I was mentioning this morning, we were monitoring the situation on a daily basis.
Okay.
This is not an economic impact assessment.
Thank you.
This is just a review of the monthly trade data pattern.
I only have so much time, so I'm going to try to move on. My last question is to do with ts.can.001 0000002 _rel 0001. So this is for you, Deputy Minister. So this document was uploaded by the Department of Justice just today, and I happen to just see it. What this is essentially a decision chart on whether or not to decide if there is what's referred to as a Section 2 CSIS Act threat. And I understand you're not an expert in this area, and I'm not going to put anything in here to you per se, but have you seen this document before other than today?
I think I may have seen this document in the course of my work, but I don't have any familiarity with it, and I've not done a detailed review of it.
Right. Can you remember, because you were at the IRG meetings and you dealt with this matter, was this document provided to members of the IRG? Do you know?
I think it was definitely not provided by Transport Canada. And whether it was provided by somebody else, CSIS, for example, would be a question best put to CSIS.
Right. So you don't recall seeing this during the IRG meetings?
Do I recall seeing this document during an IRG meeting? I don't think no, I do not recall seeing it.
Thank you. And you can see there, and I don't want to put this to you, you're familiar in public administration and governance generally and deciding. Are you familiar with the OODA loop?
Sorry, can you say that again?
The OODA loop process. Are you familiar with it?
The OODA loop, it sounds like an acronym for something.
Observe, Orient, Decide, Act. You've heard of that before?
I've heard yes, I've heard of that and many variations for analytical processes.
Right. Well, you'll see in here it says identify, assess, decide, act. So it's essentially the OODA loop. And on the second part, it actually outlines what you have to do before you can move to the third. And it says means and affect societal change. In order to do a Section 2 CSIS threat, it has to be a finding, according to CSIS or this document, willingness to kill or inspires others to kill, right? I take it during your IRG meetings, you didn't hear any evidence of the protesters in Ottawa with any specific persons saying that they were willing to kill or inspiring others to kill, did you?
I can't answer that because there was extensive deliberations in the IRG meeting protected by cabinet confidence.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Next is the City of Ottawa, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Chomsky, and I'm counsel to the City of Ottawa. My questions are going to be mostly for you, Deputy. And what I want to focus on is the period between February 4th, sort of when you started to speak to other provincial departments about what ended up being called the strategic enforcement strategy, and leading up until the emergency by the province on the 11th, okay? Okay. Now, as you alluded to earlier today, your department raised a number of detailed questions about commercial vehicle operators registration. Is that correct? With the provincial government of Ontario?
Yes.
Okay. And you gathered information about how CVOR, as it's known in its acronym, works?
Yes.
Then the system that underlies it?
Yes. It would have been, the details of the system underlying it would have been a conversation by transport officials that report to me, not me.
Right, at the ADM level.
And the DG level.
And the DG level, okay. But you're aware that the CVOR program monitors and evaluates operator safety records, driving infractions, and that there's a carrier record?
I'm generally aware of that, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you had these detailed conversations, or your deputies did, and your assistant deputy ministers did, and you did as well, I believe you came up with something called the maximum enforcement strategy. Is that correct?
That's right. It's we initially called it the maximum enforcement strategy, but based on feedback from some provincial partners, we changed it to strategic enforcement strategy.
Okay. And I understand that as part of that, and it was detailed in an earlier email to your minister, the registrar would communicate, and this being the registrar of motor vehicles in Ontario, would communicate to owners, CVOR, owners that have the CVOR certificate, and they would to suspend CVORs for any vehicle participating in blockades and demonstrations by a particular date. Is that correct?
Could you give me a bit more context for that question?
For sure.
Are you talking under the normal course of events or the emergency orders of Ontario?
So I'm talking in the ordinary course of events. So before the emergency was declared in Ontario, you had gathered information from the province of Ontario, particularly the Ministry of Transportation, is correct?
We had both made inquiries as to what is possible, and we had gathered information.
Okay. And at some point, your department and you were of the opinion that you could issue notice to holders of CVORs saying that we could suspend your certificate in the event that your vehicle is participating in a blockade or demonstration and would not leave by a certain date.
Again, and you're talking in the absence of the Ontario emergency rules.
That's correct, yeah.
That sounds like a bit of a stretch to me for two reasons. One is that we were working collaboratively, so we were seeking their engagement to get their determination of what is possible, and I don't think we would have arbitrarily overruled them. And the second is that we were trying to get to the kind of warning that you described. I wasn't given the cool and then sort of negative response of Ontario. I didn't have a sense we'd gotten all the way there with Ontario until they made the pivot to the emergency declaration.
Okay, so before the emergency declaration, then I'm going to take you back to the maximum enforcement strategy.
Yep.
And from what I can glean from the documents, both in the emails and that were part of the strategy itself, communications was a big part of it, was it not?
Yes.
And part of it would be communicating offenses that the government could enforce.
Exactly.
Okay. And it was your belief or your partner's belief that this would be a deterrence?
If done properly, we believe that this would help deter people from either joining or induce them to end and leave.
Right, okay. And I'm going to take you to a document And then this document is actually going to relate to after the time period at which the emergency order in Ontario was brought into force. And so we're talking about February 11th. Well, that's when the order was brought into place, is February 11th, 2022. And now you'll know that's in place. Now it granted the registrar of motor vehicles the power to make an order suspending or canceling plate permits, driver's license, and commercial vehicle operator registration certificates. So again, the CVOR. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like, Mr. Clerk, if you could please bring up document ONT 000-00403. Okay, I'll just leave it right there, Mr. Clerk, thank you. And you'll see you're not on this email chain, but if you could just scroll to the top, it's an email actually to Michael Beaton from a Ministry of Transportation of Ontario civil servant. And you'll see at the top there, Michael Beaton is the Chief of Staff to the Minister of Transport. And you'll see at the top, it says, hi, MO, which is, I think we can all agree is the Minister's office.
Agreed.
Okay, and it goes on to say, I wanted to provide you with a quick update on the situation in the city of Ottawa, also providing some general background information on the barricade in Windsor, further to our email last night, as well as an update on a CVOR warning letter. And if you could just please scroll down, and you'll see that header there, it says CVOR warning letter. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it says TSD has created a warning letter for CVOR holders as another tool that can be used at the front lines for the convoy or protest. I mean, the second bullet, the police are aware of this strategy and supportive of the approach. The Police Command Center in Ottawa will be providing the list of the carriers that they want MTO to send letters out to. All of this, and this is the important point, all of this will be tracked and can be reported on. The other option of suspending plates, license, CVOR remains. This will just give enforcement additional tools to manage the situation as they see fit. Now, this letter is similar to the letter that your department had proposed, could have been used before the emergency order, correct?
I would say this, not having seen both letters, I think in general, yes. And I'd characterize this as exactly the kind of strategies that we were aspiring to include in the strategic enforcement strategy.
Okay. And so again, just so I completely understand you, the idea would be you would issue a warning saying there could be potential infractions coming if you don't leave.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And did the government of Ontario ever tell you why they did not issue any warning letters before they brought in the emergency order?
I think the letter from Deputy Minister LeBlanc to me on February the 8th had, in a certain fashion, an explanation.
Okay, but specifically, you weren't aware of any impediment that would have prevented them from issuing letters of a similar nature before the emergency order was brought in?
We were, I would say that when we reached out to them on the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th, we were searching for their engagement and creative solutions to do something like sending a letter. Did you know if you have 3 Highway Traffic Act infractions like this, you could lose? And so we were hopeful of something like that. Their response on the 8th said that they had I don't want to put words in their mouth because the letter is on record, but they essentially said, we have a process, it's fixed, and we have to follow it. So there's nothing to, we see no opportunity to do anything there.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the OPS.
Good afternoon to you both. My name is Jessica Barrow and I'm counsel to OPS. My questions are for you, Deputy, as well. I want to focus primarily on the enforcement strategy and how it impacted or didn't impact operations on the ground in Ottawa, but I want to touch base on a statement you made in your witness statement before we get into that. First of all, obviously the enforcement strategy was created after the occupation in Ottawa had been entrenched for some time. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Right. And in your witness statement, you commented on the fact that both Toronto and Quebec City were successfully able to deter occupations from their downtown cores, and that some of the tools they implemented were similar to what you suggested in the enforcement strategy. Is that fair?
Yes.
The events in Toronto and Quebec City, however, both occurred after the event in Ottawa was well underway. Is that right?
Yes, indeed.
And so we've heard testimony from various other witnesses to the effect that other jurisdictions were able to take lessons from what occurred in Ottawa and apply those lessons to their own planning. I take it you would have no reason to disagree with that?
No.
And many of the witnesses we have heard from also testified that the tactics used by protesters in Ottawa were unprecedented at the time of the convoy's arrival in Ottawa, and I take it you similarly would not have any reason to disagree with that evidence?
The tactics, I'm not sure if the tactics were unprecedented, but I would say the absolute sheer scale and intensity by which they were applying these tactics
Fair
was,
enough.
by I think all accounts, unprecedented in the history of the country.
And cities like Toronto and Quebec City enjoyed a benefit that Ottawa did not. And that's sort of a fuller appreciation of what the group was capable of, what their intentions were, and what police tactics were and were not going to be effective in respect of that. Would you agree with that?
I would generally agree with that, but I'm not an expert in the details of law enforcement and tactics, but I think in general.
Fair enough. And I think you would also agree with me that the convoys and blockades in the various jurisdictions were all quite different from one another in terms of their scope. Is that fair?
I think my sense is there were a lot of similarities, and there were some big ones in multiple places, but they did vary city by city, and they varied over time. It was a very dynamic and unpredictable series of blockades and occupations.
Of course. And if we look specifically at Ottawa, I think you would agree with me that the size of it, we can agree that there perhaps were similar behaviors, but if you look just at sort of the footprint of the protest, it was much larger than any of the others. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, but I didn't do any detailed analysis of footprints, but that seems quite reasonable.
Okay, thank you. And so it wouldn't necessarily be fair to compare the successful use of the strategies from the enforcement strategy by some jurisdictions with what was occurring in Ottawa, given these significant differences. Is that fair?
I think so. Could you repeat the question? Because let me say this, and maybe this answers the question. If not, tell me it doesn't. That there is no attempt in my witness statement and the statement or in our enforcement strategy to say one city, it was no attempt to actually grade the police responses. It was simply an attempt to take stock of the challenge and help police deal with unprecedented challenges that were overwhelming them.
Of course. So your strategy was intended to address the challenges that OPS was already experiencing and which others had not yet experienced. Is that fair?
I would say to a degree, except that it was sparked out of that really stark assessment and sit rep that I participated in with the city of Ottawa. So the spark was from Ottawa, but the intent of the enforcement strategy, the tow truck strategy, was national, because we saw this as a rapidly evolving national problem that needed to be dealt with really from coast to coast. And it was just a matter of one day to another where a blockade or an occupation would hit.
Right. And so if we look at the specifics of the enforcement strategy, and I don't think we need to turn it up, but I'm happy to if you think that's necessary. It had the messaging component as well as the enforcement component, correct?
Yes.
And I think you've testified with respect to the messaging component that the purpose of that component was to communicate the illegality of the actions of the protesters, right?
I think the illegality, which a number of people involved in illegal activity seem to be confused about, but also the consequences and appealing to their self-interest to end.
Right. And just so that we clear this up in terms of the purpose of that messaging, we've heard a lot of evidence about PLTs. I don't know if you're familiar with the work of PLTs.
I'm familiar with the term and I'm generally familiar with the work, but I'm not an expert.
Fair enough. And so we heard a lot of evidence about the purpose of the PLT program and the need for a measured response and consistent communication as between sort of like corporate communications and what PLT are engaging with on the ground. Do you have any reason to dispute that evidence?
No.
And so I take it that you wouldn't necessarily say that the communication strategy that you were proposing as part of this the strategy that we're talking about here, that it was intended to overshadow the work of PLTs.
The communication strategy, you're referring to the communication component of the strategic enforcement strategy. It was based on I would say a premise that part of the solution was having a much more comprehensive, much more robust communication with the blockaders and occupiers to pierce through the fog of the event so they understand what they're doing is illegal, has significant consequences that could affect them, their commercial viability, even their ability to go to the US, and that our estimation from a strategic level, we weren't on the street, was that there was a lot more to do to accomplish that goal than what had been done to date, quite frankly, in any city.
And so you're talking sort of a global strategy to all protesters and blockaders from coast to coast that may be thinking of engaging in that activity or already are engaging in that activity. Is that fair?
That is fair, although it was indexed off of Ottawa because of the acute scale of the crisis in Ottawa and the problem definition that came to us through the Ottawa situation.
But I think you would agree with me that given what we've heard about the importance of PLT work, to the extent that PLT messaging needed to be prioritized over the messaging that you're referencing, those on the ground from an operational perspective would be the best equipped to make that kind of decision.
I think I can heartily agree with you because the purpose of the strategy was not to second guess any operational decision of police of jurisdiction. It was to develop a strategic toolkit to give them tools that they didn't have and needed in order to have a more robust response to a crisis of unlawful behavior that they were struggling to get their arms around.
So I think we're agreeing and perhaps just coming at it from slightly different perspectives, but I think
so.
Yeah. So basically what you're saying, if I understand it, is this was a strategic direction. Those that were operationally engaged on the ground would be the ones making decisions about how and when to implement the strategies that you were proposing.
Yes, and I think everybody involved in the strategic enforcement strategy was very clear in their mind that we're not making operational decisions here. We're building a strategic toolkit to allow police in developing their operational plans to have stronger operational plans. But it's up to the police in the development of their plans to do that, not the Solgen and certainly not the transport officials.
And of course, there's a multitude of reasons for that, but one of those reasons may be that those on the ground obviously would have far more information about what's going on operationally than you would.
I think that's one, that's I would say a very practical reason. There's also a very strong principled reason, and we're very careful about this at Transport because we have there are officials who I oversee who do investigations and enforcement, and we have a very clear system to ensure that those doing investigations and enforcement have the ability and the freedom to make the judgments on the appropriate activities of investigation and enforcement without sort of being directed by at the strategic level. And that principle we certainly applied in the development of the strategic enforcement strategy. And quite honestly, there was a complete agreement on that amongst all officials.
Right. And I think as it relates specifically to enforcement, and you've already addressed this to some extent, there were specific challenges in Ottawa around enforcement due to the sort of hostility of the situation. You would agree with that, I take it?
There were a lot of problems in Ottawa, and the hostility to law enforcement was clearly one of them based on the briefings we received from the city and the Ottawa Police Service.
Right. And I think you indicated that one of the main goals of the strategy was to identify sort of harsher penalties or identify those that existed. And you thought or hoped that that would disincentivize those from participating or encourage those who were participating to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, we do know that ultimately harsher penalties and more significant enforcement tools do come into place both through the Ontario legislation and the federal legislation, right?
Yes, but I think it may be helpful to point out that the development of the strategic enforcement strategy was predicated on initially on using existing authorities.
Right.
And only in the early versions of it, for example, I'll talk about Highway Traffic Act, Criminal Code, et cetera. And then once Ontario made its emergency declaration, we folded into it the additional penalties under the Ontario Emergencies Act.
Right. And so the goal was to either highlight those existing tools or ultimately, once there were new ones, to highlight those, and hopefully there would be a change of behavior as a result. I'm wrapping up.
Yes.
But ultimately, I think you would agree that although that may have had some impact on the numbers in Ottawa, what we saw ultimately was a massive POU operation that was required to remove the majority of the protesters. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so even though there were more significant penalties available, the choices that were being made by protesters were primarily not to leave the area.
I'm not sure to agree with that, because my sense, our sense, and again, I would defer to law enforcement experts on this, but our sense is that there gradually was a deployment of the strategic enforcement strategy in the big sites in Windsor and in Ottawa, and that clear communication of the fact that they were illegal activities and that they had significant consequences, whether they were the suspension of the CVORs or the freezing of the bank accounts, successfully shrunk the footprint. And according to law enforcement, there's a lot of discussions with law enforcement during this crisis, the shrinking of the footprint was essential to the safe operation to return law and order to the streets. So I think it actually did work, and it did help, and it was integral. That would be my assessment. I'm happy to defer to the law enforcement operational experts on that.
Fair enough. I think all I was getting at is that ultimately, I think other witnesses have referred to it as the largest POU operation in Canadian history, was required to dismantle the protests, notwithstanding that there may have been some impact of the previous measures, and that ultimately hundreds of arrests had to occur to clear the area. I take it you wouldn't disagree with that.
No, I agree with that. It was clearly the biggest national security crisis in the history, with like a scale of unlawful activity that I don't recall ever seeing. And so even with the shrunken footprint, it was still an enormous challenge.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, next, if I could call on the City of Windsor.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer King. I'm legal counsel to the City of Windsor. My questions will be directed at Deputy Minister Keenan. I'd like to start by clarifying the comment you made at the end of Commission Counsel's questioning. I believe that you stated that the federal government has broad federal authority at the port of entry, but as you move off the Ambassador Bridge, you move from a broad federal tool set to municipal bylaws. Did I get that right?
What I meant to say, if I didn't say it completely, was that you move from federal authority over a trade infrastructure to local authority of municipal bylaws and provincial jurisdiction, as the Highway Traffic Act, Ontario Police Services Act, etc.
Okay, and that's why I wanted to clarify. Did you listen to Mr. Ossowski's testimony earlier today?
I caught a bit of it. I didn't catch the whole thing.
We reviewed a CBSA document, and Mr. Ossowski confirmed that CBSA officers are not designated to enforce criminal arrest provisions and cannot directly engage in enforcement operations at prohibited public assemblies, even if they're on the bridge. Do you agree?
I would have to defer to former President Ossowski on the Customs Act. He's an expert. I'm not.
Okay, and he also confirmed that if any protest activity occurred on the Ambassador Bridge property, CBSA would rely on the police of jurisdiction to respond. And again, you defer to him?
I would defer to him, but that sounds right to me.
Okay.
If it's helpful, I can make a point that in exercising, because this happens at transport quite frequently, in enforcing a federal statute, for example, we have 74 of them at transport. The enforcement action may be taken by a transport official, but it may involve something that requires a peace officer, and usually it's the police of jurisdiction that carries out the police officer function. So it could be in enforcing a federal statute, but it's still police of local jurisdiction.
Thank you for that clarification. Would you agree that the protests revealed an issue with coordination and collaboration among all three levels of government with respect to their respective authorities and responsibilities related to border infrastructure?
Yes, I would.
And it revealed an issue with ensuring that sufficient resources are in the hands of the local first responders responding to this unprecedented event on the ground.
I think it revealed an issue of resources, authorities, and practice.
Okay. I have a few questions about the strategic enforcement strategy. This strategy recognized that given the complexity of the occupations and blockades, safe resolution requires three levels of government to collaborate, right?
That was yes, and that was the objective of the strategy.
Okay. And you described earlier to Commission Council the process that went into developing this draft as involving extensive discussions and consultations with federal and provincial partners. Did you consult with municipalities?
We did not. We consulted with our provincial partners. We consulted a little bit probably with the City of Ottawa because there was a particular tripartite process. But in general, we did not consult directly with municipal partners. And we we consulted beyond the RCMP and the occasional discussion with the OPP. We didn't consult directly with police either. We left both of those to our provincial colleagues.
Are you aware of whether your provincial colleagues reached out to their municipal partners and asked for input?
I'm not.
Okay. Was the strategy shared with Windsor after it was finalized on or about February 13th?
It would not. It was not shared by Transport Canada. We were relying on our provincial partners to share it as they saw fit, and I don't know whether anybody from the province of Ontario shared it with the City of Windsor.
Well, the strategy refers to communication and communication that should be coming from municipalities. Did you ask your provincial partners to share the strategy with the City of Windsor?
We asked them to share it with appropriate partners, but I don't recall specifying that they should share it with the City of Windsor.
Okay. I haven't seen any evidence that this was shared with the city after it was finalized. Mr. Keenan, can you help clarify for me which federal ministry is responsible for emergency management with respect to critical infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge?
If you break that into three parts, emergency management in general is public safety. If you, generally speaking, critical infrastructure, again, public safety. When you get into transport infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge, Transport Canada, and that's as specified in the federal emergency response plan.
Right. And so does Transport Canada have a plan for prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery with respect to the Ambassador Bridge and other border infrastructure?
We have plans of a different level for different points of critical trade infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge. The issue is that, and we've dealt with a number of safety and security issues over the years with the Ambassador Bridge, and we're very vigilant because of all of the numbers that my colleague Christian outlined in terms of its importance. What we haven't done is dealt with the kind of and worked through the kind of crisis you've seen here, which is the operation of the bridge is impaired not because of something that happens on it, but something that happens on the streets of Windsor. And I don't want to guess your next question, but I would say yes, that represents a gap that needs some work.
Okay, well, that was going to be my last question. So I noticed in your witness summary that you conclude by recommending that a national legislative regime that can be used to protect critical trade and transportation infrastructure on an ongoing basis may be desirable. And do you maintain this recommendation?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier today, I think there is an authorities gap here that bears some analysis and ideally some resolution, and really aligned to what you said.
Okay, and so in addition to an authorities gap, would you also agree with me that in addition to a national legislative regime, a specific emergency management plan should be developed by all three levels of government for international border crossings?
I think there is merit. I wouldn't jump to that specificity, but I would agree with you that there is, and we've seen this now in 2 or 3 different events. The crisis we just got, that this inquiry is on, the rail blockades of 2020, even the outage of the rail lines that cut Vancouver off to the rest of the country. I think there is a need for better plans that include all levels of government in those plans in advance. And so I think it's an issue for the Ambassador Bridge, which is one of the probably the most important trade crossing, but it's a broader issue across the country. So in that sense, I would say yes.
Well, and just to inject into this too, the commission and the commissioner has been hearing that, you know, Windsor isn't just a pathway to the bridge, it's a community, and in particular, the area around the bridge in Huron Church Road is a municipal road, is a community of businesses and schools, the University of Windsor. And so would you agree with Windsor that this planning has to include collaboration with the local governments and authorities who are also protecting the community around that infrastructure?
Yes, I'd fully agree, and that's very well put.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, next, the government of Alberta, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Stephanie Bose. I'm counsel for the province of Alberta. Deputy Minister, my questions are going to be directed to you as well today. I believe your evidence earlier today was that there was a failure to find a solution to the towing challenges as of February 13th. Do I have that right?
Yes.
But there was still work being done on the 13th to find a solution, wasn't there?
Yes.
And I'll ask that the clerk please take you to document ALB 401429. And this is an email from Mr. Dalkebab, from Public Safety Canada, to people in Alberta, Ontario, and Manitoba, the 3 provinces experiencing border blockades, on Sunday, February 13th. And in this email, he indicates that he and Transport Canada were looking to have a small group discussion on the work that they were advancing to ensure a clear escalation protocol is in place to remove trucks blocking roads and bridges. And then you'll see in the second paragraph, it indicates that there would be a presentation of the strategy before moving it up the chain for approvals. So I take it that at this time, Public Safety Canada and Transport Canada had developed the strategy, that they were checking in with their provincial partners, and then they were going to seek the approvals that they needed. Is that your understanding?
Not quite. I think I recall this meeting, and it was not so much checking in and sending something up for approvals. It was, even though they may have, Talal may have said that somewhere, but in our minds, in the meetings in the mind of Kevin, who was reporting to me before and after this, it was advancing the discussions on the tow truck strategy, the 6-part strategy that's in evidence. And it was continuing to try and find a solution to the inability to secure the services of the heavy tow trucks. So that we weren't really looking for approval. We were continuing to looking for a solution to operationalize the strategy.
So is it fair to say that it was discussions to come up with those strategies still?
No, there was a strategy, a 6-part strategy that had been in play right through the week, but it was trying to find a way through the obstacles to implementing the strategy. And the obstacle was the inability to secure service from the heavy tow truck operators.
Okay, and so then I'll ask that we turn to pb.can.50866. And this is the tow truck vehicle removal strategy you're talking about, is that right?
Yes, I think one iteration had 6 parts, but here it obviously has 5.
And it says that this is the working draft on February 13th. You understand that on the 13th, it was a 5-part plan. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that nowhere in this document does it contemplate the use of the Federal Emergencies Act. Is that correct?
I think that is correct.
Okay. And I'd just like you to scroll down, if you could, Mr. Clerk, to page 2. And we'll go to item number 4. This is the tow vehicle to a secure location step. And if we take a look at D, if tow trucks are available, example, Alberta is already procuring them, but operators are not, identify and deploy municipal, provincial, and federal, including CAF employees for specialized skills. Do you know if, as of this time, so on February 13th, any work had been undertaken to identify federal employees that may have skills to operate tow equipment?
Yes.
What work was done to identify those employees?
The people at Transport Canada working on this, Kevin Brousseau, Aaron McCrory, Melanie Van Stone had consulted with some colleagues and were scoping out to try to identify a pathway to building a roster of people with skills. They quickly, I should say that some of this came because the day before there was a series of calls with Alberta, where Alberta head officials had come to us, and that was on the 12th, 11th or 12th, I think it was the 12th. They had just bought, I think 2, but I can't remember how many heavy tow trucks. And they realized that they couldn't do anything with them because they didn't have the skilled operators. So they were coming to us to see if through the CAF or anywhere we could supply skilled operators. And so there was a whole conversation over the 12th and 13th trying to figure out, can we find skilled operators for heavy tow trucks? And the conclusion at some point on the 13th was no, it wasn't a viable. It turns out that you don't have in the government people who have that particular skill set.
And did that include the CAF?
Yes, I believe it did, but the exact scoping and who exactly was engaged in that was something that my team did.
Okay. And then I'd like to look at document SSM.CAN.50410. And the second email on this page is an email from you to Minister Alghabra on the early morning of February 15th with the subject line Coots. You know that there was great progress by the RCMP in clearing and opening, and then note some of the comments about what happened at the protest sites. I take it that your understanding on the early morning of February 15th was that the clearing of vehicles from the protests around Coots was achieved without the use of any powers under the Emergencies Act. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And do you know if that was also Minister Alghabra's understanding on the basis of this email?
I can't speak to Minister Alghabra's understanding, but I think the email is relatively clear and speaks for itself.
All right. Thank you. Those are my only questions today.
Okay, thank you. Next is the government of Saskatchewan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mitch McAdam, and I'm one of the lawyers acting for the government of Saskatchewan. Can you hear me?
We can, but your picture hasn't come up yet. So I'm not sure what's happening.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I am clicking on the link, but there, it seems to have come on.
Yep, there you are.
Okay.
In living
I had
color. So go ahead.
I think I had a sticky mouse.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sirs. I am Mitch McAdam, one of the lawyers for the government of Saskatchewan, and I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask you, Mr. Keenan, about some of the FPT meetings that were being held in February concerning the protests and the blockades. To start with, you indicated this morning that your department was regularly in contact with its provincial and territorial partners during this time, and that was particularly with respect to preparing the strategic enforcement strategy that we've heard about today. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And is it correct, sir, that this work began with the Policy and Planning Support Committee, which is an ADM level FPT committee? Is that right? It began with that committee or sort of became a spin-off of it?
The work happened through both, bilateral meetings of calls at various levels with individual provinces and multilateral ones, and also small group ones, and they all mixed together. So I think the first couple of calls were bilaterals, but one of the first full engagement of all jurisdictions was the PPSC, and I think the first one was on the 6th of February.
Okay, and those are meetings that you would ordinarily not attend, right?
No, they would be, those meetings were being, the lead Transport Canada participant was either Aaron McCrory, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Safety and Security, or Kevin Brosseau, the Senior Assistant Deputy Minister of Safety and Security.
Okay, and they would be speaking for your department at that meeting, right?
Yes.
And they would generally report to you on what happened at those meetings?
Yes.
And I take it that one of the purposes of those meetings in early February was to gather information on the powers and the tools that the provinces had to respond to the protests and blockades that were happening in their jurisdictions, correct?
Yes, that was that combined use of all powers in a coordinated manner was the essence of the strategic enforcement strategy.
Okay, and I understand, sir, that there was a deputy minister level meeting on February 7th that you attended. Did you recall that meeting?
Yes.
And I believe that Deputy Minister Stewart from Public Safety Canada attended that meeting as well, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said this morning that you began to lay out the strategic enforcement strategy at that meeting, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you'll agree with me that the Federal Emergencies Act was not discussed at that meeting, was it?
That's correct. It was not discussed.
And sir, there was another FPT meeting on Friday, February 11th that was attended by Aaron McCrory from Transport Canada. Are you aware of that meeting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and my understanding is that at that meeting, Mr. McCrory laid out a more fulsome version of the strategic enforcement strategy. Is that correct?
Yes, in addition, the tow truck strategy.
Okay, and at that time, the strategy was looking at a coordinated and consistent approach to enforcement based on existing municipal, provincial, and federal laws, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And again, at that meeting, there was no discussion of potentially invoking the Federal Emergencies Act, was there?
No.
Mr. Keenan, my friend from Alberta mentioned a couple of minutes ago another meeting that was held on February 13th that was attended by Mr. Brosseau from your ministry, along with representatives from Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, and the RCMP. And you indicated that you were aware of that meeting, correct?
Yes.
And I believe that that meeting was described as one involving the provinces that were most affected by the protests. Would you agree with that?
Yes, in the sense that they were the provinces, the places in Canada that were in most desperate need of heavy tow trucks showing up.
Okay. And you'd also agree with me that at that meeting, Assistant Deputy Minister Brosseau did not raise the possibility of the Federal Emergencies Act being invoked with those provinces, did he?
No, I don't believe he did.
Now, Mr. Keenan, would you agree with me that the provincial and territorial folks that people from your department were meeting with during this time all have expertise with respect to existing available to law enforcement?
For the purpose of this, yes, I would.
Yeah. And so would you agree with me that that would have been a good forum in which to raise issues about potential gaps in existing legal authorities to deal with the blockades and the protests?
Well, that forum did, you used the word gaps. I would say that forum and that the purpose of that forum and that discussion was to to find the limits of existing authorities and make the most use of them. So in that sense, they were useful in understanding where existing authorities ended with respect to the needed tools to deal with the national crisis.
Okay. But the focus of those meetings was on existing tools. Nobody from your ministry asked provincial officials at those meetings to identify gaps so that that information could feed into potentially invoking the Federal Emergencies Act. That wasn't the purpose of the meetings, was it?
It was not the purpose of the meetings, and it would be a little bit beyond our remit to lead a consultation on the Emergencies Act, because that's the responsibility of the Minister of Public Safety.
Okay, but you would agree with the people that were attending these meetings would have had some expertise and could have provided some valuable input into determining what those gaps were.
I think the meetings there was a lot of meetings. Some of them combined the senior officials from public safety and SolGens and transport. Some of them were just transport officials. I think the ones that were just transport officials would have been less used for that purpose.
Okay, and would you agree with me, Deputy Minister Keenan, that at those meetings, no provincial representatives were requesting the federal government invoke the Emergencies Act, were they?
I don't think the Emergencies Act came up one way or the other.
Okay. Sir, I'd like to turn to a slightly different matter now. Just want to make sure that I understand your testimony from earlier this afternoon. I believe that you indicated that your department started to work on the Emergencies Act about February the 10th. Is that correct?
Thereabouts.
Yeah. And then I think you said that the work ramped up over the next couple of days, and that by February 13th, I think you said that your department was well into the discussion of the Emergencies Act. Is that correct?
I think well into the discussion of the Emergencies Act wouldn't be exactly the right characterization. That starting on the 10th, officials at Transport Canada went from focusing on just one thing, the track one, what can we do under existing authorities, some thinking about potential options if there was additional authorities under the Emergencies Act. And that work continued. That's a little different than being full on into the development of the Emergencies Act. The locus of that activity was in public safety and justice. And so we certainly did some work, but we were not the locus of activity on that.
Okay, so but it would be accurate to say that by February the 10th, the Emergencies Act was on the table for your department and your department was doing some work on it.
Yes, because it was part of what was beginning to be a track 2 set of options, and if the track 1 set was not going to work.
Okay. And Deputy Minister Keenan, you would agree with me that no one from your department consulted with any of your PT partners about the invocation of the Emergencies Act before the First Minister's meeting that occurred on February 14th?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay, and the first time that you would have talked to your PT partners about the Federal Emergencies Act was when you did the briefings to advise them of what the powers were and what the authorities were that were contained in the Act that happened after the Act was invoked, correct?
For anything above a passing reference to the Emergencies Act, any substantive discussion with PTs happened from a transport perspective, happened in terms of on the 15th and 16th in terms of informing them on the details of the regulations. The consultations, we were not involved in the consultations on the Emergencies Act beforehand.
Okay, thank you, sir. Those are all of my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the Ontario Provincial Police.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Janine Cabersi for the Ontario Provincial Police, and I have no questions for this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on former Chief Slowly's counsel.
Good afternoon. I just have a couple of questions for so you testified earlier that the ministry became aware of the convoy heading to, oh, sorry, I have to introduce myself. I'm Nicholas DeStefano for former Chief Slowly. You testified earlier that you became aware of the convoy directing itself towards, or your ministry became aware of the convoy directing itself towards Ottawa in mid-January or around the week of January 20th, correct?
Yes, I think somebody in Transport Canada became aware around the 17th. I became aware closer to the 20th.
And they were tracking open source media and social media and stuff like that?
Yes, and engaging with the trucking industry.
Right. And around January 28th, engaging with DMOC about possible enforcement tools and enforcement methods?
I think that the DMOC discussion started a little bit before January 28th, and they didn't start out on enforcement tools and methods. They started out understanding what this is and the scope of the potential threat to Canada.
Right. So in any event, at that point, they weren't working on the sort of strategy that they began working on February 3rd. Something like the strategic enforcement strategy wouldn't have been contemplated at that point, correct?
That is correct. The strategic enforcement strategy came out of our assessment of an acute problem in Ottawa that we became fully aware of in terms of how serious it was from that meeting chaired by Deputy Minister Stewart.
Right, and it would be fair to say then that the reason why a strategy like that wasn't contemplated at the time is that just sort of from the available information that the ministry had, it just didn't seem like it would be necessary at that point.
No, I think that's not the reason why not. The reason why not is that until the briefing of the 3rd, we didn't understand that this was a problem that was beyond the capacity of the police service to address, and they needed help, and we tried to provide help.
Right, and the types of things that you saw were that fines were ineffective, protesters weren't responding to the fines, correct? Or that you were briefed on?
Yes, exactly.
And that it was impossible for the service to obtain tow trucks?
Yes.
And so you sort of went away from that meeting, considered those difficulties, and you spent, I think, 10 days about discussing with partners about how you could come up with solutions to those issues, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, around the 13th, there was still no sort of easy solution from the point of view of the ministry of how tow trucks could be obtained for police services, correct?
Yeah, there were 2 strategies at play: enforcement strategy, the tow truck strategy. And in terms of the tow trucks, yes, you're right. After 10 days trying to find a solution to the problem, we had failed to find one.
So fair to say, very difficult for the ministry, would have been very difficult for a police service and for police chief as well to resolve that issue?
Yes, in fact, it's interesting because our assessment was from the 3rd, yes, they have a problem securing tow trucks. Surely, if we think about this and kind of get smart and strategic and use the right incentives and strategy, we'll be able to solve it. That was our view on the 4th. After having worked on it for almost 10 days, our conclusion was this was in essence an impossible problem to solve with the tools we had.
And then just a couple of quick questions about the strategic enforcement strategy. I'm not going to pull it up, but ultimately what you had landed on the 13th was that the strategy had to implicate, of course, police, but provincial transport authorities, provincial solicitors general and attorneys general, federal governments, provincial governments, and municipal governments, correct?
Yes.
And I believe that one of the first lines of the strategy was that given the complexity of ongoing multi-day occupations plus blockades, safe resolution requires 3 levels of government. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Because you understood that given the complexity and the nature of the challenges that local police forces were facing, they were not going to be in a position to resolve situations like what we saw in Ottawa by themselves.
I would say this, there was a national, that was written with, Ottawa was a really big part of the problem, but it was a national problem. And there was a national scale of blockades and occupations and unlawful behavior that was going to require a coordinated, that was unprecedented, was eclipsing the capacity of police, clearly in Ottawa, but not just in Ottawa, and was going to require a coordinated strategic approach to overcome.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Windsor Police Service.
Good evening, Heather Patterson for the Windsor Police Service. Our questions have been asked and answered, and we have nothing further for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. The Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses.
Good evening, Commissioner. Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm happy to report, Christine Johnson for the Ottawa Coalition. I'm happy to report that all of our questions have also been answered and we have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, next I'd call on the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Good evening. My name is Hatem Kir. I'm counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. My answers will be focused on you, Deputy Minister Keenan. So you're aware that the Windsor protest was cleared on the 13th of February, correct?
On the 13th, the Ambassador Bridge opened the 14th, so I think it cleared sort of overnight between the 13th and 14th.
Right. And are you aware that the Windsor police actually turned away tow trucks from the United States because by the 13th, they were already satisfied that the company in Windsor was up to the task?
I know there were tow trucks that came across the bridge. I wasn't aware of the details of which tow trucks were used in the Windsor operation.
Okay, but you were aware that they were able to obtain tow trucks to do what they had to do?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to Ottawa, we've heard from other witnesses that the OPP obtained tow trucks, so much so that the OPS incident commander felt that by February 13th, they were good. If I recall correctly, earlier in your testimony, you stated you weren't aware of that, right?
No, we'd been working on the tow truck strategy for 10 days and had engaged a lot of partners, and nobody had provided any information like that to us in the course of that work.
Now, you stated that around the 10th going forward, the Emergencies Act was being discussed, correct?
Options under the Emergencies Act began to be considered starting the 10th, yes.
Right. And I mean, you'd agree with me that the Emergencies Act is an extraordinary power, right?
The extraordinary power, yes.
And if alternatives are available, they should be, as a matter of policy, be used first, right?
I'm not an expert on the act, but the working framework I have is exactly that. If you can, it's not meant to be used if you can solve the crisis using any existing authorities.
Mm-hmm. And to that effect, it would be important to be aware of what alternatives were available and workable.
Alternatives of what to what, sir?
Whatever it is sought to be done under the Act. If there's an alternative under existing law or that can be done without the use of the Act, it'd be important to be up to date on that, right?
Yes.
And so given that your agency as a whole wasn't aware that the OPP had tow trucks, what steps were actually taken to get that information from the OPP, knowing that they were actually looking into the issue themselves?
So from the 4th to the 13th, sort of exhaustive steps of working with our federal partners, our federal policing partners, procurement partners, security partners, all provinces, small caucus groups of provincial officials, and working through trying to find a way to execute the 5-point plan and the tow truck strategy. So I would say, in short summary, there were probably 40 engagements by myself and my senior officials with partners trying to sort of unlock the tow truck strategy. So I would describe it as a pretty exhaustive effort right up to and including meetings on the 13th.
So my understanding is that there was a DMOC meeting on the 13th?
Yes.
Where the Emergencies Act was discussed?
Yes.
And so going into it, your role would be to provide Transport Canada's perspective on the use of those on emergency powers?
Yes.
So prior to going into that meeting, did someone from your office just give a call, a contact at the OPP to just see how the tow truck issue was going?
There had been multiple calls and multiple exchanges with a lot of partners right up to the 13th. And I think even perhaps after that DMOC meeting, because we had a meeting with the Transport Canada ADM had convened a meeting with the RCMP partners, I think Public Service and Procurement Canada, Solicitor General, and I think transport officials in Ontario, Manitoba, and Alberta, continuing to work and find a solution to the tow truck strategy. And through all of that discussions, including in that meeting, nobody informed us of this solution that was in play. And interestingly enough, even after the decision to invoke the Act and the promulgation of the regulations, in all of the meetings we had to inform people of the new powers in terms of rendering essential services, the tow truck provision, and even on the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, nobody mentioned or informed anybody at Transport Canada that there had been any solution found otherwise.
You stated that the task of obtaining tow trucks was seeming like an impossible task, but the OPP's success in obtaining them shows that that wasn't the case, right?
Well, I think you're going to have to be fair with the evidence. I don't think that's the evidence. So if you want to put to them what OPP testified to, you have to put the full picture.
So Superintendent Bernier, when he testified here, he stated that on the 13th, the way he phrased it was, quote, "As things materialized on the 13th, I was satisfied that we were good," end quote. And that was in reference to a question about tow trucks. So that seems to suggest that at least they had been able to resolve that issue, right?
I can't confirm that because, as I said, we've been working exhaustively on the tow truck strategy. All of our work, all of our conversations, and all of our analysis had led us to the opposite conclusion.
So I want to change the topic slightly. So you've referenced illegal activity in your testimony, the presence of illegal activity. Leaving aside for a moment the border protests and blocking the border, which I grant, in terms of what was happening elsewhere, are you essentially referring to things like traffic violations, bylaw violations?
In terms of illegal and unlawful activity, there's two things. The strategic enforcement strategy specifically lists a whole series of examples, and including violations of different municipal bylaws, multiple violations of the Highway Traffic Act, and multiple violations of the Criminal Code as the key examples of the unlawful activity that was apparent on a wide scale through the protests, through the blockades and the occupations.
Okay, and two of the criminal code, the two ones that were up front, I believe, were mischief and intimidation, which, from my understanding, were being committed by obstructing the roadways.
I think mischief, intimidation, obstruction, and there was one other one that was on that list, I think.
Right, but the behavior underlying, for example, a potential mischief or intimidation is through obstructing a highway, right? And the use of that highway in the case of mischief.
That was one of many. For example, the swarming of a police officer, I think, would count as obstruction.
Okay, but suffice it to say that all this behavior was already illegal and there were already authorities there to prohibit that activity?
Well, I think that was the point of the strategic enforcement strategy, is that we saw a scale and intensity of unlawful activity across Canada that police was eclipsing the ability of police to respond. And in the case of Ottawa, when they tried to respond, they were being obstructed. And so it was an attempt to communicate at a wide scale to everybody who was either participating in the illegal activity or thinking about it, that it's illegal, it has consequences, and to try and convince them to rethink their approach to, a term I learned in the course of this crisis, to shrink the footprint of illegal activity, to make it more feasible for the police to have a safe operation to return law and order.
Right, and because of the existence of those legal authorities, that's why you wrote to Ms. Drouin saying that in your view, the gap was not legislative authority, but enforcement action, right?
My assessment was that there was a lack of enforcement because the scale of the unlawful activity eclipsed the ability of the police to enforce.
If I could just ask one more question. Thank you, Commissioner. So that gap in enforcement action, though, I mean, to the extent that the Windsor police attained the tow trucks they needed on the 13th and were successful in clearing their protest, to the extent that the OPS incident commander on the 13th with respect to tow trucks was saying that he was satisfied that they were good, you'd agree that those are steps to then successful steps to closing that enforcement gap?
No, because there remained a significant. First of all, the Windsor police needed massive assistance. There was a massive public order operation. And even as they struggled through clearing it that weekend, there was still a really significant gap in the ability of police to enforce the peace across the country. So no, the gap was not closed.
Well, I'm out of time, so those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Call on the Government of Canada.
Excuse me, would it be possible to take a 2-minute break?
Yes, certainly.
If it's possible, sorry.
No, we accommodate witnesses here. We're actually quite friendly. It might not show. but,
Thank you, I appreciate it.
we will
Be
even
back.
give you 5 minutes. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, merci. Prenez votre temps.
Please take your time.
Recess for 5 minutes. La commission levée pour 5 minutes.
Ha! Ha! Surprise break, but here I am. Here I am, munching on some fries and hamburger in Studio B, and then I hear him doing this. Can I need a break? He was also taking my bathroom break, so I'll sit here and talk to you guys. Hey, I really liked the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. I also really like I almost said democracy. Hold on a second. The Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. Good stuff. Good stuff. I was annoyed when Buddy on the right purposefully said the bridge was being cleared on the 14th and 15th. So the very first question was, hey, 13th, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the 13th. So thank you for taking care of that. That won't bother me right away. All right. So let me just jump to a couple comments here. Hope you guys are enjoying this. It's not so bad. Still hard to listen to, but yeah, he squirms and he doesn't like being caught. He doesn't like being caught. A new authority. Yeah. This came up earlier, and he was talking about new authorities. And I bet you he has a whole list of authorities he would like to add to everything here. Let me put this on so I don't miss the audio. I got the screen, but I don't want to miss the audio. Hey, James, bud. Didn't we give GM $3 billion at the beginning of the pandemic just for them to shut down production and fire 1,500 plus Canadians anyways? James, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff the government does, money, loans, bailouts, et cetera, and it always seems unfair, especially when we're talking like this. Like there wasn't really any economic damage, and then they do this, right? They do stuff like this, okay? Oshawa gets hit a lot, right? Oakville sometimes worries around Ford, right? And then they make a mountain out of a molehill, and then we forget stuff like this. So thank you, James, for reminding us. It's a complicated business, being government, but when you're corrupt and you're doing the wrong things, that's something different. We can get rid of some of that. Yeah, look at this. Notice how his analysis on the impact of the EA on the event itself, he has it backwards. Okay, his analysis on the EA was, helped it, and we were able to do things, and that's the backwards way of looking at it. The EA is supposed to be your last option. It's not supposed to be assistance. It's not supposed to help. And the way he was looking at it was, well, it's a tool for the event. But no, it's the War Measures Act. Read the original. It's meant to be, well, the event is overwhelming. The event, it's why you have to execute it. Not a tool on an event that you're trying to deal with. In his mind, he has it backwards. And he might fundamentally have that backwards in his head. And this is why he is so okay with what's going on here, because he sees it like a tool. But look at the original, the War Measures Act. It's still worded in the Emergency Act itself. Last resort. He's looking at it backwards. And I think I kind of describe it here. It'd be exactly like looking at a fire alarm. Okay, you're in the school, you're a kid, you were taught to this. If there's a fire, you pull the alarm. But if there isn't a fire, okay, then maybe you'll be considering things like water damage and other things, because you're backwards. You're using the alarm the wrong way. That would be the EA. If there is a fire, you don't hesitate. You pull that. You're not thinking about water damage or noise. You're thinking there's a fire, pull the alarm. So that's what the EA is. There's a war or almost war, pull the alarm. And the way they talk about it, it's backwards. So I hope I, kind of got my point across on that one, because it's annoying to hear somebody that makes decisions for our life and safety, and he's Canada Transportation, has things backwards like that. Is that on purpose? Is he just that way? Because it does help explain why his perspective and why he talks that way. It's because he does see it as a tool. Sorry, I'm really doing my best. They're in my ear, but no video. Very distracting. Hey, 10th. The narrow view which they use to view these situations. Yeah, they only see what they want to see. And where are the studies that show the effects of why the protests happen? They see us as a resource. Yeah, now I also think you give them some credit here that they saw it as a situation. I don't think so. 10th. Hold on. I don't think I started mine. But what you're giving them credit for is they are seeing a situation. Maybe. Or maybe they're just closing their eyes and wandering and then are complaining because, you know, the cars are honking at them, but they're walking into traffic. Maybe they're just closing their eyes so tightly that they're choosing not to see anything. Might be that way
Order
as well.
allowed.
Okay, we're back.
The commission is reconvened. The Commissar Pra.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, Andrea Gonzalez, Counsel for the Government of Canada. Mr. D, I'm going to start with you. You've been sitting there very patiently, and I'm going to make it worth your while, I hope. My friend, counsel for the convoy organizers, put to you this afternoon the stats can trade impact document, call that?
Yes.
And in response to one of his questions, you started to say that the StatsCan report is about trade impacts, not economic impacts. But I believe you were cut off before you got around to explaining the difference. Could you explain how those two concepts are different?
Yes, well, first of all, the report was just, the monthly report released by Statistics Canada about the evolution of the trade overall. Secondly, the point that I was referring is that, in the Statistics Canada report, which was published in April as well, they were very consistent with what we were saying when we're conducting the assessment in February. So they were saying basically that, they have seen some rerouting, which was part of the assumption that we were using and trying to capture with the scenario 1 on our side. And in the Statistics Canada report, the purpose of this report is just to release information on the trade evolution. It's not to provide an economic assessment at sectoral detail level about the blockade that happened during, the month of February, January and February in some areas.
And when you prepared your economic analysis and that background or document, did you know at the time how long the blockades and border disruptions would last?
No.
And were you able to project out at what the long-term recovery of those disruptions might look like?
No, it was very difficult to assess at that time. Okay. And that's precisely why we took the approach of scenario as well, just to try to identify a spectrum of potential path in terms of the impact and the potential recovery associated with that.
And so if the blockades continued, escalated, we may be moving from a scenario 1 into a scenario 2 or a scenario 3.
Usually the dynamic on the economic side is you're starting by the most affected sector. And if it lasts, you're starting to see cascade effect and indirect impact and through the rest of the other sector as well. And this is amplifying basically the net economic loss associated with that.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Deputy. You provided some evidence in response to questions from Commission Counsel about the assistance that Transport Canada, transportation of dangerous good inspectors provided to the City of Ottawa during the occupation. You recall that?
Yes.
And Am I understanding correctly that Transport Canada inspectors have subject matter expertise as to the activities that may amount to infractions of the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act, Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act?
Yes, exactly.
And to your understanding, what were the concerns with respect to transportation of dangerous goods infractions during the Ottawa occupation?
The two key ones were the fact that there was a lot of movement and storage of a lot of propane, which if there's it was done improperly without the appropriate safeguards, and that there was a lot of movement of particularly diesel, gasoline and diesel in unorthodox, unsafe manner. Both of those created an elevated risk of having an accident with a dangerous good, and which would be some combination of an explosion or sort of a firebomb that's a significant elevated safety risk to the people around the propane and the diesel.
And Transport Canada inspectors provided that assistance when requested by OPS, is that right?
Yes.
Evidence today about strategic enforcement strategy. Just want go to a couple of additional points. If we could pull it up, it's pb.can 50860. And if we start at the section on communications, which you explained was one of the two components of this strategy, communications and enforcement, is communications something unique to this strategy, or is that something that Transport Canada employs more broadly in seeking to obtain regulatory compliance?
I think it's the latter. We were in building the strategic enforcement strategy, we were drawing on our knowledge and expertise as a regulatory and enforcement agency to essentially it's a compliance strategy. And so communication is always the first thing you do when you're trying to get somebody or any person or regulated entity to comply with the legal requirements.
We could go down to the next page, please. And can just, yeah, just pausing there. So the third bullet point that we see on the screen there says that truck owners and operators should know that by emergency order in the province of Ontario can have their driver's license, plate portion of the permit, or CVOR certificate immediately suspended or canceled. Now, this version of the strategy is February 13th, but is that a component of the strategy that you were seeking to have adopted or pursued in Ontario even prior to their state of emergency?
Yes, and in fact, the reach out to Ontario on the weekend of the 5th and 6th was scoping out what we could say to this effect under the existing law. We don't go this far because this is an emergency authorization, but even the prospect of somebody with a commercial vehicle who by blockading a street is committing multiple highway traffic act violations, trying to craft a communication that this could lead to demerit points and the loss of your CVOR and the ability of you to earn an income from this asset. And so we were trying to get a milder version of this, if you will, into it before the Ontario emergency declaration.
The letter that came to you from Deputy Minister LeBlanc on February the 8th, let me know if you want to pull it up, but in your earlier evidence, you testified about the explanation that she gave in that letter for not pursuing action under or with respect to CVORs. And my question is, did you consider that to be a valid explanation for refusing to use provincial authorities at the time?
I considered it to be a technically valid explanation in the sense that I think every sentence in that letter was technically sound and based in fact, but not a strategically valid explanation in the sense that the effect of it is they were saying they could do absolutely nothing and they didn't want to talk about it anymore with us, and they asked us to go through SOLGEN. I'll add 2 points. We thought, and as regulatory experts, we understand due process, legal requirements that absolutely fair, absolutely essential. But in our estimation, when with measures like this, there's always a way to be a bit creative, particularly both in the execution, but particularly in the communication of these sanctions, and they were declining to participate. So technically solid, technically sound, strategically not so much.
And that letter refers specifically to the ongoing protest in Ottawa, not the Windsor blockade, which had arisen the day before. Did you have any understanding as to whether Ontario's position was any different with respect to the situation in Windsor?
Not from reading that letter, but after Windsor was, after the kind of catastrophic economic impacts of Windsor had built up over 2 or 3 days, they did do a pivot.
And turning back to the strategic enforcement strategy, if we continue down, we come to the enforcement section. There we go. And under provincial transportation authorities there, point 1 says support local law enforcement in managing vehicle flows by, for example, conducting roadside safety and emissions inspections with maximum penalties for infractions. So my understanding that part of the strategy that Transport was developing included having provincial transportation authorities actually conduct roadside safety and emission inspections as a way to prevent vehicles from traveling to sites of ongoing blockades and the occupation of Ottawa?
Yes, we were proposing it as a collective multi-jurisdictional effort. We weren't trying to take over their jurisdiction, but absolutely yes.
Okay, and let's go to ONT 405150. This is an Ontario production. It's the operations plan of the Ministry of Transportation for the convoy for Freedom truck protest. Is this a document you saw at the time?
I did not see this document at the time.
Okay, so let's go to page 7, please. And under enforcement officers, there's the second bullet there says conducting regular enforcement away from highways affected by the planned convoy route at the direction of the site lead. Officers will be directed to conduct area patrol inspections at laybys and general patrol within the district away from the planned convoy route. Officers will not be involved in any commercial vehicle traffic stops of vehicles that are participating in the convoy protest unless directed to do so by the site leads. Did you know at the time, Deputy, that MTO was specifically directing its officers not to conduct roadside vehicle inspections of vehicles that were participating in the convoy?
No, I did not.
And how do you understand that interacts with what you were trying to achieve through the strategic enforcement strategy?
Quite negatively. It's like taking a tool out of the toolbox and throwing it in the ditch. it's notable that I think the reason that that was in the strategic enforcement strategy was that we had picked it up as what we thought was the best practice from Quebec. They had used that at some point, I think on the second weekend, they had used that effectively to mitigate and manage trucks heading to downtown Quebec City.
Let's go to ONT 0311. And to page 6, please. These are notes of a call that I understand you participated in with officials from Ottawa, as well as Deputy Minister Mario Di Tommaso on February 6th. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in the words that are attributed to you in these notes, the third sort of hollow bullet point under your name, we see an observation he provided that while Wellington encampments may be contained, it is the spiritual source of the protest movement. It is acting a fuel for the engagement of others. Can you just explain what you were trying to convey on that call?
Sure. I recognize the idea. I'm not sure I recognize the words. I can't speak to the note taking, but it was essentially that this large unlawful occupation in Ottawa was both providing energy that was manifest elsewhere, and so there was a inspiration, solidarity. There was occasionally like calls there were calls back and forth from different cities, but there was clearly either a conscious, strategic, or even unconscious connection between what was going on in Ottawa and other sites. And the assessment that I was sharing was that if there's this massive occupation in Ottawa, you're going to continue to see problems across the country until Ottawa is resolved.
Okay. Now, in the Transport Canada institutional report, let's pull it up, DOJ.IR 705. There's detailing of various engagements and consultations with other stakeholders and counterparts to deal with the situation. If we could go to page 12, please. Beginning at paragraph 46. And so that paragraph describes the consultations that Transport led with at the ADM level in connection with the enforcement strategy.
Yes.
And that includes meetings with all of the provincial counterparts who were directly affected by the events associated with what you've described as a national crisis.
Yes.
The first of those, we understand, was held on February 4th. Do I have that date right?
I think so. Yeah, well, there it is, February 4th.
Yeah. And Mr. Cameron, in his examination, took you through the minutes of another of those meetings on February 7th. You recall that?
Yes.
And then there was another meeting of the Policy and Planning Support Committee on February 8th, and we see that at the top of page 13 of the report.
Yes.
Okay. And there's discussion in the report of additional bilateral consultations with Ontario and Alberta on February 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yes.
We don't need to go to it, but I understand that further down in the institutional report, there's discussion of other consultations and meetings by you and other transport officials, as well as your minister, regarding possible responses to the crisis, right?
Yes, intense ongoing engagement and consultations every day.
And just to be clear, these consultations were not only with the provinces, but also with municipal officials in areas that were impacted?
For the, I personally was involved in consultations with the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Service through the meetings that were organized and chaired by my colleague, Rob Stewart. And my officials were involved in extensive meetings, but I don't know if there were not very many meetings beyond the Ottawa ones where we were directly engaged with municipal officials.
But to the extent they took place, they're set out in the report.
Yes.
Okay, and then I understand there were also consultations with industry associations and business organizations in sectors that were affected.
If I could, oh, sorry, okay, go ahead.
Yes, extensive consultations.
One of the things you spoke about in your earlier testimony was that the professional trucking industry was not supportive of the demonstrations and tried to distance itself from it. You recall giving that evidence?
Yes.
And I don't know that we need to go to each one, but I do want to put them on the record. There was a letter from the Canadian Trucking Alliance on January 19th, ssm.can.50335. You remember receiving input from the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
Yes.
There was communication from the Atlantic Truckers Association on February 1 at ssm.can.50345. You recall that?
Yes.
The Canadian Trucking Alliance and the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters reached out on February 10th after the blockade in Windsor. Do you recall that?
Yes.
ssm.can.50987. And then there was a public statement put out by the Alberta Beef Producers, Alberta Cattle Feeders Association, and the Canadian Cattlemen's Association on February 3rd regarding the protest activity at Coutts. Do you recall that one?
Yes, I do.
And that's ssm.can.50945. And then one final one, your minister and transport had engagement with the motor vehicle industry.
Yes.
And that's at ssm.can.50958 for the record. Sorry, that is a letter from the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association of February 8th. If it's possible to do so, summing up all of the input that was received from these various associations, what were they telling you?
Three things, and the three things evolved over time. The first thing they were making clear to us privately, and they were making clear very publicly, the professional trucking associations, the professional trucking industry said, this is not us. This is not an activity of the trucking industry. And they further made the second thing that they made that very clear repeatedly. The second thing is, as Ottawa got occupied, I know specifically the Canadian Trucking Alliance and others said, hey, this is not us. If you're a truck driver and you're there, you're not representing your industry, and that they asked everybody to be peaceful and leave soon. And then the third, there was a third round that was very intense from the 8th to the 10th, and that was 12 trucking associations across the country, the cattlemen, the vehicle manufacturers, the food manufacturers, a wide range of the tool and die industry, with a really strong appeal to the blockaders at Windsor to stop and to allow the bridge to open. And there was some fairly impassioned communication from the trucking industry saying, you're really hurting truckers. You're killing their ability to earn a living. They're stuck. You're actually stopping truckers from doing what they want to do. So it was sort of those three messages evolving over time.
Okay. And just returning to the engagements and consultations that you were having, particularly with provincial counterparts. In your evidence earlier, you described mixed reactions and in some cases reactions that were cool and reserved. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes.
Through those consultations, did that inform your views as to the effectiveness or not of the coordinated enforcement strategy that you hope to achieve?
It did. I would say that at the beginning, it was a little slow going because of that initial response that has been described by Ontario. And there was a general, I would say, reluctance of provincial colleagues to jump to the front on this because it was such an awful crisis. The problems were so messy, and the intensity and the anger coming from the blockades and the occupations was a cause for pause. Over time, I would say we saw more of a convergence of efforts over the course of the week, particularly after the Ontario pivot on the 10th.
Okay. Now, you also gave evidence today concerning the discussions that were taking place around invocation of the Emergencies Act at DMOC and the IRG, particularly February 12th and the 13th. You recall that?
Yes.
And you described that, I think your words were, we are really close to significant violence. You were concerned about how things were building. And you understand that both the Ambassador Bridge and the Ambassador Bridge blockade was cleared, it was reopened, and the Coutts arrest had happened by the time the Prime Minister announced invocation of the Emergencies Act on the 14th?
Yes.
Did you understand or the national crisis to no longer be a concern at that point?
No, it was still a significant concern.
And recalling that the 13th was a Sunday and the 14th was a Monday, had you seen a pattern in previous weeks of activity increasing on the weekends and then dropping off during the week?
Yes. In fact, we were unfortunately, we were seeing a well-established pattern because the 12th and the 13th was the third weekend of blockades and occupations. And so there was both the weekly cycle of it getting bad on the weekend and then receding a bit on the weekdays to get worse on the weekend again. In addition to that, I think you could see a bit of an upward trend in the size of the problem. It was growing both in terms of the entrenchment in Ottawa, where the occupation was getting more entrenched and things were hardening on both sides. But as we went into the weekend of the 12th and 13th, you could see a growing pattern of activity disruptions and problems across the country. So there was both the weekend effect, and then the problem was getting worse because of the accumulation of time.
And what, if any, implications did that pattern have in your mind for a potential fourth weekend without some sort of significant disruption to the crisis?
It would have been even worse.
You mentioned in your earlier evidence the 2020 rail blockades, and were concerns about a rail blockade something that you had turned your mind to at the time?
Yes. Once we started to see the slow rolls sort of transition to blockades and occupations, and as the crisis dragged on, we became more and more concerned that the next step or the next shoe was going to drop, which is that the next blockade would be a rail line. And then we would have both the border blockades and the rail blockades at the same time, which would dramatically escalate the economic harm to the country.
And I think we saw in the backgrounder, or it appears in the grounder that the products that are largely carried by rail are different from the products that are carried by truck. And so one mode of transportation is not a substitute for the other. They each present their own concerns if there are blockades. Is that fair?
Yes, that's right.
In the 2 minutes I think I have remaining, I just want to touch on the tow truck issue. As I understand, one of the elements of the tow truck strategy is that if a vehicle that's present at one of the blockades is not in movable condition, that a mechanic would prepare it for being driven. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you aware during these events of protesters taking deliberate steps to disable their vehicles so they could not be driven away?
Yes, and that was why that mechanic part of the strategy was in the strategy.
And the issue with tow trucks was primarily an issue getting access to heavy tows and suitable operators. Is that fair?
Yes, I mean, there was a general tow truck industry problem, but the part that was absolutely insurmountable was getting the heavy wreckers and the skilled operators to move large commercial vehicles.
And Council for Democracy Fund and JCCF put to you that tow services were made available in Windsor through a tow company contracted by Windsor. Is it your understanding that the vast majority of the vehicles at the Windsor blockade were passenger vehicles, not commercial rigs?
Yes, in fact, my understanding is they used tow trucks and they were able to deal with it with a few small tow trucks. They didn't require large wreckers.
And was it your understanding at the time that the OPP did in fact use the measures in the EMR to require tow truck companies to provide services in order to assist in clearing the occupation in Ottawa?
Yes, our understanding is that the tow trucks, the heavy wreckers that were secured by Ottawa were secured through the OPP, going out to the industry, requesting the service, informing them of their legal obligation to provide it and their indemnity. And that kind of cracked the problem.
Okay, thank you. I think my time is up. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any re-examination?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, well, we'll have an early night. So thank you very much for your testimony. Merci beaucoup d'être venu, and
thank you very much for coming.
Your evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming. So we'll adjourn till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
And there we go. Okay, that's the day. Hold on a second. I actually have hamburger. I was trying to get my meal out of the way there, railroaded. Because we're going to do that call after this, right? Okay, so got some of my dinner out of the way. All right. That was all right. That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. Let me kill this. Get all the bandwidth I can get for you. And we've got a lot to talk about. All right, folks. I don't like listening to government in Canada ask questions. Make us seem so weak. So weak. And we're not. We're not. As citizens or as a country or as a system or even as a government, we're not as weak as they're painting there. So hold on to that. Oh, okay. I ran. I actually ran. Here we go. Hey, stunt. Oh yeah, you're clipping him for the movie, and there was something you were talking about there. I missed that context again. Has so many cops realized I was streaming and our interactions with Stay Warm? It happens so much that I'm waiting to hear they were instructed to say it. Sorry, stunt. A couple times now I've done your text, and I don't remember what it was about. And then 10th, this was about the government not seeing it properly. And maybe they're just closing their eyes and walking through the situation blindly. And that's where we left off before the break. So kind of finish that, which is, you know, if you have a leader and you have to follow him, and if you're a follower and you're not a leader yourself, you might do that. And in this case, the people we're seeing now are like, you know, Prime Minister level now. They're the cabinet. They're getting up there. Minister of Transportation and stuff like that. So these are the top of their position. Their career might have been always in this industry, and they worked their way up, all the way up. So now they have this big attitude where they can be the bosses, and they take command because they expect to give command. So they don't want to show anybody below them not listening to command, because they got so many people below them that they need them to actually think that way, that they also do it. I've seen this on county level where CAOs have a lot of power. Okay, have a lot of power. And you can have independent minds. People want to do different things, and people are actually right because they're the subject matter experts. But CAOs in Alberta, they're sometimes called a reeve, very powerful people and not elected. So that's what I was going to hear, Tent, is maybe they're just following the drumbeat of their boss and their master. And because they don't want to step out of beat, because they don't want anybody below them to step out of beat, and they're the tops, this is one way to control a whole whack of people with just a few people in charge. And especially if you're in a party, you kind of get whipped into shape. But these aren't party people we're seeing here. These are employees, right? The unelected ones. So some more discovered. Okay, so this was with Brendan stuff. Yeah, right before the break. More documents, and he just found them. And it looked like they were very, very good, right? The CSIS document looked very good. And the other one came up. What was it again? I think I got a note. So we'll get back to that one on Brendan and his docs, but excellent documents. Oh, yeah, that was an email. And then the guy on the right is all of a sudden confused beyond belief because it's specifics over and over again. All of a sudden, he really cared. And then immediately after that, with Government of Canada questions, he was right back into his vague, and he had no problem with relating and understanding and projecting and amplifying. But sensitive on every single word. I've only seen a quarter of this. But you were supposed to have seen these documents at the break. That's why. It's what Government of Canada injected on. This is why Brendan's going after the break, because Government of Canada said, I want to put these documents to them. And then he says right after the break, I haven't seen this document before. Well, what was the break for? It was coaching. It was draw out your answers, take a lot of time. This commissioner is strict on time. That was what he heard during the break. Okay, because he didn't get to see the documents, and they said, let's show him the documents. This is unfair. And then they didn't. They didn't, because he said he didn't see them. But good job, Brendan. Brendan's team must be working really hard to be digging this stuff up almost real time. And there's shenanigans going on here where the committee got documents, but the lawyers and the people standing didn't get them, because we saw this yesterday. A whole bunch of documents came in from the Department of Justice, but the committee council said, yeah, we've seen them and we're fine with them. But they weren't available to Brendan and possibly the entire lawyer side of things. Okay, so sometimes we see some tough decisions and sometimes we see some good ones. So on this document, it was pretty cool that the commissioner said, hey, I don't want to take up time on here, but on the next break, you guys go do that. Brendan will go after that. We'll just shuffle the lawyers around a little bit and we'll make this work. That was cool. That was cool. He's doing a good job, I think, at least putting it out there that he's being impartial. Okay, so, you know, things like that I pay attention to. He could have gone the other way. He could have said, no, Brendan, you go up there, but you can't take those documents because these witnesses haven't seen it yet. Government of Canada wins. We could have done that. He's doing a decent job, There is some shenanigans, though, okay? I'm not trying to whitewash them or witch hunt them. There's some stuff that's not cool that we've heard them admit to. And then there's some things that You know, it could have gone the other way too. That's very wrong. That's not how the EA works at all. Yeah, you didn't like this either, where he was talking about how the province, if the province chooses not to use their EA, then the federal EA does become available, but that's not true at all. Like what he was trying to say there was, yeah, the EA is available when no tools are available. And if the province chooses not to use their toolbox, that is acceptable as no tools available. Nobody, not a chance, not a chance at all. Here you are again with your backwards thinking. There's no way that's how it works. The fact that they don't want to execute their tools doesn't mean the EA is necessary. Go ahead and execute the same tools that they had done. There's so many other ways to go ahead and get things done. You certainly can't say because a province chose not to do something they had available to them, that now means no tools available. It's really ridiculous for him to even argue that. Someone who acts so like he's analyzing so well, he's doing a good job thinking about it, and you think like this? You're backwards, buddy. It's not how it works. Sorry. I had to take a note on that one because he got it backwards again. And maybe this is why it's confusing to a lot of people, because you listen to an official like that who's thinking backwards, but then they utter a whole bunch of words and it sounds very official from an official. This is where you got to be very careful about trusting the experts. You don't know this dude. You don't know what got him where he is, what he graduated from, what his track record is. He's unelected. He's very private. We don't know him that well. But yet, we just saw a glimmer of his thinking. In a couple places, he's definitely got it backwards. And he absolutely has got it backwards when it comes to real civil rights. What are our rights versus corporation right, investor right, foreign? Got some weird things going on there, bud. And we know precisely when the bridge was reported cleared. It was reported cleared the 13th in the morning by the OPP, which also could mean the report had to be collected, the data had to be gone through, and then they had to put the report together and send it out. But at 9:12, the 13th, it was reported. No blockages. All clear. Anybody that now adds a day or two to that, dude, this was in the evidence, so somebody should be briefing you. And then this is exactly why the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms jumped on him right away. This is an established fact. OPP report, we saw it, came up. It was on the screen. 0912, 9 o'clock in the morning. All clear. Sorry, yeah. No, that was a lie. This is why I feel all government reps or employees should have their addresses public so we can protest at their house. Enough is enough of this BS. 10th, I disagree completely. Whole whack of bad idea around that one. For starters, you should never turn it personal. Okay, you go to their house, that's exactly what you did. You should never do it personal. This is where their children live. No, I'm not for this. Second, you're always going to have protesters. People counter to you, no matter what. You could cure cancer, but all the people that worked in cancer research will be mad at you because they're out of a job. Okay, look, there's no way to make 100% of people happy. So if there was a mechanism where disgruntled anybody can just look up their local person and go to their house, no way, 10th. That is, I love you in a lot of ways, but this one wasn't thought out. This was more out of frustration. And then the last point I'm going to make here, well, you're saying they're coming to your house and they have the right to come to your house and all that kind of stuff. I disagree with you. If they're coming to your house illegal, we got to stand up and fight with that. We got to deal with that. We got to write reports and follow up and do things. Like, no. Just surrendering to them breaking the law doesn't mean then let's go ahead and do something terrifying to their children. No way, 10th. I'm not on the same page on this one, but love you. But this one I would say no to. And it's not because I'm worried about my address getting out there. It's because I don't think that's a precedent we want to set. And I certainly don't think you've considered the flip of this, because what is your level of 10th? When can you pull that address and go and protest when you don't like how much spending they did? when you don't like how they voted on a particular bill, when you don't like that they didn't put forward a bill, when you don't like their party for doing something in a different province, but this is the local guy of that party, so you're going to go to his house to represent yourself. No, wait, very, very strong on putting a very distinct line between family, personal lives, and private and public. Okay, but so I just wanted to say that. Sorry, but no, don't you do that. I would never support that idea. Jay's taking us in Ontario. More boots on the... Yeah, I'm going to take you. And I even have a stabilizer thing. And my wife has been dying to put the software on my phone. She's been playing with it. So I might do things from the airplane and whatever. Railroad. We'll have some fun with this. I'm traveling mostly on the weekend, but there is some travel during the week. So we'll have some fun with this. We'll see where it goes. We're not on anybody's script. We don't have anything that we have to do. So we'll have some fun with that. Hey, Stunt. That'll probably work perfect for me. Good, good, good. And good luck with that property, whatever you're doing on the 24th. Kind of hope it falls through, because then you're thinking about Alberta, but I want you to get what you want. So I'm supporting you, whatever that is. So good luck. You might get a great bargain. Build it up, turn it into something later. Good luck, Stunt. And yeah, via, you can pick me up. Cool. Well, I'll stay in contact with you. No obligation. Look, if you're around, you're around. If you're not, you're not. Uber works too. And I also have to get up early, so I can't be out too long. But we can certainly maybe hang out for a bit, have a chat. But Stunt, you know, don't feel obligated anyway, because we won't have too much time that night. I've never been in a Tesla, by the way. So if you ended up doing that, that would be my first. I've never been in a Tesla. Don't really care to, because I don't need anything that moves that fast for twice the price and has half the function. I could be using a generator to charge that thing. Have I ever been EV 4x4ing? Not yet, but I will be soon. I am on a list for a vehicle in the future. It's 4-wheel electric truck. Lordstown, look into them. Okay, very cool stuff. I know you like to rev, but torque is great in all different ways. It would also be fun to take you around and show you how it unfolded, the convoy headquarters, the makeshift impound stuff. Please, maybe we'll turn that into a video. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll go around capturing, hearing your story, talking to you. I'll have questions for you. I'll interview you. I'll interrogate you. I'll really get the answers out of you, or other people that we find along the way. Maybe we can find an officer who can talk about it or something. But yeah, Stunt Saturday. Let's just call that Stunt Day. We're going to do whatever. Okay. Just keep me fed, and I need a bathroom break from time to time. But other than that, I'm good to go. And I've been all over Ottawa, so it's a really great place to be. I know it well, but we don't have to hit all the touristy stuff. But I definitely want to go see the tomb and some of the major stuff. So we could always slow roll Ottawa again on Saturday. It's a lot of fun. Don't have that much time, but we can maybe slow roll legally to each destination. And I would not mind doing any of that with you, Stunt. Cool. And Mr. Green Thumb, I think, is out there, and Bright is out there. Anybody else? Cool. Let's do some stuff. I can take you to the airport and show you where the cops had their command center while blocking access to the airport. There's lots of interesting stuff. We might go to the airport just to jump on a plane. Okay. Like when I was looking at getting from Hamilton up to Ottawa, I considered calling a bud to come get me, but the train is just super economical. I can rest on the way up there. But maybe we'll go fly around and do some of that tour too. Get some stuff from the air. Okay. I'll bring my pilot's license, my flight bag. I'll bring that with me so I'm legal. I can go up if I wanted to. Hey, Denise. Great. Great. And it's funny how the generation after us are the ones creating filters and applying them to us, isn't it, Denise? Did we do that to you guys? I hope not. I hope not. I'm pretty sure, at least in my recollection, we were all about bullying and racism. We were tackling those ones pretty hard, but not labels and other things. Anyways, Deans, thanks for sharing with us. And hey, Stunt, no mask, no filter, no problem. And that could be how we tackle this whole get rid of your mask stuff, is we're not about anti-mask. We're about pro-smile. We want to see your smile. You need to see ours. We want to see yours. It helps us know and feel human again. So show your smile. That's what I want to see. To me, Denise, filters used right up. It's all done. I'm so sick of the BS with these people we're paying to be our leaders. Yeah. Accountability, keep them scared, keep them worried. There's a lot of things we can put in place, railroaded, that's going to help us gain some trust back. We're never going to ever, and you should never, ever fully trust anybody, especially your government. But we can actually do some repair. There's some room for repair. We can love and work with our government, but you can always be skeptical and cautious with them. We can't with this current one. These guys, it just got out of control. You have to give me a break because I've never seen this document before. Yeah. And it's after the break that where the commissioner said, here's your break to review the documents. Here's how we're handling that. You're going to do it during the break. You didn't see it. Somebody should clip that, like just that part. Government of Canada saying, or first Brendan saying, I found some documents. Government of Canada saying they haven't seen these documents. We don't want you to put it forward, the questions until they've seen the documents. Commission saying, okay, show them the documents at the break. Do like a 5-second during the break. And then at the end, the guy's saying, I haven't seen this document. We throw our hands up on that one, like, come on. Wake up, people. Okay. They didn't want to show them the document. They didn't even show them the document. They just prepped them to respond to these very bad documents because these documents did not help. And that's why Brendan brought them up. Wait, the government of Canada said they were going to review these docs. Yeah, we just went through that. And they didn't because he just admitted that, didn't he? Oh, cool. You'll check them out. You will. It was this week, so you can check out Monday, Tuesday. I'm going to be posting the shorter video, which is just my commentary, or you can use the slider and jump through the stream. We're trying to stay up with the videos. We're super busy around here, but the stream's up, so you can go ahead and see it there. And that was all about WF, Stellantis, LG, batteries, $6 billion, Mayor of Windsor. Push from a representative in the States about only providing tax credits to U.S. manufactured batteries, but Stellantis, of course, has the Canadian manufactured batteries, so they're doing their best through lobbying to try and get their batteries into the U.S. market. And this convoy and any interruption in the future of the border is their concern. This is why they triggered a whole bunch of stuff with our government immediately. So good luck with all that. That's what we cover. Hope it's what you're looking for. And yeah, I'm not even flagged as misinformation. So take that for what it's worth. You can get a straight answer from a civil servant, I guess. You can't. Yes. It's a big brush you're brushing there, Norman, but you're not wrong. And a lot of these guys, the more up the chain they go, the more comfortable and exposed they get to answering and obfuscating and learning how to do that. It's a skill like anything else. Some people learn how to sprint. Some people learn how to tongue tie and convince you and never answer the question, but make you feel like you got your answer. It's an art. It's an art. And Norman also said they think they can put a little piece of cloth around their neck and they are now above the law. Not above the law. That thing can be turned around and it's a noose. It's a noose. Yeah, I had to wear that a lot. I had to wear that a lot, and I just hate it around my neck. It's not liberating at all. But as my chat saw one time, I have to scrub up sometimes, and I have to go into court and represent. I do get respect, and I do maintain it. So, and if that means dress code sometimes, all right. Sometimes you got to play that little game just to at least get the ear of the right person. Wow, just toss someone in the bus big time. Wow, didn't you like that one? Brendan, you know this organization that you guys have called Stats Canada? You know those guys? Yeah, you're familiar with them? Yeah, you know them? Yeah. Well, guess what they do? What do? Well, they calculate economic data and they report on economic data. You're aware of that? Yeah, I'm aware of that. Okay, well, here's what they look what they said. an 8.8% drop year over year, but minimal impact. What do you say? Well, what I say is, this is the accounting guy. This guy over here is the accounting guy. You speak to him. And he was like, whoa, 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 what are you doing? And he grabs a mic and gets up and he's like, sorry, what was the question? Because it wasn't for him. It got thrown to him. And it was a really poor response, because the Government of Canada later brings it back up with him. And he's really trying to split a hair through gobbledygook economic garbage talk that they're still trying to spin, that even Stat Canada's got it wrong, but Ministry of Transport Canada got it right when it comes to the economic data of the actualities of what was happening. So his speculative from his throne in transport trumps the actual data coming in by Stats Canada, who does nothing but calculating and totaling up things. Come on. Wow, that's so funny. If we saw that in Sesame Street, we would cancel them. They'd be like, you guys stop teaching us that kind of trash. What's the real thing? That's just weird. But tossed him under the bus like there was no delay. He analyzed very quickly. He didn't even pause and then re-ask anything. He's like, ask him. I love that one. They walked around with their necks in a self-imposed noose. You're right. There we go, stunt. And they can't be very happy. Yeah, it's the uniform. It's the uniform. We have a tradition, bit of a culture, ceremonial. We're big on uniform. Okay. And that is a uniform for many groups, lawyers, courts, and stuff. At least we're not as weird as the UK when it comes to the wigs and the full-on stuff. But we do have some of that. Depends on where you practice and what you're practicing it. And Norman's having a good time. Thank you, Norman. Enjoy yourself, bud. That guy is scanning the room for an emergency exit to run out of, for sure. And if you looked at him, he was very unhappy. His mannerisms changed. He had to clear his throat. Stuttered. He certainly was looking everywhere, throwing a guy in the bus. He was doing everything. He wanted out of there. And maybe sometimes, stunt, the realization on the stand that you had it backwards, maybe that's a tough one to go through. And sometimes when you're kind of like pilled on the stand, you wake up too. But I'm not giving this guy this credit, because he admitted to seeing a Stats Canada report. Okay, they saw it. They just disregarded it, and then they still give testimony that flew in the face of the actual Stats Canada report. So I can't give him that empathy or sympathy or wiggle room. But yeah, he definitely wanted to get out of there, and he was hoping he'd never see that document again. Guarantee you that. And he acted silly, like he never saw it. What is this? What is this? And then later, did you see this? Well, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I know what this is. Thanks, buddy. It's all on video. We got audio. Okay, so after Brendan's question, there's about a 4 or 5 second clip there of the commissioner doing math in his head. The little hamster in his head was not happy. He had the like he's being pilled moment face. It was after Brendan. When he was done, you saw the commissioner for a bit. There was a pause there where you can see the hamster going, either he's and his face was concerned, though. His face wasn't thinking. Like, I thought maybe it could be he's thinking about, well, what kind of recommendations can I pull out of that? How can I please all sides? But to me, his face looked like realization. Like, oh, Stats Canada says there's no money loss. Like, there's no minimal. Like, Stats Canada, oh. And they're only talking about 3 ports because all the other ones weren't even measurable as a problem. Oh, man. I think that's what his hamster was doing, because that's what came out of that. Like, there's only 3 ports that they were really able to kind of measure any impact on, because only 3 of them had some measurable impact. Cornwall didn't make the list. You saw that. It was Coots, Ambassador Bridge, and I think Blue Water. And that was it. That was who they were pointing at as any interruption for the whole convoy in February. Stats Canada. And how can they lie? They just look at data. But Government of Canada should backpedal that, try to at least. Let's just economically lingo this confusion out there and say somehow you're all correct. No, he wasn't correct. There was no economic impact significant. It's all gone. That narrative's gone. But we're not going to hear it. We're going to hear it more. Freeland's going to close the show on that one. She's going to close the show on the global economic impact on Canada was so measurable that it was a collapsible event. That's how she's going to close the show on. So we'll see how that keeps coming up. The cabinet confidence card. Yeah, they pulled that one a few times. They pulled that one a few times. But what you can assume that means is I don't want to answer that question because it's going to be bad. Right? If they thought the answer was good, they would blab away. Blab away. So anytime they say that is, you can call that a score. We got a point there. Anytime they have to pull that card, we got a point. Because that question, you can just go ahead and assume and chalk that up as worst answer for them, confirmed. Okay? It may not technically be a confirmation, but it is in my mind. If you had nice things to say that helped you, you would. Folks, Keith Wilson. So what I did is I sent it to Marazzo, Wilson, and Curry. The question, hey, can the public come in? Because I had someone else hit me up on my Twitter asking me that question, saying, do you know if the public can come in? And they were trying to get a press pass, and they were going through the whole process of getting a press pass. And I'm like, I don't plan on getting a press pass. Like, I have no intention of doing that. I intend to walk into the building and sit down on one of those green chairs. That's my intention. It's a public inquiry. That's the P. I'm going to walk in there. That's my intention. So I reached out to the three of them. Tom got back to me right away. He said, yeah, you can come in. There's an entrance by Wellington or something like that. And go say hi to him. Keith just responded with yes. Yes, public's allowed in. So confirmed. And I wonder if that's the first time Keith Wilson and Tom Curry sat down and agreed on something. They both concurred and agreed on something. So we're one step closer to peace on earth. Tom Curry is Peter Slowly's lawyer, so he's really, pleased justice on that side. And then Keith Wilson is on the Convoy Freedom Corp. So yeah, you're probably sitting different sides of the table too. Anyways, they agree on that now. And Tom's Mazzaro is probably super busy. Haven't heard back from him. Yeah, railroad. Yeah, it's confirmed. I'm headed there. We're going there. I'd love if Stunt joined me on one of the days and we were sitting in there together. That'd be great. And anybody else in the Ottawa area and the Twitter person who's planning to drive a few hours to go there, Thursday, Friday, I should be there. So if you can make it there too, we'll shake hands and have a coffee. Thank you for correcting the date. Yeah, it's the very first thing, the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. Yeah. Like the second question he asked was to confirm that date. Because it bugged me right away, so I'm sure it bugged him too. Don't try and confuse the situation. We all know when Ambassador was done. So you were useless, but OPP sorted it themselves. Yeah, these I don't even. If anything, they were just there to fill a bunch of time today. And really, we only had the one set of witnesses, right? So we may have a busy day tomorrow. Let me look at that list again. No, we had two. So we had John, and then we had the panel, Michael and Kian. So tomorrow we're starting with a 3-person panel, and then Jody Thompson. So yeah, we should have about the same as today. And then James. Oh my God, this mischief is just an abuse of power. Thank you to the forgiving police border, more vague power than they had before. You're talking about Trudeau. I'm going to spend some time as we're making this move to Ottawa on what exactly kind of criminal things that come out of this, what kind of charges, what can we pursue, what would be considered petty, what would be considered substantial or with substance and material. Spend some time along learning that, start navigating the government corruption laws that we do have and stuff like that. And then how do they get applied? And just get myself more equipped with exactly what can we do to some of these people legally, and with due process. Look, I'm not for cancel culture. I am for investigate. If you've got substantial evidence, to go ahead and then press charges, test all the evidence in court, go through the process of hearing everything, and then make a judgment. Okay, so I'm cool with that. They won't be, because I'm pretty sure there's a whole whack of even minor, and there's no such thing as minor crime, but even the summary stuff, start doing something about that, because it should be a deterrent. It should be working as a deterrent. Therefore, we should find nobody if they're all being deterred. But if there's nobody actually enforcing it in any way, shape, or form, the deterrent is moot. It's no longer a deterrent, right? It's an acceptable risk, because what's the consequence? James here again. Oh, sorry, it's the same one. Thanks, James. Clay is the next one. I bet they knew, but they were exercising selective blindness, deafness. That's what I'm thinking on this too, Clay. This is my whole analogy of them just closing their eyes and walking around into traffic and then complaining that drivers are unsafe. Same type of thing here. I think you might be right. They're just choosing to ignore and be blind. Did you hear Hendon reports from them? Okay. You're not hearing, like, there's a very different world here. We had the first few weeks, 2 weeks, which was all about the city, OPP, OPS, painting the picture on the ground, PLTs, POUs. We had all of that conversation. Now we're over to the government side of things, where it's just pencil pushers and office people and people on Zoom, creating, ignoring, and manipulating different parts in order to get what they want. I'm convinced of it now, guys, because some of these answers we heard even from today, I don't think he actually feels that way. Like, I know, is a lie detector thing still working for people enough there to tell the truth? I'd love to find a way to get some truth, because I don't think that half of these people actually think that way, believe that way. Peace, it makes it so hard for the tyrants. Who would have ever thought of peace as an effective weapon? Yeah, because they want you to hit them. They want you to strike them. They want to get that pitcher to go ahead and boot you. And then when you don't, it becomes hard. It becomes really hard on their side. So absolutely. And I'm not saying, passive and take it. You stand on guard for thee. Just remember those words. That's what was told to us. That's our anthem. We stand on guard for thee. And thee can be the country. It could be your neighbors. It could be you. Thee is whoever needs guarding and being to be stand on. Okay. And that could be you. So stand on guard for you. Stand on guard for your neighbor. Stand on guard for Canada. Thee could be all of those. And that's our duty. Okay. So yes, but peacefully, because peacefully does give you the upper hand. David Goliath is a very fun story, but Biden put it the best. We have the drones. Okay. But that doesn't mean they win. That doesn't mean you surrender. It doesn't mean belly up. It doesn't mean any of that. It means that they're going to have to find different ways, which are a lot harder for them to try and control us. And if we do it right, like seriously do it right, and don't be scared, we'll get them all out. We'll vote them out. We'll get them out. We'll clean them out. We'll go in there and put as much oversight and administration accountability. Sorry, that's what I was looking for. Accountability and oversight. We'll put so much in there that they're just deterred from even trying to step that way. They learn how to do the new system properly, and they really do start representing Canadian interests very well, because they have no choice, because we're watching. We can live that way, and I'm sure the politicians can live that way. They love to be watched. So you're going to tell them that you're getting millions of views all the time, every time you speak. They love that stuff. So go ahead and give them that, but it's got to be for oversight and accountability. Let's do it. And I don't think we're going to break anything. And it's going to be one of those, they were scared for no reason type of things. And then once it's in there, we all feel better. They'll feel better. They don't feel like we're accusing them of a whole bunch of stuff that's not real, because we now have a way to look. And we also don't have to get all paranoid on what they're hiding, because we have a way to look. I think it's a good way for public government to be. It's not private, it's public. It's supposed to be public. So even on the 13th, they had trucks, but you didn't know, so they left you out of the loop. But again, at the end of the day, Dave, tow trucks didn't even matter. And did you hear at the end there, they're now downplaying the types of vehicles. well, my friend said you couldn't get enough. You could get trucks, but those were the big ones, right? We're dealing with the majority of passenger vehicles, right? So yeah, we had dealt with it that way, and that's different, right? That's all different, right? Wow, the government of Canada is now downplaying the types of vehicles. It went from big, scary farm equipment and all these massive trucks to just trucks, to a few trucks. Now we're down to mostly passenger vehicles. And which passenger vehicles are they talking about? The ones that were in the intersection, or the ones that were parked and people walked? Wanted to tow everything. It was weird. Like, they're losing their narrative so badly that they're now forgetting part of their narrative, and they're screwing their own narrative. And you actually will expect that from creative people. You leave them to talk long enough, and you will find all their contradictions, because they can't help themselves, and sometimes they can't keep track of all of it. She's probably kicking herself now, going, "Oh, that's right. We don't want to paint the image that they were just small vehicles there. Oops." But she couldn't help herself, because the narrative wasn't working for her. So she had to kind of shift gears and try to explain off why big, heavy tow trucks weren't really a priority. Oops. Desperation sometimes moves faster than wisdom. So if you're desperate, sometimes you move faster than thinking about it. And I think that's what we saw there. She was so desperate to kind of diffuse that bad news for her that she actually hurt herself with more admission than she really wanted to have. That's what I think on that one. So that was an odd hello. Hope it is worth your while. So government of Canada comes in. Chum, good morning. Good morning. You know, your long day, empathy. We're trying to connect with you as humans, make us look like humans. We get that whole spiel. We get what the courtesy hello is for. But then she goes, hope it will be worth your while. Her questions or something like that. That's a weird thing to ask a witness. That's a weird thing to ask a witness, or say to a witness, or even apply to a witness. Worth your while. To me, it sounds like that's effort. It sounds like, well, I'm going to build this bonfire for you because we want to get a bunch of heat. I hope that's worth the while. I'm going to put this effort in to receive something from it. I hope it's worth your while. So what is she talking about? Remember, this was just after the break. This was just after she was supposed to have showed him the documents, and we know she didn't, because he says later, I've never seen this before. So what is she talking about? What is she talking about there? I found that very peculiar. I've seen lots of different ways to chit chat. Hi, how you doing? Good weather, etc. But I hope it's worth your while. Like, what's his payout? Freudian slip there? That was just a weird way to phrase that. All right, folks, I got a whole bunch of stuff here. So let me just start. Let's see what time it is. 10 o'clock or 10 hours. Okay, so we're already past the 10-hour mark, so we're going to keep going. And then stunt and railroad, about 30 minutes or so, we'll have that chat. Did anyone follow out to give him a heads up? Sorry, I'm too far here. Jason, he thinks that way because we are considered livestock. Yes, your 10th. I know this is your common theme, because you're not wrong. We're sheeple people. And yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe he does think that authoritative comes first because he doesn't see us as equals to him. Because here's where I have trouble with some of this 10th is the golden rule part of it. He's also a human with a Canadian passport. And he's talking about stripping Canadians of rights. Has he considered what that could mean to him? Probably not. He considers himself a completely different class. So you're right here, 10th. And that's where I think this division happens. He's just so high up in his elitism that he forgets the true rights. It's not the EA first or anything like that. What do you got here, John? The WMA existed long before War Measures Act. Yeah, listed long before the Constitution was brought into play. Correct. It was created in 1914. World War I. So it was created for. And then our Constitution is 1982. I always get a mix up of 4 or 2. Early 80s. Okay, Constitution was the early 80s. So yeah, War Measure Act existed long before. But there's this catch-all of our law that says, I believe it's in the Constitution, that says any law that exists that contravenes this is null. So that's why a lot of stuff gets struck down for constitutional reasons, because we have that catch-all in the Constitution that says this is the supreme one, and anything that contradicts this loses. So that's why you can kind of bring it in after the fact. But the Ward Measure Act, yeah, it's subject to the Constitution as well, but it's also the last resort. So when it's supposed to be executed, nobody's caring about all that. And the missiles are flying, the ships are coming, the aliens are attacking. That's what it was envisioned for all along. And the creators of the A knew there was no constitutional issues in mutating parts of the WA for their own purpose. Yeah, so the group, Peckford's there too. That group there, Trudeau was around, senior. So it does seem kind of convenient, though, John, that senior gave junior the blueprints, and I don't know, over the barbecue growing up, one day you will do this type of thing. I don't know. But at the end of the day, Constitution is still number one. It's very, very difficult to successfully violate that one. And I know 10th, it's just paper and law. And I know some of you totally feel that way too. And I'm not lost on that. I'm still going to push for the system that lets us get back to our civility until it's completely no effort available to me anymore. But I'm not there yet. I got lots of fight left in me. Okay, so Charlie, you love that term, huh? Yeah, we heard that a few more times today now. Yesterday, a lot less. Yesterday, they were doing a lot more protester talk. And occupation didn't come up a lot yesterday, but today did. Today it made its return. And of course, the government of Canada is going to harp on that and try to get out. John, if you're the John that goes on panel, I'd love to hear more of this. It is a John stunt. And he's probably going to be there Friday, usually around. It's a super interesting thought for sure. John's got a big brain, and I love how he shares it. All of you, actually, I would say, except for Jay McGee or McG, that shows up every once in a while and drops in that inflammatory rhetoric of his. Other than that, you guys are amazing. We got some of the best. Yeah, Norman. In their minds, or they might be talking about potential, or they might even been talking about unrelated, which could have been that explosion that the garage that stunt has some stuff on, but again, not of the event. So other than explosion of freedom and pride and love, there was nothing that you can CSIS section 2. I'm going to get the t-shirt for that one. I am protected by CSIS section 2. Because totally, we've now understood, we've learned it. It's pretty clear. Yeah, Prairie, sure, exactly. Just go ask Chump. Chump is so scared. And Norman, of course, there were none. Zero zilch. Of course, there are none. This was never anything like that. I was never even part of that. I don't even think you had a wheel blowout. Okay. You had fireworks. That was the biggest explosion anybody had. Exactly, Charlie. So annoying, isn't it, bud? Or Charlie is so annoying. Hey, Charlie, aren't you out in Ottawa? If you are, must come say hi. More talk about potential risks. Again, 10th. Yeah. Oh, none of these people have a crystal ball, and they all are very, very scared. And livestock again. Boy, I think you have a livestock button on your keyboard there, 10th. You love that word. But I don't think you're wrong. I think this is why you use it a lot, because this is a good way to look at it, especially if you're in farming and you do stuff with cattle and other things. Temple Grandin, very good movie about a woman who's autistic working with horse or cows, getting into the psyche, helping them out. There's very little different from working that kind of science and then working humans. You would actually kind of cringe at really the kind of stuff they can learn from you. Facebook's been busted a few times. There's a whack of stuff you don't know yet and may never know. And maybe you don't want to know. But yeah, humans are pretty controllable, pretty programmable. It's not an unknown science. This is my first song, Take Back My Life. I'm sure everybody else understands that one. I'm just trying to catch up here. How was his stunt? I was just watching a video about a guy who filled out his census with chosen gender. Minotaur stats can as a joke. I don't know about saying they're a joke. Okay, here's one thing, stunt. What we're getting some data out of this too. What's the number of cuckoo, and what's the number of this, and what's the number of that? So call them a joke all you want, but even collecting this kind of information helps. Even us, stunt, because what if they only asked M and F? Okay, but now that there's an other and stuff like that, we can at least start understanding the data around people who are saying this. So I'm going to push back on that one, stunt. There might be a joke because they do some wokey things, but I want the data. So if they're even doing wokey data collection, that's still cool with me. That's still cool with me. Data is data. Don't blame the data. They are experts, creative experts for sure. Is this really happening? Yeah. So Canada, 10th year like this. Canada's leader for a global affairs Canada. So we saw her yesterday. Her background is like arts, bachelor's and master's of arts with some political science. So very creative, and impressionable. All of a sudden, this guy can talk. Exactly. Exactly. Well, all of a sudden with Canada, he's not got a problem. He can fill in the gaps. He knows where we're going. Brendan gets up there and he's like, malfunction. He's a blue screen of death. He has no idea what's going on. He's going very slow now. He wants him to handhold him through every paragraph. Exactly. It's too bad. It's too bad that people can function that way. He'll be very embarrassed about that later. He will be, hopefully, there's some point where he's asked to justify some of that. Hey, John, just ask me again on the Yellowhead Yacht Club show this Friday. Oh, is that what you're calling it? The Yellowhead Yacht Club show? Maybe, sure. I think it's a cute name because we just have a river. We're nowhere near water. We're talking about having the port of Churchill, expanding on that and making our way to use the port of Churchill. Alberta, Saskatchewan are talking about possibly doing something around that. I'm all for it. We're having a hard time going west. Through the mountains is a very tough journey, but across the prairies to Churchill, that might be our economic future. And then maybe I'll put a yacht over there, okay, John, and then we'll go hang out in Manitoba. It'll be a good time. Mistreat the truckers with false charges and put them on the road. These are just incredible people. Like, these are incredible people. And I really didn't like how he was talking about sending a letter, reminding them, informing them that, hey, we can abuse the system and come after you for no reason. Send a letter. We will work with that later. I'm a strong proponent that karma can take time, and sometimes it's better served cold, all of those things. I am a proponent of that because if you're a patient person, that is your biggest chip. That is the biggest advantage you have over money, even over resources like money. Patience can actually get you a lot further. And if you have to go through quite a bit, that builds up who you are. Your characters get stronger. But if there's only one currency that you want to hold on, for me, it's patience, because I will have my day in court. I will have my day in front of adjudication. I'll have that. And I still believe in that. So a little bit of patience here. I think some of these people are going to get pulled up in a different type of inquiry or job assessment reviews or psych exams, something. And they're going to have to explain this one day. Jump out will do for sure. Yeah, so we'll see you guys on Friday. You guys will both be around for sure. If this commission says the EA was needed within a week, the mask mandates and border mandates will come straight back. Okay, but here's Dave. I don't think that's going to even be a thing that the commission's report will say, because it's not a judgment or a decision. This is inquiry. It's going to be a recommendation report on how to navigate it better. And you'll have to read between the lines based on what his recommendations are, whether he was excusing it or not. Like, I don't think there'll be a line in it that says the EA was determined to be fully justified. However, Dave, what may come out of it, if he's so center and middle, that both sides will be unhappy and both sides will have things to point to say that they're so right. So whether there's a decision or not, you might still be right here. Like if the CBC and the government are really comfortable with the results of it and they're pushing the narrative stronger, you might be absolutely right. But don't expect a line that says Trudeau winner or loser. Like this is not what's coming out of this. There might be more later where that is actually adjudicated all the way down to decision, like the 3-panel judge or the Supreme Court of Canada itself. But that's not here. But your result might be there because mask mandates and other things are already being hinted at. I see Trudeau getting ripped by the Chinese. He's running out of countries that like him. China doesn't like him. China doesn't. Nobody actually likes him. His days are numbered. He knows it. That's also why he walked away like that in that video recently. His days are numbered and he knows it. My only question is, are we getting Freeland? That one scares the bejesus out of me because I think Freeland would be worse. Like the lesser of two evils might be JT because JT's incompetence is a barrier. Like his inability to sometimes do things itself is a barrier. So that's kind of, in a weird way, kind of helping us a little bit, possibly. Incompetence can interfere with master plans. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't have name called us so soon or do some other things. But I don't think they're pleased with him. I just don't know. Are we going to get Freeland for a bit? That one really scares me because she will bankrupt us like faster than she can pull the EA. So I'm worried about that. Hey, 10th. So they met with donors. Very few. Yeah, for sure. They talk about that all the time. They're even talking about all these investors that don't exist but could exist, and global investors, and people were worried, or investors were worried. They said the sentence, investors were worried. Name them. Tell me the investors that has your phone number that called you up and said, I'm worried. And why are they calling you? And why does their opinion matter to you? I'm totally busted there that they're saying investors globally are worried about Canada's reputation. Give me the names. And why do they have your phone number? And why does their opinion matter? Okay. We can ask those questions and push hard on them because they're backwards thinking. They won't be ready for it. But when you push hard enough, exactly why are they calling you? And why do they influence you? Why can't Canadians call you in the same way and influence you? This narrative, this foundation could be starting to get enough exposure that it is going to crack. Yeah, 10th, you were loving some of this stuff. This is treason. This guy just admitted to biased for sure. This is amazing. Yeah, this is why we want all this. Talk. Keep talking, folks. Just keep talking. Patience. We'll go back, fine tooth comb. We'll find out who the theys are that they're talking about. They told me, they reported, they said, they gave me the analysis. Who are the theys? We're going to find out all of that. Are these people so that they don't know what they're admitting to? Yes, Dent, they are. They're so wrapped up. Yeah, you got it too, buddy. They're so wrapped up in their narrative, and they're killing their own narrative at times. And this happens so much with liars and conspiracy, and even compartmentalization causes this as well. People don't realize what they're doing, but together it's disgusting. But individually, they kind of doing their thing. And when you have a whole whack of people that are really, really concerned about making sure they keep their job, they do weird things. But 10th, you're 100%. You're seeing this like crazy. And do they know it? I don't think so. I think they are that unintelligent. Some of them are just, wow, I can't believe you just admitted to that because it means blah. For example, the RCMP admitting to sabotaging the excavators in Alberta. Like saying it was an accidental damage. Well, the fact that you said you created accidental damage, so no matter what we call it now, you admitted to some type of damage. Okay, so yeah, done. At that point, we can now go into sentencing because now we can determine the severity of the damage and the consequences. But now we agree you damaged it. I'm loving this stunt. This is my silver lining, is they got a lot of these are coming out. And I don't think they realized it at the time, but they're going to look foolish later. It's going to be kind of like when people learn more about the research that wasn't done, the testing that wasn't done, the experiments that are being done. When people start learning more about that, they're going to feel pretty foolish that they were ever at a point where they were forcing their family. Kind of same thing here. I think they might get to the point one day where maybe they'll see Stunt's video and they'll go like, oh, I get it now. And boy, do I sound like a moron. Yeah. And sometimes when you wake up, that's one of the tough parts going through. When you're waking up and you're coming through that, you have to realize that some of the stuff you did in the past was silly. And some of your beliefs were wrong. And some of your opinions and possibly actions were extreme. It's also how, some of them are struggling with that. Okay, so what do you got here, Dave? This still has nothing to do with the EA. I think you have the key that says that too. So Stunt has livestock, and you have nothing to do with the EA, because you're seeing it 100%. I like what you're doing here, Dave, because you're keeping that question foremost in your mind as you're listening to everything, which means you're being very objective and you're being very fair, really, because you're just waiting to hear the answer to that question. And at some point you might get it. And then at that point, you're going to go, okay, well, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for the justification for the EA. There it is. I got it finally. I like that. I like that because I'm doing the same thing. I truly wanted to come out of this thinking my government is great. Okay. I'm not that delusional. So don't start jumping off this stream thinking he's a crackpot. I'm not that delusional. But I would like that to happen because we can go back to unity and get on with the government. It's not going to. But going into it with that mindset allows you to at least listen for it and look for it. Okay, so I like that, Dave, a lot. One of these days, these goofs are going to learn what a real emergency looks like. This isn't it. Well, Stunt, careful. We don't ever want them to learn what a real emergency looks like. Nobody's hoping for that. Nope. If they want to turn a peaceful protest into the worst emergency they've ever seen in their entire lives, and they go to their long deathbed, nice and gray, plenty of children and offspring, grandchildren, great-grand, way back, all the way to the end. If they go there thinking this was the biggest emergency they ever saw, I am fine with that because that absolutely means we never actually have a real emergency. I'm cool with that too. So no, I wouldn't hope that they ever one day learn. I don't think that'll happen, but still at the end of the day, I love your spirit on this, because what if this was a real emergency? What if this was a rogue something? What if this was ideologically motivated, a whole bunch of planning nationwide? I want to really believe that we can handle it, Stunt, and I do. But boy, these people are painting such a picture that it's even getting harder and harder, because as long as these people are in power, they might be right. Okay, they might actually create the situation with their incompetence so much that they will materialize it to become correct. I don't think there's a rogue anybody on earth that would attempt that, is planning that, is thinking that, or anything like that. So for that reason, I think we're pretty comfortable with the fact that we're not going to see that, or we're going to have to test these guys. But I do think, Stunt, like the big elephant in the room here that you're not going to hear much from, and because they already said no, which would absolutely keep you safe at night, is Canadian Armed Forces, or Charlies. They're there for you, whether you like them or not, whether you see them or not. If there was anything that was a serious issue, they would not be calling WPS and OPP and OPS. They'd be calling CAF. In fact, CAF doesn't need to be called. CAF will be there already. You'll kind of just learn about it because, boom, they're taking care of business. Okay? That is Canada. That is truly how Canada is. What you're seeing here, I bet you CAF is just laughing their heads off because they sit back and they're like, dude, we're even one of your options. We're even one of the options before the EA is necessary. We have a whole whack of things that we can do if there's true problem. Okay, so CAF is sitting back. They're like, this thing is a joke because we are the second last option. The last option is EA. The second last option is us. And this didn't qualify. So it would be kind of cool to hear from them. They're not on the list. It's just going to be a bunch of ministers and government officials. So The only ones who will hold them responsible is us. There's my stunt. There's my stunt. And we can. And we can. We got to be careful not to give them reasons to shut us down. And again, it's not because we did something wrong. Some of the reasons to shut us down, as you're seeing through all of this, can be perception. For example, stunt, did you know that harassment under the law is only interpreted by the receiver? I want that to sink in for a second, because harassment is one of these things that you can be accused of, found guilty of, and it can follow you, which doesn't require intent. Doesn't require you to mean to harass somebody. Harassment under our law is in the eye of the one that's receiving it. It's how they interpret it. So that's why this is a slippery slope, and we got to be careful here, because anything can almost be interpreted as harassment if you're not careful. But if we get past that little barrier where we are going to not play their game, but they got nothing, we do make headway. We do make steps, and they're also a very scared group. So anytime we make one step forward, they get very jumpy and very scared. Stunt, this is going to be about small steps and making them and holding your ground, moving that line. There's a way to get this done. We're working on it too, Stunt, and I think you're doing a great job. Once in government is gravy train, as always seems to be the idiots at the top. They be like, you're generalizing. I love you, but that's a big generalization. What if I get in? Are you going to assume that too? I'll be reporting. Like, one of my ideas is to kind of always report out everything I'm doing all the time, stream all of it, be the only one that is always on the camera, and lead by example. I don't know. I've seen some people in government that I do respect, and they do good work. But there's so many of them that it's hard to say no to that, too, Dave. There is so many that do that. So it makes it tough. What do we got here? John, what do you got here, bud? Good night, Canadians. We'll have to fight another day. You got it, John. We'll see you, buddy. See you tomorrow. Take care, John. Clay, thank you, Clay, for that. Charlie, you too. Stunt. Prepare for it being driven. You mean like caging the Maxes? Don't do that. Drag those trucks around with the front end loader. Oh, I think this was a testimony where they were saying they were being sabotaged and they couldn't be driven and wanted to be driven. By the way, there's some things there that also is not true. I don't think any truck owner broke his own vehicle. If anything, the government did, Antifa did. There was a lot of people going around at night cutting cables and stuff like that. Even some residents were probably guilty of that. And also disabled because the battery ran out and fuel is gone. Okay. They made it seem like truck owners, the people whose property this is, so frustrated they destroyed the machine and went away, and they had to kind of drag limping, and they had to get mechanics in. Truth is, for the amount of time they were there, batteries died, fuel lines emptied, and for diesel, there's a lot of prep to get things running. That's what the mechanics were for. Even disingenuous statements like that is annoying to listen to. Hey, Stunt. You have to be a mechanic to assist a tow truck winch vehicles. It's kind of they specialize in. Yeah, but as you know, the mechanic was likely there to charge a battery, add some fuel, prime, pump, then go, and then we'll drive. That's likely what they're around for. Hey, Charlie. He goes to bed early. You'd be surprised. I'm usually in bed by 9 too, because I get up naturally. I don't have an alarm clock or anything like that, but I'll be up like clockwork. I'm up at 4:30. My eyes are open, and 5 o'clock. I'm dressed, ready to go, walking around, doing my thing. Got a lot of pre-work to do before this show because it takes up a lot of my day. I get a lot of things out of the way as I get up. Tessa, you don't like it? I think it'd be fun to ride in, but I certainly wouldn't spend that kind of money on that. Too impractical, too expensive. But you'd like my Volt, Charlie. It doesn't throw you in the back of the seat, but it moves. There's quite a few cars I leave behind me. It moves. Not staying without the honk. Yeah. And you know what they had to do in 2018? They had to put noisemakers into electric vehicles so you can hear them, especially when they're backing up. I think my car does that my car, when it's backing up, will make a funky, weird sound on purpose. But in forward, mine doesn't. I think after my model was when they put in there's an external sound even when you're going forward. Really blew away the drive-by shooting market. Tesla still dominates that. You silently roll up and you're gone in a flash. But yeah. And also there's a guy on YouTube, Rich Rebuilds, and he kind of got famous by rebuilding a Tesla that was swamped, water. It was kind of neat. But now he's putting like a V8 8-cylinder into a Tesla. He's converting it to diesel. He's doing fun stuff like that. So if you haven't heard about him, Stunt, you probably have. Yeah. But Rich Rebuilds, he's fun with that stuff. I don't know. IDGF. I don't give. Okay. I don't give. Okay. Figured it out. I don't give about their children. You're a parent. So I get your perspective there, Tent. Nope, right wheel is BC. Oh, sorry. Okay, well, there's another person kicking around here, railroaded. Could be Charlie. It could be a few of them. They're out in Ottawa. So anybody that's out in Ottawa, hook up a Stunt. We're going to find some things to do. Good night, guys. So bye, Charlie. Night, Charlie. We're getting to the end here, folks. So I'll be wrapping up for about 10 minutes or so. And then Stunt and Railroad, I'll meet you in Discord. I think you said to go to Stunt, so I'll try and find my way around. These tyrants look up and they send cops to my house and they brought guns. Yeah, they're taking away our guns and all this kind of stuff, or at least trying to. I don't think they can ever collect them, and I don't think Alberta would go for it. And I think Alberta should push back on property rights and get that whole gun question back to the province. Get it out of the federal. It's not supposed to be there. Never was supposed to be there. Section 92 makes property rights, which is guns, falls under provincial. This whole registration and tracking was government overreach all along, just so you know. We kind of have to get rid of that. It should go back to the province. Then provinces can decide how crazy they want to be on that. Why do you keep saying diesel is explosive? Hey, Dale. Yeah. Apparently, it's a new nitroglycerin. The next rockets to Mars are going to be diesel fueled. They're going to go contract, I think, is with Stunt to do some biodiesel as well, so you can put the green logo on. But yeah, everything is very explosive around diesel now, Dale. Now, when you're a silly person, you're super scared about everything. That sounds about right? Yeah, Stunt loved that one. He was all over it. Yeah, he's even cleaned out the vegetable oil out of his house because everything's so explosive. You got to be careful. Paul Chump can't have fried food. That's explosive. Better be careful, buddy. Going to see if I can get Steam Guy to meet up with. Sure. Let's do it. Let's talk to Steam. Bilderberg Group. Who else is there that we can talk about? The Davos, of course, but there's a few of them. Bilderberg is a good one to talk about. Foreign Relations, Center for Foreign Relations, something like that. There's a few of them. I'm sure he's got some good stories for me. 90% of what Gov tells are lies. What percent of yours are lies or 10th? 80% of statistics are made up on the spot, right? Sure. Okay, there's a lot of government lies. And especially when you hear so much, you don't know what you can trust anymore. So it certainly makes it seem like it's a big chunk of it. I hope tomorrow's witnesses are better. Today's were Z's. We had a couple bright moments, okay, and Stunt on these ones. I think we're going to catch Buddy on the right a few times with perjury that could stick. He actually has some, I think, is straight up perjury. So maybe they're boring today, but you might actually see him get some time for what he did up there. We'll see. I'm not sure about how much immunity and accountability we can do for some of this, but I want to look into that deeply. I'm looking up the climate cop narrative at the moment, but in read to the comment you just read, the decriminalization laws come with a bunch of new policing powers that people largely ignored, including mischief. Yeah, they might be redefining mischief to be basically anything government doesn't like, which makes it a powerful charge. What is mischief? Yeah, they use that one a lot, and they put people in jail and dragged her across the country on mischief charges, didn't they? tomorrow you're going to be a bit of a martyr for a bit. So hopefully, you hold on and we get this corrected soon enough. And tomorrow you might be the reason why Alberta has new extradition rules and new requirements to have judicial approval before anybody is removed out of the province. So the Tamara law or something like that, or Lynch law or Leach law, it's going to be something around that. It just says, no, we don't do that. You have to convince a judge here why you're going to pull somebody out of the province. So hold your ground there. That might actually turn out to be a good thing. Not a good thing overall for you, but a good thing for future Canadians who are now protected by it. Okay. Jason, it was a comparison between the protests about cars compared to a dip protest. Sorry if I missed it, Stunt, in any way, shape, or form. Totally sorry if I missed it. I don't mean offense. I think you're great. But I'm also opinionated. So if I misunderstood something, you may get an opinion that you don't think is fair. But thank you for letting me know. As to why one protest is called and this one needs to. Yeah, and I'm very curious about the next one, 10th. What happens with the next protest where they're looking at pipelines, or they're looking at railways, or they're looking at stuff like that, or another highway. I'm very curious what's going to happen with the next one. And I think this is why we're all pausing, like the world's pausing, to kind of see what happens with this inquiry and then what Canada does as a response to it. Because I think that's going to set the tone going forward. Are we free or not? And I think that the very next protest is what I'm really curious about. And I don't mean trucker protest or freedom protest. I mean the traditional Canadian, we have these all the time protest because people have lots of grievances protest. What happens with that? Curious. Charlie sees New Brunswick. Why nobody's wearing? But it's awesome. So Bright Wheel is in BC, and we got Charlie out in New Brunswick, coast to coast. We are coast to coast. All right, that's lovely. I love Yellowhead Yacht Club name. Cool. Maybe I got to keep getting that Yellowhead out there and make sure that people here even know they're in Yellowhead, and make sure that they know that I'm running for them. So yeah, we can keep doing stuff. My friends go to the yacht club in the States with their monster trucks. It has nothing to do with yachts. Of course. Of course. Good way to keep things secret too, right? My keyboard is so slow to type in this window, but working perfectly in others. WTF. I have some issues too, even in my studio StreamYard. I star your comments, and today, this has never happened before, but I would star and then it would unstar. A lot like on Twitter with likes. You put a like and then it just vanishes and it goes back to 1 or 10 or whatever the number was before. I was having this funkiness in this app today where I would star your comment, and not just you, so don't get all worried. Any comment, and it would vanish. And then I would do it again and it would vanish. And I would do it again, it would stick. Being a programmer, technical person, that could just be internet fluctuations. That could be network. But it's certainly spooky. Like we were talking about before, we're kind of on edge now. When weird things happen, some bang, bang, bang at the door. We're kind of on edge. Well, when the stars stop working and my click stopped working, and then it's shortly after I say WEF at some point, and then I'm just going to chalk that up to coincidence and nothing more. But yeah, especially Twitter the last couple of days has been sluggish. Yeah, that's what I'm going with Railroad too. We'll go find the innocent excuse and reason for that. And you might be right, he says. Cool. No, you're forgetting the cops asked him to move the tractors out of sight. Then why sabotage them? This is malice. You misunderstood me here, Tent. I am fully aware of what happened in Alberta with those 3 excavators. I am fully aware of the spray foam into the fuel lines. I am fully aware of the missing filters. No. You misunderstood me because I was being sarcastic then. Okay. Sometimes I didn't come across properly, but no. We're on the same page here, dude. They broke many laws. That there should be criminal charges for the officers. They broke onto private property. They destroyed property. More than malice. This is I would even go a little bit further. Not only is it malice, but it's also political. It's a political attack on an opponent. I would even go that far because this was political. So anyways, 10th, you misunderstood me on that one. And maybe you misunderstood me on the other one too. But yeah, no, I know what they did. They broke laws, severely broke laws, and admitted to it. Okay, so how is it now? It does seem to be typing much faster. Well, I'm reading it about the same speed, so I think you're good there. If I read it slower, then maybe we'd have our answer then, right, Stunt? Love you, bud. You were right, Railroad. The bad news is I had already sketchy tabs open, and now I have to wonder what's going on there. Stay away from the I agree buttons that pop up sometimes. If one of us did the same to government equipment, we would be in jail for life. Not life, but you certainly be punished. But they planned it, yep, as first degree of, if it was for sure. Look, no, 100%. And you also use a lot of American terminology, first degree. But anyways, we have for sure 100% crime, and we have audio of them admitting to it. We just need to get some names and follow up on that for sure, Stunt. I want your legal opinion, Jason. Planning sabotage is a higher crime, correct? Planning sabotage is a higher crime? Well, if it's against the government, or if you're talking the sabotage itself, no, I think that's more of a destruction. It's a crime, but I think what you're talking about higher crime is like treason and stuff like that. Like you're going that high with it. Sabotage on the government, sure. You did something like that, sure. But sabotage of equipment, no, there's crimes there, but I don't know about higher crime. Now, also understand, because there are CMP officers who did it, they also are under some oaths. They actually have higher standards to live under. There is more extreme penalty for officers. Don't know if you realize that or not. Like they have some protections, but also when they do wrong, they're also under a higher requirement than we are. Being an officer of the court and being an officer of the state, you're actually held up to a little bit of a higher standard with duty of care, with duty to the people, around what's that other one? There's another one for being administrative or being an official or being authority. There's another one where you have, because you have that, you have to take special precautions, because you can be sued or charged criminally for other things. But sabotage being a higher crime, I don't know. Espionage is treason is, but I don't know about sabotage. Now, sabotage might be part of treason, or might be part of espionage. Like you may sabotage stuff as part of espionage, but it has to be against government interest, and the nation itself for it to be a higher crime. Then again, I'm just a paralegal. I didn't go through the extra training for criminal that criminal lawyers will go through, but that's what I do remember. I've been, and by the way, that was not legal advice. That was or an opinion or anything. That was just me answering a question from 10th. To be clear, I'm not retained, and I'm not licensed to give you any advice like that. I've been in touch with some hacktivists who are an offshoot of Anonymous. Well, Anonymous isn't a group. It's just they call whoever at that time wants to call himself Anonymous can. But they're a vigilante group, activist group. I've never been part of it. I don't know anybody in it. I'm sure I've met people who are, because I know lots of tech people. But you know, I am for civilian based. I am for oversight. I am for watchdogging. So as long as that is the pure mission, then you know, I think our society requires this. This is a duty. But if it goes beyond that, or it gets they steal the name and use it for other things, well, it becomes a problem. And this is kind of what Diagonal's problem is. Even though they didn't do any violence, the potential to maybe, that's what they're being labeled with. So, you know, and I tell you about it later when we're not open source. Well, you just did it now. But it looked like you typed that one fast, Stunt, so maybe your windows are working good. Railroaded. Okay, so yeah, we're almost at the end here, folks. So it looks like I'll wrap up maybe at the 11-hour mark here. Close the tab for the site. It's working fine. That's good. Yeah, for a long time, their stunt people were putting crypto stuff into web pages. So if you're visiting their web page, it would use your CPU to mine crypto and stuff like that. And some of that stuff still kicks around. So if you get super sluggish, it could be something along those lines. You don't even have to say yes to anything for that to happen. But if you identify the site, maybe let us know. Or not. Maybe you have to keep some things private. I saw something today that said Alberta was rewriting their tax brackets or something like that. I don't know anything about that yet. I'll have to look into that. Alberta tax brackets, though, for provincial taxes, we don't have any. All right, we'll have to look into that. I don't think Danielle will be bringing in any in. That's not her, the direction she's paddling. Gotta be careful with the sketchy ones. Yeah, railroad knows. Have to catch up, but I caught some today, Hong Kong. I would really like that you keep coming back, Eleanor. It was hard to listen to today. It was tough. Eleanor, you didn't miss too much, if that's what you meant. You missed some of it. Okay. Government of Canada on these last witnesses were painful to listen to. She's really trying hard. I guess she's got a job and a haircut to go get. It was tough. It was tough. I'm expecting maybe tomorrow might be some more. Are free range chickens free, Jason? What's your point there? We have free range chickens, and are they free? Well, we don't stop them from leaving. We've actually had a couple that found their final resting place away from the coop overnight or something. We've lost some chickens to nature because they can wander all they want. But here's the thing, Tent. We provide them the food and the water and the place to live, and they come back for that. You understand how government works, right? You provide the necessities and people keep coming back. So if that's how you think we control, because we harvest eggs and then make money from it, you may not be wrong on what you're trying to say there. But, I don't know if there's anything wrong with that on the analogy that you're using here. But when you compare it to what the government does to us, yes, I agree. I'm not a chicken. I don't need to be fed food. So if the chicken can go ahead and go collect its own stuff and survive on its own and wants to trade me its egg for something else. In fact, isn't that what I'm doing? I'm trading it food for its egg. So I guess I barter with my free range, right? You cooler with that? I barter with them. We trade egg for food. And if they don't like it, they can leave. They're not, we don't go running after them. We're not going to waste that kind of energy. But quite often we just go chick, 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 and they all come running back. And they run into their coop and they go huddle around the heat lamp we gave them. They got a nice little setup. The freedom movement is definitely coast to coast. It is. And it would be great if railroaded. Maybe we can just start making a map of people that we find, like Prairie and Manitoba. We have Saskatchewan covered. We have, of course, Alberta all over the place. We got plenty of Ontario. We even have some in the US. So maybe we'll make it a thing for the last few videos to say, hey, just give us your general location, and then we're going to put them on a map and share that. We're global, Stunt is right, because we even have Wayne in the UK, and we had someone from the Netherlands or Norway at one point. Yeah, we're global. We got Hong Kong. There you go, Netherlands. Yep. Yeah, and we had a guest from Netherlands. Glad the Honk Army was on it. This is a good group. You guys are great. Eleanor, Stunt, James, Tent, everybody. You guys are great. The excavator's being damaged is technically a mischief charge, funnily enough, according to section 430. I guess maybe minimum. I guess if there's no trespassing signs, it could be tough to put any trespassing charge on them in any way because they have to be notified for trespassing. The rules for trespass is by default you're supposed to presume, but once you have notice, once you've been given notice, and then you can get into criminal trespassing. So unless there was a no trespass sign, we're just going through the law right now, James, quickly here. Vandalism is mischief, isn't it? I don't necessarily. And then the egg throwing was mischief. They got charged for mischief for egg throwing at the trucks in Ottawa. Mischief is going to be a catch-all of petty Because if it gets more serious, you get destruction of property over 5,000. There's other stuff. It gets more serious as the value is higher. Okay, James. Yeah, you're probably probably right. We may not have destruction of property. It might be mischief. Okay. In either case, it's a charge, and it should be followed through on. Unless every cop involved in that orchestrated sabotage using their police powers to have them move to the tractor to allow the sabotage to go on scene, go to jail, and then laws are not real, bro. Hey, that's a pretty good theory, that they had to move to go and sabotage them later, maybe. Yeah, that's a good theory. But it's a theory. What we do know is they were asked to move, they did move, and they got sabotaged, and then the RCMP said they had to disable them. There's a recording of them completely admitting to it. Here's another thing that's possible, though, 10th. Totally possible, right? Because we're in the world of possibility. The police actually just came over and removed some battery cables and left. And then the owners of it destroyed them, took some video, called up Rebel, because these things were near dead anyways. And maybe the attention was something they wanted, and maybe the lawsuit and stuff like that was something they wanted. Look, I think you're also jumping to a conclusion, as I am. I'm going to admit, I'm jumping to conclusions too, that this was total. They cut it all up and they did all that. But we should also let due process happen here. Because sometimes people, if their own equipment, they're opportunists. They're like, these guys admitted to it. Let's cut it all up more and insurance it and stuff like that. That happens too. Okay. Corruption is not a government and police only function. Okay. People do it too. So even though I am very confident and feeling very comfortable that charges should be laid and done, I'm also keeping that statement open enough that it could be anyone. It could be the police that got the charges, or it could be the excavator owners for fraud. Okay. But in either case, there's definitely room for charges here, and that should be looked into. I had to put money on it. RCMP did it for sure. But if you're true due process, you should keep an eye open for the fact that maybe they just disabled them, disconnected batteries or something, and then somebody else did all of that. Okay. I don't think it's likely. Okay. But anyways, I want to keep that open. By the way, after doing this for 3 years, running panels, you have taught me a few things. I have? Oh, I'd be super flattered if that's true there, that I've taught you something. Cool. Cool. And thank you for sharing that with me, Tent, if I'm reading this right. That's cool. Posted 4:30 in Disco. Cool. And another law that you're going to hear a lot about in the next little bit is Section 230 in the US, which is what protects platforms for being editors and publishers. Now that Elon owns Twitter, all of a sudden that's becoming a hot topic with the Democrats. It's just so funny how shoes on the other foot quickly change. Alberta legislation coming to re-index income taxes, Finance Minister. Well, we'll see what that means. We could be paying less. Okay. I don't know what that means. But if it's Danielle, and if it's under Danielle, you can maybe assume that she's finding ways to give rights back to people. Okay, that's her whole thing, free Alberta. So maybe what's happening here is, well, it could be a few things. It could be something that happens already. It's like every so many years or stuff, they do a reindex of something like that of the income taxes. Or maybe it's initiated by Danielle to lower it. Keep an eye on it, though. Thank you very much for letting me know, Stunt. Anything to do with taxes around here, I got to keep an eye on. Right now, my property taxes are $6 a year for 60 acres because there's no dwelling on it yet. But we'll go up once there's a house. But it's still not crazy out here at all. If they like it, they can leave. Okay, so I am mostly sort of on that bandwagon too. For example, if you don't like Ontario, leave. I did that. But it's also a double-edged sword, because if everybody of like mind leaves an area, then you're going to get nothing but what you left behind, and then there's no way for it to come back. Kind of like where they say, hey, if you're Republican, leave California and go somewhere else. Ooh, I almost kind of think it needs to go the other way, because if you want California to ever go red again, you actually want Republicans to go there, because when you get chased away, you're actually removing all the Republicans who are still there. Have got less and less voting power now. It's a double-edged sword, and it's fun to kind of think about sometimes, their stunt, that's kind of an attitude that we can have. But as an independent, I also believe that I should have the ability to enjoy where I am, independently, of course. But if somebody's encroaching on me, otherwise, I would have an issue with that. So I'm kind of careful with that kind of attitude, but I do like it. Stunt. Global news: Alberta retax income tax inflation. So railroad, what is the general of it? Are they going up, going down, and just reindexing? Cost of living's gone up, inflation, a whole bunch of other things kicking in, causing things to be recalculated. And is it initiated by Danielle? So is she asking for a review? Those are all important, I think. Link to articles done, just reference. Thank you very much, Railroaded. You are awesome. And I wish you were more willing to get in front of the camera, because I would love to chat with you more. But we'll talk with you very soon here. My free range hens wandered a little. They come back though. Then the bear tried to make them lunch, and they stopped straying too far from their roost. Yeah, they do. They stay. And we definitely found a couple patches of feathers. So a couple of them got out, went too far, met nature, maybe sent a signal or two of noise to the other ones, and now they all don't do that. But yeah, I remember the first time that we had a chicken pass. We think it was a hawk that got it, because it was in the middle of snow, not a footprint around it, nothing. We were like super sleuths. Like, what happened here? It was a bird. It must have been a bird. We called her Hilda the Hinox, because this is from a video game my son plays as Zelda. Hinox is a one-eyed creature, and this bird had one eye gone. So she had one working eye. So we called her Hilda the Hinox. And we're pretty sure she got hit because she didn't stay gone. Not to make light of it, but she was the one that got it. The rest got away in time. It was sad, and it was the first time that it happened to us. It really affected my wife right away, because she's been caring for them all along. And then we brought our sons out, and we taught them about nature and stuff. And it was a fun moment for learning. But yeah, it was sad. It was the first bird that we lost like that. And then another time, this is the only other time it's ever happened. Something, we think in the same hawk or something, got into the coop and got one of the birds inside there. And then after that, we took some more precautions. But yeah, no, the birds will learn. Much respect, Jay. Really appreciate it. Oh, dude, no problem. And it gets annoying to some people, but I'm a golden rule type of dude. I will treat you well by default. And it takes quite a bit to really get me pushed far. But no, I appreciate that, 10th. And so are you for even mentioning that. And also, 10th, you know what you did that one day when you called me. You got me to call you. So, dude, maybe I learned it from you. Okay? You're a cool dude. I like you. No, Jason. Trespass to commit damage would be trespassing without any notice needed. It would be implied. Yes, but I also went through a whole course of trespassing with notice. Maybe that's more of the civil side of things then, not criminal. Okay, so maybe that's where you're going with that 10th, because as I'm replaying it in my head, Ontario has the Trespass Act, the Occupancy Act. There's an act there that we had to learn about trespass. And trespass with notice becomes criminal. But maybe without notice, it's more civil. Maybe it depends what you do. 10th, thank you for jogging my memory on this. I may have to spend some more time around that. But in either case, we know that there were criminal charges. The criminal code was broken for sure. You can't damage property. You were talking about a database for tyrants, and I found it out. You have one already. It's full of cops, politicians, and all kinds of other Canadian tyrants. Search it. Am I in there? You should be blank. There should be no Jason Levine in there. But search it. See who's in there. Oh, cool. Cowards.ca. Well, I'm not a coward, so I'll go and search it. There are some people in my life that don't like me, believe it or not. Even though 10 thinks I'm awesome, there are some people in my past that don't like me, because I am a whistleblower accountability type of dude, and some people, of course, don't respond well to that. No surprise there. All right, it's official. You're a coward, it says. All right, let's see what we got here. Loading up. There we go. So what kind of finding can we have here? See 10 officers, bureaucrats, mayors, politicians, medical, CEOs. Maybe I'll be under there. Media's news blog. Search. Here's a search. There we go. Oh, man. It'd be hilarious if there was something. Jason Kenney popped up right away, didn't he? Okay, it's spinning. It's spinning. He's going to make something up. Grab my picture off YouTube. What's he doing now? Sorry, guys. I'm not a coward. But let's go ahead and see what this thing does have. So let's see what Kenny. What is this all about there, stunt? Hopefully this is not considered DOXing ING or anything like that on YouTube, but public website. By Min, been around. One of Canada's top. Ooh, 4 stars. Why are they using stars? Why do they use something different? Kind of neat. Oh, we know this one for sure. Oh, is that supposed to be a comment from her? Okay, cool. Thanks for sharing that, stunt. I'm in the clear. All right, so vote for me, Yellowhead. Nobody's reported me as a coward. I haven't been identified as a coward. But cool. It's pretty much your idea. And I think, but here's what I'd like to see, something that's more official, because I'm not a fan of I like due process. So, because false allegations are so easy, and false allegations can be so damaging. Once convicted, maybe collect database for sure, but anybody can levy a charge. I'm extra sensitive to that. Where did you send it to? Oh, you guys are chatting. Cowards.ca. What do you got here? 10th. The link is right there in the chat. Just go to the site. Cool. And then 10th is saying, yes, I am reading it correctly. Thanks, man. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. I thank you very much, buddy. I really enjoyed our chats that we've had so far. I'm looking forward to more of them. Really cool to meet you at 10th. I feel pretty lucky about that one. I feel the same way about 10th and Railroaded and a whole whack of people on here, especially as I get to know them more. Eleanor, John, Terry. This is quite the family growing here. It's pretty cool. Novak's required to be here. But if you have it, then go ahead. The whole thing is a train wreck for the government, but I don't see the commission going hard on them. The commission doesn't go on the government, though, Dale. But maybe on the recommendations, maybe that what you're thinking, go hard on the recommendations, because there certainly should be some recommendations around establishing a PLT unit at the government level. So federal, municipal, provincial, everywhere. Why do PLTs have to be police? GLTs, governmental liaison. There needs to be some sort of liaison where you will listen. You will listen and you will activate the right channels to get things done. That certainly should be a recommendation. I agree. This seems biased. 10th, yeah. Well, we saw some good times too, though. We saw some good times. We definitely have about 5 good examples of when the commissioner has helped Freedom Corp. Okay. I would say they helped Freedom Corp. He didn't have to. He could have went the other way. Perfect? No. And I don't think we would ever be fine with anybody selected, to be honest with you. Like if it was a conservative that picked somebody, people would hate it. If it was non-party, it was completely independent, you still think there was some sort of bias. So, and the truth is, and you know this, Tent, everybody has a bias. The commissioner's job is to disconnect his bias from his decisions, though. It's doable. People can do that. You can be trained for that. Neither do I. We're hoping they say the EA was used illegally, so they think twice about using it again, and then we'll go hard on them until they resign. See, but it's not that we won't get that. So what we'll do will be similar to what happened to Trump or Trudeau Sr. which is there'll be legislation, we'll rewrite it, we'll redo it, we'll add in some more requirements, because that's what happened the first time. So when the War Measure Act was used by Trudeau Sr. improperly, this is why we have the Emergencies Act, because it was a rewrite to clarify what government can't do. And there were things put in there like the consultation to the provinces is a requirement. The inquiry after is a requirement. We're probably going to have to do that again. So the Emergency Act is going to go through another revision to tighten it up to ensure that the government doesn't do it again. But let's be honest, the EA itself was meant to do that, and it got abused too. So we're dealing with people in the future we haven't met yet who are going to look at this and try and find new ways to abuse it. That's a tough thing to do in law. But here's the thing, we're just going to have to do it again. And it's going to be the 45th Parliament. It won't be this one. 45th Parliament 10th is where I think you can count on at least more accountability coming forward, as long as we can put in accountability people, conservative or otherwise, independent or otherwise. It has to be accountability people. And it also has to be people that are not afraid of being held accountable themselves. So no skeletons in the closet. You're not worried about things coming out yourself. Because how could you go in there screaming accountability but then get exposed? So anybody who doesn't want accountability, right off the bat, you should say, get off the ballot. Okay, maybe there should be a step before you're even on the ballot where you're reviewed from a civil standpoint, a civilian standpoint. I wouldn't be against that. I wouldn't be against that at all. We should do something, though. But the 45th is where any change will happen, not the 44th. Eleanor loves stunt too. He's right a lot. I can tell you right now that there are plans to protest mainstream media and CBSA all across Canada, convoys and legal gatherings in the works. Yep. I think media is the one thing we need to fix. Most definitely, because once media is fixed, that is our built-in watchdog. That was meant to be our accountability highlighter, expose. So if we fix media, a whole whack of things get a lot better for us. So I kind of agree with that. Go after media. This is nowhere near over, but they brought guns to an air horn fight and made it impossible for us to continue at the moment. Yeah, and I think we're going to get a lot of good ideas out of this too. Make it a lot harder for them next time. Will you let people on your panel tonight, Jay? Tonight, no. 10th, I'm wrapping up very soon here. I got a couple things I got to do before I get to bed, and I also got to get ready for travel this weekend. So I don't have a weekend to catch up on a bunch of stuff I normally would do. So sorry, 10th. I got a bunch of things to do tonight, but I will leave Friday open. Okay, and I'll redo the stream so we're not constrained in any way. We can actually go for quite a while if you wanted to. So sorry, but not tonight, but certainly come back Friday. Go to the list. Trudeau is rated #1 coward in Canada. No surprise. AI, voting, Canadians. Yeah, he would be up there. Look up Brenda. Look, there's some great comments. Yeah, and I saw some watchdog stuff around her too. Yeah, she doesn't like accountability. I just read YouTube marks of official World Government Summit videos literally titled, "Are we ready for the new world?" as conspiracy theory. Yeah, Eleanor, it's crazy. One of my wife's favorite things, she has to go and she's my official agent. She has to go and approve my messages. So no, we're not hearting my messages because of vanity. She hearts my messages as a review. And one of her favorite things is when she's going through the Twitter will mark a comment and says sensitive content, something along those lines. And then, of course, you got to push a button to reveal what it says. And I assure you, like 99 out of 100 times, there is nothing sensitive about it. In fact, there was one just yesterday or the day before where someone just did the prayer emoji. Just a prayer emoji. That's all they put. Not a word, not a character, nothing. Just a prayer emoji. And that was marked as sensitive. That is ridiculous. Like, that is ridiculous. We laugh. And the ones that should be kind of marked, because there's some trolls on my stuff sometimes, and sometimes they're rude, not marked. But the prayer emoji, or a comment. There was another one that said, way to go, or you can do it, along those lines. Encouragement words marked as sensitive. I don't know if that's AI or if I'm just flagged in some way, or I'm flagged, they're flagged, part of a group, they like something, I like something, and because of that, Twitter is now marking everything as sensitive or whatever's going on there. But no, there's no world where the pray emoji is sensitive. But yeah, that's what we found. It's not a burden of proof on the government to prove they could enact. Is not, yes, 100%. Yes, the burden of proof is on the government. That's exactly right. And a lot of people get that backwards. Sometimes they think like Brendan has to prove that they shouldn't have used it. No. The burden is on them to prove that they had to use it. And I believe 10th, they failed to do that in the first like 3 or 4 days. We reached a point very quickly with official testimony that they had plenty of tools. But yeah, 100%, the burden's on them to prove that they needed it. That's the way it's written into the act. And yeah, that's the way it should be. Then the commission should be biased for the citizens, not for the gov. Sure. And 10th, if you've seen his face even today, there was a moment after Brendan's questions, if you want to go back to it, it's like a 5-second moment where you can tell that commissioner is struggling with his internal argument. His internals are pulling apart there, because he really wanted to come in with in my opinion, with a way to clear everybody, including the government. Like what he wanted to do as his mission, because his name's attached to this for the rest of his life and after the Rouleau Commission, and it's going to establish some new rules or potentially a zig and a zag in Canada here. So he knows where this is for him. And I believe his goal was to come in and try and make everybody happy. Try and say the government one toe over the acceptable line, and they made it just enough. Maybe their toenail grew just enough to make it acceptable. But the protesters weren't really super aggressive, or they were peaceful. A lot of them, I've determined that like 85% of them were really cool, and 10% unknown, and then 5% maybe shady. Maybe something along those lines, where he thought he would come down and give everybody a piece of everything. Because we're taught in law that the best settlement is where everybody's upset. Everybody's a little bit upset. Nobody really got what they wanted. They all got a little bit, but they also lost a little bit. And we're trained to think of that as the perfect settlement, because we're also trained to believe that when there's a dispute, usually nobody's 100% right. Okay. And he could have come into this with that mindset. 10th, I really do think he is struggling hard to make the case for the government. I think he's like, if you looked at his face after Brendan's questions today and pointing Stats Canada stuff up there, and had to get this witness to admit either he's a moron or they just made up numbers about finances. Because first they're saying, hey, we know about the financial costs on all this stuff, blah, 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 huge, 50 million a day, blah, blah, blah. Factories, when they shut down, $1 billion factories. Like, they've made all of those statements today. And then Brendan comes up and says, Stat Canada doesn't agree with you. Okay. So when you see the commissioner after the Brendan one today, I think there's about a 5-second of his hamster fell off the wheel, because he's like, I don't know how I'm going to come out of this with making the government even look decent, because it's just so bad. So whether he's biased or for the citizen or came in with that attitude or not, I think we've had a couple of these moments where you could see his face. And I think if you're like a family member, you know that is his, oh my gosh, I have to change my opinion face, because the facts and the evidence, because he actually believes in that. And I think we saw that. Or he had gas. Something else was going on, but his face was not his normal, I'm annoyed face, I'm pissed face, or I'm just content face. He had the, what I looked like to me was the, almost swallowing the pill face, where I now see some more truth here. But to me, it looked like he was really struggling with, like, how am I going to make this look good for everybody? Because he's not going to be able to make it look good for the government. So have some faith in that, maybe. He's given me some indicators that he's not something I'm scared of, I'm worried about. We don't need anything written, just need these cops to understand they did the work of a dirty dictator. You're talking about maybe that list and stuff like that? No, we should have a list. We'll call it the stunt list. We'll call it whatever. We'll call it the freedom list. But there should be some reviews, some interrogations, some inquiries, and even some criminal investigations over some of the actions. Okay. So let's not forget. We should always remember karma. We'll get them. We'll get them. There was already infighting with police. Next time there will be massive amounts of infighting and even less cops willing to comply. That's what we need. Yeah, because I assure you, it would have been way, way harder for everybody involved if the cops absolutely understood, respected, and stood up for the charter. It is very difficult, very, very difficult to control any group where they don't agree with you at all, fundamentally. It's also why they flew people from all over Canada to come and beat you guys. Because your local guys, a lot of them wouldn't. There's a lot of people sick. Blue flu, remember that went across the states for a while there. The blue flu, a lot of police officers calling in sick. They just admitted that they didn't consult the municipalities. Do they not follow the law? That's a weird statement coming out of you, 10th. You already know that answer. The law's not for them. You know that. Law's for thee, not for me. We'll do something about that. It also can't be the official opposition. I think it has been brought up. Yeah, RE the 45th. Well, here, the Conservatives plus Independents, maybe a couple with PCs in there. PPCs, I mean. Look, what we can't do, James, is just not put in any other opposition. NDP is not opposition. Okay, so don't count on them anymore. Bloc, yeah, put some more faith into them. They're very Quebec focused, but usually what's good for sovereignty of Quebec could be good for the sovereignty of the rest of Canada. PPC, I'd like to see them get a couple people in there for sure. Maxime, I would like to see him get in there. It just won't be through Yellowhead, Maxime. Find another place. Out east, you might do well in New Brunswick. Anywho, but yeah, the 45th. I do think Pierre can if he's got oversight and he's been pushed too, though. Okay. I think the two-party system can work if they are cautious and they're paranoid and there's lots of reasons for them not to go and do some of these shenanigans. I still fundamentally believe, James, that if people are given the right motivations and deterrence, they can act right. That's their name, their bud. But we got grassroots journalism now, like us and you. So media's changing. Any of you ever contact CBC with valid concerns and be told they don't have time for it? Well, almost every company would do that. I've actually did work not directly for the CBC, but through a contract. Don't know if you ever remember their Alice in Wonderland radio series. They used to have that. It's Alice in... Yeah, it was Alice in Wonderland. It was the whole story. They did a whole radio thing. And then they came to us and we converted it into Alice in Cyberspace, which was a game for kids to play. And they gave us all the recordings and we did samples and we made a whole game out of it. And it was very early. I was using Flash and PHP way before this stuff was even used for that. Anyways, it was a lot of fun. And then it got canceled. Got pulled. We all got paid. We all got everything. They even made banner or posters, like movie posters announcing this whole thing. But overnight, it got pulled, shut off, dead. Why? Because the voice actors didn't get a cut. They weren't paid for their voice a second time after the radio series because of the way contracts and stuff work. And for whatever reason, after they spent all this money building this, they said, all right, well, then we'll just pull it. What a waste. What a waste. We worked hard on that. Sure, we got paid, and really that's not the point. The point was we created something really neat. And because of bureaucracy and a license issue and nobody wanted to pay and people are being ridiculous on all sides. The youth who we made it for lost out. It was weird. Total waste. I prefer to just go to other panels. It's too much work and requires my attention like an infant. Oh, instead of making your own. Yeah. Okay, cool. And if there's any panels that you can get me dragged into and get an invite to, if I got the time, I'll come do it. I might have a different mouth on other channels that are marked a different way. We'll see. 10th. Hey, Railroaded. I was actually going to ask you guys to do this. She's been, sorry, I got to hold a second here. She's been bloody amazing, guys. Okay, she raises my kids, she teaches my kids, she schools my kids, and now she's got to learn a solar system. She's got to learn how a generator works. She's got to deal with it, lug around fuel, reaching the limits of her physical abilities and surpassing them. Because I got to deal with some jackass in Burlington, she's got to do that. So Railroaded, yeah. I got a good one. It's crushing me to have to leave my family for a week. Look, I love the fact that I'm going to go see some of you in Ottawa. But one day I'm going to tell you why I have to do all of this. It's a huge crime. Yeah, sorry. It crushes me that I have to do that and leave my family middle of winter this way. Okay, but I'm a strong fighter. I'm going to do it for the family. We're going to deal with whatever we have to deal with, no matter what crap people throw at us. But I got a good one. And she needed me last night. Man, I was a vinyl siding installer in Ottawa and had tons of houses to side, but they were supposed to be 8 feet apart and have drywall behind the siding. Sorry, stunt, I'm kind of off. I'm just going to jump through a few things here. Nobody touch it. What do we got here? James, what do you got here? Yeah, that's the bank's problem. It's the point. Okay, you guys are chatting. Stunt. Okay, cool. Don't know. Lots of love. What's this stunt? Life has tried to kill me a few times. Yeah, you fall off a building and yeah, crazy to hear what you did to your leg and your arm and stuff. Be careful, man. We want you to stick around. We don't want to have any more sad moments on the stream, okay? You be careful about this stunt. Stunt dummy, I've had the experience and it's absolutely life-altering. Yeah. Look, guys, I'm gonna wrap this up soon. I never expected to see 35. Well, glad you did. Glad you did, stunt. Dude, we'd totally have to chat. There's a whole bunch here. What's this, Railroaded? Would be cool to do that tune with a traveling horn exhibit. Yeah, well, a tune or the Canada anthem or something that they can't really complain about. Here you go. Yeah, Hotel Oscar November Kilo. And Railroaded for some reason, when I was doing my dinner, I was having my burger and fries on one of the breaks. I was kind of so bored of listening to, I think it was Government of Canada at the time, that I jumped to one of my clips. And it just so happened to say Hotel Oscar November Kilo. And I put it on the screen. And then I didn't talk about it. And then I clicked to another one. And then later I saw your other one. You didn't say hotel. You said Henry. Henry Oscar Kilo, November Kilo. And by the way, Henry is my middle name. So it's kind of cute that you picked that one. But either I saw that message and I'm like, oh, I completely missed it on her. So you were right. You got it right the first time. Hotel Oscar November Kilo. I love that. I love that. Oui. Qui? Are you saying what? Avec beaucoup de Clanon. You went on French on me. What are you? Flurry? What happened there? Oh, look at that. You guys love my wifey. Yeah. If you look at the very first stream, she's there. Like when we did the very first stream, day one. Because I told her, I'm going live. And then I start talking and stuff, and it didn't click quick enough. And she's like, oh. So you'll see her at the beginning. And I think on day one or day two, she also came in as a guest at one point. But she's amazing. But yeah. Thank you, Eleanor. Yeah. Her name's Paula. Okay. She's Nigerian. Okay. She moved her whole family here. She set up the life here. We were married after and it wasn't on purpose, but we were married after she got her citizenship and all that. She's a very strong woman. Very strong woman. And she's been doing it all right now. Like I'm spending so much time here, but very little is not getting done around here. The Levines, thank you all. Thank you all. No, she's a sweetheart. She's a great woman. Very lucky. Very lucky. Hey, James. Yeah, railroaded. You guys are great. Look at that. Hearts everywhere. Right on. Bro, you're not alone. I gave up 2 relationships, my business, my house, everything I owned. And there were people like Tamara who sacrificed more. Absolutely. This is why my wife and my boys and all of us, we understand that on the sacrifice level, we're making ours, but we're following in some very big footsteps here. Standing on some very big shoulders. But we'll do our part. You're very lucky to have a supportive. I am. You'll never really fully understand, but yeah. Yeah. She's a rock. Okay. We're going to be there for each other. We definitely appreciate her support for you and our rights, freedoms. Yep. Thank you, babe. I know you're listening. You like to listen to some of these. They love you too. Lots of hearts for you. Here we go. Cool. Henry, your middle name? Yeah. Yeah. I have 2 middle names because baptized. Henry, my grandpa. February 14th. Same birthday. Him and I. He was a wonderful man. 1920, February 14th, 1920. Wonderful man. And then I also have a cousin, February 14th. So there was 3 of us born on February 14th. So I was my grandpa's birthday present, is the way he always said it. Could be why we had that bond. He is a great man. Love him. Oh my God, railroaded. Cool. Much love. Yeah. No, my wife's great. My family's great. Sacrifices we're making them. So, and we're also just human. Much love. Love you too, railroaded. Very, very much. I suddenly feel guilty for enjoying this show so much. No, don't, because that is also what powers her too. She is very thrilled that you guys are very thrilled. And she's also very thrilled that this is working out in a way that, there's a lot of love and a lot of happiness that's being entered into our home through this. Because for me, this is quite therapeutic because I was frustrated and I was, and I'm watching, Ben Shapiro and I'm watching Louder with Crowder, Stephen Crowder. And, they're a lot more aggravated and a lot more frustrated and calling for this and fighting for that. And look, I'm for it. But I also want to live to see another day. And I also want to have victory. I'm not just for the battle. I'm for the war. Like we need to win this. This is not something we can lose. This is good and evil. So we have to win this. So, we have to think about battles and getting through each one of them. Live to see another day. There's another battle to win. And then, yes, Paula is great. But railroaded, don't feel guilty. You are why this is working and why it feels right. Okay, so sacrifices, yeah, we all have to do them. But no, she's great. Yeah, Paula, we love you. Yeah, Eleanor knows. Everybody knows. To maybe make her stay on here at some point, and you guys can say hi to her. We're going to get you elected and make the effort worth it. Well, thank you, Stunt. I really appreciate that. I think that's one piece of the puzzle. The bigger effort will to be more independence. I'm certainly going to be a strong fighter, and I'm certainly going to be somebody that they're not going to like at all. But can you imagine 24 of me? 36 of me's? Whew, my wife loves me, but that would blow her mind to see that many people like Jay out there doing that. So if I can inspire in any way, help anybody else that wants to kick out and go and do something like this, I am down to helping them. Love for Paula. Yep. Paula, J, or Jason Jr., Jacob, got a lot of J's, and then me, and then the chickens and our dog. But Paula's just been rocking it, guys. Like she's inspirational too. lugging around the 30-pound propane tanks and just getting things done. It's amazing. We love you, Paula. Yep. And she's going to make sure that I don't have to worry, because I do worry. Okay, no more sad. There's no sad here. There's a lot of love here. You can totally feel it. Love comes in a lot of different ways. Peace, love, and air horn. There we go. Fuel, faith, and fun. Madness is my middle name. Biatches. 10th Madness Man. I am dying to use that line 10th. I plead the 10th and then follow it with an expose or some sort of truth that we found and see some butts squirm. I'm looking forward to that. Speaker of the House, I plead the 10th. Here's the proof. I hope wifey understands you are doing the Didi's work. She understands a lot. She gets it. She gets it. And we, we're down to like having 15 minutes at lunch together. So when I sneak away, she sneaks away, and then she's got to get back to a bunch of things. There's just so much going on. And then we get 30 minutes in the morning. But we're going to win this battle, and we're going to retire. We're going to enjoy our land. We're going to raise chickens and goats. So it's all worth it. You've inspired me to run, but I have no idea what to do. Stunt, we'll talk about it. Okay, we'll talk about it. Just keep being you. I think that's a great thing. I think the next phase of politicians are going to be candidate credential. We're going to be looking at the candidate more. No more colors. We're going to look at the candidate. And if it's a good blue, good. If it's a good purple, good. But we're going to be looking at candidates more, because that's really where we messed up. When we started voting by color, we really started messing up. Oh my God. Your family are all Jays. Yeah. And Paula's the only one, but even in her family, Josephine, Janet, well, her dad's Adolf. Her dad's name is Adolf. Adolf. But yeah, there's a lot of Jays. Yep. And it was kind of a thing that we did with the boy to kind of keep the J thing going. And if JJ was a girl, it would have been Jayla. That's the name we picked out if it was a girl. We didn't know till he surprised us, or it came out. What does plead to 10th mean? So railroad, what I mean there is, like, how in the United States where you plead the 5th, which means I'm going to shut up. Well, I'm going to plead the 10th, which means I'm going to do the opposite of that times 2. I'm going to be telling truth. So can you imagine that, railroaded? I'm in the House. All right. Member from Yellowhead, Jason Levine, has a question. And it'll be Mr. Speaker, I plead the 10th. And then everybody knows what that means now. Oh, Jason's got some evidence and somebody's in trouble. Because that's what that means. I plead the 10th means we did our homework. We found it. Here it is. It's time to act on it. It's something that we were just joking about when I had one of our chats. That's what that means. I plead the 10th. There you go. You got it. I never understood 10th's nickname. I don't know what his nickname is. I don't know. If I'm going to guess, I think it means he's the 10th panelist. So he's the 10th person on a 10-person panel. Because the limit on this panel that I can do is 10. So that's what I'm running with. Maybe he'll throw it in there and tell us what it means. Maybe this is 10th go of life. Maybe it's the 10th time he's been a man. I don't know what it means. But I'm running with that panel one. He likes to be on panels, and he likes to be the 10th man. The interesting voice, the one that comes in after that surprises you. And if I'm dead wrong, well, maybe you can run with that 10th. I don't know what it means. Don't know what it's in reference to. Actually, really cool. Cool. Just look it up. Plenty of info. Okay, so I actually did switch my thing to live chat, but I don't think StreamYard brings in all chats or something, because I think I'm missing a few there. That was backfire from 10th, not grabbing that coward's link. Okay, cool. Okay, well, I'm at the end of my chat, folks. You let me finish up here. So let me go ahead and wrap up. Thank you a lot for another wonderful day. This is day number 24 in the bags. We should have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 7 more days left, maybe 6 more days left. We'll see how it all rolls out, but we're on the home stretch. We're coming around the last corner. We can now see the end. It's been a long run. Oh, let me tell you something. My first 3 days, at the end of each of the day, the back of my head hurt. Okay. muscle. I thought I knew it wasn't headache because it was muscle. And that was probably from just sitting as straight as I have to in this chair the whole time. Now nothing. So I built up the muscle in my head. Okay. I've been doing this long enough. It's become a habit now. So thank you all very much. Oh, wow. Everybody's saying good night. Okay. Thanks, Jason. Take care. Hey, there's a prayer emoji. If this was on YouTube, that comment might be marked as sensitive. Have a good night, Clay and Stunt. You guys are great. Take care. You guys are handing out a bunch of love. Oh, you're all amazing. Eleanor, you're great. 10th, are you going to tell us what it means? Does everyone know here to send a letter to Parliament? The postage is free. Correct. If you want to send messages to anyone in Parliament, including the MPs, there's no stamp. You don't have to. I just have to get the address correct. Completely true. Delivered to any MP you wish. That's true. Just paper and pen and envelope. Thank you, 10th. Yeah, reminding everybody that communication and access to your MP is a right. This is why there's no stamp required. It's a right. It's a right to be able to communicate. It should be a right that they have to respond. Cool. I did not know that. Yep. The government gets a free postage for anything you send to them. I think what Stunt's doing here is interesting. Well, Stunt, all you'd have to do is pass around a PDF, tell people to print it. It's got the address on it. You just fold it, tape it, staple it, throw it in a box. Yeah, you could. It wouldn't be illegal. Wouldn't be illegal at all. But my question is, what are you trying to accomplish from it? Do you want to just upset them, or do you want action? And some of the best ways to get action from these people is to meet them in the hallway. So let's get some people like you and I in there to Stunt. Good night, James. You have yourself a great day. And click the lines, click chat option, switch from live chat. Stunt, I do that. But that's only in the browser when you're doing YouTube. I'm in a program called StreamYard. So if you look it up, whatever, it's the studio that I manage all this video and broadcasts for. Inside this package, it brings in the chats from YouTube and Facebook. But I don't get emoji cons. I don't get any controls here. And what might be going on here, Stunt, is this program only grabs top chats. And there's just no option to change it to live. But in either case is what I got for now. But yeah, thanks for that tip. My chat gave that to me like on day 2 or day 3. And ever since then, I do switch it. But it only switches it for the browser window I have open watching the video. It's not bringing it into this other application separately. That's it. All right, folks, 11 hours, 38 minutes. Oh, wait. Sorry. 10th. Oh, yeah, StreamYard. You'll see all chat even if they block you. I think so. Yeah, because I even get I get everything in here. Cool. And flood them with honks. K Railroaded, 10th. So Railroaded and Stunt, I'll go meet you. I'll jump on it right now. I'll go into Discord right now. Hopefully I find where I need to be, and then we'll do the connection. But let's do that now. And for the rest of you, we'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock. The inquiry starts at 9:30 Eastern time. And it'll be a Thursday. We've got 3 witness panel, and then Jody Thomas after that. And then we're going to be on to the last day for this week. And then we're on to the ministers next week. So you all take care. You have a great night. I'm going to catch up with Railroaded and Stunt quickly and then get back to my family. So thank you all. You have yourself a great night, and God bless.